Mo Chuchen was just about to take a shot when the sound of high heels suddenly came. Mo Yuan walked into the chairman's office, curiously. I just came to the company, because the general manager's office and the chairman's office are close to each other. See that the door of the chairman's office is actually open? This made Mo Yuan extremely surprised. So early, President Chu actually came to the office. Thinking, Mo Yuan came in, but she hadn't opened her mouth yet. Looking at Mo Chuchen in the office, Mo Yuan was stunned. Dad? Mo Yuan said that she really did not expect to meet her father Mo Chuchen here. Chu Chen raised his brows. The big boss the employee called was actually Mo Yuan's father? Chairman of Tian Group? Seeing his daughter, Mo Chuchen also stood up excitedly. Suddenly discovered by his daughter, Mo Chuchen was in a hurry. Hasn't his dismount yet started? Is it over? It turned out to be Uncle Mo. Please take a seat. Chu Chen also pulled Mo Yuan over and sat down. Dad, when did you come? Mo Yuan asked, curiously. Last night. Suddenly, Mo Chuchen thought of another way to show off. This time, I can definitely make up for the dismount. Yuan, you haven't been home for so long. The private jet at home has been changed. I just bought a Bombardier Global Express XRS with a value of more than 300 million, close to 400 million. Mo Chuchen deliberately revealed the price of the Bombardier Global Express XRS to amaze Chu Chen. After all, such a small asset management company cannot make much profit. Not to mention hundreds of millions of private jets. I am afraid that even if it is a mansion of tens of millions, this Chu Chen may not be able to afford it. He wants to let Chu Chen know the gap between himself and him. After all, Mo Chuchen deliberately looked at Chu Chen, but was surprised to find that after knowing that he had a private jet worth 300 million to 400 million yuan, Chu Chen was still extremely calm. Could it be that Chu Chen was distracted just now? Didn't he hear? You know, he has shown off his Bombardier Global Express XRS many times, and everyone was shocked when they heard it. But when it came to Chu Chen, how did it become like this? Yuan, it's better to be at home. There is a Bombardier Global Express XRS at home. You can play wherever you want? Mo Chuchen amplifies his voice a bit and shows off. Chu Chen made up the knife. No, I also have a plane here. Yuan can go wherever she wants. Chu Chen had already seen Mo Chuchen's intention. How could he let Mo Chuchen succeed? Oh, President Chu also has a plane? Mo Chuchen was surprised. The chairman of such a small company actually had a plane? Oh, it should be the kind of helicopter, the kind that doesn't fly very far? Mo Chuchen was preconceived and thought that Chu Chen's plane might be a helicopter of 10 or 20 million. No, I'm also a private jet. Private plane? Mo Chuchen asked Chu Chen, what private jet? After Uncle Mo got off the private plane, he should have seen it, right? Chu Chen replied. Get off the plane, see? Being reminded by Chu Chen, Mo Chuchen suddenly thought of the Bombardier Global 7000. Is that Bombardier Global 7000 yours? Mo Chuchen couldn't help but ask. Yes, those three are mine. Chu Chen nodded. 3? All three belong to Chu Chen. Mo Chuchen was restless. After seeing the 3 Bombardier Global 7000s last night, he was extremely shocked. Never thought that the 3 Bombardier Global 7000s were actually Chu Chen's. Horrible. It seems that he underestimated Chu Chen. After overturning the car, Mo Chuchen thought to himself, and began to take Chu Chen seriously for the first time. By the way, Yuan, where do you live in Hangqing? She lives in my house now. Chu Chen replied casually. Live in your house? Mo Chuchen suddenly widened his eyes and glared at Chu Chen. Correct, it's in a house under my name, I don't live there. Chu Chen said. Call. Hearing this, Mo Chuchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. I just bought a villa in Century, Washington, last night. Since showing off the private jet failed, Mo Chuchen had another plan. Can Chu Chen's house be compared to his Century, Washington villa? In Hangzhou, Century, Washington is one of the top villa districts. The price of any one is more than 200 million to 300 million yuan, and now the money can't buy it, and the number is limited. Mo Chuchen also bought it from a friend, a top boss in Hangzhou. If it wasn't for the face of the Tian group, I'm afraid that Hangzhou boss would not buy it. Of course, compared with Xinghuan Lake Island villa, the grade of Century Huafu is still a little worse. I don't live in Hangzhou for the time being. Yuan, you should move to the villa in Century, Washington. Mo Chuchen opened his mouth. No, I'm very comfortable living in Xinghuan. Mo Yuan rejected her father. She and her father, Mo Chuchen, had a very tense relationship now, so she naturally stood on Chu Chen's side. And she also understood what her father meant. She is willing to stay here. Not willing to go back to the so-called home. At this moment, she has a sense of belonging to the company. Moreover, towards Chu Chen, Mo Yuan also had an inexplicable emotion in her heart, which was definitely not friendship. Therefore, after Mo Chuchen finished speaking, Mo Yuan immediately refused. Mo Chuchen was very angry when his daughter rejected him mercilessly. But when he recalled what Mo Yuan had just said, Mo Chuchen was shocked. Star River Villa? Before he was going to buy a villa in Hangqing, he had checked the Lake Island Villa in Xinghuan. That's not something that can be compared to your own Century, Washington villa area. And just now Chu Chen said that this is his other house? Your house is in the villa area of Xinghuan Lake Island? Mo Chuchen asked. Yes, I also live there, and now Yuan and I are neighbors. Chu Chen opened his mouth. I live there too. Doesn't that mean that Chu Chen has at least 2 villas on Lake Hart Island in Xinghebei? Mo Chuchen felt his face turn red. Just pretended to be forced, and the car overturned again? And in front of her daughter. Mo Chuchen felt that it was too embarrassing. No, he wanted to get his face back. Otherwise, how can I raise my head in front of my daughter later? Soon, he had a new idea. Even if he is the chairman of the Tian group, a terrifying rich man. But now, after all, in Hangqing, it is Chu Chen's territory, and Mo Chuchen's influence is limited. Compared with Chu Chen's strength here, he must be at a disadvantage. And the ancient language, women do not stay in college. The old friend honestly doesn't deceive me. Look, when she and Chu Chen were fighting, her daughter Mo Yuan didn't even have the slightest idea of helping her. Instead, he stood on Chu Chen's side very firmly. He wanted to reverse the situation, and the most direct and simple and rude method was to invite Chu Chen to the magic capital. His roots and connections are all in the magic capital, and he has been in business for more than 20 years. Demon City is his territory. No matter how strong Chu Chen is, he can compare to himself on his own territory. Thinking about it, Mo Chuchen invited Chu Chen, Mr. Chu, and I hit it off. How about inviting President Chu to go to the Magic Capital? As the most economically developed city in China, the Magic Capital is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Hearing this, Chu Chen didn't have time to answer. The sound of the system suddenly rang. Ding, system testing. Today is the 176th day that the host obtained the system, which is the second 88th day. New mission released. Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. So soon, it's the second 88 days. Before, Chu Chen won the super prize when he got the first 88 days of the system. A stake in Hilton International Hotel Group. And the system prompts that every 88 days after that, the system will make a big reward. Unexpectedly, today happened to be the second 88 days. Last time, he became the second largest shareholder of Hilton International Hotel Group. Financial resources, human resources, etc. have been greatly improved. I don't know what rewards the system will give this time. Thinking about it, Chu Chen couldn't help but look forward to it. Experience task release. Become the youngest professor at the Magic City Valino International University. Experience the life of a professor for 10 days. Task reward, 25% of the shares of Ferrari Auto Group, becoming the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group. Looking at the task, Chu Chen raised his brows, which he had never guessed. In the past, the system rewarded luxury cars. Now it has directly rewarded 25% of Ferrari Group's shares. The system is awesome. Ferrari Group is world-renowned as a top supercar manufacturer. In December 2018, the 2018 Top 500 World Brands, compiled by the World Brand Lab, was announced, and Ferrari ranked 174th. In January 2020, the 2020 list of the world's 500 most valuable brands was released, and Ferrari ranked 206th. Don't look at the ranking. Ferrari did not make the top 100. Think Ferrari is very ordinary. You know, this is the ranking list of all brands and companies in the world. Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, luxury goods giant LV Group, etc., are among them. Ferrari ranks 1 or 200, which is already very powerful. If the car brand list alone is concerned, Ferrari can definitely be ranked in the top 20 in the world, or even the top 10 in the world. Ferrari has experienced a shortfall before, but even so, the Ferrari Group's market value is still 200 billion. And Chu Chen's 25% stake in Ferrari Group is a full 50 billion. 50 billion rewards. Absolutely super prize. It was also the biggest reward that Chu Chen received after he got the system. Sure enough, in the second 88 days, the reward made Chu Chen extremely happy. The system is really nice to itself. Thank you Uncle Mo for your invitation. I'll go back to the capital soon and visit Uncle Mo again. Chu Chen nodded and responded to Mo Chuchen. He's definitely going to the Magic Capital after all. The experience task the system gave him was in the Magic Capital. Oh? Mr. Chu is really refreshing. See you all in the devil. Mo Chuchen's face showed a look of joy when he arrived in the Magic Capital. Let's see how you compare to himself. After a few words with Mo Chuchen, Mo Chuchen left the company. On the spot, only the extremely surprised Mo Chuchen was left. She really did not expect that Chu Chen actually agreed to go to the Magic Capital. I have some things to deal with when I go to Magic Capital, and I will stay for a while. You too, set up a branch in the Magic Capital, Chu Chen suggested. Mo Chuchen nodded. Mo Chuchen just didn't want to go home with her father, Mo Chuchen, but she didn't object to returning to the capital. She hadn't seen her grandparents for a long time. Moreover, because of the wealthy Huang family's affairs and the meanness of her stepmother Huang Biyu, Mo Yuan was very worried about her grandparents. In a moment, you go back and pack up, we'll leave as soon as possible. By the way, do you know Valinor International University in Modu? Chu Chen had never heard of this university, so he asked. Mo Yuan. After all, Mo Yuan is from the Devil's capital. She has lived in the Devil's capital since she was a child, so she should know. Valinor International University, of course I know. I almost went to this university back then. Mo Yuan was a little emotional when she heard Valinor International University. Back then, her father Mo Chuchen kept urging Mo Yuan to study at Valinor International University, but Mo Yuan refused. Valinor International University, the top 3 aristocratic colleges in the magic capital, the students in it are either rich or expensive. Every year, the tuition fee of Valinor International University is as high as $200,000. Mo Yuan explained to Chu Chen. Certainly, Valinor International University is top in every way. $200,000? Isn't that Valinor International University? The annual tuition fee is more than 1 million? At this moment, Chu Chen finally understood why he didn't know this university before. The tuition fee for a year is more than 1 million yuan. If you use a normal university, it will take 4 years to calculate. After college, at least 5 million. 5 million? This is money that ordinary families can't make in their lifetime. Besides, this is just tuition fees, not other expenses. It was already terrifying. I didn't expect the system to actually arrange such a university for me. It seems that Hilton, as well as Prada's Asia-Pacific Group headquarters, are in the magic capital. Haven't been to the magic capital yet? Now you can go and play, and stop by these headquarters. After talking to Mo Yuan, Chu Chen also returned to the villa area to pack up and prepare. The next day, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan boarded the Bombardier Global 7000 private jet and flew directly to the magic capital. There is no specific time limit for the experience tasks of the system, so there is no rush. A few hours later, they reached the magic capital. Chu Chen didn't have a villa in Modu, so he and Mo Yuan stayed at his Hilton hotel for the time being. Mo Yuan couldn't wait to see her grandparents. Chu Chen, on the other hand, came to Valinor International University, the top 3 aristocratic university in the legendary magic capital, alone. This time, the system did not directly assign an identity to itself. The status of a professor at Valinor International University needs to be obtained by Chu Chen himself. On the way here, Chu Chen checked that Valinor International University had a music school. These days are the recruitment days for the Conservatory of Music. University teachers are divided into 4 professional title levels, namely, assistant, lecturer, associate professor, and professor. Among them, the teaching assistant level is the lowest and the professor is the highest. Most of the recruits at Valinor International University this time are teaching assistants. After a series of procedures, Chu Chen came to the application site of the Conservatory of Music. In order to show the fairness and impartiality of Valinor International University, the recruitment was held in an unusually large conference hall. The interviewer sat in the front row, followed by a group of interviewers. The interview process can be seen by everyone, so there is no default. As the top 3 aristocratic universities in the capital, Valinor has a good reputation. With the arrival of Chu Chen, it caused quite a stir among the candidates. Most of the interviewees who came to the Conservatory of Music were engaged in music, both male and female, with high appearance and temperament. But when Chu Chen came, he instantly became the focus. No way, Chu Chen is too handsome. As soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of countless beauties. Some beauties even came over enthusiastically and took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Chu Chen. Because he didn't know much about this recruitment, Chu Chen chatted with these girls and asked about the recruitment. Next to them, the male candidates, seeing this, were extremely envious, as if they had eaten a few pounds of lemons. They admit that their appearance and temperament are higher than ordinary people. No matter where they go, they are the focus of everyone and are chased by many girls. But when Chu Chen came, their limelight was easily taken away by Chu Chen. They became supporting roles, Greenleaf. These male applicants rushed to the scene one after another. They couldn't bear it, they couldn't bear it. Isn't he just a little more handsome than them? What is there? These scumbags, who only know how to look at their faces, bah. Once, they were very fond of the face-seeing society. After all, it was good for them. But now, they feel a strong malice. A refined young man stood up. He was going to kill Chu Chen Weiqi. Friend, are you also here to apply? The young man asked. His name is Pan Lingqiu, and his surname is also Pan. But now, he felt that his position was under serious threat. Chu Chen nodded. The application here is very strict. Even if I graduated from the Eastman School of Music, I am not sure now that I will definitely apply to be a teaching assistant. Pan Lingqiu said while shaking his head. Eastman School of Music? All the candidates looked at Pan Lingqiu. Eastman School of Music, recognized as the top music school in the world, is not one of them. The Eastman School of Music has been ranked number 1 in the U.S. news rankings for many years. The first among all music universities in the world. You actually graduated from the Eastman School of Music? My God, that's a holy place for music students. I dream of going to the Eastman School of Music, but the strength is far from enough. Everyone whispered and was extremely surprised. The beautiful eyes of several beautiful candidates couldn't help but move from Chu Chen's body to Pan Lingqiu's body. Brother, you are too arrogant. Awesome. Some people tout Pan Lingqiu's ability to graduate from the world's top music academy, which is quite awesome. Where? Even though Pan Lingqiu had a bright smile on his face, he still said humbly, the current scene is the effect he wants. Graduation from the Eastman School of Music is his biggest capital. I don't know which university are you from, my friend? Pan Lingqiu asked maliciously. Jiangzhou University. Chu Chen replied. Jiangzhou University? Everyone was stunned again and was shocked. Just now, they were shocked because Pan Lingqiu was so awesome that he actually graduated from Eastman Conservatory of Music. Now, they are shocked, is the shocked. Chu Chen actually Jiangzhou University? So rubbish. What am I supposed to do? It turns out to be a student of a trash second school? I laughed so hard, I don't know who gave him the courage to come here to apply for a job? I'm afraid it's not that my brain is broken. After listening to Chu Chen's answer, the male candidates sarcastically said with disgust. Even those female applicants were slightly away from Chu Chen, and they kept rejecting them. Most of those who were present and dared to come here to apply for jobs came back from studying abroad at famous foreign universities or conservatories. You graduated from a second-class university in China, and you still have the face to compete with us. You really think of yourself too highly. How can domestic universities compare with foreign universities? Friend, you have this degree, Pan Lingqiu sternly said. It's too low. I'm too embarrassed to say it. My friend, you want to apply for a teaching assistantship at Valinor International University. It's a fantasy. Applying for a teaching assistant? No, I'm here to apply for a professorship. Chu Chen answered seriously. It's just a mere professor. And Chu Chen doesn't need to use his personal connections. With his strength, it was easy. Just a piano piece. Applying for a professorship? Everyone was dumbfounded. Are you still applying for a professorship? Go crazy. Cough cough. Cough. Pan Lingqiu coughed even more, and was stunned by Chu Chen's teasing. You still came to apply for a professorship. Why didn't you say that you came to apply for the principal? Pan Lingqiu asked Chu Chen. Chu Chen shrugged helplessly and replied casually, it's not impossible. Of course, he has the next sentence, it's just that the task of the system is to experience the life of a professor, not the life of a principal. The system is top secret, and Chu Chen will not say the last sentence. Is it not possible? Once again, I was shocked by Chu Chen's remarks. People don't know what to say. You, arrogant, too arrogant. Now bragging, showing the limelight. Without any basis for it? With your educational background and age, do you still want to be a professor? They have seen people with thicker skin than the city wall, but they have never seen a shameless person like Chu Chen. After hearing Chu Chen say these two sentences, several beautiful applicants who were standing next to Chu Chen left. One after another. It's a pity, he looks so handsome, but he's actually a fool. God is indeed fair. He gave him a stunning appearance in the world, but took his mind away. It turned out to be a lunatic. Which made me excited for a long time in vain, thinking it was Prince Charming. These beautiful applicants couldn't help but murmured and disliked Chu Chen very much. Brother, the brain is a good thing, don't throw it away. Pan Lingqiu said to Chu Chen strangely. Pan Lingqiu. Just then, the interviewer's voice came. Pan Lingqiu hurriedly stepped forward for an interview. 10 minutes later, Pan Lingqiu walked back with his head held high. He successfully applied for the job and became a teaching assistant here. After walking over, Pan Lingqiu looked at Chu Chen proudly, full of provocation. The interviewers had a good impression of me just now. They said that in a few years, I would become a lecturer. Pan Lingqiu opened his mouth. After all, he graduated from the world's #1 Eastman Conservatory of Music. And Pan Lingqiu still has a certain amount of strength. Brother Pan is a powerful person, and he is low-key. This is our example. Unlike some people, who can only brag and be a professor, it's really whimsical. What are you doing with someone who has no brains, like a madman? Isn't that self-declaration? After kneeling and licking Pan Lingqiu, some people began to speak strangely. Chu Chen. At this time, the interviewer's voice came, and it was Chu Chen's turn for the interview. Under the sarcastic eyes of everyone, Chu Chen walked forward. Looking at Chu Chen, several interviewers nodded slightly. Chu Chen's temperament and appearance made these interviewers very satisfied. Even if Chu Chen answered in general for a while, they would consider keeping Chu Chen. After all, with such a vibrant and handsome lecturer appearing in their Music Academy, it's also a lot of face to speak out. Hello, I'm here to apply for a professorship. Chu Chen's speech was simple and clear, and he directly said what he meant. Well, would you please start introducing yourself? An interviewer spoke subconsciously, but before he could finish speaking, recalling Chu Chen's words, the interviewer was stupid. What? Did you say, you're here to interview the professor? Several other interviewers also reacted, and their faces became extremely strange. Yes, Professor. Chu Chen nodded. Seeing this scene, several interviewers turned gloomy. You, a young man in his 20s, said. You came to interview a professor? You know, the youngest professor of their music school is already 41 years old. And Valinor International University, the youngest professor, is also 35 or 6 years old. You, a young man in your 20s, are actually coming to interview a professor? Young man, you have to think clearly. We can give you a chance, but if you let us find out that you are playing tricks on us, then you will lose the possibility of becoming a teaching assistant. And he was blocked, and he will not be able to participate in any application for Valinor International University from now on. The main interviewer spoke solemnly. He wanted to see if Chu Chen was really hiding and possessing real abilities, or whether he was arrogant. Most of the interviewers present believed that Chu Chen was the latter. After all, Chu Chen came to the piano not far away. After all, it is an interview at the Conservatory of Music, and several commonly used musical instruments have long been placed here. Ding! The first note sounded, instantly attracting the attention of all the interviewers. Chu Chen's movements were flowing, and wonderful music reverberated in the hall. Looking at Chu Chen, who was playing the piano, all the interviewers were dumbfounded. Grandmaster. Absolute master class. After studying music for so many years, Chu Chen's first note, they guessed that they might encounter a real hermit master. Sure enough, this Chu Chen is a hidden piano master with superb skills. Finished playing the piano. Pop, pop, pop. Immediately, warm applause came. At this moment, these interviewers have all accepted it. Such a young master is rare in the whole country. Not to mention the professor, even if it is a higher level, it is not a problem. Directly appoint a professor, and their interviewers can't make the decision. So the main interviewer contacted the top of the school and discussed with them. In the end, Chu Chen was admitted by exception and became a professor at Valinor International University. As Chu Chen became a professor at Valinor International University, it also set a new record for the youngest professor at Valinor International University. Ding! System task, become the youngest professor of Valinor International University, experience university professor for 10 days, 0/10, at the same time, the sound of the system sounded. Chu Chen's experience mission officially started. Holding the letter of appointment, Chu Chen left and returned to the place where the applicant was. After seeing Chu Chen, those who satirized Chu Chen just now immediately surrounded him. Looking at the letter of appointment of the professor in Chu Chen's hand, everyone was dumbfounded. Professor, has he really become a professor at Valinor International University? Too crazy. How did that happen? How could be? At this time, they recalled the words that satirized Chu Chen just now. God is indeed fair. He gave him a stunning appearance in the world, but took his mind away. Brain taken away? But it wasn't Chu Chen's brain that was taken away, it was their brain. Fair? Fair what? Chu Chen is not only so handsome, but also so powerful. Why? Are they so ugly and trashy? Not fair, so unfair. In particular, Pan Lingqiu, who graduated from the world's #1 music academy, the Eastman School of Music, was even more astonished. Chu Chen, professor? The world is so crazy. So soon, to become a professor? It will take at least 10 years for others to become professors. You only have a few minutes. The few female candidates who had disliked Chu Chen and stayed away from Chu Chen just now felt even more flushed and hot at the moment. So amazing. As soon as Chu Chen appeared, some female applicants gathered around, except for the few girls who disliked Chu Chen. There was another girl who stood on Chu Chen's side and believed in Chu Chen. Now, she has made the right choice. Little brother, when did you come to the magic capital? The girl asked curiously. After chatting just now, she knew that Chu Chen had just come to the magic capital. Arrived by plane at noon yesterday. Chu Chen replied. Did you arrive by plane? And it was noon yesterday? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Pan Lingqiu, who was in a daze, frowned. No, yesterday from 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning, until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, I was waiting for my girlfriend at the airport? Why didn't I see you? Liar. Pan Lingqiu stood up and wanted to expose Chu Chen. If he saw that Chu Chen was so handsome, he would definitely have an impression. But he doesn't have the slightest impression now. I came out of the private jet special business terminal, special passage, of course you haven't seen me. Chu Chen shrugged helplessly. After all, Chu Chen turned around and left. Only the stunned crowd remained. Special channel? Business building? Private plane? Continue to ask for a monthly pass. They heard it right. Looking at Chu Chen, who left in a dashing manner, the candidates who satirized Chu Chen just now were dumbfounded. Coming out of a special channel dedicated to private jets? So, doesn't he have his own private jet? Now a random private jet will probably cost over 100 million yuan, which is still the cheapest. With a private jet, Chu Chen's worth is at least a few billions, tens of billions. Even thinking of this, everyone suddenly covered their mouths, and there was only consternation in their hearts. You are a dignified billionaire, a big boss, and you have nothing to do here to apply for a job. What are you doing to compete with them for a position of tens of thousands of dollars a month? Especially those female candidates who initially approached Chu Chen enthusiastically, but disliked leaving. Even their bowels are regretful at this moment. They missed a super rich and handsome private jet? Pan Lingqiu muttered in a trembling voice, and cold sweat broke out behind him. So he's a superhero? No, I remember that there is no special passage at Modu Airport. Suddenly, Pan Lingqiu realized something was wrong. He has been to the airport many times, and yesterday, he stayed at the airport for most of the day, but he didn't find any special passage? It must be that brat. What about special airports and private jets? It's ridiculous. Pan Lingqiu laughed and relaxed. Hearing this, those applicants behind also suddenly realized, yes. Nor have they heard of any special access for private jets. It turned out that Chu Chen was lying to them. Hey, it scared me. I was actually frightened by that kid. It turned out to be fake. Everyone was talking and sighing. No. The airport really has a special channel for private jets. Suddenly, the only girl who believed in Chu Chen just now took her mobile phone and said to everyone, If you don't believe me, check it out. It's a special channel for private jets, and ordinary people have no chance to contact it, so most people don't know its existence. Only a small group of rich people who own private jets and the like know about it. Hearing the girls' words, everyone took out their mobile phones and looked at the content on the mobile phones. Their eyes widened and they were stunned. There is indeed information on the internet, and there is also an article deciphering the special passage of private jets at the airport. So there really is a special passage for private jets? It turns out that they don't know the special passage of private jets. It's not that it doesn't exist, and they are not qualified, or have the opportunity to know, they are not worthy. Thinking of this, everyone felt a sharp pain in their chests. So sad. As for Pan Lingqiu, as if struck by lightning, he stood there stiffly, looking at the content on his phone, stunned. It's still early, and it didn't take much time to apply. Chu Chen searched and found that it was relatively close to Prada's domestic headquarters. Just in time, Chu Chen went straight to the Prada headquarters. Now, the president of Prada Greater China is Tong Leshan, whom Chu Chen met in Hangzhou before. After all, he was visiting his own company, and Chu Chen didn't need to notify him, so he didn't contact Tong Leshan. More than 20 minutes later, Chu Chen got off at Prada's domestic headquarters. At the front desk, I asked which floor the president's office was on, and Chu Chen walked towards the president's office. Very handsome. Looking at Chu Chen, who was walking on the elevator, the beauty at the front desk was very crazy. It's so temperamental. How can there be such a handsome little brother in the world? Deeply shocked by Chu Chen's stunning appearance, the beauty at the front desk forgot to ask Chu Chen if he had made an appointment with the president, so she let Chu Chen leave. Chu Chen took the elevator to the 12th floor, where the president's office was. When he arrived, there were several people waiting outside the office. Chu Chen glanced at it and went directly to the president's office, ready to open the door. Sir, please wait a moment. A woman dressed as a secretary spoke up and asked, Do you have an appointment with the president? The woman is Tong Leshan's secretary and is specially responsible for receiving guests who visit Tong Leshan. Make an appointment, no? Chu Chen shook his head. In his own company, do you still need to make an appointment to see his subordinates? Just as Chu Chen wanted to introduce his identity, a harsh voice suddenly came. Hey, boy, do you still want to go in without an appointment? At this time, one of the few people standing there just now spoke up. It was a thin middle-aged man who looked like a boss. The few people next to him should be middle-aged subordinates or something. The middle-aged man's name is Xiang Chuchen, and he is the boss of a large company with a market value of tens of billions of dollars in Modu. Before, he made an appointment with Tong Leshan, president of Prada's Greater China region. Now, Tong Leshan is talking to a guest inside. The next person to go in was Xiang Chuchen, who had made an appointment. But now, a hairy boy actually wants to jump in the queue in front of him and take his place? Most importantly, there is no appointment yet. Xiang Chuchen couldn't help it. In his opinion, Chu Chen was a hillbilly who didn't even know how to make an appointment. A country bumpkin actually want to rank in front of the boss of a big company with a market value of tens of billions of dollars? Where to put his face? Boy, Tong Leshan, can you see Tong always if you want? You need to make an appointment in advance. Even if I have to make an appointment, it's really whimsical that you, a hairy boy, want to see President Tong directly. Don't be embarrassed here, go make an appointment. Xiang Chuchen waved at Chu Chen impatiently. However, I guess you don't even have the qualifications to make an appointment with President Tong. I advise you to leave here early. Finally, Xiang Chuchen added. Don't have the qualifications to see President Tong? Get out of here early? Hearing this, Chu Chen smiled. Tong Leshan was his own employee, how could he not even have the qualifications to see Tong Leshan? And this is his company, he was actually told to let him leave. This made Chu Chen laugh. Boy, are you laughing at me? Xiang Chuchen's face changed, and he said coldly. He felt that he was being provoked. The boss of a big company with a market value of tens of billions was actually mocked by a country bumpkin. Really deceiving. Just when Xiang Chuchen was about to order his subordinates to drive Chu Chen out, the door to the office opened. What happened? It's so noisy, don't you know I have guests here? President Tong Leshan came out dissatisfied and scolded. He was discussing things with the guests inside, but he heard chattering outside, which made Tong Leshan extremely angry. I really don't know the rules. What? Just when Tong Leshan was about to continue to scold, he suddenly noticed Chu Chen standing there. Boss, why are you here? After seeing Chu Chen, Tong Leshan quickly ran to Chu Chen and said respectfully. Boss, why are you here? When Tong Leshan said this, he shocked everyone. Boss? Tong Leshan, the president of the dignified Prada Greater China district, actually called this hillbilly boss? What's the identity of this hillbilly? President of Prada Asia Pacific? No, just. For this identity, Tong Leshan would not call the boss. Come to think of it, only the major shareholder of Prada, or the president, can let Tong Leshan be called that? Is this hillbilly the majority owner of Prada? Or the president? Thinking of this, Xiang Chuchen was frightened, his body trembled, and he almost fell without standing up. President Xiang, President Xiang. Several of Xiang Chuchen's subordinates quickly supported Xiang Chuchen, who almost fell. The secretary who blocked Chu Chen and Tong Leshan just now was also extremely shocked. Hello, old boss. The female secretary greeted Chu Chen with a trembling voice. Boss, how can I let you come in person? Tong Leshan respectfully said to Chu Chen. If you have anything, give me a call and I will go to see you right away. You don't need to bother me. All the subordinates go to see the boss, and there are bosses who come to see the subordinates. I just came to the magic capital. I will come to see and inspect when I have time today. And there is nothing to do. Chu Chen explained. Boss, I'm sorry, I don't know your identity. The female secretary of Tong Leshan hurried over and apologized to Chu Chen. Tong Leshan frowned and asked angrily, did you stop the boss just now? Very good, you don't have to tomorrow. Before Tong Leshan finished speaking, Chu Chen suddenly interrupted him. It's okay, you did nothing wrong. This is your job as a secretary. Chu Chen is not a stingy person. This female secretary did nothing wrong, she worked very seriously. The company needs such serious employees in order to continue to grow bigger and stronger, and its worth can continue to grow. You have done a good job, continue to work hard in the future, I am optimistic about you. Chu Chen said to the female secretary. What? Does the boss take care of himself? Hearing Chu Chen's praise, the female secretary was very excited. Thank you, President Chu, thank you, President Chu. At this moment, the female secretary admired Chu Chen to the extreme. The boss is so nice. Not only is he handsome and temperamental, but he is also so generous and considerate of employees. In the future, I must work harder, do my best for Prada and my boss. And I. Beside him, looking at Chu Chen, Tong Leshan has a new understanding of Chu Chen. Nyobi. The boss is worthy of being a boss, and with just a few words, an employee who has just met has become an extremely loyal direct descendant. This way of getting people's hearts is too powerful. You did very well. Tong Leshan also opened his mouth to make up for the mistake just now. Since the boss is so optimistic about her, he should give her a promotion in the future. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jinzhong mustered up his courage and hurried up. Mr. Chu, I really don't know Mount Tai. Zhang Jinzhong spoke humbly. Whether Chu Chen is a major shareholder of Prada or the president, he is not something he can offend. I actually said that just now. I'm really a fool. Snapped. 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 In order to punish himself for stinking, Zhang Jinzhong slapped himself several times. Please forgive me. Zhang Jinzhong apologized repeatedly. Chu Chen waved his hand, not wanting to entangle with Zhang Jinzhong too much and waste time. Thank you, President Chu. Thank you, President Chu. As if Zhang Jinzhong was granted an amnesty. He quickly left while thanking Chu Chen. He doesn't dare to think about cooperation now. After talking with Tong Leshan for a while, Chu Chen took a look at the company again, and then left. In the evening, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan met. How is the old man? Chu Chen asked. Grandpa and grandmother are very good. Mo Yuan nodded. Chu Chen sent someone to protect her, but the Huang family didn't succeed. The two found a high-end restaurant and had dinner. Halfway through dinner, Chu Chen's elbow was suddenly and savagely touched by a passerby. Before Chu Chen spoke, an angry voice came, "You don't have eyes, you're blocking Lao Tzu's way." The person who touched Chu Chen's elbow scolded Chu Chen angrily. This is a young man dressed luxuriously and dressed like a playboy. Behind the youth, there are 2 or 3 companions. Is it you who doesn't have eyes? Chu Chen put down his chopsticks and replied lightly. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the playboy disciple instantly became angry. As the young master of the magic capital, he is usually arrogant and domineering. It was him who said that to others, but it was the first time he heard others say that to himself. Yo-yo? Brother Zay, he actually dares to talk about you. It's amazing. It's really amazing, Brother Zay, he didn't put you in his eyes. Several companions of the playboy Brother Zay sneered. Lest the world be in chaos. Hearing this, Brother Zay was even more angry. If you don't clean up this kid, you will be disgraced in front of a few friends. Boy, you are very good, who are you? Brother Zay asked, but didn't mess around directly. Ordinary people. Chu Chen replied. Ordinary people dare to talk to Lao Tzu like this? Zeke angered. Boy, do you know who Brother Zay is? Brother Zay is the son of the chairman of Malfa Group and the prince of Malfa Group. How dare you talk to him like that? You're screwed. Brother Zay's friend spoke. Malfa Group? That's a big company with tens of billions of assets. This dude is actually the crown prince of Malfa Group, so he can't be offended. Several guests around looked over. Looking at Brother Zay, they were extremely frightened. Malfa Group, What kind of company is that? Haven't heard of it. To be honest, Chu Chen has never heard of Malfa Group? Boy, you can, very well. Malfa Group, what kind of company is that? Never heard of it? Brother Zay was completely irritated by Chu Chen's words. Isn't this obviously provoking him? Immediately afterwards, Brother Zay was ready to start. But at this moment, a sudden voice came, and Brother Zay subconsciously stopped. Chu Chen's cell phone rang, and there was a call. Unfamiliar number. Chu Chen answered the phone in confusion. Hello. Hello, is this President Chu? I'm Chu Chen, who are you? I met Xiang Chuchen, chairman of Malfa Group, at Prada this afternoon. Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. Malfa Group? Wasn't Brother Zay's companion just now clamoring that Brother Zay was the prince of Malfa Group? It turned out that he was Xiang Chuchen's son. Boy, don't think calling someone can save you. Today, even if the King of Heaven is here, I will clean up you. Brother Zay, speak harshly. What kind of thing is calling you and trying to save you? Brother Zay sneered. He was invincible and extremely arrogant. On the phone, Xiang Chuchen's voice came. Mr. Chu, I'm so sorry about what happened this afternoon. I'm blind. In order to express my apology, I want to invite you to dinner and apologize to you in person. Xiang Chuchen spoke humbly. In the afternoon, after leaving Prada, Xiang Chuchen was restless, for fear of angering Chu Chen. That is the president of the dignified international luxury brand Prada. He can't afford it. Therefore, he finally got Chu Chen's phone number from Tong Leshan, wanted to invite Chu Chen to dinner, and formally apologized. Boy, why didn't you hear what I said? He found that Chu Chen was still sitting there after he finished his harsh words, and Brother Zay scolded him. Don't struggle anymore, no matter what, you will be cleaned up by Brother Zay today. Even if you ask for help, it's useless. No one can help you. You better kneel down and apologize to Brother Zay. Brother Zay's companion opened his mouth and said to Chu Chen with a sneer. The guests around were sighing in their hearts. These lawless sons, you know how to bully others. At this moment, none of them dared to imagine what kind of miserable Chu Chen would become in a while. They expressed great sympathy and regret for Chu Chen. But because of Brother Zay's identity, no one dared to speak. Boy, who are you calling? No one can save you. Hurry up and apologize to Lao Tzu, or else, Zigo questioned. Chu Chen didn't answer, just handed the phone to Brother Zay. Brother Zay thought that the person Chu Chen was looking for wanted to talk to him. So he became even more arrogant. Picking up the phone, Brother Zay spit out a fragrance. Who the hell are you? You actually plead for this kid and don't want to live anymore. I don't want to pay attention to you. If you know each other, give it to me. Brother Zay shouted Lao Tzu all the time. On the other end of the phone, Xiang Chuchen wanted to apologize to Chu Chen, but suddenly heard someone on the phone dared to scold him. Listen carefully, why is the voice so familiar? Isn't that the voice of his son, Ozawa? By the way, I forgot to tell you, this is your dad's phone. Looking at Brother Zay, Chu Chen gave a friendly reminder. My dad's phone number? Brother Zay can't do it at all. His dad is so busy every day, even if he sometimes doesn't see him for several days, he will call Chu Chen. Boy, don't be alarmist. Return my dad, I'm his grandfather. Brother Zay clamored to move forward on the road to death, be brave and fearless. Hearing this, Chu Chen shook his head helplessly, and he kindly reminded Zhang Zay. Zhang Zay was still hovering on the brink of death. It's really self-inflicted. Zhang Zhe, you've gone against the sky. On the phone, Zhang Jinzhong's roar came and Zhang Jinzhong was really angry. Who the hell are you? You actually plead for this kid and don't want to live anymore. I don't want to pay attention to you. If you know each other, give it to me. Boy, don't be alarmist, return my dad, I'm his grandfather. The words of his son just now kept echoing in Zhang Jinzhong's mind. Zhang Jinzhong was going crazy when his son said that. I am your father, Zhang Jinzhong. Hearing the roar from the phone again, Brother Zhe was stunned. Real? Is it really his dad? Who is calling? In an instant, countless cold sweats broke out from Brother Zhe's forehead. Dad, stop scolding, I really didn't know it was you. Brother Zhe explained quickly, almost crying. Dad? Hearing Brother Zhe's address to the person on the phone, Brother Zhe's companions were also stunned. The caller is really Zhe Ji's father, chairman of Mafa Group? I go. This is so coincidental. Especially when they thought of Brother Zhe yelling at the phone just now. They closed their eyes, one after another. They started to worry about Brother Zhe. Now, Brother Zhe has done his best to kill him. It's true that the immortals are here, and they can't save him. After hearing what happened to his son, Zhang Jinzhong was even more angry. No, he was mad. If you scold yourself, you can scold yourself. After all, it is Lao Tzu and his son. No matter how angry he is, he cannot be cruel to his son. But now, the son actually offended President Chu? That's the end of it. Gudong. The next second, under Zhang Jinzhong's scolding, Brother Zhe suddenly knelt in front of Chu Chen. Return the phone to Chu Chen. Respectfully. Kneeling on the ground, Brother Zhe slapped himself fiercely and self-examined. I'm sorry, President Chu, I'm scum, no, I'm not human. Snapped. I'm a bastard, I'm sorry, President Chu, I'm sorry. Seeing this scene, Brother Zhe's companions were also stunned. How did that happen? Brother Zhe was not taught by his father, how could he kneel down and apologize to this kid? Is it? Suddenly, a bold guess could not help but emerge in their minds. Just now. It was Brother Zhe's father who called this kid. If the chairman of a company with tens of billions of dollars can make a phone call in person, then the identity of this kid Gudong. Gudong. Brother Zhe's companions also knelt on the ground and apologized to Chu Chen. Even Brother Zhe can't be offended, how can they offend? Among them, the strongest in the family is Brother Zhe, otherwise, they would not call Zhang Zhe a brother. The guests around looked at the young masters who were kneeling in front of Chu Chen begging for mercy, dumbfounded. What's going on here? Just now, he was lawless, the sons and buddies who were mad at the sky, the ground, and the air. How could they be so cowardly in an instant? What is the identity of this young guest? It makes these young masters afraid of this. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Jinzhong arrived. As soon as he rushed in, Zhang Jinzhong saw Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, my godson is not strict, it's my fault. I apologized to Chu Chen first, and after speaking, Zhang Jinzhong turned around, came to Brother Zhe, and started. Zhang Jinzhong beat his son violently. After playing for nearly 10 minutes, even Brother Zhe's right arm was broken. Brother Zhe had blood stains all over his body. Send it to the hospital, don't affect my appetite. Chu Chen waved his hand and looked at Zhang Zhe, he couldn't eat. Thank you for your generosity, President Chu. Xiang Chuchen kicked his son and urged, "Crab crab Chu Zong." At this moment, Zhang Zhe couldn't even speak clearly. "Thank you, President Chu. Thank you, President Chu." Pulling Zhang Zhe up, Zhang Jinzhong hurriedly left and went to the hospital. Zhang Zhe's companions also rolled away. "Oh, young man, it's amazing, it's amazing." Happy. Seeing the embarrassed boys and buddies leaving, there was a burst of applause, and the guests cheered, admiring Chu Chen. After eating, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan walked out of the restaurant. In the afternoon, when Chu Chen left Prada, he drove a very ordinary Audi from Prada. Before Chu Chen could buy a car, he had to take a taxi every time he traveled, which was too troublesome, so he drove one from Prada at will. Chu Chen didn't care much about what kind of car he was driving. Because no matter what car he drives, he can't hide his immortal appearance and extraordinary temperament. Valinor International University, Office of the Dean of the Faculty of Music. Today's main interviewer is reporting today's interview with Fang Jing, the Dean of the Conservatory of Music, and Qi Jingyi, the Vice Dean. When introducing Chu Chen, he deliberately took out the video of Chu Chen playing the piano that he had recorded before. After reading it, both Dean Fang Jing and Vice Dean Qi Jingyi were deeply shocked. "Okay, you did a great job." When he learned that the main interviewer had hired Chu Chen as a professor, Vice Dean Qi Jingyi nodded with satisfaction. "It's a pity that he only signed a 10-day temporary contract with us," the main interviewer said helplessly. "He will only be a professor in our college for 10 days, and he will not continue to serve after that." Hearing what the main interviewer added, Fang Jing and Qi Jingyi frowned. "Only 10 days? Fang Jing was a little dissatisfied. Usually, those people are rushing to their Valinor International University to work. The longer the term, the better, and some even want to sign a lifetime contract. How did he come to this Chu Chen, but only signed a 10-day contract?" Fang Jing was extremely puzzled. "This Chu Chen is too outrageous." Qi Jingyi's face changed slightly, and he reprimanded dissatisfiedly, "We Valinor International University, is it a place where he can do whatever he wants? Who does he think he is? If it weren't for his strength, I would fire him now. 10 days is indeed too little, at least 2 or 3 years." Fang Jing said. "You said, is there any way to make him stay?" Fang Jing asked the main interviewer and vice president. Qi Jingyi. Qi Jingyi smiled disdainfully. "The method, of course, is very simple. Can't it be done with money?" Qi Jingyi said richly. As the associate dean of the dignified Valinor International University, he earns millions of dollars every year. Moreover, Qi Jingyi also does some small businesses in private, which add up to an annual income of around 10 to 20 million yuan. Qi Jingyi's worth has already exceeded 100 million. He is also the richest person in the management of the Conservatory of Music. Our professor's normal annual salary is 1 million. When that Chu Chen comes tomorrow, call him here and throw money at him. I don't believe it anymore. In front of money, there are still people who don't bow their heads." Qi Jingyi said confidently, with a confident look on his chest. "All right. Dean Fang." Jing nodded. "This is the most suitable method now." The next day, Chu Chen drove the Audi to Valinor International University. As the top 3 international aristocratic universities in the capital, most of the students of Valinor International University are either rich or expensive, with millions of supercars and luxury cars everywhere. Sometimes even more than 10 million luxury cars can be seen driving by. In front of these cars, Chu Chen's Audi looked unremarkable and unremarkable. Before, Chu Chen received a call from the main interviewer, saying that the dean of the Conservatory of Music wanted to see him and asked Chu Chen to go to the dean's office. Stopping the car, Chu Chen went straight to the dean's office. Dong dong dong. Please come in. Chu Chen opened the office door. At this moment, Dean Fong Jing, Vice Dean Qi Jingyi, and the main interviewer were all inside. Let me introduce, this is Mr. Fong Jing, the president, and this is Mr. Qi Jingyi, the vice president. The main interviewer introduced Chu Chen. Chu Chen said hello. Hello. Fong Jing spoke more politely. On the other hand, the vice president Qi Jingyi was relatively indifferent, didn't look at Chu Chen at all, just nodded slightly, which was a response to Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, I heard that you are only willing to work at Valinor International University for 10 days. Is it too little? Fong Jing asked. Chu Chen, if possible, I would like to extend the contract to 3 years. After Fong Jing finished speaking, Chu Chen immediately shook his head and refused. No, I will only stay here for 10 days. Extend to 3 years? What are you kidding? He came to Valinor International University as a professor, just to complete the task of the system and get a 25% stake in the Ferrari Group worth 50 billion. 10 days is the time specified by the system task. Is it not a joke to put yourself here for 3 years? Chu Chen complained in his heart. In 3 years, with his unremitting efforts and hard work, maybe he might become the richest man in China. Or even the richest man in the world? And since he has been here for 3 years, maybe the reward is not as big as the reward of a task given by the system at will? Relying on your own efforts and hard work? The system gave Chu Chen a big blank eye, being rejected directly by Chu Chen. Fong Jing felt a little embarrassed. Can Mr. Chu give a reason? Fong Jing asked. I'm short on time, too busy. Chu Chen told the truth. Because he has to complete the tasks of the system, he has to change jobs and cities frequently. Of course, he is very busy. I really worked so hard, in the end there was only so much 100 million points of task reward. In the past few months, his worth has only exceeded 100 billion, not even 1 trillion. Too difficult. System, you should pay more attention to yourself and double the task. Reward several times. Make it hundreds of billions at a time? The system gives Chu Chen a big contempt. Mr. Chu is very busy, what are you busy with? Qi Jingyi asked. Well, run and run Didi, deliver food, collect rent and so on. Recalling the previous system tasks, Chu Chen answered truthfully. As soon as Chu Chen said this, the entire office fell into a dead silence. Just pay rent. Can take out, open Didi? Is this what you are busy with? If you say that there are hundreds of millions of large orders that need to be busy every day, forget it. In the end, you were busy opening Didi and delivering food? Did you get it wrong? Isn't their job as a professor at Valinor International University with an annual salary of 1 million? Looking at Chu Chen, Qi Jingyi was extremely dissatisfied, even angry. Good, very good. Look at me for a while. How to hit you with money. At that time, I don't believe it anymore. What kind of takeout will you go and what kind of Didi? In addition to Qi Jingyi, Fong Jing's face also became extremely bad. He felt insulted. Takeaway, open Didi, are you serious? Not wanting to talk nonsense with Chu Chen, Fang Jing gave Xingyi a look, indicating that he could come according to what was discussed last night. Xingyi nodded, turned to Chu Chen and said, well, as long as you're willing to renew your contract, we can pay you more every year. A normal professor is 1 million a year, we will give you 3 million, plus a special car of no less than 1 million. Xingyi said richly, and wanted to use money to make Chu Chen bow his head. Not so good? Chu Chen opened his mouth. That's 4 million, plus a luxury car of no less than 1.5 million. Xingyi said again, thinking that Chu Chen felt that there was less money. As a privately owned and well-known aristocratic university in Modu, Valinor International University is naturally not bad for money. Still not so good? Chu Chen shook his head again. Is he the one who bowed his head for the mere 4 million? No. Absolutely not. Even if it is 400 million, 4 billion, 40 billion, 400 billion, even 4 trillion, he is not like that. Well, if it is 4 trillion, then we can discuss it. 4 million, plus a luxury car of no less than 1.5 million, disagree. Fang Jing and Xingyi glanced at each other. And both felt that Chu Chen was up for sale and disliked the lack of money. But who makes people stronger? Well, I'll give you 5 million a year, plus 2 million for a luxury car. If you perform well. In 3 years, I can also give you a house. Sign a 5-year contract. Xingyi said very arrogantly. This is our final bottom line, you should think about it. 5 million a year, a 2 million luxury car, plus a multi-million-dollar house. This treatment is already very high in Demon Capital. You only need 20 to 30 years to become a billionaire, aren't you excited? Fang Jing followed suit, hoping that Chu Chen would agree. Don't mind. Chu Chen answered without hesitation, sorry, I'm not interested in money. After all, Chu Chen turned and left the dean's office. Become a billionaire in 20 or 30 years? Sorry, he is now a billionaire. 10 days later, his worth will skyrocket by 50 billion. Even if the entire Valinor International University were sold, it would not necessarily be 50 billion. What's more, once Chu Chen got the 25% stake in Ferrari Group, in addition to the corresponding 50 billion, he would also gain countless contacts. After all, it is the top luxury car brand in the world, with strong influence and even more terrible connections. Seeing Chu Chen, Fang Jing, and Xingyi leaving, they were stunned. I'm not interested in money? And people who are not interested in money? Fang Jing and Xingyi looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Dare to say, there are generally 2 cases. One is really indifferent to fame and fortune and has no interest in money. Such people are rare. Is such a real master, the legendary hermit. The second is that they have an amazing worth. In their eyes, money is similar to numbers, so they are not interested in money. Admire. Fang Jing sighed. These 2 situations, no matter which kind Chu Chen belongs to, are worthy of his admiration. As for the rich and powerful Xingyi, he was also deeply shocked. There are too few people who are indifferent to their aspirations, and that kind of people are generally over half a year old and have experienced the ups and downs of the world, so they look down on everything. Young people are almost impossible to have this character. Therefore, Xingyi is more inclined to the latter. Chu Chen has a terrifying worth and is no longer interested in money. It's incredible that Chu Chen is a super rich man. How young he is. I actually showed off my wealth in front of a super rich man. So ashamed. After leaving the dean's office, Chu Chen had no class and walked around the school, curiously. After walking for a while, Chu Chen shook his head slightly. Compared with other schools, Balinor International University is indeed luxurious, but in Chu Chen's view, it is very ordinary. The scenery here is a little worse than that of the Plum Garden in the East China Sea and the villa in the heart of the lake in the Xingyuan Lake in Hangzhou. When Chu Chen passed a dormitory building, a beautiful girl with outstanding temperament was playing badminton with her best friend. She accidentally hit the badminton with too much force and landed on the tree branch next to her. The branches of the tree were a little high and she couldn't touch them. "Little brother, can you help me take that badminton down?" The girl saw Chu Chen passing by and begged, "Little brother, as long as you pick it up, you should be able to meet it." "It is good." Chu Chen agreed. Chu Chen took off the badminton and handed it to the girl. "Thank you." After taking the badminton, the girl looked at Chu Chen and was stunned. For a moment. Just now, her attention was all on badminton, and she didn't pay attention to the appearance of this little brother. But now, looking at this little brother from the front, countless cautions suddenly appeared in the girl's eyes. "This is too handsome. How can he be so handsome?" Suffered, my heart beat faster. Is this the feeling of love at first sight? "Little brother, which college are you from? Such a handsome and explosive little brother. Why hasn't she heard of it before?" "Music Academy." "Music Academy?" After hearing Chu Chen's answer, the girl was even more excited. "You must have just come here. I am also a student of the Conservatory of Music. My name is Zhou Shishir. It's a pleasure to meet you." The girl took the initiative to introduce herself and stretched out her hand. "Oh? Chu Chen is interested. He is just trying to learn about the Conservatory of Music." Chu Chen and Zhou Shishir shook hands, and Zhou Shishir enthusiastically introduced Chu Chen about the Conservatory of Music. In the distance, a young man passed by and was stunned when he saw Zhou Shishir chatting with Chu Chen so enthusiastically. They are first-class beauties, and they actually have someone they like? The young man secretly took a photo and immediately sent it to the circle of friends. Soon, the student groups, post bars, and other places of the Conservatory of Music all exploded. The goddess actually has someone she likes. OMG. Why is this so? They had just fallen in love, and they fell out of love so quickly. Many people who had a crush on Zhou Shishir cried. "What, Zhou Shishir has someone he likes?" In the gym, a tall young man who had just finished playing basketball immediately became furious when he heard his younger brother's words. "Yes, Rigo." While talking, the younger brother handed over the phone. Seeing the shy appearance of Zhou Shishir's little girl in the photo, Yan Yingrui was even more angry. As one of the top several rich and handsome men in the Conservatory of Music, Yan Yingrui is usually very popular with girls, and in terms of love, he has no disadvantage. He just set his sights on Zhou Shishir. Hasn't he had time to start? No, this can't be done like that. How could he give up the woman he liked? Leaving the gym under the search of his younger brother, he found Chu Chen, who was about to go to dinner. "Boy, who just arrived, I advise you to stay away from Zhou Shishir, otherwise, you will be at your own risk. Conservatory of Music is Lao Tzu's territory." After threatening Chu Chen for a few words, Yan Yingrui left. In the afternoon, Zhou Shishir had a class, and Yan Yingrui came to pursue Zhou Shishir even if he was not a student in this class. Sitting next to Zhou Shishir, Yan Yingrui kept saying earthy words, which made Zhou Shishir very irritable. When it was time for class, a pretty boy walked in slowly. "I'm a specially appointed professor at the Conservatory of Music, Chu Chen. Hello everyone." Chu Chen walked in and introduced himself. "Professor?" Hearing Chu Chen's introduction, the entire class exploded. If it's a teaching assistant, it's just a lecturer. "Can you teach? How old is this professor?" "He is about the same as himself." "Such a young professor?" In the classroom, countless students were stunned. "Wow." Zhou Shishir covered her mouth, extremely surprised. She also added the little brother's WeChat account. She originally thought that the little brother was a student who had just transferred to the Conservatory of Music. But what she never expected was that this little brother was actually a professor. "It's too young." "Oh. Professor, you are too handsome." Looking at Chu Chen, countless girls in the class exploded instantly and cheered. Compared to the excited girls, the boys looked sullen, and they bowed their heads in shock by Chu Chen's appearance. Originally they thought they were already handsome, but now that they saw Chu Chen, they suddenly felt that they were wrong, very wrong. His handsomeness was not worth mentioning in front of this young professor. Can they still call themselves handsome when they can't even match 1% of others? As for Yan Yingrui, he was even more dumbfounded. Isn't this the kid he threatened before? How did you become a professor? The difference is too big. Professor, he is not from our class. Really? Disturbed by Yan Yingrui's earthy love words, Zhou Shishir couldn't help but speak. Looking in the direction Zhou Shishir pointed, Chu Chen raised his brows. Isn't this the little brat who threatened him? Go out. Chu Chen said to Yan Yingrui. I am going out? Yan Yingrui sneered. You don't seem to be qualified for that. You know, he knows a high-level executive of the Conservatory of Music. This is Yan Yingrui's biggest reliance on his misdeeds in the Conservatory of Music. In my class, do you think I have that qualification? Chu Chen replied with a smile. Are you sure? Taking out his mobile phone, Yan Yingrui waved it, making no secret of his threat. Seeing that Chu Chen was still standing there indifferently, Yan Yingrui felt that he was being provoked. Uncle Chi, there is something wrong. In front of Chu Chen, Yan Yingrui made a call. In a moment, let's see who is going out. After the phone call, Yan Yingrui sat there fearlessly. Seeing this, several girls said, Professor Brother, Yan Yingrui is not easy to mess with. He seems to know the vice president of an academy. Professor Brother, be careful, don't mess around. Even Zhou Shishir spoke up and persuaded Chu Chen. Chu Chen waved his hand and said, it's okay. He didn't even care about the dean, let alone the vice dean. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, a figure appeared. A middle-aged man walked in. It was Qi Jingyi, the vice president of the Conservatory of Music. Uncle Qi, that's him. After seeing Qi Jingyi, Yan Yingrui straightened his back. Qi Jingyi is Yan Yingrui's backer. Qi Jingyi and Yan Yingrui's father know each other and are barely friends. Oh? Looking at it, Qi Jingyi was instantly embarrassed. Chu Chen? Isn't this Chu Chen? The person Yan Yingrui told him to clean up was Chu Chen. Chu Chen is a super rich man. After seeing Qi Jingyi coming, there was a commotion in the class, and the girls were worried about Chu Chen. After all, Chu Chen was only a professor, and the one who came was the deputy dean. How many levels did the two differ? The boys watched with schadenfreude, as if they were ready to watch a good show. Zhou Shishir couldn't sit still, took out his mobile phone, and prepared to call the contact. Yanning, what are you doing? Who made you make trouble in class? Please apologize to Mr. Chu. Suddenly, Qi Jingyi turned his head and scolded Yanning sharply. Frightened by this sudden change, the entire class became silent. They heard it right. Vice President Qi Jingyi scolded Yanning, not Chu Chen. What's the situation? A song can't help but pop into everyone's ears. Children, do you have a lot of question marks? Zhou Shishir, who was just about to call to find someone, also stopped. Zhou Shishir kept looking at Chu Chen and Qi Jingyi, and was extremely surprised. Uncle Qi, what did you say? Yanning thought there was something wrong with his hearing. You know, although Qi Jingyi and his father are old friends, most of Qi Jingyi looks like a younger brother in front of his father. Qi Jingyi's status is one level lower than his father's. Otherwise, Yanning would not dare to instruct Qi Jingyi at will. Now, a person who was supposed to please himself, but instead scolds himself and asks himself to apologize to others? Wrong. Yanning, didn't you hear me? Qi Jingyi angrily denounced. Although Yanning's father is very powerful, he is definitely not as powerful as this not interested in money Chu Chen. Therefore, Qi Jingyi resolutely stood on Chu Chen's side. Don't mess around, or else, believe it or not, I'll call the security guard, or call your father. If Yanning's father knew about it, he would definitely support him in doing so. In the end, under the threat of Qi Jingyi, Yanning had to come out and apologize to Chu Chen. Professor, I'm sorry. After bowing to Chu Chen, Yanning left the classroom in despair. Professor Chu, you have a good class, sorry to disturb you. Qi Jingyi spoke very politely. I'll take care of Yanning in a while. After all, Qi Jingyi left politely. Seeing this scene, all the students were dumbfounded. Wow. Professor Brother is amazing. Brother is so strong. Countless girls cheered, and it was not easy to teach the little brother to be treated so politely by the vice president. As for the boys who were originally gloating about misfortune and wanting to watch a good show, they all had their heads drooping and listless. Little brother is amazing. Zhou Shishir sighed in his heart, and his admiration for Chu Chen rose sharply. Outside, Qi Jingyi gave Yanning a hard lesson. He did not call Yanning's father. Nor did he tell Yanning the true identity of Chu Chen. He guessed. Who the hell is he? Yan Ingruo muttered, feeling extremely surprised. After class, Chu Chen came to the parking lot, drove his Audi, and left. In the past few days, he and Mo Yuan have been staying at the Hilton Hotel. It is better to live in a villa. Where is Chu Chen? Thinking about going to the magic capital to buy a villa. Ding, check-in. Task, go to Thompson Epine to check in, time limit, within 2 hours, system reward, ownership of building B of Thompson Epine. Hearing this, Chu Chen was instantly refreshed. This time, the system actually gave him a building of Thompson first class? I'm going, it's too rich. You must know that the first grade Thompson in the magic capital has only 4 buildings. The system gave you a building. That is equivalent to giving 1/4 of Thompson's first product to himself. Continue to ask for a monthly pass. Please, this reward is too generous. Thompson Epine, known as the king of buildings, is currently the most expensive apartment building in Modu. It is located at the tip of Lujiazhui's mouth and on the bank of Huangpu River. It is right in front of the Wanhua building complex on the Bund. It is adjacent to Jinmao Tower and Oriental Pearl Tower. At the time of construction, Thomson Group hired world-renowned designers to build the building. The interior and exterior materials of the building are based on the world's top apartments. The property management provides private butler-style services, and the private clubhouse has a national banquet standard restaurant. The positioning of luxury, the house itself is no longer a house, a collection, or a work of art. In 2006, a luxury house of Thomson Epine was sold at a unit price of 130,000 square meter, creating a myth in the domestic real estate industry. Now, the house price of Thomson Epine is about 300,000 per square meter. This price is even far higher than the price of a single-family house. Thomson Epine has a total of 4 high-rise buildings with 40 to 44 floors of fine decoration, among which B and D are only rented but not sold, and the ownership is still in the hands of Thomson Group. Now, as long as the check-in is successful, then Building B of Thomson Epine will belong to Chu Chen. The price of a house in Thomson Epine ranges from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. But now, Chu Chen owns an entire building. The system is awesome. Chu Chen shouted in his heart. The system is so considerate. Where did you just want to buy a house? Now, the system has sent it to itself, and it is still the famous Thomson First Class. Living in more single-family villas, staying in Thomson Epine, and enjoying the view of the Bund and the Huangpu River is also good. Walk. Driving on the Audi, Chu Chen went straight to Thomson Epine. More than 20 minutes later, Chu Chen came to the center of the magic capital, in front of Thomson's first grade. Ding, detection. Arrives at Thomson number 1, whether to sign in sign in. Chu Chen clicked the sign without hesitation. Sign in success. Congratulations on obtaining the ownership of Building B of Thomson Epine, and owning a quarter of Thomson Epine. With the success of Chu Chen's sign-in, a quarter of the first-ranked Thomsons belonged to Chu Chen. At the same time, in the office of the president of Thomson Group, the president of Thomson Group received news from the secretary. What, someone bought the B building of Thomson Epine? Are you sure it's a building, not a suite, or a floor? The president thought he had heard it wrong and asked. There are only 4 apartment buildings in the entire Thomson Epine. And the price of each house is tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Can buy a set, or 1 floor, is already amazing. But to buy a building, a quarter of the Thomson first grade, that is simply too bizarre. Even the president couldn't believe it. Look. The secretary didn't say much, just took the documents. Chu Chen? After reading it, the president of Thomson Group was shocked. Awesome, so awesome. Notify manager Wei of Thomson Epine, and ask him to take care of that mysterious Mr. Chu Chen. The president quickly asked the secretary to call, that is, he was in Hong Kong City. If he was in the magic capital, he would definitely visit this Mr. Chu in person. Slow, I'll fight. After speaking, the president suddenly changed his mind and wanted to call manager Wei in person, which seemed to pay more attention. It's good. I see, President. On the other end of the phone, manager Wei, the person in charge of Thomson Epine, assured the president again and again. At this moment, his heart was also extremely shocked. My God, what kind of bully? Actually bought a whole building, a quarter of the Thomson first class. Terrible. Terrifying. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Manager Wei, a gentleman named Chu Chen wants to see you, subordinate said. It's wrong to let him in. What did you say? What's the name of the person you want to see me? Manager Wei replied subconsciously, but thinking about it carefully, Manager Wei was startled. Chu Chen, Mr. Chu Chen? Just received a call from the president, and the next second, the super big customer, Mr. Chu Chen, came. Quickly invite him in. No, I'll go meet him myself. After all, Manager Wei rushed out the door, extremely excited. What's wrong with Manager Wei? The subordinates were puzzled. After seeing Chu Chen, Manager Wei was even more shocked. He looks so handsome and has such a temperament. Just speaking of Mr. Chu's age, he is too young. Mr. Chu, hello, I am the person in charge of Thompson Group here. Manager Wei introduced. Manager Wei, who had been greeted politely by countless owners when they saw him, was respectful when facing Chu Chen. Hello. Chu Chen opened his mouth. I just came to the magic capital, and I bought this building, ridiculed live. Now, in Building B of Thompson Epine, how many unrented houses are there? Chu Chen asked. He wanted to choose a place. What? Chu Chen's words frightened Manager Wei. When I first came to Modu, I bought a building just to live in. Is this a quarter of Thompson's first grade? This is really inhumane. Inhumane. Please come with me. Manager Wei pulled Chu Chen to the office and checked it. In Building B, the first grade of Tangchen, which belongs to Chu Chen, there are still several households that have not been rented out, all of which are top-notch. Well, send someone to show me. Chu Chen is going to Tangchen Epine Building B to see for himself and choose a house to live in. I see, Mr. Chu. Manager Wei nodded. Soon, Manager Wei found the most beautiful sales lady to take Chu Chen to see the house. After learning that Chu Chen actually bought a whole building of Thompson Epine, the sales lady was deeply frightened. Especially seeing that Chu Chen is still so young and so handsome makes this sales lady fall even more. In a luxury mansion on the 36th floor of Thompson Epine Building B, a rich man is showing a beautiful mistress to see the house. He wants to rent a house for Xiaosan and raise a canary here. Sir, this is the best unit of our Thompson Epine, with an area of 434 square meters. You can sit and watch the ebb and flow of the Bund. The living room and dining room are transparent from east to west, and the large balcony facing west leads to the study on the left side of the living room. At first glance, this is a big customer, and the sales lady explained it very enthusiastically. After looking around, Xiaosan likes this mansion very much. What's the monthly rent for this house? Xiaosan asked. Because the location of the house is good, the rent is about 350,000 a month. It's only 350,000. For my husband, 350,000 is a drop in the bucket. Xiaosan took the rich man's arm and said proudly. Hearing this, the corner of the rich man's mouth twitched. 350,000 is indeed a drop in the bucket for him. But this is only 1 month's rent. After a year, he will spend more than 4 million just renting the house. Little money. After all, he just hooked up with him, so the rich man will naturally continue to sway, so it doesn't matter what the answer is. Honey, let's rent this house. Xiaosan acted coquettishly to the rich man. The rich think about it. At this time, the most beautiful sales lady came with Chu Chen, and she muttered a few words with the sales lady who brought the rich. The face of the sales lady who came with the rich man immediately changed drastically. "Sorry sir, this house cannot be rented to you," the sales lady said apologetically to the rich man. Hearing this, the faces of the rich man and Xiao instantly became ugly. P.S. The fourth update is provided, and it will continue tomorrow. Put a small advertisement. The author has finished an old book of 2 million words, and the Urban Shoshan Cool article, The Super Quality Medical God of the City, welcomes book shortages, and book friends who like Urban Shoshan, go to read. The author's 2 million word old book, The Super Quality Medical God of the City, also known as The Lord of Hell in the City, welcome to read. Why? Xiao was not happy anymore and scolded the sales lady angrily. "My husband is ready to rent this house." Holding the rich man's arm, Xiao declares his sovereignty. "Yes, I rent this house." The rich man said that he liked this canary that he just got, otherwise, he would not rent a house in Thompson-Epine. "Isn't it just 350,000 a month, trivial? I rent it out for a year and pay now." The rich man looked like he was spending money, and he was about to take a bank card. "I'm sorry, sir, but I still can't rent this apartment to you." The sales lady refused again. "Husband, people just want to live here." After seeing a few luxury houses, this one is the most luxurious, and even a fool knows which one to choose. Xiao acts like a spoiled brat to the rich and wants to live here. After all, they don't talk about feelings, only about money. "Don't worry, baby, I will definitely take this place down." The rich man patted the mistress and motioned her to be quiet. "Well, I'll add a little more and give you 400,000 rent per month." The rich man spoke. However, even so, the sales lady still refused. "You don't want to be too aggressive, thinking that you want to raise the rent to 500,000 if you find someone to ask for it?" Naturally, the rich man questioned the sales lady in order to see through the routine. He thought that Chu Chen was the trustee of Thompson-Epine, in order to let him spend more money to rent a house. "Sorry, sir, this house has already been bought by Mr. Chu, so I can't rent it to you." In the end, the sales lady had no choice but to tell the truth. "Bought?" After listening to the sales lady's words, the rich man and Xiao were stunned. "This kid bought this mansion. The annual rent alone will cost several million. If you want to buy this mansion, it will cost more than 70 to 80 million yuan, and may even exceed 100 million yuan. It is very difficult for even the rich to buy this mansion. But this kid very handsome?" Looking at Chu Chen, Xiao eyes radiated an astonishing light, and his heart was moved. Not only is he handsome and temperamental, but the key is to be so rich that it is difficult for people not to be tempted. At this moment, she regretted agreeing to the rich man's request to be his canary. Noticing the change in Xiao expression, the rich man's face became even more ugly. "He bought this house, are you cheating?" the rich man asked loudly. In his opinion, Chu Chen is so young, it is impossible for him to have such great financial resources. After all, if you casually buy a set of luxury houses worth merely 100 million, the worth is at least several billions. Is this kid possible? He is too young to have such strength at all. "Boy, don't get in the way here, I've already rented this house. Get out of here quickly, don't try to trick me, you want me to buy this mansion with such a trick, don't you think?" He pointed at Chu Chen, who was looking at the house with the sales lady, and said pointedly. The rich sneered proudly, still self-righteous. Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. Without Chu Chen speaking, the beautiful sales lady next to her took the initiative to stand up. Now that she has the support of a super big client like Chu Chen, she is naturally not afraid of anyone. Didn't Xiaoxin tell you just now? This house has been bought by Mr. Chu. The pretty sales lady replied coldly to the rich man, not polite at all. Hearing this, the rich man was surprised. If you really want to buy a house by yourself, you can't be so rude. Is it true? The rich man didn't believe it, so he asked again, Are you sure this kid really bought this mansion? The pretty sales lady sneered and replied, Bought a mansion? No, Mr. Chu bought the whole building. Bought the whole building. Bought the whole building. The sales lady's words echoed in the rich man's mind like a thunderbolt. The rich man was immediately frightened and muttered, Bought the whole building? You must know that this mansion is not the top luxury mansion of Thompson's first-class product, and the price is tens of millions, nearly 100 million. If you can buy this house, it is already the top floor in the magic capital. But now, someone told him. This kid bought the whole building? Isn't this a joke? There are only 4 buildings in the first grade Thompson, and you actually bought a quarter of the first grade Thompson in one go. I am afraid that there are no billions, and it is impossible to get it. Awesome. Don't be so arrogant. The rich man was so frightened that his legs were weak, he stumbled, a dog came to chew on the mud, and he fell to the ground ruthlessly. Sir, are you all right? The sales lady, Xiaoxin, hurriedly went to help the rich man. Don't touch me. However, unexpectedly, the rich man refused to be supported. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I took the liberty. You don't need to hurry, I'll get out of here by myself. Standing up, the rich man's attitude changed 180 degrees, and he said something to Chu Chen humbly. After all, the rich man grabbed the mistress, who was reluctant to leave, and walked quickly. No, he escaped. Horrible. This young man is horrible. As soon as I made a move, I bought a quarter of a Thompson first product. I couldn't afford it. Under the leadership of the beautiful sales lady, Chu Chen looked at the house, but did not make it clear whether he lived here or not. The sales lady took Chu Chen to look at several other luxury houses again. In the end, Chu Chen chose a luxury house on the top floor. This mansion is the most extravagant and largest among Thompson's first-class products. The terrifying price is daunting, so it was not rented out. Now, Chu Chen moved in smoothly. When Chu Chen was picking a mansion, the person in charge of Thompson Epine, manager Wei of Thompson Group, was organizing a ceremony. Since I came just now, I didn't organize a welcome ceremony for Mr. Chu. Then they had to organize a ceremony when Mr. Chu went out to show their importance to Chu Chen, a super big customer. Soon, 20 delicate-looking and tall sales ladies and 30 or 40 well-trained security guards were summoned by Manager Wei. Under the command of Manager Wei, they began to arrange the ceremony, and after a while, Chu Chen was welcome to leave. At the same time, a Land Rover Range Rover worth more than 3 million was heading straight for Thompson Epine from Balinor International University. Brother Rue, I heard that you met a difficult professor today? Yes. Brother Rue, I heard that even the vice president of Tang Tang is polite to him. In the car, several young people asked nicely. What's not easy, Ba? I sent someone to stare at that bullshit Professor Chu, and guess what? Yanning Rue said with a sneer. This more than 3 million Land Rover Range Rover is the car of Yen. Wei, who threatened Chu Chen at Valinor International University. In the car, there are several of his friends. What's wrong? What happened? I also thought he was a big man. As a result, that kid actually drove an Audi of 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, bah. Wei said with disgust. He was worried that he might have gotten into something big, but he turned out to be a poor guy driving an Audi. In Valinor International University, where sports cars are like clouds and luxury cars are raining, it is indeed poor to drive Audi. So this is it's a poor man. As Wei's friends, these people are also second-generation rich, and none of the cars they drive are less than 2 million. Sit down, and I'll show you the mansion my dad just bought at Thompson. After saying a word, Wei accelerated and went straight to Thompson. The closer they were to the first product of Thompson, the more excited these two rich second generations were. I really don't know what Thompson-Epin's mansion looks like. I'm also curious. I haven't entered the first grade Thompson. Brother Rui's family is rich, and he actually bought a mansion in Thompson. Although these people are second-generation wealthy, the family generally has assets of several hundred million, and it is impossible to buy a house with tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of Thompson. There. Wei looked indifferent and pretended to force, my dad bought it for me. I only lived there for a few years. When I got tired of living, I changed houses. I go. There is no humanity in the trenches, there is no humanity in the trenches. Brother Rui, if you don't want to live, I will. If you give me a luxury mansion of the first grade of Thompson, I can live in it for the rest of my life. Rui's words aroused the emotion and envy of these friends. There is a huge gap between people. Brother Rui is awesome. Rico mighty. With the praise of these friends, Rui and others came to the first product of Thompson. Looking at the big battle in front of Thompson's first rank from a distance, Rui and the others were extremely surprised. What's going on here? What kind of big man are you welcoming? Before Rui could drive in, he was suddenly stopped. Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment. A security guard stopped Rui. I'm the owner here. Rui explained. I know you are the owner, but we, Thompson have an important ceremony today. Please wait 3 minutes. I'm sorry to waste your time. The security guard said politely. Rui was very angry. And wanted to get angry. But that anger was finally suppressed by Rui. In the university, he could do whatever he wanted, in front of the rich, handsome and playboy, but in the first class of Thompson, where the big people gathered, Rui did not dare to mess around. It looks like it should be a welcome ceremony. I don't know who they are welcoming. Who has such great ability to make Thompson take such trouble to hold the welcome ceremony? In the car, Rui's friends muttered. Hey, isn't that the person in charge of Thompson? Manager Wei? Suddenly, looking at the middle-aged man in a suit in the distance, Rui said in surprise. Even Manager Wei came out to greet him. It's not easy. Even his father would be polite when he saw Manager Wei. But now, Manager Wei is actually welcoming others in person. Horrible. Noticing the security guard next to him, Rui's eyes lit up. Brother, who is your Manager Wei welcoming? Rui stuck his head out and asked. The security guard. Meet? The security shook his head. It's not a welcome, our Manager Wei is sending off a Super big customer. The security guard explained that, specifically, in his capacity, he was not qualified to know. Welcome to a super big client? The super big customer is at least the one who bought more than 10 luxury houses. In Thompson Pine, right? Yan Ingrui guessed by himself. Only this kind of person can manager Wei personally say goodbye. Big man, absolutely big man. Yan Ingrui sighed and said with great envy. Buying more than 10 sets of luxury houses in Thompson Pine will be at least several hundred million, or even more than 1 billion. A person who can take out 1 billion casually is definitely an existence that they cannot touch. Let's go take a look? Yan Ingrui suggested that he wanted to look up at the big man. Several other people also agreed. They also wanted to see what the big man looked like. Apart from Yan Ingrui and the others, there were still several cars waiting in front of them. Several people got out of the car and moved forward. Mr. Chu, walk slowly. Mr. Chu, walk slowly. Mr. Chu, walk slowly. A uniform voice came, and 20 sales girls and 30 or 40 security guards lined up and called Wang Yao respectfully. The next second, an Audi car slowly drove out of the Thompson first-class car under the attention of Manager Wei. Why do I look at that car so familiar? Yan Ingrui was dumbfounded when he looked at the Audi car that went away. Correct. Yan Ingrui took out his phone tremblingly and found it an hour or two ago. The photo my brother sent him. That's a photo of Chu Chen leaving the university in an Audi. Compared with the distant Audi, the license plate number is exactly the same. What they called just now, Mr. Chu, walk slowly? Thinking of this, Yan Ingrui covered her mouth and was extremely surprised that Mr. Chu, Professor Chu, turned out to be a super big customer of Thompson Pine? That super big customer who bought more than 10 luxury houses. The big man he thought he needed to look up to? Yan Ingrui was stunned. He actually threatened and provoked such a superhero before. Oh my God. Gollum. Yan Ingrui swallowed hard, lost consciousness in both legs, and was scared to death. Dead. He is dead. What? This super big customer. The big man is that Professor Chu? After learning about it, Yan Ingrui's friends were also dumbfounded. Chu Chen drove back to the Hilton Hotel where he stayed before, and simply packed up and saluted. After he chose the mansion, he also chose a set for Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan didn't want to go home and saw that hateful stepmother Huang Biyu, so she lived opposite Chu Chen. Chu Chen and Mo Yuan talked, and Mo Yuan also packed up and saluted. The two walked out of the Hilton Hotel together, ready to move to Thompson Pine. At this moment, tens of millions of Maybachs stopped in front of Chu Chen and Mo Yuan. The car door opened, and Mo Yuan's father, Mo Chuchen, chairman of Yantian Group, got out of the car. Mr. Chu, don't even tell me when you come to Modu. Mo Chuchen greeted Chu Chen. You girl is too outrageous. You have returned to the devil's capital, and you don't know how to go home. After saying hello, Mo Chuchen questioned Mo Yuan angrily. Since President Chu has come to Hangzhou, as the landlord, I will hold a banquet tonight to invite President Chu. Mo Chuchen said to Chu Chen. Hangqing was Chu Chen's territory, and he returned home, this time in the magic capital, on his territory. Mo Chuchen is ready to show off his powerful connections and strength to scare Chu Chen. Magic capital, but his territory, isn't it easy to show his strength and scare a young man? This time, Mo Chuchen didn't prepare anything else, he just booked a dinner party at the famous Wangjiang Pavilion in the Magic Capital. Wangjiang Pavilion, one of the top 10 luxury restaurants in the Magic Capital. If ranked, Wangjiang Pavilion is enough to rank in the top 3. The venue for the dinner is at Wangjiang Pavilion at number 3 on the Bund. Chuchen said. Wangjiang Pavilion? Chu Chen muttered, as if he was not far from his own Thompson first class. Can agree. However, Chu Chen's muttering, in the eyes of Chuchen, thought it was Chu Chen's surprise? Just when Chu Chen was about to agree, the sound of the system suddenly appeared. Ding, pick in task, go to Moda Ding restaurant. Wangjiang Pavilion to check in, time limit, within 1 hour, task reward, 100% ownership of Wangjiang Pavilion. Located at 3 on the Bund, is one of the most unique and private dining venues in China, attracting countless celebrities. It was also rated as one of the 20 indispensable experiences in a lifetime by a famous magazine. The 8-meter-high dome-shaped roof contains a strong retro warmth and a 360-degree all-round view. It is proudly condescending. You cannot only enjoy the style of both sides of the Huangpu River through the Xian window, but also look outside the glass. The dream is picturesque and the scenery seems to be within reach. The per capita consumption of Wangjiang Pavilion is as high as 3,000. You read that right, the per capita consumption is 3,000 per person. It is common for a meal to cost over 10,000 yuan if there are more than one person. In addition, there are 8 private rooms in Wangjiang Pavilion, which are exclusively used by top bigwigs. But even so, Wangjiang Pavilion is very popular. If you want to eat, you usually have to book a month in advance. As for Chuchen's dinner party, it was in the private room. This kind of private room, but money can't get it, must need a strong network. This time, in order to show his strength, Chuchen directly booked the private room number 5 through his personal connections, and he did not need to make an appointment 1 month in advance. The reward of this system is actually Wangjiang Pavilion, yes. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. It must be because of Chuchen that the system released the clock-in task to Wangjiang Pavilion. This was the first time that Chu Chen had received 2 clock-in tasks from the system in 1 day. At this moment, Chu Chen is really grateful to Chuchen. If it weren't for Chuchen, he would not have been able to receive this task. What a nice guy. Okay, Uncle Mo. I promise. Chu Chen spoke, of course he knew what Chuchen was thinking. It's just a pity, with the release of the system punch-in task, Chuchen may have to roll over again. By the way, are you going there? Looking at Chu Chen and Chuchen with their suitcases, Chuchen asked, curiously. I bought a house in Modu and I'm about to move there. Chu Chen explained. A house, isn't it a villa? Hearing Chu Chen's answer, Chuchen asked in surprise. It's not a villa, just a residential building. Chu Chen explained that Thompson Epin is indeed a residential building. That's it. After receiving a definite answer from Chu Chen, Chuchen was even more disapproving. You know, even if he went to Hangzhou, he bought a villa, but when Chu Chen came to the Magic Capital, he only bought an apartment building. Apartment buildings are far from villas. Boy, you still can't do it. Well, after dinner, I'll go take a look with you. Chuchen opened his mouth. Can. Putting the salute in the car, Chuchen's Maybach led the way, and Chu Chen followed behind an Audi and Chuchen. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant. The car stopped and everyone walked in. Ding, check to see if you arrive at Wangjiang Pavilion and check in, pick the card. Successful punch-in, congratulations on obtaining 100% ownership of Wangjiang Pavilion and becoming the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion. With the success of the punch-in, Chu Chen successfully obtained the famous top-level restaurant in Wangjiang Pavilion. Mo Chuchen, private room 5. After entering, Mo Chuchen said to the staff, "Please." The staff immediately said respectfully, "You know, those who can book private rooms are all the first-level characters of the magic capital. Sit in private room 5. Mr. Chu, Wangjiang Pavilion is not bad." Mo Chuchen proudly asked Chu Chen. "Not bad." Chu Chen replied with a smile, extremely satisfied. "My own restaurant, of course, is 100 satisfied." A smile appeared on Mo Chuchen's face. It seemed that his plan was successful. Several people started to eat as Chu Chen obtained 100% ownership of Wangjiang Pavilion. Song Xingyuan, manager of Wangjiang Pavilion, also received news from his former boss. Change of boss? Song Xingyuan was extremely surprised. This is too fast. Who is this new boss who has such great energy? Yesterday, the former boss was still thinking about the future in the conference room, but today, he sold all the restaurants. This new boss, the financial resources and background is terrible. So young. When he saw Chu Chen's photo, he was even more surprised. What? Beside her, the female secretary, who was packing information for Song Xingyuan, accidentally saw Chu Chen's photo and made a surprised voice. "What's the matter? You've met our new boss." "It's not a secret either, Song," Xingyuan asked. "Yes, just now, I saw the boss in the restaurant, and it seems that I went to the number 5 private room." The female secretary replied that she passed by Chu Chen just now, but Chu Chen was so handsome that she remembered it deeply. What? Song Xingyuan couldn't sit still. Private room number 5? The boss has to go to the private room number 1, how can he go to the number 5 room? Song Xingyuan was going to go to the private room number 5 to have a look. In the private room number 5, Mo Chuchen drank a little wine, and said with a show of pride, "That is, Mr. Chu came too suddenly. Otherwise, I would have booked the private room number 2 instead of the private room number 5. Private rooms 1 to 8 are arranged according to the degree of honor." "Oh, why not number 1? Chu Chen asked. "Private room, no. 1, haha, I want to book a private room, but it's as hard as the sky." Mo Chuchen opened his mouth. Even if he used countless contacts and normally made an appointment a month in advance, he might not be able to book the private room number 1. "Oh? It's so difficult to book private room number 1? Chu Chen asked, curiously. "Of course." Mo Chuchen opened his mouth. Private room number 1 is the most advanced of all the private rooms. Various decorations, outside scenery, etc. are the best in Wangjiang Pavilion. Only the super bosses of the magic capital can book it. And the number 1 private room of Wangjiang Pavilion is not open at all times. In order to highlight its special status, the No. 1 private room of Wangjiang Pavilion will only be opened once a month. Having said this, Mo Chuchen couldn't help showing off to Chu Chen. Even those bosses, who are worth tens of billions of dollars, may not be eligible to enter in their entire lives. But I was fortunate enough to go in twice. One time was with a super boss from the magic capital, and the other time was with a big man from Yanjing half a year ago. With that said, Mo Chuchen looked at Chu Chen and seemed to say, how is it? It's amazing. Although he only entered private room number 1 because of other people's reasons, it was enough for Mo Chuchen to show off. After all, it is only open 12 times a year, and there are a lot of super bosses staring at it. It's amazing to be able to go in twice. Mr. Chu, private room number 5 is not bad. It is considered to be average among all private rooms. Mo Chuchen opened his mouth. If President Chu tells me 3 or 5 days in advance, I will arrange the number 2 private room for President Chu. With Mo Chuchen as the chairman of Tian Group, although private room number 1 is very difficult, private room number 2 is still possible. With that said, Mo Chuchen looked at Chu Chen and took a sip of wine. See, this is his network. How powerful. Even if you came so suddenly, I could still easily book private room number 5. Dong dong. Dong. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Enter. Mo Chuchen opened his mouth. Song Xingyuan, the manager of Wangjiang Pavilion, and his secretary walked in. Manager Song? After seeing Song Xingyuan, Mo Chuchen was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Song Xingyuan was doing. President Mo, for tonight's consumption, Wangjiang Pavilion will give you a free bill. Before coming, Song Xingyuan had already checked the situation of this private room. Oh? Mo Chuchen was very surprised. Wangjiang Pavilion actually gave him a free bill? Although he was surprised, on the surface, Mo Chuchen remained calm. In any case, Manager Song gave him a free bill, which was a face for him. Mr. Chu, do you see it? Mo Chuchen said to Chu Chen a little awkwardly. However, before he finished speaking, Song Xingyuan suddenly said, after all, you are Mr. Chu Chu's friend. It's normal for you to be exempted from the bill. Song Xingyuan looked at Chu Chen and said to Mo Chuchen. Originally, he was going to say Mr. Chu, but after seeing Chu Chen's eyes, Song Xingyuan quickly changed his words and changed it to Mr. Chu. Sitting there, Chu Chen was satisfied with the speed of this Manager Song's response. For the time being, he didn't want Mo Chuchen, the good man, to know his identity. If he knew that he was the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion, Mo Chuchen would definitely be extremely shocked, and he would not show off any more after that. In that case, the tasks given by the system will give you less things. No, this is very bad. Just like today's Wangjiang Pavilion, isn't it fragrant? To get more such rewards? Because of Mr. Chu, the bill is free? After listening to Song Xingyuan's words, Mo Chuchen was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Not because of myself? And who is Chu Chen? How can Wangjiang Pavilion be so face-saving? I'm a friend of the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. The friends from nothing skill was used by Chu Chen like a duck to water. Yes, Mr. Chu is a friend of our boss. Song Xingyuan responded quickly, and after hearing what Chu Chen said, he immediately agreed. By the way, are there any guests in private room 1? Chu Chen asked. No, today is not the day when private room 1 is open. Song Xingyuan immediately understood. However, Mr. Chu is here today. I will immediately order someone to go to the private room number 1 for a brief arrangement. After a while, you and President Mo can enter the private room number 1 for dinner. After all, Song Xingyuan left to arrange someone. In private room number 5, Mo Chuchen was dumbfounded. So easily, they can go to private room number 1? Is this real? Just because Chu Chen and the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion are friends, can they easily go to private room number 1? I go. It's so scary. Mo Chuchen was shocked in his heart. Soon, under the leadership of Song Xingyuan, Chu Chen and others came to the private room number 1 and began to eat dinner. In the private room number 1, the extravagance of dinner is several times that of the private room number 5. There is no comparison at all. All of them are the world's top ingredients. Even if he was sitting in private room number 1, Mo Chuchen still couldn't believe it. It was true. Although this is the 3rd time he has entered private room number 1, the shock is far greater than the previous 2. Just because of Chu Chen, Wangjiang Pavilion made an exception to open the private room no. 1. Incredible, so incredible. Just now, I also said that it is so difficult to enter the private room of Wangjiang Pavilion number 1, as difficult as it is on a sunny day, and so on. As a result, in the next second, because of Chu Chen, Wangjiang Pavilion immediately made an exception to open private room number 1, and they sat inside. All this was too fast, and it made Mo Chuchen feel hot on his face. Mo Chuchen remained silent until the meal was over. It's so embarrassing. After eating, a few people left Wangjiang Pavilion, as they said before. Chu Chen drove Audi and Mo Yuan to lead the way, and Mo Chuchen's Maybach followed behind and went straight to the residential building that Chu Chen bought. As time passed, Mo Chuchen's expression changed slightly when he looked at the direction the car was driving. Isn't this the direction to go to Tomsonipin? Mo Chuchen muttered. Could it be that the apartment building that Chu Chen bought was in Tomsonipin? 2 minutes later, Mo Chuchen's guess was verified, and they really came to the first product of Thompson. He got out of the car and looked at Tomsonipin. Although he was a little surprised that the apartment that Chu Chen bought was here, it was not enough to shock Mo Chuchen. After all, Thompson's first-class houses are only 30 to 40 million yuan. Follow me. With Mo Yuan and the others, Chu Chen got on the elevator and went straight to the top floor. On the elevator, Mo Chuchen stopped talking as he watched Chu Chen press the button on the top floor. This, although there is no house in Tomsonipin, he still knows some news about Tomsonipin. Click. When the elevator arrived, Chu Chen opened the door and invited a few people in. Looking at the huge mansion, Mo Chuchen was stunned. Mr. Chu, is this the apartment you bought? Mo Chuchen asked in surprise. Yes, with a total area of 1,206 square meters, it's not too big, just barely. Chu Chen said regretfully, after all, this is already the largest mansion of the first-grade Thompson. Gollum. After swallowing hard, Mo Chuchen heard the size of the house and was more certain that Chu Chen bought this house. It's the house that was rumored to be. Sorry for the late update, too many things to do today. Not much to say, tomorrow we'll add more updates, at least 5 more will start to make up for everyone. That mansion, known as the Palace of the Supreme King, is the most luxurious mansion in the entire Thompson first grade. There are only 2 sets of such a luxury mansion in the entire Thompson first class. One of the sets, in 2015, was purchased by a mysterious super-rich businessman for 245 million. Now, Tomsonipin, only the 1,206 square meter mansion they are in is left. 5 years have passed and house prices have skyrocketed, and no one knows how much this set is worth now. Even if it is conservatively estimated, the minimum is more than 6.7 billion. This has surpassed 99.9% of the villas in the Magic Capital. Even the villa where Mo Chuchen lives now is not as valuable as this mansion. And the apartment Chu Chen said was this legendary mansion? Where is this apartment? This is simply more villa than a villa. And is 1,206 square meters small? It's already big, okay? Mo Chuchen complained. In his heart. At this moment, Mo Chuchen's eyes widened as he looked at this legendary first-grade Tang Chen mansion. A mansion can experience the identity, background and strength of the owner from a large aspect. This mansion has been stared at by many rich people in the magic capital. I didn't expect that Chu Chen would be taken directly by him not long after he came to the magic capital. How much money does he have? Mo Chuchen was extremely curious as to how much liquidity Chu Chen had in his hands. 2 billion, 3 billion, or how much? You know, even though Mo Chuchen is the chairman of dignified Vientiane Group, most of his assets are tied up in the company, and he doesn't have much liquidity. Looking at Chu Chen's mansion, Mo Chuchen, who was not ready to show off, was speechless for a while. His villa is in Xishan County, Modu City, which is a well-known villa area in Modu City, and is enough to rank in the top 10 in Modu City. But before he could show off, he discovered that Chu Chen actually lived in this legendary mansion. How can he show off? Show off a ghost? So embarrassing. Fortunately, Mo Chuchen didn't know that a quarter of the first-rank Thompsons belonged to Chu Chen, otherwise, he would be even more shocked. Awesome. After taking a look around the mansion, Mo Chuchen sighed in his heart that it is indeed the most luxurious mansion of Thompson Epine. The decoration, design, etc. are all world-class. By the way, I even prepared a set for you one downstairs. Chu Chen added. Originally, Chu Chen didn't want to be so troublesome. Anyway, there were many rooms here, and he was a serious person. He planned to let Mo Yuan live here. But after all, in front of Mo Chuchen, he asked his daughter to live here, which wasn't a good idea. That's good. Mo Chuchen let out a breath and relaxed a little. Don't be so troublesome. If President Chu doesn't mind, I can also live here. After all, there are enough houses here. Mo Yuan spoke unexpectedly. I don't know if she is trying to be arrogant, or has other meanings. However, she trusted Chu Chen. After Mo Yuan said that, Mo Chuchen's nose crooked with anger. If it weren't for the previous incident, the relationship between him and his daughter was already on thin ice, making Mo Chuchen not dare to mess around. Otherwise, he might have sent someone to take Mo Yuan home forcibly. Mo Chuchen's eyes widened, wanting to threaten Mo Yuan with his eyes. Don't do it. However, Mo Yuan didn't look at him at all, which made Mo Chuchen's efforts in vain, but instead caused his eyes to hurt. Finally, saying goodbye to Chu Chen, Mo Chuchen had no choice but to leave. The daughter is still someone else's home. This is not married yet, and he is against him, towards outsiders. Hey. Mo Yuan stayed here and found a guest room. It was not too late. Not long after dinner, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan went downstairs and walked outside the community. After all, the nightlife had just begun. Recently, the street stall culture has emerged, and various street stalls have appeared in many places. Along the way, Chu Chen also saw a lot of street stalls. However, there was a street stall that was extremely popular, and many passers-by gathered around there. Chu Chen and Mo Yuan happened to pass by there and stopped to take a look. There was a Bentley Continental with more than $3 million parked there. In front of the Bentley, a 9-year-old young man was sitting there, setting up a street stall, selling some small bits and pieces. Brother, is the Bentley over there yours? A passerby couldn't help being curious and asked. It's mine. The stall owner responded casually. Really his? Driving more than 3 million Bentley Continentals, are you still setting up a stall? As expected. Of a rich man, even if he is so rich, he is still working hard to make money. Admiration, admiration. Brother is awesome. Hearing these words, the young stall owner was extremely proud. He is just here to show off his wealth and pretend to be coercive. Anyway, idle time is boring, pretending to be aggressive, showing off your wealth, accepting the praise and worship of these people, how cool it is. Of course, you can also flirt with girls. He has only been here for more than half an hour, and he has added 7 or 8 good-looking beauties on WeChat. Now, which one is he considering to flirt with? People, rich, but also so sad. With so many girls, he doesn't know which one to choose? The young man complained in his heart. After looking at the phone for a long time, the young stall owner raised his head and moved his neck. What? At this moment, he suddenly found Mo Yuan, who was about to leave with Chu Chen. Excellent. Absolute beauty. This is too perfect. Whether it is appearance, body, or temperament, they are all top-notch. Compared with her, the so-called beauties she added are just trash. Not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, the young stall owner felt that his choice was really right. Fortunately, he came out to set up a stall, to show off his wealth this time, otherwise, he would not have encountered such a superb beauty. Beauty, where are you going? The young stall owner took the initiative to strike up a conversation. If you don't mind, you can take my car. Although it's not a mansion, it's just a Bentley Continental worth more than 3 million. Looking at his car, the young stall owner pretended to be aggressive. Unnecessary. Mo. Yuan refused. I don't like Bentley, no problem. As long as the beauty is willing, I have both Lamborghini and Ferrari. Beauty, what kind of car do you like? I can let someone drive it right away. Young stall owners persevere. I go. Not only Bentley, but also Lamborghini, Ferrari? There is no humanity in the trenches. It's too rich. These cars add up, I'm afraid it will cost tens of millions. Hearing the young stall owner's words, several passers-by said in shock. Do not like. Mo Yuan shook her head again. The young stall owner was embarrassed for a while, not knowing what to say. Don't like Bentley, Lamborghini, Ferrari? Beauty, I'm the financial director of Carey Financial Corporation. Finally, the young stall owners are ready to use their work and income to pretend. In terms of income and work, he can hang and beat 99% of the people in the magic capital. The young stall owner talked eloquently and showed off to Mo Yuan. While speaking, the young stall owner lowered his head and took out a hot stamped business card from his pocket, ready to hand it to Mo Yuan. However, when he looked up again, he was surprised to find that there was no figure of that beautiful woman in front of him. He hasn't finished his words yet? Looking around, the young stall owner found that the beautiful woman had walked away talking and laughing with the male partner, and he didn't pay any attention to him at all. The young stall owner held the hot stamped business card and stood there awkwardly. Ha ha ha, overturned. It really made me laugh. You still want to flirt with people, but they didn't pay attention to you from beginning to end. This is true love, unshakable by money. He's so handsome and his boyfriend kills a lot of little fresh meat stars in seconds. You still want to dig someone's corner without seeing what you look like. The passers-by who were watching also understood. What a street stall, you are driving a Bentley, obviously you want to come here to pretend. As a result, if the force was not installed, the car overturned. Listening to these discussions, the young stall owner was restless. In the end, he simply tidied up, and the young stall owner left in despair amid the crowds pointing. And Chu Chen and Mo Yuan wandered outside for a while, and then they returned to Thompson Epine together. In Thompson's first rank, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan were waiting for the elevator, and a young man also came over. What? When the young man noticed Mo Yuan and Chu Chen, he was stunned. Encountered so soon? This young man is none other than the young stall owner who just parked his car. He also lives in Thompson Epine. Beauty. So coincidentally, we met again? It's really fate. I just bought a house in Thompson's first class, and I only lived there for a few days. The young stall owner pretended not to pretend just now, but this time he wants to raise his eyebrows. Oh? Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows and made a suspicious voice. I live in Building B, on the 26th floor. It's not a big apartment. It's only 767 square meters, with 8 rooms, 3 halls, 12 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen. The young stall owner cleared his throat and said loudly. Among all the apartment types of Thompson Epine, 767 square meters is already very large. Except for Chu Chen's mansion of more than 1,000 square meters, few can compare with it. And the price is not expensive, only 207 million. The young stall owner continued to pretend. Well, as far as I know, all the houses in Building B are only rented and not sold. At this moment, a faint voice came. Hearing this sentence, the young man who was about to pretend to be forceful stopped talking and looked embarrassed. Is Building B only for rent and not for sale? In fact, he just rented the 767 square meter mansion and said this in order to pretend to be coercive. And he just moved to Thompson Epine, and he didn't know that Building B was only rented and not sold. Just then, the elevator door opened. Chu Chen and Mo Yuan walked in, followed by the young stall owner. However, when the young stall owner saw that Chu Chen pressed the floor, he was immediately dumbfounded. Top floor? Topmost? Isn't that the location of Thompson's most luxurious and largest mansion? Did he also rent that house? The young stall owner is even more embarrassed. And he overturned again? After thinking for a while, the young stall owner spoke again, that I have discussed with Thompson Epine, and I will buy that house soon. Since it's your own pretense, no matter how many loopholes there are, you should continue to pretend with tears in your eyes. Is it? That's a pity, you shouldn't be able to buy it. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Can't buy it, why? The young stall owner asked inexplicably. Because I bought the whole building. Chu Chen gave the young stall owner a comforting look. When the elevator arrived, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan walked out of the elevator. Only the young stall owner was left standing foolishly in the elevator. After seeing the floor that Chu Chen pressed just now, the young stall owner was shocked and forgot to press his own floor. Because you bought the whole building? The young stall owner said shiveringly. Bought the whole building? Did you make a mistake? That's at least billions. The young stall owner was completely stupid. I was just pretending to be coercive, and I ended up meeting such a great god? Young stall owners feel that they have been hit 1,000,000 times. D. Not long after he came to the magic capital, Chu Chen gave Mo Yuan a holiday and asked her to spend time with her grandparents, while she came to Valinor International University, and started her second day of experience. Unexpectedly, Fong Jing, the dean of the Conservatory of Music, found himself not long after he arrived. Seeing Chu Chen this time, Fong Jing did not have the arrogance he had last time. What happened? Before has made Fong Jing dare not underestimate Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, I have a small request. I don't know if I should say it or not. Talking to Chu Chen, Fong Jing was extremely polite and peaceful, without the slightest dean's airs. In the office, hearing Fong Jing speak so gently, several other people looked surprised. Who is this newly arrived Professor Chu who makes the dignified dean so polite? President Fong, please speak. That's right, the principal informed that, in order to publicize it, every college in the school is required to make a promotional video. I would like to invite Mr. Chu to participate in the filming. Fong Yuan opened his mouth. Among the several colleges of Valinor International University, they are secretly competing, and they all want to shoot the best and crush each other. What? Chu Chen was a little puzzled and asked, why are you looking for me? Because you are handsome. Fong Jing explained, at that time, you only need to show your face, there are no other requirements. At Fong Jing's warm invitation, Chu Chen agreed. Okay, but don't delay me too long. No way, looking handsome is trouble. In the 3-minute promotional video, Chu Chen showed his face for a few seconds. In order to test the effect, the promotional videos of the various colleges of Valinor International University were first disseminated on campus. For this promotional film, the viewing rate exploded and crushed each other. The major colleges of Valinor International University have come up with their own tricks. Some colleges have hired a large group of beautiful students, some colleges have invited well-known alumni with successful careers, and even some colleges with deep pockets have directly invited a few stars. A competition for the viewing rate of publicity films of major colleges is unfolding virtually. Valinor International University and several colleges' promotional videos were released at about the same time. In the beginning, the academy that invited celebrities, the viewing rate soared and ranked first, followed by the academy that invited successful people and a group of beautiful students. The promotional film of the Conservatory of Music is far behind, it is the last one. Music school is not good. The last one this time is from the Conservatory of Music. Lao Fong, you are too miserable. The viewing rate is only 1/10 of ours. The deans of several other colleges mocked Fong Jing, the dean of the Conservatory of Music. At this moment, even Fong Jing has some doubts, he only asked Chu Chen to show his face for a few seconds, is it wrong? In the beginning, because of the stars and successful people, the students of Valinor International University took the lead in opening the promotional videos of those colleges, while ignoring the music colleges. I'll go, watch the promotional video of the Conservatory of Music, at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. A handsome little brother. Even the school grass looks very ordinary compared to him, not even 1/10 of the handsomeness of this little brother. Really, so handsome, I feel like I'm in love. 3 minutes, give you a look, I want all the information about this little brother. But soon, the news of the handsome little brother appeared in the promotional video of the Conservatory of Music. In the circle of friends, various groups spread it. For a time, countless girls came here, and the viewing rate of the promo of the Conservatory of Music increased steadily. Seeing countless girls crazy, many boys also became extremely curious. I'm going, this brother is too handsome. Compared with him, I feel a deep inferiority complex. A handsome boy is ashamed of himself. How can he be so handsome? How can this make us live? Fortunately, he is from the Conservatory of Music, not ours. I really feel sorry for the boys in the Conservatory of Music. They are crushed by him every day. It hurts to add one. Distressed for a time. The boys at the Conservatory of Music became the object of sympathy for countless people. And the viewing rate of the Conservatory of Music has also risen rapidly, and soon rushed to the top 3, and there is no trend of suspending. Chu Chen's popularity at Bolinuo International University once surpassed those of the Schoolgrass Prada China headquarters. Director Xiang Chuchen is preparing to receive first-line star Peng Lingwen. Even for luxury goods, in order to maintain popularity, etc., some popular stars will be invited as treatment. LV, Armani, Hermes, Gucci, and other luxury brands are asking celebrities to endorse, and the effect is obvious. Not to be outdone, Prada, after some negotiation, contacted Peng Lingwen, a popular first-line young meat star. Peng Lingwen is only 25 years old this year. Although he can only sing, dance, etc., and is very ordinary, but relying on his face, he is already a hot star in the entertainment industry. He has more than 20 million Weibo fans and is a special guest of major programs. I starred in a lot of movies last year, although the ratings and reputation were rock bottom, which attracted a kind of scolding. But even so, Peng Lingwen became even more popular. His crazy female fans didn't care about his zero acting skills. And he performed with facial paralysis. Just look good. This time, in order to invite him, Prada is going to take out 20 million in endorsement fees. There was a sound of footsteps, and a fat woman with heavy makeup walked in. She is Peng Lingwen's spokesperson, Sister Hua, who has strong connections in the entertainment industry. Xiang Chuchen looked around and frowned. What about Peng Ling? Our family has something important to do, and we don't have time to accompany you, Sister Hua said. In fact, Peng Lingwen is currently picking up girls, but he just doesn't want to come. I'm here to talk to you on behalf of Lingwen. Miss Hua looked indifferent. Xiang Chuchen's face became gloomy. How could he say that he was also Prada's director, and this Peng Lingwen didn't pay attention to him so much? It's not good if Peng Ling doesn't ask to talk about it. Xiang Chuchen asked. Nothing bad. I want to ask our family order to come and ask your president to come and invite him in person. Miss Hua was a little impatient. Peng Lingwen has also received some luxury endorsements before, and has also met some big people, and now Peng Lingwen's popularity continues to rise, which makes Peng Lingwen and his people even more inflated. I don't want to talk nonsense, let me tell you the truth. Sister Hua, straight to the point, the endorsement fee of 20 million is a bit low. If you want us to make an endorsement, you need to increase it to 50 million. One point cannot be missed, otherwise, we will not sign the contract. What, 50 million? Xiang Chuchen couldn't sit still. Just a mere starlet with fresh meat, the endorsement fee actually costs 50 million, this Peng Lingwen is not crazy, right? You know, even many veteran first-line stars, the endorsement fee is not so high. 50 million is not too high. You should know that last year, when LV asked Wu Yifan to endorse, it paid 50 million endorsement fees. Our family Lingwen is as popular as Wu Yifan. Sister Hua sneered and said the reason why. They wanted 50 million. LV Group? Hearing this, Xiang Chuchen became even more angry. What kind of strength is the LV Group? The chairman of the LV Group is the godfather of the world's luxury goods, and he even became the world's richest man for a while. Even when they were at their most brilliant Prada, they were far inferior to the LV Group. Can you compare? 20 million is already Prada's limit. I know, you don't have the qualifications to decide. You should quickly ask your president to talk to me in person. Miss Hua spoke. Otherwise, our family Lin Gwen will accept the endorsement of other luxury goods and oppose Prada, and you will be responsible for the consequences. Humph. Helpless, Xiang Chuchen snorted coldly, got up and left, and went to report to his boss. Soon, Tong Leshan called Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, it's like this, the endorsement fee of 50 million is already a sky-high price, and Chu Chen must be consulted. Playing a big name and asking for a high endorsement fee? Who does he think he is? Chu Chen replied coldly. Understood, President Chu. Tong Leshan understood. But if we don't ask Pang Ling to ask, who should we ask? I'm here, I speak for myself. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Save tens of millions. Isn't it delicious? With the popularity of his back male god, Pang Lingwen and fresh meat stars were all instantly killed. Moreover, he endorsed and used his popularity to drive the development of Prada, and the market value of Prada will also increase. Kill two birds with one stone. Humph, you are responsible for the consequences. Got the negative news? Sister Hua said meanly. After all, Sister Hua turned around and left. The next day, Chu Chen came to Prada headquarters and shot a few commercials quickly. He is only in charge of being handsome, even if he wears a mask and looks handsome, he still kills Pang Lingwen in seconds. As expected of the president, what a little fresh meat star, how can there be a handsome president? It's definitely going to be a huge hit this time around. Soon, an advertisement endorsed by Chu Chen himself was broadcast. Humph, I thought Prada invited other stars? So I hired a boy wearing a mask? Pang Ling asked not to think that he didn't pay any attention to the male god behind him. I'm afraid Prada will lose a lot this time. It didn't take long for Pang Lingwen to be dumbfounded, and Prada, who was endorsed by the back male goddess, was instantly on the hot search list. Countless female fans began to pay attention to Prada and visited Prada's stores, and Prada's sales increased exponentially. And Prada's market value has also begun to grow. It is not a problem to rise to 100 billion as long as it takes a certain period of time. That afternoon, Chu Chen received a call from Fang Yisong, the boss of the magic capital. Fang Yisong invited Chu Chen to visit Lingfeng Villa tomorrow. Lingfeng Villa, one of the top leisure and entertainment villas in magic capital, integrates golf, horse racing, fishing, shooting, and other functions. It is one of the favorite places for many wealthy businessmen in Modu. Fang Yisong was known by Chu Chen in Hangzhou and Luo Yongning before. At the beginning, Fang Yisong was deceived by an international liar and did not pay attention to Chu Chen. But in the end, after learning Chu Chen's identity, his attitude changed greatly, and he took the initiative to come to Chu Chen's company to apologize to Chu Chen. All right. Tomorrow was the weekend, and there were no classes in the university, so he would not delay his experience task, so Chu Chen agreed. After all, I still have to stay in the magic capital for a while, and it would be good to have more contacts. No need to drive, Fang Yisong came to pick up Chu Chen in person the next day. Fang Yisong's Rolls-Royce stopped at Thompson, Ipin, and Chu Chen got into the car. Mr. Chu is amazing. It's only been a few days since he came to the capital, and he has already bought a house in Thompson Ipin. Fang admires this financial strength. Fang Yisong said with emotion. The price of luxury houses of the first grade of Thompson is very expensive, especially those top luxury houses. The price is probably several hundred million. As soon as Mr. Chu came, he bought a luxury house, and how much working capital did he have? Fang Yisong was shocked this time. Finally, the two came to Lingfeng Villa together. At this moment, there are already 3 or 4 big bosses in the magic capital waiting there. This is Wei Jiantong, the chairman of the Wei Group. This is Fan Marisi, the president of Tongfa Heavy Industry. This is Gao Xingqi, a big man in the financial industry of Magic Capital. Fang Yisong introduced the past. One by one. Mr. Chu is good. Hello, Mr. Chu. These Modu bosses and Chu Chen greeted each other. The market value of these people's companies has exceeded 100 billion, and they are all real boss-level figures. They played golf all morning. In the afternoon, I came to the horse farm of Lingfeng Villa, ready to ride a horse. The scenery of Lingfeng Villa is very good. It is designed and constructed by the world's top designers and is extremely delicate. Otherwise, it will not attract so many bigwigs to come and play. Among these bigwigs, 2 of them can't ride a horse, and they don't want to learn when they are old. It was not easy for them to leave, so they sent someone to get a few tables, find a place with a good environment, set up tea sets, and drink tea. Mr. Chu can do equestrianism. Wei Mao is ashamed of himself. Mr. Chu is young and promising, and he is really the leader of the younger generation. After riding a horse with Chu Chen for a while, several bosses couldn't help but sigh. After stopping, a few people sat there, drinking tea and chatting, enjoying the tranquility. But this rare trace of tranquility was shattered. Not far away, 5 or 6 steeds came galloping. On the steeds, several handsome young men were riding their horses and whipping their whips, unrestrained and unrestrained. Brother Lin, your riding skills are getting better and better. Old Zhao, you grandson, wait for me. This group of sons laughed and scolded, riding around and galloping around, stirring up countless dust for a while. After a while, this group of handsome young masters passed by Chu Chen and the others, causing a burst of smoke. The tea that was just poured is useless. Looking at the dusty tea on the table, the faces of these Magic Capital bosses became a little ugly. What kind of bastard is this, dare to be so presumptuous in front of them? It's okay to disturb their cleanliness, and now even tea is not allowed. But with their identities there, it's not easy for them to stand up and curse. At this moment, a young master suddenly stopped the horse beside Chu Chen and the others. Brother. Young master walked in front of Chu Chen and the others. Have some tea with you. Brother young master was too lazy to go back to drink water, so in an imperative tone, he said something to Chu Chen and a few demon city bosses. After all, I didn't ask Chu Chen and these few big bosses in the demon capital for their opinions. Because he was close to Chu Chen, brother young master picked up the teacup belonging to Chu Chen and was about to drink it, but found that the teacup was full of dust. What? Brother young master said in disgust, and threw away the tea and teacup. A few drops of tea just spilled onto Chu Chen's body. Seeing this, Gao Jingqi, the financial boss among the big bosses, turned extremely bad. This was his teacup. A serious official kiln, worth thousands of gold, is used to entertain guests, but now, it has been lost by a little bastard. Boy, you can drink all this tea. Glancing at Chu Chen, brother young master said with disgust. The son-in-law picked up the teapot and a new teacup arrogantly, and poured himself a new cup. Boy, get up, I'll take a rest. Go and show me the horse. The son-in-law regarded Chu Chen as a servant of Lingfeng Villa. Just as Chu Chen was about to speak, a voice came. Slow. Gao Jingqi couldn't bear it any longer and was the first to speak. Who are you to be so rude to us and Mr. Chu? Xiang Chuchen, what's wrong? The elder brother said fearlessly. Xiang Chuchen, such a name is really stupid. Chu Chen also spoke, this Xiang Chuchen was a little too rude. Little thing, what are you talking about? Xiang Chuchen was instantly angry, and he was actually insulted by a kid not too different from himself. It is tolerable, unbearable. Seeing that Xiang Chuchen seemed to have a dispute here, several other young masters also came over to cheer Xiang Chuchen. Friendship, of course. The reason why Xiang Chuchen dared to be so domineering in Lingfeng Villa is because of his reliance. This Lingfeng Villa belongs to his third uncle, Jiang Gu. With the support of the third uncle, Xiang Chuchen is naturally not afraid of anyone on his own territory. Brother Lin, what's wrong? What happened? Xiang Chuchen's friends rushed over and asked. It's nothing, it's just a kid who said that I don't deserve to be called Xiang Chuchen. Xiang Chuchen looked at Chu Chen and said cynically. What? Master, who dares to say Brother Lin is impatient? Brother Lin, let's help you clean him up. Following Xiang Chuchen, these young masters were more or less infected by Xiang Chuchen's arrogance. Following Xiang Chuchen's gaze, several people stared at Chu Chen with bad eyes. Boy, I know, you should have some background. Xiang Chuchen and Chu Chen confronted each other. But I don't care what you are, who you are, on my territory today, even a dragon has to take it from me. I can't ask too much, just kneel down and apologize to me. Xiang Chuchen opened his mouth with generosity and wanted to let Chu Chen go. You dare to be so disrespectful to President Chu? Boy, are you crazy? Several other big bosses in the magic capital scolded Xiang Chuchen. You old people, don't make trouble, otherwise, you will regret it. Xiang Chuchen had lost his mind, pointed at these big bosses in the demon capital, and cursed. Old stuff. Old stuff? After Xiang Chuchen said this, the faces of these demon capital bosses turned blue, and they were shaking with anger. After so many years, it was the first time that they were called old things. These people are indeed very old, some of them are nearly 60 years old, and age is the last thing they want to mention. As a result, now, the things they don't want to mention are actually put on the table by this bastard, and they are called old things. These big devils are breathing fire. Do you hear me? Shut up, you old people. Brother Lin is going to clean up this kid, you all go away. Looking at Xiang Chuchen, several of his companions agreed. To be called old stuff again, these demon city bosses are completely crazy. At this moment, if it wasn't for their bodies, I'm afraid they would have swarmed up and beat up these ignorant little things. Several big bosses in the magic capital looked at Xiang Chuchen and Xiang Chuchen's companions, and began to think about how to rectify them to make themselves more comfortable. Mr. Fong didn't expect you to come, and you are welcome. At this time, a bald middle-aged man came with a group of employees. General Manager Wei, General Manager Gao, the bald middle-aged man, came over and spoke very politely. He is none other than the owner of Lingfeng Villa, Jiang Gu, and the third uncle of Xiang Chuchen. At noon today, he was not in Lingfeng Villa. After the afternoon came, I heard that Fang Yisong, Gao Jingqi, and others were playing in the villa, so they rushed over to say hello. If it is a big man, Jiang Gu may not have to do this. But with so many big men added up, their strength is terrifying, so he has to be more polite. Next to him, Xiang Chuchen was stunned when he saw that the third uncle greeted these old things very politely. What? Jiang Gu also found Xiang Chuchen next to him, and Jiang Gu was just about to speak. Suddenly looking at a few livid-faced demon city bosses, and at a domineering Xiang Chuchen, what did he suddenly think of? Mr. Jiang, your Jiang family is full of talented people. You actually call us old things? Very good, but the old thing said, want to do something? There. Maybe something to directly target a junior. But now, Jiangji's elders are here, and these big bosses of the demon capital are no longer polite. Not only that, Xiang Chuchen actually threatened Mr. Chu and asked Mr. Chu to kneel down and apologize to him. It's too awesome. Fang Yisong opened his mouth and scolded Jiang Gu angrily. After listening, Jiangji's legs kept shaking. I'm going, it's only been a while, this kid has caused so much trouble for himself? Uncles. I'm sorry, I apologize to a few, it's our Jiang family's lax parenting. Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry. Although Jiang Gu didn't know Chu Chen, he could make Gao Jingqi and others call him President Chu, which should be similar to Gao Jingqi and others. Why are you still standing stupidly? Coming in front of Jiang Chuchen, Jiang Gu kicked Jiang Chuchen's calf fiercely. Gudong. There was a sound, and because of Jiang Ji's kick, Jiang Chuchen knelt directly in front of Chu Chen. Without the need for Chu Chen, or these big bosses of the demon capital, Jiang Gu did it himself. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, Jiang Chuchen's nose was blue and his face was swollen. No, third uncle, take it lightly. Jiang Chuchen screamed again and again. 5 minutes later, I received news from Jiang Gu, and Jiang Ji's father also rushed over. Dad, save me, save me. Seeing that his father was coming, Jiang Chuchen thought that a life-saving straw was coming, so he repeatedly asked for advice. Save you? Go to hell. Looking at his son, Jiang Chuchen's father was even more angry. He took off his leather shoes and beat his son as a weapon. It's okay to cause trouble in the past, but today you actually provoke a group of rich people in the magic capital. Isn't this courting death? Murdered the parent and child. Jiang Jingya, believe it or not, I will beat you like this when you are old. Jiang Jingya, when I get home, I'll tell my mother about you raising a mistress outside. In the end, Jiang Chuchen yelled and threatened his father. What, little brat, you are looking for death. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchen's father, Jiang Jingya's face changed greatly, and he became even more angry. He was afraid that Jiang Chuchen would expose more of his scandals, and he would be even more ruthless. The scene of filial piety to the father appeared in front of Chu Chen and others. Mr. Jiang, don't slap people in the face. If you break your face and knock out your teeth, you won't be able to speak. Chu Chen kindly reminded Jiang Jingya. Slap in the face, knock out teeth? Can't speak? Hearing this, Jiang Jingya's eyes lit up. If this stinky boy can't speak for a while, he can't complain. To his mother. I also have time to arrange Xiao San to go and destroy the evidence. Thank you. Jiang. Xingye responded and began to hit Xiang Chuchen in the face. Jiang Ge also fought together. Being beaten by his father and his third uncle together, Xiang Chuchen was distraught, and his face was completely swollen into a pig's head. Now, he really is not suitable to be called Xiang Chuchen, it should be better to be called Jiang Zhu too. At first, watching Jiang Ge beat Xiang Chuchen's companions shivered on their knees and slapped themselves. In the end, even Jiang Xingye took action. Several of Xiang Chuchen's companions put all the responsibilities on Xiang Chuchen's body, and then fled. What brotherhood, what boss? Boss, brother, if you don't use it for the last betrayal, what's the use? Being betrayed by his brother again, Xiang Chuchen felt that his whole life was dark. What's the point of his life? After 20 minutes of beating, Jiang Ge and Jiang Xingye sent someone to carry Xiang Chuchen away and sent him to the hospital. Come to think of it, Xiang Chuchen wants to stand up again, I am afraid. It will be a few months later. Jiang Ge and Jiang Xingye apologized to Chu Chen and the big bosses in the magic capital again and again. After riding the horse, it was only around 4 o'clock in the afternoon when a few people came to the river to fish again. The site of Lingfeng Villa is right on the Huangpu River. Because there is no ocean experience card, Chu Chen's luck is very ordinary, only catching 2 fish. As for the other demon capital bosses, the situation was even worse. Generally, only one was caught, and some did not even have one. Time passed by just as they were about to leave and go to the villa for dinner. In the distance, a huge yacht is passing by. Even these big bosses and rich people in the magic capital couldn't help but stop and watch when they saw this yacht. It is too huge, the length of the ship is at least more than 70 meters, and the width is probably more than 10 meters. Needless to say, the price is definitely scary. What? Why do I look at the people on the yacht so familiar? Fong. Isong pointed at the yacht and said in surprise. Oh? Isn't that Cui Min's name? After watching for a while, Wei Jiantong said. Yes, it's Cui Min. Another bigwig echoed, reading it right. Standing on this huge yacht is a rich man in the magic capital, Cui Min, whose strength is similar to those of them. It's him? Gao Jingqi's face was serious. Cui Min and Gao Jingqi were enemies. Where did he get such a big yacht? Looking at Cui Min's yacht, Gao Jingqi was particularly angry. At this time, the condescending Cui Min also seemed to see Gao Jingqi and others, so he took out his mobile phone and called Gao Jingqi. When Gao Jingqi saw the call, he pressed the speakerphone directly. Mr. Gao, did you see me? Cui Min stood on the yacht and waved proudly. This yacht belongs to a friend I just met who lent it to me knowing that my birthday was a few days away. Cui Min said triumphantly. How about a birthday party on this yacht, you say? Cui Min said. Yin and yang, strangely. Cui, you did this on purpose. Gao Jingqi said angrily. You know, in a few days, it will be Gao Jingqi's birthday. This time, Gao Jingqi is ingenious and plans to change the venue of the birthday party to a yacht. After all, he has a huge yacht that is 50 meters long, which is enough. He has sent out invitations. But the yacht that Gao Jingqi is proud of is not worth mentioning in front of Cui Min's yacht. Now, Cui Min has obtained such a yacht, which is obviously to provoke Gao Jingqi. Coincidentally, Gao Jingqi and Cui Minming's birthdays are on the same day. Since Cui Minming has brought such a huge yacht. On the birthday party, no matter where Gao Jingqi parks his yacht, Cui Minming will definitely park next to Gao Jingqi. This makes for a stark contrast. At that time, where to put his face, he will definitely become the laughingstock of countless people. I didn't do it on purpose, I did it on purpose. Cui Min's proud voice came again. It will be our birthday in a few days. When the time comes, let's see who will be the laughingstock and whose face will be swept away. Ha ha ha. Laughing arrogantly, Cui Minming hung up the phone directly. Gao Jingqi gritted his teeth in anger. Originally, the most appropriate solution was not to hold birthday parties on the yacht. But now that his invitation has been sent out, this method simply won't work. As for finding a yacht larger than Cui Minming's, that's even more impossible. Originally, Gao Jingqi's yacht was already very powerful in the magic capital. Except for the yachts of the super big men, there were almost no yachts bigger than his. It is impossible to borrow yachts from those super big people. Even if Gao Jingqi wanted to borrow it, he didn't have that face. It is also extremely difficult to borrow from other cities, and the time is too tight. How to do it? For a time, Gao Jingqi was anxious to become an ant on the hot pot. This Cui Minming is too much. They're all from the Demon City, what? I estimated his yacht just now. It should be about 75 meters long and 15 meters wide. In the entire Magic City, few yachts can match his. Hey, what should I do now, Lao Gao? Fang Yisong and several people sighed and tried to find a way for Gao Jingqi. Otherwise, we can only change the venue of the banquet and resend the invitation. This is the last resort. Although Gao Jingqi will be disgraced, it is better than being compared by Cui Minming. Hearing this, Gao Jingqi sighed softly. That's the only way. Before Gao Jingqi's words were finished, a calm voice came. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it a bigger yacht? I have it. Chu Chen opened his mouth. If Mr. Gao needs it, I can let someone drive over from Hangzhou. It won't take long. Looking at Chu Chen suddenly, Gao Jingqi and the others were extremely surprised. Does Mr. Chu have a yacht bigger than Cui Minming's? They were skeptical. Mr. Chu, are you sure your yacht is bigger than the behemoth just now? Wei Jiantong said, his ship is not a giant. Chu Chen replied. Thank you so much, Mr. Chu. Gao Jingqi finally found a life-saving straw, grabbed Chu Chen's hand, and said with great excitement, if President Chu does me this favor, let me save face. From now on, President Chu's business is my business. Among several people, Gao Jingqi, who is engaged in the financial industry, is the strongest and the most valuable. Gao Jingqi is in his 50s and has been in the devil's capital for so many years, and now the most important thing is his face. Mr. Gao is very polite. I will contact you immediately and let them go. We will see you almost tomorrow morning. Chu Chen took out his mobile phone and made a call. Looking at this, Wei Jiantong and several others still expressed deep doubts. Can President Chu have a yacht bigger than Cui Minming? After all, Cui Minming's yacht is already quite powerful in the magic capital. And Mr. Chu is so young? Fang Yisong did not tell them the specific identity of Chu Chen, but only told them that Chu Chen was also a rich man with a terrible value. Anyway, see you tomorrow morning. Several bigwigs did not refute anything. Watching Cui Minming's yacht go away, Gao Jingqi was also very nervous. I don't know how big Mr. Chu's yacht is. He didn't expect too much. President Chu's yacht could be as famous as Chui Min's, so he was extremely grateful to President Chu. Even a little smaller is acceptable. After catching fish, a few people returned to Lingfeng Villa for dinner. Time passed quickly, and a new day arrived. Speaking of it, the fifth is more offered. Congratulations to the book friend Qingfeng Lone Wolf for becoming the third helmsman of this book. Thank you for your support. In the morning, Chu Chen received a call, saying that the yacht Rising Sun had stopped at a port in Modu. Yesterday, Chu Chen, Gao Jingqi, Fang Yisong, Wei Jian and other big bosses from the demon capital all stayed at Lingfeng Villa. These people wanted to see with their own eyes what Chu Chen's yacht looked like. After all, Chu Chen said yesterday that Chui Minming's yacht, with a length of more than 70 meters, is nothing. After breakfast, Chu Chen, Gao Jingqi and others will meet. It's already here. If President Chu has time, can you take us to see it? Gao Jingqi said very excitedly and nervously. Whether he can save face on his birthday depends on Chu Chen's yacht. Of course. Chu Chen nodded. Chu Chen got into Gao Jingqi's car and led the way in front, while Wei Jian and others followed behind in the car, heading straight for the port. Old Wei, do you think President Chu's yacht can really be bigger than Chui Minming's? Wei Jian was in the same car, and a big boss of the magic capital asked, curiously. I don't think it's possible. Wei Jiantong shook his head, thinking that it would be too difficult to surpass Chui Minming's yacht. I think it should be 60 or 70 meters, maybe. Similar to Chui Min's name. I think so. In the car, another big boss of the magic capital agreed. They all thought that Chu Chen's yacht should be similar to Chui Min's, otherwise, they would not be so confident. Young people generally like to be competitive, so President Chu disdains Chui Minming's yacht. As for yachts that exceed Chui Minming, the probability of this happening is very small. Half an hour later, everyone slowly came to a port in the magic capital. Before the car even stopped, everyone saw a real behemoth in the port through the window. Stopping the car, a few of them can't wait to get down, walk quickly to the shore, and look up at this huge yacht. Even the bosses of the magic capital who have seen the big scene can't help but exclaim when they see this yacht, and their eyes are full of shock. It's too big, it's terribly big. Even the yachts of the super big men in the magic capital that they know may not be as big as the yacht in front of them. I go. This yacht is at least 100 meters long and 20 to 30 wide. So horrible. I don't know which big man this behemoth belongs to. These few demon capital bosses discussed and guessed. As for Chu Chen, they were automatically ignored by them. In their subconscious minds, such a huge yacht could only belong to those few superheroes. At the scene, only Fang Yisong and Gao Jingqi slowly looked at Chu Chen and guessed something. Finally, Gao Jingqi couldn't restrain his inner tension. Mr. Chu, the yacht you are talking about, shouldn't it be it? In an instant, the eyes of several people were all on Chu Chen. Yes. Chu Chen introduced to several people. This yacht is called the Rising Sun. It is about 140 meters long and 20 meters wide. It is a leader in the yacht manufacturing industry. It is a super yacht produced by Lursen. Does this yacht really belong to President Chu? My goodness. 140 meters long and 20 meters wide? This is almost double the size of Chui Minming's yacht, which is more than 70 meters long. This can be called a real behemoth. Compared with Chui Minming's yacht, is a younger brother. Mr. Chu, I have taken it. It's too powerful, President Chu's financial resources are too terrifying. Several demon capital bosses sighed. I underestimated President Chu. Wei Jiantong laughed at himself. At this moment he was really convinced by Chu Chen. It's amazing, isn't it? In a few days, Mr. Gao can hold a birthday party on this yacht, Chu Chen said. Looking at the huge rising sun, Gao Jingqi was extremely happy. Originally, he just prayed that Chu Chen's yacht could be as big as Chui Minming's, but he didn't expect it to be twice as big as Chui Minming's yacht. Mr. Chu, thank you so much. Gao Jingqi held Chu Chen's hand excitedly. If it weren't for President Chu, Gao Mao's face would have been trampled by Chui Minming. From today onwards, we are brothers. As long as you have something to do, brother, feel free to speak up. I don't dare to say it elsewhere. In the magic capital, I still have some strength. Gao Jingqi patted his chest and said, as a big boss in the financial world of the magic capital, in addition to his own strength, he also has a terrifying background. Brother Gao is polite. Gao Jingqi was so polite, and Chu Chen also spoke. 2 days later, brother, you must come. At the invitation of Gao Jingqi, Chu Chen agreed. After watching the yacht, several people separated, and Gao Jingqi personally sent Chu Chen back to Thompson Epine. Time flies, Gao Jingqi's birthday is coming. In order to give Chui Minming a big surprise, he got the help of Chu Chen, and Gao Jingqi, and the other big bosses kept secret about the banquet on the rising sun. Gao Jingqi's banquet was at another port, and he was not in a hurry to order someone to drive the rising sun there. In that port, there was only Gao Jingqi's own yacht, with a length of 40 to 50 meters. In order to contrast with Gao Jingqi, he pressed Gao Jingqi's face to the ground and rubbed it. The old enemy Chui Minming had already docked his yacht next to Gao Jingqi's yacht the night before. The two birthday parties started at the same time, and the time was set at 7 o'clock in the evening. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, guests from Gao Jingqi and Chui Minming arrived one after another. Chu Chen had to come a little later, because of some things at school. When these guests saw Gao Jingqi and Chui Minming's yacht, they sighed for a while. Gao Jingqi's guests all felt dull, while Chui Minming's guests were full of smiles. Gao Jingqi, you can't do it. On the yacht, Chui Min said to Gao Jingqi proudly. What kind of yacht is yours? In front of my yacht, it's my son's. Ha ha. Mr. Gao, this time you are far inferior to Chui. Chui Minming's guest also spoke. Everyone waited a while to get on the yacht. For Chui Minming and others, Gao Jingqi disdained to answer, just said to his guests. These guests were all very puzzled, why, but they didn't wait for them to speak. In the distance, a behemoth slowly drove over and stopped beside Gao Jingqi's yacht. Now, everyone can get on the yacht. Pointing to the rising sun, Gao Jingqi said with a smile. Looking at the rising sun, both Chui Minming and the guests were stunned. This is too big. Are you on a yacht? This behemoth? Gao Jingqi's guest thought he had read it wrong. Exactly. Gao Jingqi nodded. Soon, under the command of Gao Jingqi, his guests boarded the rising sun one after another. On the opposite side, Chui Minming and Chui Minming's guests looked at the rising sun, dumbfounded. What's going on? On the other side, when the work was over, Chu Chen drove the Audi straight to Gao Jingqi's birthday party. Standing on his yacht, Chui Minming was dumbfounded. He also said just now that in front of his own yacht. Gao Jingqi's yacht belonged to his son. But in the blink of an eye, his yacht became a son, no. A grandchild. How is it possible? How could he have gotten such a yacht? Cui Minming muttered in great confusion. Although he told Gao Jingqi that his yacht belonged to a friend he had just met. In fact, this yacht was to provoke Gao Jingqi. Cui Minming spent a lot of money to rent it, and it took nearly half a month. This is almost the largest yacht he can find within his network. Gao Jingqi's strength is similar to his. How could he have found a yacht with a length of hundreds of meters in 2 or 3 days? It doesn't make sense. The guests of Cui Minming were downcast. On the rising sun, Gao Jingqi's guests were also very curious. Where did Gao Jingqi get such a behemoth? Standing on the highest point of the rising sun, looking at the guests who had already arrived, Gao Jingqi held the microphone and said, "Today, Gao was able to hold his birthday party here because of a friend he just met. Although that friend hasn't come yet, Gao would like to thank him, the owner of this yacht, Mr. Chu. In private, he could call President Chu a brother, but in formal occasions, Gao Jingqi called him Mr. Chu in order to show respect for Chu Chen, the owner of this yacht, Mr. Chu?" Hearing Gao Jingqi's words, all the guests immediately began to discuss. Most people do not know who this mysterious Mr. Chu is. But one thing, they are sure, this Mr. Chu is a super person. Otherwise, how could it be possible to have such a behemoth? Even if they did not see Chu Chen, these guests had already begun to admire Chu Chen in their hearts. This Mr. Chu is amazing. As soon as I lent such a huge yacht to Gao Jingqi casually. This handwriting is perfect. On the other yacht, Cui Minming also heard Gao Jingqi's words, and was also very curious about the mysterious Mr. Chu. He even hesitated whether he should be cheeky and go to Gao Jingqi's yacht to meet Mr. Chu and get to know him. If you don't know such a big man, if you miss it, you will definitely regret it for life. 20 minutes later, Chu Chen came to the dock from the university. Parking the Audi at the dock, Chu Chen boarded the rising sun. What? That's really Chu Chen? On the 3rd floor of the rising sun, a woman wearing an evening dress with a face value of about 75 points finally confirmed it. It's really Chu Chen. Her name is Yang Yanjun, and in college, she was one of Chu Chen's suitors. She once confessed to Chu Chen, but was rejected by Chu Chen. Since then, she hated Chu Chen because of love and hatred. When she was in her sophomore year, she transferred schools. She didn't expect to meet Chu Chen again in the magic capital. It was a coincidence. "Dear, what's wrong?" At this time, a man who was not even ordinary, but could only be regarded as ugly, came to Yang Yanjun's side. The man wore an expensive tuxedo, giving people a feeling of being crowned by a monkey. "It's nothing, I just saw a suitor in my university," Yang Yanjun said with a sneer. For self-esteem and face, Yang Yanjun deliberately reversed her and Chu Chen's identities, and Chu Chen became a suitor. In fact, when Chu Chen got out of the car just now, Yang Yanjun accidentally noticed it. It was just uncertain, until Chu Chen boarded the yacht. "I didn't expect you to be so miserable now that you actually drive a broken Audi." Yang Yanjun sneered in her heart. "You used to ignore my love, but now I let you down." Her boyfriend, Qian Fengman, is an executive of a large airline company. His family has a lot of background, and his uncle is a billionaire. Qian Fengman drove a $3 or $4 million McLaren supercar. How can Chu Chen be compared with Qian Fengman? In order to become Qian Fengman's girlfriend, Yang Yanjun spent a lot of thought. Is there something wrong with your expression? Qian Fengman noticed something. It's okay, it's just that he chased me for a few years. And I just hate him. Yang Yanjun quickly covered up, afraid of being discovered. Hate him? A strange smile flashed across Qian Fengman's face. Since you met, let's go up and say hello. Qian Fengman said actively. Qian Fengman has always hated his handsome people. Seeing Chu Chen, who is so handsome in the sky now, he gritted his teeth. Even more, making you handsome. My defeated general, how are you? Qian Fengman walked over first and said to Chu Chen with a smile. Underdog? Chu Chen was a little puzzled, he didn't know this kid. Oh, I forgot to introduce. Qian Fengman said cheerfully, I am Yang Yanjun's current boyfriend who you couldn't catch up with back then. Don't look at you looking a little more handsome than me, it's only in terms of appearance, in other aspects, I will hang you up. You have been chasing Yang Yanjun for several years. After only a few days of chasing him, he got Yang Yanjun in his hands. This is the gap. You are so handsome, you have a fart. It was just Chu Chen's next sentence that made the proud Qian Fengman embarrassed. Who is Yang Yanjun? Chu Chen asked. In surprise, he really didn't remember such a person. Moreover, he was always being chased backwards, how could she be chasing others? Just kidding? Just came over and heard Chu Chen's words, Yang Yanjun resented Chu Chen even more. At this moment, a thick fire of hatred rose in her heart. If you can't get it yourself, then destroy him. Chu Chen, stop covering up, your acting skills are too poor. Yang Yanjun said arrogantly, ready to humiliate Chu Chen and raise her eyebrows. Not letting Chu Chen speak, Yang Yanjun said again, back then, you coveted my beauty. Stalked me, even knelt down and begged me, all kinds of confessions, have you forgotten? Yang Yanjun deliberately adapted what she once did into what Chu Chen did. Yang Yanjun's words caught the attention of several guests, who pointed at Chu Chen. I was really glad that I didn't promise you. People like you don't deserve to be my boyfriend. After that, Yang Yanjun took Qian Fengman's hand and proudly showed off, my boyfriend is 10,000 times better than you. You have only driven an Audi of 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. And my boyfriend drives a 3 million plus McLaren. He is less than 30 years old, and he is already an executive of a famous airline, Jiangnan Airlines. Are you okay? Jiangnan Airlines? Chu Chen raised his brows, didn't his private plane stop at Jiangnan Airlines? In order to befriend him, Jiangnan Airlines also listed Chu Chen as the only supreme member, enjoying special treatment. While Yang Yanjun was showing off her boyfriend, a luxury car stopped under the rising sun, and a 38-year-old man got off. The man is none other than the president of Jiangnan Airlines, Feng Song. The headquarters of Jiangnan Airlines is in the magic capital, and Feng Song and Gao Jingqi knew each other and naturally received an invitation from Gao Jingqi. Chu Chen, how are you? You know you can't do it. That's Jiangnan Airlines, a well-known domestic airline. It is enough to rank in the top 3 among all private airlines. Yang Yanjun shouted at Chu Chen. After thinking for a long time, Chu Chen remembered who Yang Yanjun was. My boyfriend has become an executive before he is 30 years old. I think it will take a few years before he will be the general manager. Yang Yanjun showed off again. There. Qian Fengman waved his hand and said humbly, it will take at least 3 or 4 years. Several guests sighed for a while. It's really young and promising. You're so young, you're already a top executive of Jiangnan Airlines. It's amazing. In contrast, that young man is not good enough. Several onlookers discussed. Tian. Feng Man was about to speak when Feng Song happened to pass by him. President? Isn't this the president? Tian Feng Man was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect to meet the president. President Feng, Tian Feng Man immediately spoke. Respectfully. However, Feng Song didn't pay attention to Tian Feng Man at all. Passing by Chu Chen, Feng Song's eyes lit up. Excuse me, are you Chu Chen, President Chu? Feng Song stopped and asked very politely. I'm Chu Chen, who? Are you? Oh, I'm Feng Song, from Jiangnan Airlines. I heard that President Chu was coming to the capital, so I wanted to visit Mr. Chu. But I didn't go, because I didn't know Mr. Chu's address. Feng Song explained. It turned out to be President Feng. Chu Chen responded that it was Feng Song at the beginning, because he changed the membership level of Jiangnan Airlines. I live in the first grade of Thompson. If Mr. Feng is willing, you are welcome to come as a guest. Feng Song was so polite, and Chu Chen was also polite. Thompson. First product? Chu Chen lives in the first product of Thompson? Hearing Chu Chen's words, the smile on Yang Yanzhen's face suddenly solidified. How is this possible? Driving a broken Audi, and actually living in a famous mansion in Modu. A Thompson first class? Did you hear it right? Under the shocked eyes of Yang Yanzhen and Tian Feng Man, Chu Chen and Feng Song left chatting and laughing, and walked towards the depths of the rising sun Tangchen Ipin. How is it possible? How is it possible? Yang Yanzhen's face paled and she kept muttering. By the way, dear. That Feng Song is also from Jiangnan Airlines. What is his job? Yang Yanzhen turned her head and asked Tian. Feng Man. President, he is the president of Jiangnan Airlines. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Tian Feng Man said nervously. President? You said he was the president of Jiangnan Airlines? Yang Yanzhen screamed and was frightened. The president of the dignified Jiangnan Airlines is so polite to this young man? Who is this young man? It's amazing. It turns out that we misunderstood. This young man is much more powerful than this executive of Jiangnan Airlines. Several guests discuss. From the beginning to the end, the president of Jiangnan Airlines did not even look at Tian Feng Man, the company executive. Instead, he was extremely polite to the young man and left with a smile. Which of the two has a higher identity? Isn't this a very sharp contrast? Could it be that even Tian Feng Man is not as good as Chu Chen? Yang Yanzhen's heart was ashes. Originally, she wanted to make Chu Chen unable to climb high, but now she became unable to climb Chu Chen. On the other hand, Tian Feng Man was also full of shock. Who is this Chu Chen? To make President Feng so polite. Forget it, it doesn't matter if the president of Jiangnan Airlines is very polite to Chu Chen. The uncle of Tian Feng Man is also a billionaire, and his status is no lower than Feng Song. In the end, Yang Yanzhen could only comfort herself. Thompson Ipin's house is not necessarily bought. Maybe rented? After resting with Tian Feng Man for a while, the two regained their energy. Let's go see Uncle. Tian Feng Man's uncle Tian Fu was also invited. They were also qualified to come because of Tian Feng Man's uncle, Tian Fu. Finally, the two went to find money. Chu Chen and Feng Song chatted for a while, then left. And found Gao Jingqi. Beside Gao Jingqi, in addition to Wei Jiantong, there are several unfamiliar bosses in the magic capital. Brother Chu, you are here. After seeing Chu Chen, Gao Jingqi said excitedly. Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Chu, who I specially thanked just now, and the owner of this yacht. Is this young man the owner of this yacht? Those few unfamiliar Demon City bosses suddenly became serious. Originally, they thought that this Mr. Chu should be similar to them, a middle-aged man or an old man. But now Gao Jingqi told them that this mysterious big man, Mr. Chu, was actually a 21-year-old young man? A few demon capital bosses were shocked. Mr. Chu's background is absolutely terrifying. So young, there is such a luxurious yacht. Hello Mr. Chu, hello Mr. Chu, my name is. The next second, these high-ranking demon capital bosses greeted Chu Chen politely. Chu Chen was chatting and laughing with these Demon City bosses. You are here. At this time, Qianfu Man's uncle Qianfu saw Yang Yanjun and the two. Let's go, I'll introduce you to a few big people. With that said, Qianfu led the two of them towards the highest level where Gao Jingqi was. This time, Qian Fengman came and Qianfu just wanted Qian Fengman to get to know Gao Jingqi, the big bosses of the magic capital, and see the world, which would be good for future development. Although Qianfu is a billionaire, he is still several levels behind Gao Jingqi and others. What? Introducing the big man? Following behind Qianfu, Qian Fengman and Yang Yanjun were extremely excited. When Qianfu said this, the two of course knew who Qianfu was going to introduce to them. That's the boss-level figure in the magic capital. They are actually able to know the big boss-level characters in the magic capital, which is really a blessing for Sanqing. Qian Fengman and Yang Yanjun had smiles on their faces, and the surprise just now disappeared long ago. How powerful is that Chu Chen? Can you get to know the dignified Demon City boss? Hee hee. Soon, Qianfu brought Qian Fengman and Yang Yanjun to the top floor. Qianfu stopped, tidied up his clothes first, and appeared to be more formal. After all, he was going to see the boss. Cough cough. After clearing his throat, Qianfu took the two to the top floor. Mr. Gao is good. After coming up, Qianfu respectfully opened his mouth. Mr. Gao is good. Mr. Gao is good. Qian Fengman and Yang Yanjun also quickly said hello. General Manager Wei, General Manager Feng. After saying hello to Gao Jingqi, Qianfu said hello in turn and called, but when he arrived at Chu Chen, he was stunned. I do not know. Oh. This is the Mr. Chu I mentioned, the owner of this yacht. Gao Jingqi introduced. It turned out to be Mr. Chu. Hello Mr. Chu. After listening to Gao Jingqi's introduction, Qianfu suddenly realized that he immediately spoke respectfully. Mr. Chu, following Qianfu, Qian Fengman and Yang Yanjun, spoke subconsciously. However, when they noticed the appearance of this Mr. Chu, they were all dumbfounded. In the face of the big bosses in the magic capital, Qian Fengman and Yang Yanjun didn't dare to look around, they just stood there respectfully, so they didn't notice Chu Chen on the side. It was not until they greeted Chu Chen that they noticed Chu Chen's appearance. Chu Chen, Mr. Chu? Yang Yanjun looked shocked. Are you the Mr. Chu that Mr. Gao thanked? Can't believe this. Fact, Yang Yanjun questioned. Next to him, Qian Fengman also opened his mouth wide, looking unbelievable. Presumptuous. Gao Jingqi scolded. Why are you talking to Mr. Chu, so rude? Although Gao Jingqi did not answer directly, what Gao Jingqi said has been proved from the side. Chu Chen is the mysterious big man Mr. Chu. Also the owner of this massive yacht. How did that happen? Qian Fengman was shivering with fright, and his legs could hardly stand. Terrible, terrible. Even if he was killed, he would never have thought that the one driving the Audi was actually that big. Man, Mr. Chu? Chu Chen, I was wrong, I was wrong. Yang Yanjun rushed to Chu Chen suddenly, and begged, it shouldn't be like that. I like you, I confess to you, let me be your girlfriend. Chu Chen is actually the person that the big bosses of the magic capital are thankful for, and his status is terrifying. No matter how powerful Qian Fengman is, he will never be able to compare to 1/10 of Chu Chen's, no. 1%. Yang Yanjun regretted it, so she knelt down and begged Chu Chen to let her be her girlfriend. Seeing this scene, Qian Fengman's face turned green. He understood that what Yang Yanjun said before was the opposite. Stubbornly stalking, it was Yang Yanjun, not Chu Chen, who knelt down and confessed. Qian Fu, drive the two people you brought out, and you can go too. Gao Jingqi didn't want to watch the farce continue, and said to Qian Fu coldly, yes, yes, yes. Qian Fu was startled by Gao Jingqi's icy voice, and nodded quickly. But no matter how he pulled, Yang Yanjun would not leave. In the end, Gao Jingqi dispatched a few security guards and threw Yang Yanjun and Qian Fengman out. After being thrown off the yacht, Qian Fengman gave Yang Yanjun a slap in the face. Bitch, break up. This slap completely awakened Yang Yanjun's sweet dream. Chu Chen would never promise himself, and now because of his out-of-control emotions, he is delusional about marrying into a super-wealthy family, and offends Qian Fengman again. Do not. Yang Yanjun screamed, and in the end, not only did she get nothing, but she became nothing. Snapped. Another slap came. This time, it was Fengman who was beaten. Little bastard, forget it. Outside, go back later and see how to clean up you. Qian Fu angrily denounced Qian Fengman. Because of Qian Fengman and the crazy girlfriend that Qian Fengman was looking for, the Qian family completely offended Gao Jingqi and the mysterious Mr. Chu. After returning, he wanted to contact Qian Fengman's father, his third brother, to clean up Qian Fengman. As long as you don't die, fight to death. Gao Jingqi's birthday party was over, and thanks to Gao Jingqi's repeated gratitude, Chu Chen left. The next day, Chu Chen drove to Valinor International University and started his experience mission. After parking, Chu Chen went straight to the Conservatory of Music. On the way, Chu Chen met a beautiful student from the Conservatory of Music. Zhou Shishir and her best friend came from a distance. Zhou Shishir saw Chu Chen and was about to say hello. Suddenly, a red supercar drifted from another road and turned into this road. Because the driver was too reckless and had poor skills, the supercar almost rubbed off on Zhou Shishir and her best friend. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them hid in time, I'm afraid they would have already flown out. Realizing that something was wrong, the red supercar stopped, and the two young men rushed out. You have no eyes. Are you blind? However, the result was unexpected. After the driver came out, instead of apologizing to Zhou Shishir and the two, he yelled at them. Are you sick? If you were hit just now, what would happen to Laozi's car? What should I do if I crashed Brother Zhou's car? Another young man echoed the road, angrily scolding Zhou Shishir and her best friend. It's obviously your fault, and now instead of apologizing, we are blaming us instead. Zhou Shishir angrily denounced the two playboy children. Are you unreasonable? Zhou Shishir's psychological quality is better. But her best friend is different. At this moment, standing there, Zhou Shishir's best friend has been scared to cry. Are we unreasonable? The two playboys sneered. We don't make sense, so what? What can you do with us? The two playboys looked fearless. Now, I ask you to apologize to us, otherwise, hee. A playboy opened his mouth with a sinister smile on his face. Another playboy stepped forward and threatened Zhou Shishir. Excessive. After all, Zhou Shishir and her best friend were her students, and when she saw it again, Chu Chen spoke. Oh, someone wants a hero too. Say beauty? After seeing Chu Chen, the two playboys sneered. Unfortunately, I don't think you are a hero, but a bear. Bear, hee, he's still a bear, isn't he worthy of being a bear? The two pointed at Chu Chen and shouted loudly. Today, let you know who has the final say. After all, the two playboys walked towards Chu Chen one by one, ready to start. At this time, in the direction of the parking lot, a young man swaggered over. He was no one else. It was in front of Thompson Epin's villa that he knew that Chu Chen was the son-in-law of Thompson Epin's big client, Yanning Rui. What are you doing? Looking at the two playboys, Yanning Rui asked, curiously. It turned out to be Brother Rui. Hello Rui. The two playboys quickly greeted respectfully. Yan Rui was doing well, and the playboys of other colleges would call out Brother Rui when they saw Yanning Rui. Chu Chen turned back, curiously. What? Seeing Chu Chen's face, Yanning Rui was so frightened that the smoke in his hand fell. How did you meet this fairy again? Chu Chen is a big customer of Thompson Epin, and his identity is absolutely terrifying, not something he can provoke. Hello, Mr. Chu. Yanning Rui hurriedly said hello. I don't know what are you doing here? What? Chu Chen turned his mind and replied, it's nothing, I just thought that supercar was ugly and wanted to smash it. The two playboys instantly became angry and prepared to scold. Are there supercars ugly? How handsome are they? Many people envy them? However, in the next second, something that the two never expected happened. Yanning Rui said, yes, Mr. Chu is right, why is the supercar so ugly? Having said that, Yanning Rui pointed at the two playboys and ordered, you two, smash the supercar for me, it's so ugly, it affects the school's scenery. This supercar is so ugly, it affects the image of the school? Hearing Yanning Rui's words, the two playboys were dumbfounded. What are you doing? You saw this supercar a few days ago and sighed that this supercar is very cool. It's only been a few days, so let's say it's become too ugly. How can the car change? Brother Rui, are you kidding me? Brother Rui, this kid has a problem with his eyesight, he shouldn't listen to him. The two asked Yanning Rui. You are the one who has a problem with your vision. How could there be a problem with Mr. Chu's vision? Yanning Rui retorted with a serious face. Not to mention the two playboys, even Zhou Shishir and her best friend were dumbfounded. Is this the Yanning Rui they knew? Especially Zhou Shishir. Yanning Rui had a conflict with Professor Chu in class before. It stands to reason that Yanning Rui should hold a grudge against Chu Chen. Why is he so polite now? Why, you don't even listen to me? Yan Yingrui angrily reprimanded the two playboys. Although I don't know what happened, Yan Yingrui is absolutely certain that these two boys definitely provoked Mr. Chu. Isn't this looking for death? Even he didn't dare to provoke Chu Chen. In order to please Chu Chen, Yan Yingrui took the initiative to stand up and teach these two boys a lesson. In the end, in desperation and under the threat of Yan Yingrui, the two playboys found tools and began to tearfully smash the car. This supercar has just been bought for half a month. They drive it in school from time to time to pretend, but now they want them to smash the car. It's too painful. Wait a while and then smash it. And apologize to these few first. After a few minutes of smashing, Yan Yingrui scolded the two playboys. Sorry. The two playboys turned around and bowed to Chu Chen and Zhou Shishir to apologize. After apologizing, he continued to smash the car. Zhou Shishir and her best friend thanked Chu Chen repeatedly. If it wasn't for Chu Chen, today's matter would not have been solved so easily. Chu Chen watched for a while and then left, while Zhou Shishir accompanied his girlfriend back to the dormitory. In the afternoon, Chu Chen didn't have a class. He originally planned to go back to Thompson's first grade. Suddenly, the sound of the system sounded again. Ding, system task release, check. In at Amanyanjian, time limit, within 3 hours, quest reward, ownership of Amanyangyun, Amanyanjian, where is that? After seeing the mission, Chu Chen said in a puzzled manner that he had not heard of this Xiangyun Aman not long after he came to Magic Capital. Taking out his mobile phone to check, Chu Chen was shocked. The rewards of this system are even more generous than the previous Wanjiang Pavilion, a quarter of the first grade Thompson. Amanyanjian, the top leisure resort in Magic Capital, is also one of the most expensive hotels in China. It costs 68,000 yuan to stay a night. Amanyanjian, the Magic Capital, escapes the world, a real paradise. Amanyangyun initially invested billions of dollars, took 15 years, and covered a land area of 430,000 square meters. To build it, 26 ancient houses and more than 10,000 ancient trees were relocated. It is an organic combination of 4,000 years of culture, 10,000 ancient trees, and 400 years of ancient houses. Amanyanjian is the world's top designer, using modern techniques to naturally blend precious wood, ancient stone, and light skylight to create an atmosphere of balance between old and new. Even the hotel lobby of Amanyangyun is made of golden namu wood, which is extremely luxurious. Water and clouds are supported by lakes, and mountains and clouds are supported by rooms. The mountains are near the water, and the clouds are united. It means self-cultivation, advocating nature, and reverence for creation. This is the artistic conception expressed by Aman Yangyun. Amanyanjian is a place where countless adults in the Magic Capital have never forgotten to return. After experiencing a fast-paced life, these bigwigs will occasionally come to Amanyanjian to live for a few days and live a life like a paradise. This time, the reward of the system is such a brilliant place. The rewards of this system are too generous. Even Chu Chen was full of emotion after reading Amanyangyun's introduction. This is definitely the biggest reward. After coming to the Magic City, the construction alone cost billions of dollars and took more than 10 years. In the Magic Capital, where an inch of land is like gold, Amanyanjian covers an area of 430,000 square meters. Now, its value is immeasurable. The rewards of this system are definitely heavyweight. Time is running out, let's go. After getting into the car, Chu Chen went straight to Amanyangyun. Half an hour later, Chu Chen arrived. Ding, check weather. To check in when you arrive at Aminyanjian, the sound of the system came. Pick the card. Successful punching in. Congratulations on acquiring the ownership of Aminyanjian. As the sound of the system sounded again, Chu Chen became the owner of this paradise. With strong curiosity, Chu Chen walked into Aminyanjian and began to tour it. After visiting for a while, Chu Chen found an ancient house that was more pleasing to his heart. Here, people can't help but let go of the fast-paced life and calm down. Chu Chen plans to stay for one night and experience it. This time, Chu Chen did not intend to go directly to the general manager of Aminyanjian. Instead, I plan to keep a low profile, stay here in a normal way, and examine the service level of Aminyanjian. Chu Chen went straight to the hotel lobby of Aminyanjian. After inquiring, the ancient house that Chu Chen was looking at was neither rented nor reserved. Chu Chen registered and prepared to move in. Chu Chen had just become the owner of Aminyanjian, and the news had not yet spread, so the front desk staff did not know Chu Chen's identity. Just as Chu Chen was registering, a man in a suit came over. Manager Han. Manager Han. After seeing the man in the suit, the two front desk ladies said respectfully. The man in the suit is Han Yuenda, the lobby manager of Aminyanjian. Look at the number 6 old house. Does anyone live in it now? Han Yuenda ordered. No. After checking it, the lady at the front desk replied. That's good, you help me book the No. 6 ancient house, the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th for 3 days, and a big man wants to live there. Han Yuenda said. Manager Han, but the number 6 ancient house, the 13th has been reserved. The lady at the front desk said helplessly. That's easy to handle. You call the guest and say that you made a mistake before. The number 6 ancient house has been reserved for a long time, isn't it all right? Han Yuenda said again. Obviously not the first time to do so. What big person wants to live? In fact, Han Yuenda's girlfriend is coming. In order to pretend to be coercive in front of his girlfriend, he did it. Manager Han, but doing so will affect our reputation and image of Aminyanjian. The lady at the front desk said. After all, it is one of the top hotels in China, and if such an obvious mistake has been made, the reputation of Aminyanjian will definitely decline. Hearing the words of the lady at the front desk, Manager Han looked on the other side. What about the impact? Aminyanjian is not ours. Even if the reputation deteriorates, what does it have to do with us? Aminyanjian's reputation, etc. deteriorate, but it does not affect our income. It will only affect the income of our boss. He makes so much money, and he can't spend it all. It doesn't matter how much he loses. The behind-the-scenes boss of Aminyanjian lives overseas all the year round, and even many high-level executives have never met. Therefore, Han Yuenda has no worries when he speaks ill of the boss. Next to him, after finishing the formalities, Chu Chen raised his brows when he overheard Han Yuenda's words. Some managers of Aminyanjian are not very good. But the lady at the front desk is still very hesitant. This kind of practice is illegal. Once found, it will definitely be severely punished. There's nothing wrong, I'll take care of it when something happens. Han Yuenda said indifferently. He has done this kind of thing many times, and there has been no accident. And he has backers, and he is not afraid of things. The lady at the front desk became more confused when she heard this. It's not good to do this? A faint voice came and Chu Chen looked at the manager Han. In an instant, Han Yuanda and the lady at the front desk all turned their attention to Chu Chen. Who are you? Why do you care about my business? Han Yuanda asked Chu Chen coldly. Who I am, you'll know in a moment. Chu Chen looked directly at Han Yuanda and said, however, you are blatantly damaging the interests of the hotel. As a staff member of the hotel, and you are also the management, you can't justify it. Where's your conscience? Chu Chen is very disgusted with worms like Han Yuanda. You must know that an enterprise, a company, only its employees and managers have a strong sense of belonging to it and will not harm its interests. In this way, the company can go farther and bigger. But if every employee of the company is like Han Yuanda, the company will never last long and will go bankrupt soon. Even the top hotels in China like Yanjian, a leisure and vacation place loved by the big figures in the magic capital, are no exception. Once word of mouth, reputation, etc. are damaged, sometimes bankruptcy overnight. Chu Chen didn't want to just get this big reward and go bankrupt the next day. You being reprimanded so harshly by Chu Chen, he exposed the things that Han Yuanda did not want to mention. Han Yuanda felt very embarrassed and was furious. I will damage the interests of the hotel, so what are you? Why do you care about lousy? Han Yuanda lost his mind for a while, and refuted Chu Chen, beeping. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with me? Chu Chen smiled and said without a doubt, in a moment, you and the people behind you, go to the number 18 ancient house to meet me. After saying that, Chu Chen turned around and left, heading towards the ancient house he liked. Han Yuanda is so fearless, there must be the top management of Yang Yunaman standing behind him. Chu Chen just got Aman Yang Yun, and they didn't know about Aman Yang Yun changing the boss. Chu Chen was too lazy to talk to Han Yuanda to prove his identity, so he said so. After his identity was revealed, everything was solved. To see you? Looking at the distant Chu Chen, Han Yuanda sneered, daydreaming, fool. At the same time, Han Yuanda and the lady at the front desk rang. The work group sent a message. The lady at the front desk opened it first, and her eyes widened when she saw the news. Chu Chen, why is the name so familiar? The news just said that Aman Yang Yun had changed owners, and their new owner was named Chu Chen, but there was no photo of Chu Chen. After seeing the name Chu Chen, the lady at the front desk was extremely surprised. Wrong? Suddenly, the lady at the front desk opened the page that Chu Chen registered just now with trembling hands. Chu Chen. Looking at the registered name, the lady at the front desk screamed. Linked to what Chu Chen said just now, the lady at the front desk almost confirmed Chu Chen's identity. The handsome little brother just now was there. New boss. The new owner of Aman Yang Yun. Covering her mouth, the lady at the front desk could not describe the shock in her heart. Yanjian has a terrifying status in the capital city in China, and as its new owner, the financial resources and background of this new owner are unimaginable. The most important thing is that the new boss is still so young and so handsome. Like the legendary domineering president, who came here to work by himself, he really made the right choice. If you can see the boss every day, it is simply a kind of enjoyment. What's wrong? It's such a surprise. Hearing the scream of the front desk lady, Han Yuanda scolded. Manager Han, look at the work group. The lady at the front desk reminded. After taking out his mobile phone and seeing the latest news, Han Yuanda was also extremely surprised. They suddenly had a new boss. Even if you change the boss, you don't have to do this, Han Yuanda said in disgust. Manager Han, the gentleman just now was called Chu Chen. The front desk lady added. Understood, what did you say? Han Yuanda nodded subconsciously, but suddenly, he reacted and made a sound of astonishment. You said that kid just now is our new boss, Chu Chen? Han Yuanda asked with trembling all over. Should be. The lady at the front desk nodded. What? Hearing this, Han Yuanda's eyes went dark, his legs were weak, and he almost passed out. At the same time, a cold sweat broke out from behind. How did that happen? Han Yuanda said madly, with only horror left in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more frightened Han Yuanda became, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Looking at Han Yuanda's appearance, the lady at the front desk was extremely happy. Fortunately, I didn't promise Han Yuanda just now, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be finished. Manager Han, the boss, just asked you to go to the old mansion on the 18th. The front desk lady kindly reminded Han Yuanda. Gudong. Hearing this, Han Yuanda couldn't sit still, and fell to the ground with a thud. On the other side, Chu Chen came to the ancient house No. 18 that he liked, rested for a while, left the ancient house, and walked outside. When Chu Chen passed a ancient pavilion, he was suddenly stopped. Little brother, wait a minute. Good news, 1 day free today. Normal update. In the ancient pavilion, an elegant middle-aged man said to Chu Chen. Although the middle-aged man had a smile on his face, he couldn't hide the aura of a powerful and special superior. This momentum was even stronger than that of Mo Chuan and Gao Jingqi, whom Chu Chen knew. What's matter? Suddenly stopped, Chu Chen asked. Little brother, I think you are very talented, and you must be an unparalleled chess genius. How about a game? The elegant middle-aged man asked. In Guding, he has been alone for a long time, without opponents, very lonely. When he came to live at Yanjian, he just wanted to escape from the world and live a leisurely life like a wild crane. And he didn't want to be disturbed by other people. Therefore, he didn't want to contact people he knew to play chess with him, otherwise, he would have been out of water long ago. At the beginning of listening to the words of the middle-aged man, Chu Chen's brows darkened, and he thought that the elegant middle-aged man would say that he must be an exceptional martial arts prodigy, and he would sell himself a copy of Tathagata God. Palm? In the end, he wanted to play chess with him by himself? Interesting. Now Chu Chen has nothing to do, and he is also idle when he is idle. Chu Chen turned around and walked into the ancient pavilion. How is my chess skill? I haven't played for a long time. After sitting down, Chu Chen told the truth. That he really hadn't played chess for a long time. The chess skills are average. The elegant middle-aged man said. In a very modest manner with a duga-seeking defeat attitude. An elegant middle-aged man has full confidence in chess skills. Don't worry, little brother, I will show mercy. Hearing the words of the elegant middle-aged man, Chu Chen felt something was wrong. If ordinary people are so confident, they are either the top masters, unparalleled in the world, or they are pretending. Did you meet a master? Chu Chen thought to himself. The two started. After a while, Chu Chen realized that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. Soon, the game is over. Chu Chen won, and it was easy to win. This time, Chu Chen didn't have the ocean experience card, and he didn't have the luck against the sky, not to mention playing chess. The element of luck was not big. Chu Chen's chess level is average, and at a normal level, he is not a master. As for this elegant middle-aged man who seeks defeat from Dugu, his chess skills are no, he has no chess skills at all, and is similar to a novice who has just learned. How did that happen? I've never lost, it's always been easy to win. The elegant middle-aged man muttered incomprehensibly. No, 2 wins out of 3 games. Elegant middle-aged people are not reconciled. After that, the 2 played 2 more rounds. As a result, there is no doubt that the elegant middle-aged people lost miserably. Slowly, Chu Chen also understood why the elegant middle-aged man was so confident, but why his chess skills were so poor. The elegant middle-aged man looked puzzled, looking at the chess game, his brows furrowed. His chess skills are very high. How could this be? Brother, who were you who played chess with you before? The elegant middle-aged man stared at the chessboard in a daze, and Chu Chen asked if he had something to say. It's usually subordinates, friends, etc. The elegant middle-aged man replied. He was about to ask why, but suddenly saw Chu Chen smiling and looking at him, and the elegant middle-aged man felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he suddenly realized. Yes, his former opponents were usually subordinates of the company, bosses he knew, and friends. Where his identity is, those subordinates, rich bosses, of course dare not beat him. At the beginning, the elegant middle-aged people also felt that winning was very easy, and there were some problems. But slowly, the 3 became tigers, and more people lost to him, making him mistakenly think that he was a chess genius, and his chess skills improved by leaps and bounds. So, this is the elegant middle-aged man suddenly realized, with a hint of self-deprecation on his face. Thank you, little brother. By the way, little brother, I don't seem to have seen you before. The elegant middle-aged man changed the topic and asked, curiously. He often came to Yun to live for a few days, but he had never seen Chu Chen. Well, today is my first time here. Chu Chen replied, seeing that the environment here is good. Come and experience and relax. That's right, this is Yun. Speaking of this, the elegant middle-aged man was in high spirits. It was so shameful just now that the middle-aged man, with a very high status, couldn't hold his face anymore. He wants to pull back a game and save a little face. Hearing what Chu Chen said, the elegant middle-aged man knew how to save face. It took more than 3 billion yuan to build this place, and it took 15 years. This is the place where the top figures of the magic capital gather. The essence of Yanjian lies in these ancient houses and ancient trees. Yanjian, every ancient house and courtyard is a boutique, living in it. You don't need to go out, you can see the clouds and clouds, the stars are rare and the moon is bright, which fully reflects the aesthetics of Amman residents. There are only 26 ancient houses here, and the price per night ranges from 60,000 to 90,000. The price is expensive, and it is enough to rank among the top 3 in China. Even so, Yanjian is sought after by countless successful people. It is very difficult to stay here for one night. As for the number 3 ancient house where I am, I used a lot of contacts and only rented it for a year. The last sentence is the focus of elegant middle-aged people. The number 3 ancient house ranks among the top among all ancient houses, and the price is also as high as more than 80,000 per night. A month is more than 2 million yuan, and a year of rent requires nearly 30 million yuan. You can buy a mansion in the magic capital. And even if it is rented for a year, it is impossible to live here every day to escape the world. Generally speaking, it is only 3 or 4 days a month. In 1 year, the duration of residence is less than 50 days. For leisure, I only live for 30 or 40 days and spend 30 million, which is very extravagant. After all, the elegant middle-aged man looked at Chu Chen proudly, thinking that Chu Chen should be surprised. After all, I am afraid that there are not many people in the entire magic capital who have the strength to rent directly at Amenyanjian for 1 year. What surprised the middle-aged man was that even though he knew that he had rented Amenyanjian for a year, Chu Chen was very calm. If the little brother has anything to do at Amenyanjian, you can come to me. I am the top platinum member here. The elegant middle-aged man once again showed off. He can't do it, he can't shock this young man, and he can't save face. Platinum members are the top VIPs of Amenyanjian, and there are probably only a few dozen in the whole country. To be a platinum member here, your status is detached. Even Mo Chuchen, the CEO of a company with a market value of 200 billion, did not become a platinum member. After all, the elegant middle-aged man looked at Chu Chen proudly again, wanting to see Chu Chen's reaction. At this time, a group of people in the distance came to Guting in a mighty manner. They are the high-level executives of Amenyanjian. Knowing Chu Chen's identity, they are coming to see Chu Chen. Make up for the update owed yesterday, even if it is a limited exemption, the author will update it normally today. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Among this group of people, there is Han Yuenda, the lobby manager of Amenyanjian, who was previously scolded by Chu Chen. It was also because of Han Yuenda's affairs that these senior leaders of Amenyanjian knew that Chu Chen had come to Amenyanjian. The general manager of Amenyanjian, Yang Honghe, was very surprised when he learned that Amenyanjian had changed hands. Even he couldn't tell how much Amenyanjian, which took 15 years and cost 3.3 billion, was just built in 2018, how much it is worth now. Moreover, Amenyanjian has just been built, so there is not much time and the potential is huge. The former owner would never sell Amenyanjian easily. But in an instant, Amenyanjian changed hands, which can only mean that the new owner offered a terrible price to the former owner of Amenyanjian. This is enough to show from this side that the new boss's financial resources are terrifying. This made Yang Honghe more serious. After the news of the boss replacement was released, is Yang Honghe still thinking? After learning about Han Yuenda unexpectedly, Yang Honghe immediately became furious. Han Yuenda and Yang Honghe knew a little bit more or less, but because Han Yuenda was the confidant of Bai Kale, the deputy general manager, Yang Honghe opened one eye and closed the other. But never imagined that such a thing would happen. Immediately, Yang Honghe summoned several high-level officials, brought Bai Kale and Han Yuenda to find Chu Chen. Chu Chen was not seen in the ancient house. So they searched around for a while, and finally found Chu Chen's figure in the ancient pavilion. Looking at Chu Chen, Han Yuenda and Bai Kale shivered, and Yang Honghe and others were also extremely nervous. Thinking about it, everyone walked towards Chu Chen. In the ancient pavilion, the elegant middle-aged man continued to show off in order to regain his face. Little brother, what number do you live in? The elegant middle-aged man asked. Old house number 18. Chu Chen replied. Number 18, it's normal. If the little brother is willing, you can upgrade it later. As my platinum member, It is very simple for you to live in the old house number 11 and 2. The elegant, middle-aged man said open-mindedly. So, on the one hand, he was trying to save face, and on the other hand, he was thankful to Chu Chen. After all, it was Chu Chen who let him know how his chess skills were. Chu Chen was the first person who dared to beat him. Don't be so troublesome. If I want to live in that old house, it's very simple. Chu Chen declined the kindness of the elegant middle-aged man. The reason why he lives in the ancient house number 18 is because he prefers the architectural style inside. As the master here, he wants to live there, isn't he doing whatever he wants? My brother is a little too big. The elegant middle-aged man smiled and explained, although Aminyanjian only costs tens of thousands a day, but the elegant middle-aged man did not believe Chu Chen's words at all. Just when he was about to continue showing off, he suddenly found Yang Honghe and others who were about to come over. Refined middle-aged people know Yang Honghe. After seeing Yang Honghe, he was extremely surprised. Could something have happened? The next second, Yang Honghe walked into the ancient pavilion and said respectfully, I am the general manager of Yun, Yang Honghe. I didn't know the boss was coming, and I never greeted him. Please calm down the anger. The elegant middle-aged man next to him was stunned. Yang Honghe called this little brother the boss? Could this little brother be the master behind Aminyanjian? Thinking of this, the elegant middle-aged man is dumbfounded. No way. Quiet your anger? Is that how you manage Aminyanjian? Chu Chen sneered and questioned Yang Honghe. Hearing this, the elegant middle-aged man was completely affirmed. This little brother is definitely the owner of Yun. In an instant, the elegant middle-aged man blushed and was extremely ashamed. Just now, he also showed off that he is a platinum member of Yun, 1 in 10,000. As a result, the family is the owner of Aminyanjian. Aren't you sick? Now, the elegant middle-aged man finally believed what Chu Chen said. As the owner of Yun, you can indeed live there if you want. I'm sorry, President Chu. It's my fault, please. Forgive me. Yang Honghe quickly apologized. In the back, Bai Kale, the backer of Han Yuende, and Han Yuende, the deputy general manager, was so scared that his legs went weak. You are Han Yuende's backer? Chu Chen saw Bai Kale standing beside Han Yuende and asked. Boss, I'm not Han Yuende's backer, but he often uses my name too. Go to the fox and the tiger. Bai Kale was frightened and hurried to clear the relationship. Mr. Bai, you can't do this. You charged me 300,000 a few days ago? Han Yuende didn't do it anymore, he wanted to pull a pat on his back. Let the company's inspection department take a good look. What they have done to damage the interests of the hotel and violate their powers should be sent to the police station. Chu Chen pointed at Bai Kale and Han Yuende and ordered. Yes. Yang Honghe nodded. Yang Honghe, you don't need to be the general manager anymore. After you've dealt with this matter, go to be a supervisor. Finally, Chu Chen announced the fate of Yang Honghe. Such a mediocre general manager, not worth mentioning. Yang Honghe's heart skipped a beat, his career was probably coming to an end. Finally, a group of people left. These managements are really bad. Sorry for delaying. My brother's rest. Chu Chen politely said to the elegant middle-aged man. Where? After knowing Chu Chen's identity, the elegant middle-aged man became polite. I didn't expect my brother to be the owner of Yun, and I have looked up to him for a long time. Even as a platinum member, he has never met the owner of Yun. Officially introduce, Du Wendy, chairman of Du's Real Estate Group. The elegant middle-aged man introduces himself. Du Shen Real Estate Group? That is the famous real estate developer of Modu, the boss Du Wendy, the big crocodile of Modu. Real estate, his net worth is terrifying. One of the most famous golf villa areas in Modu belongs to Du's Real Estate Group. Yun, Chu Chen. Brother Chu is young and promising, but he is the owner of Yun. He is very powerful. Du Wendy said with emotion, the main reason is that Chu Chen is too young. So young that he can't believe it. I am also Yun, which has just been acquired. Chu Chen said modestly. From Chu Chen's words, Du Wendy got important news. Yun was acquired by Chu Chen. Not easy. Of course, this has not yet reached the point where Du Wendy was horrified. After all, he is a dignified real estate tycoon and the founder of a real estate group with a market value of 300 billion. In terms of identity, he is definitely not inferior to the boss of Yun. The first time I met the owner of Yun, I lost my identity and face, which made Du Wendy even more unhappy. Used to just lose face in front of strangers. Now that his identity has been announced, he has to maintain his face even more. Just when Du Wendy was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. This is his emergency number, unless there is an emergency. Otherwise, no one dares to call him. With doubts, Du Wendy answered the phone. What did you say? The phone was connected, and Du Wendy frowned when he heard the general manager's words. Didn't we talk about it before? Why did you change your mind again? The general manager explained to Du Wendy. Okay. I'll go back right away. Finally, Du Wendy said helplessly. Originally, they had initially reached a cooperation intention with Hilton Group. Hilton wanted to build a brand new hotel in Modu, and asked Du's Real Estate Group to build it. The only thing left was to sign the contract. Originally thought that the contract was almost certain, so Du Wendy took a break from his busy schedule and came to Yanjian for a rest. Did not expect something to happen. A real estate company from Yueqing suddenly stepped in to compete with the Du Group. This real estate company from Guangdong City has cooperated with Hilton many times, and the boss also knows the deputy general manager of Hilton Asia Pacific. In an instant, Du's Real Estate Group would not have any advantage. Brother Chu, I have something to do, and can't play chess with you? Getting up, Du Wendy said apologetically to Chu Chen. In such a hurry, did brother Du encounter any difficulties? What happened to make the chairman of Tang Du's Real Estate so anxious? Du Wendy can be regarded as a big man in the magic capital. Hey, a real estate developer from Yueqing wants to compete for business with me. The Hilton Hotel was originally owned by our Du's Real Estate Group. Du Wendy said bitterly. By the way, Brother Chu, do you know the senior executives of Hilton Asia Pacific? Looking at Chu Chen, Du Wendy thought. Although he is well connected, he doesn't know Hilton's executives. Hilton? Chu Chen muttered and asked. If Brother Du doesn't mind, you can talk to me. In addition to being as good-looking as many rich people and bosses, Du Wendy is also a good person. Is such that Du Wendy quickly explained that at this moment, he didn't care about showing off and regained his face. I see. I can call the president of Hilton Asia Pacific. As long As Brother Du offers the right price, he will act impartially. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Oh? Hearing this, Wendy's eyes lit up. Then thank you Brother Chu. I called the president of Hilton Asia Pacific. It was getting late, and Chu Chen and Wendy separated. After a while, the president of Hilton Asia Pacific personally called Wendy. I have already received the call from the vice president. President Du can rest assured that I will not be partial to anyone. Thank you. As long as Hilton does not favor the real estate company in Yueching, Wendy is still very confident. After all, this is the magic capital. His construction cost is definitely less than that of the company in Yueching, and the asking price is naturally less. It's not right. After hanging up the phone, Wendy suddenly realized something was wrong. Got a call from the VP? Brother Chu called Hilton just now. Is Brother Chu the vice president of Hilton? This time, Wendy was really shocked. Can be called a vice president by the president of Hilton Asia Pacific, that is definitely the vice president of the entire Hilton International Hotel Group, not a division. Brother Chu is actually the dignified vice president of the Hilton Group, which is too awesome. If Chu Chen was the vice president of another big company, Wendy would definitely not be so surprised. But Hilton is different. Behind Hilton is the super-chaebol Blackstone Group. Blackstone Group is a world-leading alternative asset management and financial advisory service provider, and one of the largest independent alternative asset management institutions in the world. 3 years ago, it managed more than $200 billion in assets. That's right, it's dollars. As for how many billions Blackstone Group manages now, no one knows. This is the terror of the Blackstone Group. As the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group, Brother Chu definitely has a close relationship with the Blackstone Group. Brother Chu is amazing. With great emotion and shock in his heart, Wendy began to think. Brother Chu has helped him such a big favor, and he must express his gratitude. But how? In the end, Wendy was heartless and decided to take out a generous gift. That is, to thank Chu Chen, and to befriend Chu Chen. Wendy gritted his teeth and wanted to give Chu Chen his villa in Tian Palace. Tian Palace, although there are only 2 simple words, it is enough to highlight its extraordinary. Can it be named after palace, and it is still in the magic capital, can it be bad? Tian Palace, known as the #1 mansion in Shanghai, is the top villa in the magic capital and one of the top 10 mansions in China. There are only 18 buildings in the entire Tian Palace. In 2005, the value of each villa in Tian Palace was already hundreds of millions. 15 years have passed, and it is impossible to count how much the housing prices of the Magic City have doubled, not to mention the top luxury houses in the Magic City. If it wasn't for the initial construction of the Tian Palace, their Du's real estate group was one of the participants, and even as Wendy, they would not necessarily be able to get a villa in the Tian Palace. The people living in the Tian Palace are all the big figures in the magic capital. Each villa in Tian Palace covers an area of 25,000 square meters. All the stone materials come from the surface mines in the Alps. The Louvre and Versailles all use the stone. The decoration and furniture are made of mahogany, which is comparable to gold. The curtains and sofas are all from the famous company Custom Silk, whose customers are mainly Western royalty. Wendy, on the other hand, owns the #11 mansion in Tiangong. After making up his mind, Wendy began to arrange and ordered people to prepare a real estate transfer contract. The process of transferring a villa in Tiangong is very complicated, so it takes several days. The next day, Chu Chen drove away from Aminyanjian and returned to Valinor International University. Chu Chen had just stopped the car and hadn't had time to go to the academy when he was suddenly stopped. "Are you a teacher or a student?" A middle-aged man with a pot belly called out to Chu Chen. "Teacher." "Okay, come with me. I'm Yu Shuahai, the vice president of Valinor International University." The unquestionable order of the pot-bellied middle-aged man. "Tomorrow will be added, and 5 will start." "Not interested in." Chu Chen shrugged. What is the vice president of Valinor International University to do with him? Aside from identity, let alone wealth, you must know that today is the last day for Chu Chen to experience the mission. In a few hours, Chu Chen will get 25% of the shares of Ferrari Group, and will have nothing to do with Valinor International University in the future. Why should he obey the orders of the vice president? It was unexpectedly rejected by Chu Chen, which surprised the vice principal. How dare anyone refute his words? As Valinor International University is a top aristocratic school, the vice principal naturally did not dare to ask students to help him with things. But teachers are different. After all, Chu Chen ignored the vice principal, turned around and left gracefully. In place only. The vice principal, who stomped his feet in anger, was left behind. "Wait until I find out who you are. If I don't fire you, I won't be named Yu," the vice principal said gloomily. "Lao Yu, what's wrong?" At this time, a man came out of the parking lot, looked at the vice principal, who stomped angrily, and asked. "This man is the dean of the Conservatory of Music, Fang Jing." The vice principal had a good relationship with Fang Jing, so he told Fang Jing what happened just now. "Lao Yu, I advise you not to mess around. You can't afford to offend him." Seeing Chu Chen's disappearing figure, Fang Jing warned the vice principal. What? Fang Jing's words were far beyond the vice principal's expectations. As the dignified vice principal of the school, how could he not even be able to offend an ordinary employee? What a big joke. In the next second, Fang Jing's words made the vice principal tremble. "He's a billionaire." The vice principal stared at Fang Jing in a stunned manner, with an expression of disbelief. "Is he a billionaire? You're not kidding, are you?" the vice principal asked in surprise. "Certainly." Hearing the affirmative answer, the vice principal's legs softened, and cold sweat broke out from behind. The kid he despised just now is actually a billionaire? I go. Time passed. Bai and Chu Chen finished the afternoon course. Ding Valino International University Professor Experience Task completed, October 10th. Congratulations on obtaining 25% of the shares of Ferrari Group, becoming the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group. Soon, the sound of the system came and the task was completed. Chu Chen became the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group and the second largest person. Ferrari's total market value is about 200 billion, and 25% of the shares are 50 billion. It's only been 10 days, and Chu Chen's worth has skyrocketed by another 50 billion. This kind of experience task is really cool. The more the better. As a top luxury car brand, Ferrari has a good international influence and connections. With becoming the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group, Chu Chen's contacts and resources have taken another big step forward. When Chu Chen became the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group, a private jet worth more Then 400 million slowly landed at Modu Airport. A few minutes later, a young man in his 30s walked down. Behind him, followed by a group of elite teens. Outside the airport, Fang Yisong, the billionaire rich man, is waiting. After seeing the youth coming, Fang Yisong quickly and politely greeted him. "Welcome Mr. Gua to the magic capital." Fang Yisong took the initiative to shake hands with the youth. Mr. Fang is very polite. Around, some passers-by saw this scene and couldn't help but stop. Fang Yisong is a famous rich man in the magic capital, and many people know him. But now, as a dignified rich man in the magic capital, he is so polite, even respectfully speaking to a young man. What kind of big man is this young man? In the end, Fang Yisong and the youth left the airport and headed for a top restaurant in Modu. Along the way, Fang Yisong was still polite. Fang Yisong couldn't do anything, even if he was a big boss in the magic capital, he had to do this in the face of this young man. Who let this young man come from Xingji Real Estate Group in Yueching? As a well-known real estate company in Guangdong, Xingji Real Estate Group has a total market value of more than 260 billion. Different from other real estate companies, Xingji Real Estate Group is a family-owned enterprise, Gua family. Gua family holds 100% ownership of Xingji Real Estate Group. And this young man is the eldest young master of the Gua family, Gua Xingran. This time, Gua Xingran came to Modu to compete with the local real estate tycoons in Modu to build a Hilton hotel. The new base property is the competitor of Du Wendy that Chu Chen met at Amanyangyun before. While eating, Gua Xingran and Fang Yisong chatted. Chatting and chatting, the two talked about the International Financial Center of the Magic Capital. The International Financial Center of Magic City was built by Xingji Property Group. By the way, Mr. Fang, I heard that the Hangzhou International Financial Center building has changed hands some time ago. Do you know that? Gua Xingran asked curiously. Of course I do. Not only do I know, but I also know the rich man who bought the Hangzhou International Financial Center. Fang Yisong answered proudly. Oh, that's great. Hearing this, Gua Xingran had a smile on his face. That's a young and promising big man. Thinking of Chu Chen, Fang Yisong said in admiration. Young and promising? Gua Xingran smiled disdainfully, only he guessed that the word was worthy, others, not. You can help me contact him and say that I want to buy his Hangzhou International Financial Center. Gua Xingran spoke domineeringly. Gua Xingran just became the deputy general manager of Xingji Real Estate. Gua Xingran wants to do something big to improve his status in the family and become the general manager smoothly. A long time ago, he had his eye on the Hangzhou International Financial Center. After all, Hangqing is relatively close to the magic capital. No problem, Mr. Gua, but I personally think it is unlikely that Mr. Chu will sell the Hangzhou International Financial Center building. Fang Yisong told the truth. Ha ha. You don't need to worry about the rest, just help me contact the Chu person. Gua Xingran said arrogantly. Since I said so, naturally, there is a way. At that time, whether to sell or not, it's not the one with the surname Chu who has the final say. Gua Xingran didn't take this Mr. Chu seriously at all. As the deputy general manager of Tangtang Xingji Property Group and the eldest young master of the Gua family, he naturally has this confidence. The new base property has built the International Financial Center of Modu, and in Modu, there are also very strong contacts. The Gua family, Xingji Property Group, can't be compared with the surname Chu. By the way, where is Mr. Gua staying tonight? The Jingmao Grand Hyatt Hotel is not bad. I know the general manager of the Jingmao Grand Hyatt Hotel and can arrange a presidential suite for Mr. Gua. Fang Yisong suggested. The Jingmao Grand Hyatt Hotel in Modu is a well-known 5-star luxury hotel in Modu. Many rich people who come to Modu will live there. Need not. What is the Jingmao Grand Hyatt Hotel? Gua Xingran sneered, not looking down on the Jingmao Grand Hyatt Hotel at all. I have contacted before and settled the number 4 ancient house at Amanyanyun. Only Amanyanyun is worthy of my status. Ancient house number 4? Fang Yisong was very surprised. Even he may not be able to book the number 4 ancient house at Amanyanyun. As expected of the people of Xinji. Property group, awesome. After dinner, the two went out. At this moment, a super convoy of 12 Rolls-Royce Phantoms was already waiting outside. I'm going, 12 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, I'm afraid it will add up to 100 million. What kind of big man is this? It's really inhumane. Outside, many passers-by stopped to watch, and they kept taking pictures and talking. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Gua Xingran held his head high and strode into the Rolls-Royce Phantom headed by him. Mr. Gua is amazing. He got so many Rolls-Royces when he first came here. In the car, Fang Yisong said with emotion. There. The corners of Gua Xingran's mouth rose slightly. Isn't it a supercar team worth nearly 100 million? It's very general. In Yueqing, I have a few supercars that add up to more than 100 million. It's nothing? Gua Xingran opened his mouth. What he wanted was this kind of pretentious feeling. 12 Rolls-Royce teams, that is, there are platoons. Only in this way can he highlight his status as a king. When it comes to pretending to be coercive, he dares to be the first, and no one dares to be the second. A few days later, when I saw the surname Chu, my power flashed, pretending to be forced. That person surnamed Chu will definitely fall into the ground with the 5 bodies he admires, shouting that he can't be provoked. How can there be such a handsome man in the world? Come to Amanyanyun. It's definitely built by top international design masters. Low-key luxury. The first time he came to Amanyangjian, Gua Xingran was shocked by Amanyangjian. He really didn't choose wrong. Only such a high-end atmosphere is worthy of itself. I just don't know who the owner of Amanyanyun is. If there is a chance, I must get to know him. After the experience mission was over, Chu Chen returned to the first-grade Thompson. When I woke up the next day, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. System task release, check-in task, check-in or not. Hearing the system's voice, Chu Chen instantly woke up from his drowsiness. Sign into the task? There is actually a sign-in task. Sign in. Ding, sign in successfully, congratulations on getting Pagani HP Barchetta, supercar? The system actually sent itself a super run? When he opened the phone to check, Chu Chen was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that the Pagani HP Barchetta was only 2 or 3,000. Unexpectedly, Pagani HP Barchetta is worth 120 million, close to 130 million. This is definitely one of the top supercars in the world. Pagani HP Barchetta is a global limited edition launched by Pagani to commemorate the 60th birthday of Pagani founder Horacio Pagani. Built by experts from the Uno di Uno division, it features an open-top design and a blue and black exterior color scheme and is the last Pagani's owned a model collection luxury car. Sure. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Last night, Chu Chen received news from Du Wendy, the chairman of Du's real estate, that he had something to look for. It just so happened that he had just signed in to get the new car, so Chu Chen could go for a drive. At this moment, Pagani HP Barchetta has stopped downstairs in Chu Chen. After driving on the Pagani HP Barchetta, Chu Chen went straight to the Du's real estate group building. I want to see President Du. I have an appointment before Du's real estate group building, a young man in a custom suit said to the lady at the front desk. He is a Fortune 500 company and the vice president of Greater China. He just graduated from Harvard, and through family connections, he directly became the vice president of a Fortune 500 company. With high spirits. Today, he came to Du's real estate, just to recommend their company to Du Wendy, and hope to cooperate in the future. Sorry, sir, Mr. Du has something important to do today, so he cancelled all appointments and postponed it until tomorrow. The front desk lady said apologetically. What? Hearing this, the young man looked impatient. It was postponed until tomorrow? Okay then. Although he was extremely angry in his heart, this was Du Wendy's decision, and he didn't dare to say anything. Just as he was about to leave, a pretty boy came over beside him. I'm looking for Du Wendy. President Du. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Who are you? The receptionist asked. Chu Chen. It turned out to be Mr. Chu. Please wait a moment, I will arrange a meeting between you and President Du. Knowing Chu Chen's identity, the lady at the front desk immediately said respectfully. What? Next to him, the young man, who had not had time to leave, was stunned when he heard the lady at the front desk. What's the situation? Didn't Mr. Du see anyone today? Tell me clearly why this kid can see President Du, but I can't. The next second, the young man angrily scolded the front desk lady. He is a dignified Fortune 500 company, the vice president of the Greater China region, and his status is detached. Even he can't do it, why should this kid do it? Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Seeing that the young lady at the front desk was frightened by this young man, Chu Chen replied casually. Hearing this, the young man became even more angry. What do you mean by that? I'm too ugly? Your uncle's. The young man was even more angry. Just as he was about to get angry and teach Chu Chen a lesson, Du Wendy got down from the elevator. I apologize, I'm sorry. Everyone, something happened yesterday, my mentality exploded, and there were fewer updates. Not much to say, I'll make up for it today. After seeing Du Wendy, the young man immediately shut up and stood there very respectfully. Don't talk about him, even if his father saw Du Wendy, he would respectfully shout, Mr. Du. This is the chairman of Du's real estate group, a real estate tycoon in Magic Capital. Hello, Mr. Du. Hello, Mr. Du. After seeing Du Wendy, the employees of the Du group immediately greeted him. Is Mr. Chu here? Du Wendy asked. He had been waiting for Chu Chen for a while. Just after finishing speaking, Du Wendy saw Chu Chen standing at the front desk and immediately greeted him. Mr. Chu is here, please come in. Du Wendy said politely, if it wasn't for Chu Chen, I'm afraid Hilton's business would have missed him. Under the leadership of Du Wendy, the two walked towards Du Wendy's office together. In place, the young man did not dare to say a word. President Du came down from the office to greet this kid? The young man was shocked. This is the real estate tycoon of the Magic Capital, and he actually greeted this kid in person. Incredible. Is it because this kid is handsome? Thinking of Chu Chen's Words just now, the young man became suspicious. Finally, he made up his mind. No, doesn't he just look handsome? If you can't do it innate, then you will transform yourself the day after tomorrow. After leaving the Duchenne group, the young man started to make contacts. Help me book a plane ticket to Obama and contact the top plastic surgery hospital. Young people are going to take care of themselves. Tian Palace? Looking at the real estate transfer contract in front of him, Chu Chen was very surprised. Chu Chen had heard of the name, the #1 mansion in Shanghai. He never imagined that Du Wendy would be so generous that he wanted to give him a villa in the Tian Palace. You must know that, as the top villa area in the magic capital, Tian Palace represents identity and status, and is sought after by countless big figures. There are only a dozen or so villas in the Tian Palace, which are madly scrambled by these bigwigs. Mr. Chu, don't refuse, it's a little trivial. Du Wendy was afraid that Chu Chen would refuse, so he spoke again. From starting from scratch to the present, Du Wendy's vision is still very strong. He could see that Chu Chen was extraordinary, and it was worthy of him to take out his most precious Tian Palace villa to make friends. All right. Finally, under the strong suggestion of Du Wendy, Chu Chen signed. From then on, the number 11 villa in Tian Palace belonged to Chu Chen. After chatting with Du Wendy for a while, Chu Chen left. That afternoon, Chu Chen took Mo Yuan and went to the International Financial Center in the Magic Capital. With the continuous increase of his worth and assets, the capital management company founded by Chu Chen in Hangzhou is no longer enough. Now, Chu Chen wants to create a new company in Modu to manage his various assets and industries in Modu. Through personal connections, Chu Chen contacted Dong Qingyun, the general manager of the Modu International Financial Center, and planned to start a company in the Modu International Financial Center. As the International Financial Center of Magic Capital, it covers an area far larger than Hangzhou. The Modu International Financial Center consists of 4 parts. In addition to 3 buildings, there is also a shopping mall building, which is connected to a shorter 85-meter-high building. The exterior walls of the entire building are covered with silver-gray glass curtains, and the main colors are white and silver-gray to create a modern and elegant atmosphere. After coming to the International Financial Center of Modu, Chu Chen met with the general manager Dong Qingyun. Under the leadership of Dong Qingyun, Chu Chen visited an office building. Mr. Chu, how is it? After reading several floors, Dong Qingyun asked. This is the central area of the Magic City, the landmark buildings, and the headquarters of many Fortune 500 companies in Greater China are here. Dong Qingyun said proudly. Being able to rent a floor here is enough to prove the strong financial strength of this company. Yes, I bought it. Chu Chen nodded. Well, you plan to rent it, what did you say, President Chu? Buy it? Dong Qingyun's face changed, and he asked inexplicably, are you going to buy this floor? Do not. This building? Dong Qingyun was even more surprised. No, I plan to buy the entire Modu International Financial Center. Chu Chen replied lightly. Magic Capital International Financial Center, located in the core area of Magic Capital, has a special status. Originally, Chu Chen just wanted to rent a few floors or a building, but after seeing it, Chu Chen changed his mind. This is not suitable for setting up a branch office, but for setting up a head office. His various assets, etc., are spread across various industries, and Chu Chen has a further grand blueprint. Build your own business empire. And manage your own countless industries. Here is the group headquarters. What? By the entire international financial center? After Dong Qingyun heard what Chu Chen said, the whole person was dumbfounded. In order to start a company, you have to buy the entire Magic Capital International Financial Center? Awesome. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, this matter is too big for me to decide. Please wait a moment, I will contact the president in person. Finally, Chu Chen was invited to the conference room, and Dong Qingyun wanted to contact the president of Xingji Property Group. A few minutes later, Chu Chen and the president of Xingji Property Group made a video call. Sir, do you want to buy the Magic Capital International Financial Center? The president of Xingji Property Group said coldly and proudly, at the beginning, we spent billions when we built it. If you want to buy it, I'm afraid you don't have the financial resources? Hearing Dong Qingyun's words. Originally, the president of Xingji Property Group was very excited. For various reasons, Xingji Property Group is in trouble. Moreover, the real estate market has been impacted, and Xingji Property Group has also been greatly affected, and the capital turnover cannot be opened. If someone can buy the International Financial Center of Modu, then Xingji Property Group will definitely have a lot of money in the account. However, when he saw Chu Chen, his excitement suddenly disappeared, and his attitude became a lot colder. Chu Chen is too young to be young. How much money could such a young man have? Do not make jokes. The president of Xingji Properties said, I wonder how much this gentleman is going to pay? If the funds are not suitable, forget it. Not much, maybe 15 billion. At this time, Chu Chen opened his mouth. 15 billion? Hearing this, the president of Xingji Properties was stunned. The new base property does need this large amount of money to turn around. Pleasant to work with. The president of Xingji Properties smiled ingratiatingly, changing his indifferent attitude. Finally, Chu Chen made a deal with Xingji Real Estate. The International Financial Center of the Magic Capital belongs to Chu Chen. That night, after receiving an invitation from Fang Yisong, Chu Chen drove his Pagani HP Barchetta to Amanyanjian. In front of the ancient residence of Amanyanyu No. 4, Guoxingran looked at the 12 Rolls-Royces parked around and nodded with satisfaction. After a while, the surname Chu will come, and these Rolls-Royces of his own will scare him a lot. Invisibly, he showed a wave of his powerful financial resources. 12 Rolls-Royce Phantoms are divided into 2 columns, arranged in a figure 8 shape in front of the number 4. Ancient house, majestic and full of style. A Rolls-Royce Phantom is priced at around 9 million, and 12 cars cost 108 million. These 12 Rolls-Royces are parked here, even if the guests of other ancient houses pass by, they can't help but stop and watch. It's too arrogant. 12 less Roths parked here, who is he? It's inhumane. Several Amanyanjian guests looked at Guoxingran, who was standing in front of the number 4 ancient house, surrounded by 12 Rolls-Royces, and said enviously, even though they are all worth a lot, they have never seen such a proud scene. Enjoying the shocked gazes of everyone, Guoxingran's mouth rose, making him even more defiant. This is the deck. Does anyone else have? After a while, the surname Chu came, and it was when he was dumbfounded. Standing there, with his hands behind his back, Guoxingran waited. Because Chu Chen just bought the International Financial Center of the Magic Capital, the president of Xingji Property Group is still holding an urgent temporary meeting to discuss the future development of the company. Therefore, no one notified Guoxingran. A few minutes later, a Pagani HP Barchetta slowly drove over. In the end, it stopped in front of 12 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. In terms of momentum and volume, Pagani is far less than these 12 Rolls-Royces. Even so, this Pagani HP Barchetta still attracted the attention of everyone present. Other aspects are not as good as Rolls-Royce, but in terms of price, Pagani is a rolling class. Even 12 Rolls-Royces combined are not worth as much as this Pagani HP Barchetta. I'm going, which son is this? Do demons have such a car? Could this be the young master from Yanjing? Many people were even more surprised by the identity of the owner of the car after they recognized the Pagani HP Barchetta. After getting off the car, Chu Chen determined that this was the number 4 ancient house and walked over. Mr. Gua, hello, I'm Chu Chen. Chu Chen opened his mouth to introduce. What? Gua Xingran made a surprised voice. Is this the surname Chu, the owner of Hangzhou International Financial Center? Gua Xingran stared blankly at Chu Chen and Chu Chen's Pagani HP Barchetta, unable to speak for a long time. Stupid uncles. You're actually driving a 120 million plus Pagani HP Barchetta, right? 12 Rolls-Royces are not as expensive as others, so what is it? The first step of pretending, luxury cars are pretending, failure. More than 100 million luxury cars, you dare to buy, awesome. Gua Xingran sighed in his heart, don't look at how many Rolls-Royces he has here, but he got them all through various connections, and more than half of them are not from their Gua family. When it comes to prodigals, Gua Xingran admits defeat, and is convinced that he loses. Originally, he thought that he was already a prodigal, but he didn't expect that, compared with this Chu Chen, it was really nothing compared to the big witch. Spent more than 100 million on a supercar, your dad knows, didn't break your leg? Gua Xingran was extremely surprised. He classified Chu Chen as a top prodigal. However, since he is a prodigal, it should be very simple to buy Hangzhou International Financial Center from him. After all, prodigal sons only recognize money. Mr. Chu is good. Please come in. After greeting Chu Chen, Gua Xingran invited Chu Chen in. Soon, other guests invited by Gua Xingran also arrived one after another. They were all wealthy businessmen in the Magic Capital, and they were related to the Xingji property group and the Gua family. Gua Xingran invited them to come, naturally, don't use it intentionally. Gua Xingran wanted to scare Chu Chen in terms of connections. Hello Mr. Gua. These rich businessmen greeted Gua Xingran. Mr. Tian, how is Baihui Group recently? Mr. Liu, I heard that his net worth has risen by more than 1 billion recently. Gua Xingran talked with these big bosses in front of Chu Chen, and deliberately pointed out the identities of these wealthy business bosses. However, Chu Chen walked around in the ancient house as if nothing happened. This made Gua Xingran very annoyed. It's useless to pretend to use contacts? Since the network is useless, then use money to force it. This time, when he came to Modu, did he take 6 billion funds from Xingji Property Group? By the way, I haven't asked Mr. Guo what to do at Modu. A rich man asked. It's nothing, come to the devil to do some small projects. Gua Xingran said politely. Small project? How is it possible? We don't believe it. Mr. Gua is the young master of Xingji Property Group. How can he do small projects? Several rich people shook their heads. Oh, are you the eldest son of Xingji Properties? Beside him, Chu Chen said in surprise. On the phone, Fang Yisong did not say anything specific. He just bought the International Financial Center of Modu from Xingji Properties. Yup. Guoxingran nodded proudly. When it comes to the new base property. Several rich people sighed. The new base property is too strong. Not only is the strength strong, but the wealth of the new base property is also terrifying. The money is just average. Guoxingran felt that it was time to pretend, and said with disgust, "We are too poor. This time I came to Modu, and I only took a mere 6 billion. I go. 6 billion, amazing." Those wealthy businessmen sighed that it is worthy of being the Xingji Real Estate Group. Xingji Property Group is indeed a little poor. Chu Chen spoke unexpectedly. Originally, the International Financial Center of the Magic City, Chu Chen's valuation was between 17 billion and 19 billion. Unexpectedly, only 15 billion was used in the end. Chu Chen guessed that Xingji Property Group should have encountered something, otherwise, it would not have agreed. Once you miss yourself, few people will be able to spend 15 billion to buy an international financial center. In the future, even many super large groups may not be able to come up with so much liquidity. Hearing Chu Chen's words, everyone was stunned. You said that the Xingji Property Group with a market value of more than 200 billion is a bit poor? They heard it right. It is humility that Mr. Guo said this, but if you say that, you are ignorant. Ha ha. Guoxingran was so angry that he pretended not to pretend, and was ridiculed for a while. How could their new base property group be poor? Guoxingran's face was ashen as he turned around and came to Chu Chen. Chu Chen, let's get straight to the point. I'm interested in your Hangzhou International Financial Center building. Guoxingran said richly, I won't treat you badly, 3 billion, sell it to me. Chu Chen frowned. You want to buy my Hangzhou International Financial Center? It's too late. I have already bought your Magic Capital International Financial Center. I don't plan to sell Hangqing now. Chu Chen said apologetically. As soon as Chu Chen said this, the entire ancient house fell into a dead silence. Bought the International Financial Center of Modu? They heard it right. Can you buy it in the International Financial Center? That's definitely going to be expensive. These rich people disagreed and did not believe Chu Chen's words at all. Ha ha ha. As far as bragging, I'll take it. Guoxingran laughed and satirized Chu Chen. I also bought our International Financial Center. Do you have that money? Don't you look? Before Guoxingran could finish speaking, the phone suddenly rang. Taking out his mobile phone, Guoxingran frowned. It was actually the phone number of his father, the current president of Xingji Properties Group. With doubts, Guoxingran answered the phone. Dad, what's wrong? The next second, Guoxingran was stunned when he heard his father's answer. What? You said that you sold the International Financial Center of Modu? Guoxingran asked loudly, thinking that he had heard it wrong. In the ancient house, when they heard Guoxingran's words, they didn't agree with them just now. Several wealthy businessmen who didn't believe what Chu Chen said now looked at each other in dismay. Is the International Financial Center of the capital really sold by Xingji Property Group? How can that be possible? How much does it cost to buy it? They ask themselves, even if all their own assets add up, they may not be able to afford the International Financial Center of the Magic Capital. Chu Chen. Are you telling the truth? Dad, what's the name of the guy who bought the International Financial Center? Xingran still didn't want to believe it and asked again. Chu Chen, this is a super rich man, and the full amount of 15 billion will be given immediately. On the phone, my father's voice came. This time, Xingran was completely convinced. It was really Chu Chen who bought the international financial center of the magic capital. Hanging up the phone, Xingran stood there, stunned. He also wanted to buy someone else's Hangzhou International Financial Center, but he didn't do it himself. They bought their own Magic Capital International Financial Center at will, and paid the full amount. Without any delay. This Xingran was extremely embarrassed. Mr. Chu is amazing. I didn't expect President Chu to have good financial resources at a young age. President Chu is really a first-class young man in the Magic Capital. After knowing that Chu Chen had indeed acquired the international financial center of the Magic Capital, these wealthy businessmen came to Chu Chen one after another. Their attitudes changed 180 degrees, and said flatteringly. In place, only Xingran was left. Standing there, dumbfounded. It took a long time for Xingran to react. Mr. Chu, I take back what I just said. Xingran just said something casually and did not apologize. Isn't it just buying the international financial center of the Magic Capital, and it's only 15 billion. And he is the youngest of the new base property group. With a market value of more than 200 billion, which is not something Chu Chen can compare. Xingran was still extremely proud in his heart. A few minutes later, there was a sound of footsteps, and a 38-year-old foreign man walked in. Seeing this foreign man, Xingran's eyes lit up. Here's another chance to pretend. The foreigner's name is Adrian, and he is the Deputy General Manager of Hilton Hotel Group, Asia Pacific. Xingran met him at a dance party in Guangdong City, and he was considered a friend. Adrian is his biggest support in competition with the Du's Real Estate Group in Modu City. Adrian, here you are. After seeing Adrian, Xingran greeted him with a smile and shook hands. Dear Pot, hello. Adrian spoke in broken Chinese, apparently just getting started in Chinese. This time, Xingran invited Adrian to talk about the future. Of course, Adrian's identity is also his trump card for pretending to be forced. The Hilton Group is here and will kill everyone in seconds. I would like to introduce to you, Mr. Adrian, the Deputy General Manager of the Asia-Pacific region of Hilton Group, one of the top 10 hotel groups in the world. My friend. Xingran turned around and proudly introduced it to everyone, especially the last sentence. My friend, Xingran said very seriously. Hilton's Deputy General Manager? Amazing. Hello, Mr. Adrian. Everyone rushed forward and said politely. This is Hilton's Deputy General Manager, so he must be flattered. Just when Xingran looked at Chu Chen triumphantly, Adrian also saw Chu Chen. Wow, President Chu. Adrian shouted, pushed the crowd away, walked over quickly and shook hands with Chu Chen. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the person they curry favor with Chu Chen in a blink of an eye? Xingran is also stunned. What are you doing? Adrian. Are you? Xingran asked. It's nothing, just seeing our Vice President of Hilton, very excited. Adrian explained. Hilton's Vice President? Adrian called Vice President Chu Chen? My goodness. For a while, everyone didn't know what to say. Awesome. So awesome. At this moment, everyone is really convinced, this is too strong. Not only did he buy the international financial center of the magic capital, but he was also the vice president of Hilton. By the way, Mr. Chu is not only the vice president, but also the second largest shareholder of our Hilton. Adrian added. Second largest shareholder. This identity is even more shocking than the vice president. Sometimes, the vice president may not necessarily have shares. But the second largest shareholder is different. It's half the owner of Hilton. At this moment, looking at Chu Chen, everyone was shocked. On the other hand, Xingran, as if struck by lightning, stood there stupidly, unable to recover. For a long time. Chu Chen is the vice president of Hilton and the second largest shareholder? In an instant, Xingran was desperate. Do you still want to work with Hilton? It turned out to be like this. Hey. After talking with Adrian about Hilton's recent development, Chu Chen was about to leave. I still want to go. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Mr. Chu, walk slowly. Mr. Chu, walk slowly. The wealthy businessman said repeatedly. You're welcome. Thank you Mr. Gua for taking care of my hotel business and staying at Yun for a few more days. Before leaving, Chu Chen added. After speaking, he left. Thank you Xingran for taking care of the hotel business. How many more days will you stay at Yanjian? After a few seconds, everyone reacted. So, the mysterious behind the scenes boss of Yanjian is Chu Chen. At this moment, everyone has been shocked to the point of numbness. This, Gua. Xingran stood on the spot, recalling Chu Chen's words, and for a while, he had mixed feelings in his heart. The number 4 ancient house of Yanjian is also Gua Xingran's invisible means of pretending to be coercive. I worked so hard to prepare so many ways to pretend, but in the end, the car overturned so thoroughly. It's like going to the boxing ring with Chu Chen, preparing for a year, and in less than 3 seconds, he was knocked out. Finally, he gave himself a lure. Gua Xingran is about to cry, his heart is so tired. He didn't want to pretend anymore. I don't want to be a king anymore. The next day, Chu Chen was resting at Thompson Epine. Unexpectedly received a personal letter from the president of Ferrari Group, and a mysterious gift. The handwritten letter is that the president of Ferrari expressed his gratitude to Chu Chen. Congratulations to Chu Chen for becoming the second largest shareholder of Ferrari, and then willing to cooperate with Chu Chen to manage Ferrari better. As for the gift, it seemed very mysterious. The gift is not big, and it comes in a very delicate box with the Ferrari logo on it. In the letter from the Ferrari president, he specifically mentioned this gift, saying that Chu Chen would definitely like it. After all, it is a gift from the president of the dignified Ferrari Group, and it is definitely not a simple thing. Chu Chen curiously opened the box. I saw a black mobile phone lying inside, and the mobile phone also had the Ferrari logo on it. As soon as it is opened, this mobile phone brings a sense of dignity and glory. Cell phone? Chu Chen raised his brows. He really did not expect that the president of Ferrari was actually giving him a mobile phone? In the box, in addition to the mobile phone, there is a note, as well as intimate tips from the Ferrari president. After reading it, Chu Chen suddenly realized. It turns out this is a limited edition Virtua Cent Ferrari 1947. Chu Chen said with emotion. Virtu, the top luxury mobile phone, is the most expensive mobile phone in the world. Even if it is Apple, the price of the latest model is generally between 10,000 or 20,000. However, the ordinary version of Riddle is generally priced at 80,000 to 90,000, hundreds of thousands, and up to more than 900,000. Riddle's customer base is high-end income group, and its purpose is to tailor mobile phones for the rich all over the world. The appearance of Riddle is relatively general, and its real value lies in the service of virtual housekeeper. As long as the customer-specific button on the mobile phone is pressed, the mobile phone will be directly connected to the 24-hour service desk of Virtu. Whether you want to inquire about transportation, entertainment, food, hotels, etc., there will be dedicated service, and it covers all major cities in the world. It is simply a super personal secretary, which is extremely convenient and comfortable. Chu Chen's Virtu Ascent Ferrari 1947 Limited Edition is a luxury mobile phone developed by Ferrari Group in cooperation with Riddle to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Ferrari's founding. The design of this phone is inspired by the arc of the Ferrari F12 Berlinetta supercar body, which is made of dark gray diamond-like carbon coating, black PVD titanium, and lightweight Alutex composite material for Ferrari interiors. The front is inlaid with the striking Ferrari prancing horse logo, while in the back there is the metal brake pedal of the Ferrari cockpit. As for the mobile phone case, it is also made of Ferrari's high-standard red leather material, which fully presents the unique craftsmanship and aesthetics of Ferrari and Virtu. Because it is a limited edition mobile phone, there are only 2,013 units in the world, and the first 300 units are not sold by Ferrari Group, but only circulated internally. After 300 units, they are sold to the outside world, and the domestic price ranges from 80,000 to 90,000. And the first 300 units, because of special, the market price is more than 190,000. It can no longer be regarded as a mobile phone, it is more like a watch, a symbol of identity and status. And the mobile phone that the Ferrari president gave to Chu Chen is numbered 1. That is, the top of the entire Virtu Ascent Ferrari 1947 limited edition. This mobile phone with serial number 1 was originally treasured by the president of Ferrari Group. However, due to the change in the internal equity of Ferrari Group, Chu Chen became the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group. In order to show his favor to Chu Chen, the president of Ferrari finally took it out through gritted teeth. As a Virtu Ascent Ferrari numbered 1, the value of this phone can no longer be calculated in money. Chu Chen held the phone in his hand and felt really strong. As expected of a Ferrari commemorative, Chu Chen was quite satisfied with this gift. In the evening, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan were walking in the first product of Thompson. Since staying at the first product of Thompson, Chu Chen has not taken a look at the first product of Thompson. When they passed in front of Building A young man with McLaren's car keys passed by. Wow. Just looking at Mo Yuan's side face, he couldn't move anymore. This is too beautiful. No matter in appearance or figure, they are top-notch and impeccable. I just don't know who the kid next to her is. Do not care. Big deal to pry the corner. Finally, the young man turned around and walked towards Mo Yuan with a smile and said, "Beautiful and handsome guy, the first time I saw you guys, did you just move in? I live in Building A. Where do you live?" The young man looked familiar, and introduced himself with overenthusiasm. "We are in Building B." Chu Chen responded. "Building B?" There was a hint of sarcasm on the young man's face. As far as he knows, the B building of Thompson Epine seems to be only rented and not sold. It turned out that he just rented a house in Thompson Epine, which is a lot different from the man who bought a luxury house in Thompson Epine. I personally don't like renting a house, it's better to buy a house. The young man had a sense of superiority and said proudly, I bought a house of more than 400 square meters here a year ago, and it is not expensive, only 80 million. When speaking, the youth deliberately added full amount. Buying a house in Thompson Epine is absolutely awesome. Just as he was about to accept the amazement of Chu Chen and Mo Yuan, an unexpected voice came. 400 square meters is indeed a bit small. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the young man's face turned cold. 400 square meters is still small, how much is your house? The young man asked Chu Chen unconvinced. Mine is not big, only more than 1,000 square meters. Chu Chen said that compared with the Huxin Island villa in Hangqing, it is indeed too small. If you have time, you can take a look at the number 11 villa in Tiangong that Du Wendy just sent. It should be very big. More than 1,000 square meters? Hearing Chu Chen's answer, the young man was dumbfounded. They have a house of more than 1,000 square meters in the first product of Thompson? After thinking about it for a while, the young man remembered that there were indeed 2 houses of more than 1,000 square meters in No. 1 Thompson, which were the top 2 sets of number 1 Thompson. You live on the top floor building B? The young man asked in surprise. Got an affirmative answer, and the young man was shocked. As one of Thompson's top 2 luxury houses, even if it is rented, it may cost more than 10 million yuan a year, or even more. The rent for a few years adds up to more than your own house. In the house, I don't have the slightest advantage. In comparison, he is the lowest one. The young man is a little upset. He hasn't got the contact information of this beauty yet? Remember that at this time, the young man's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his mobile phone, ready to answer the phone, when he saw the phone. He found a way to pretend again. After answering the call, the young man showed off his mobile phone intentionally or unintentionally. This Virtua Cent Ferrari 1947 limited edition, I got the number 289 with the help of my friends inside. Ferrari. Why does a cell phone worth hundreds of thousands of yuan give me such a bad feeling? Holding the mobile phone, the young man said with disgust. Chu Chen replied calmly, and slowly took out his mobile phone. That. I also have one, it seems to be number 1. I feel pretty good. The 5th is more offered. Number 1? Hearing Chu Chen's words, the young man was dumbfounded. What the hell? This Virtua Cent Ferrari 1947 limited edition of his own is number 289, and he finally got it by dragging an executive from Ferrari Greater China. All kinds of dredging relationships, etc., spent hundreds of thousands, and finally got it. This kid's Virtua Cent Ferrari 1947 limited edition is number 1? Young people do not believe. Looking at the mobile phone that Chu Chen slowly took out, the young man leaned over excitedly and stared intently at Chu Chen's Ferrari phone. The next second, the young man was dumbfounded. There is indeed a 1 sign on it, and this product jointly developed by Ferrari and Riddle. Mobile phone is a limited edition, and there is no high imitation at all. It can't be imitated at all. Otherwise, the price of Riddle's mobile phone will not be so terrible, and it is loved by so many rich and big people. Really number 1? The young man said in a trembling voice. It is said that this Virtua Cent Ferrari 1947 limited edition, the first 300 units are only circulated inside Ferrari. His number 289 is considered to be the lowest level, otherwise, it would not be in a branch. As number 1, there is no doubt that it should be the president of the Ferrari Group, or the largest shareholder. Otherwise, it is displayed in the Ferrari group as a permanent souvenir. But now, this Virtuosent Ferrari 1947 limited edition number 1 has appeared in the hands of the young man in front of him. Are young people really confused? Is this like a dream? Incredible, unbelievable. Could this Chu Chen be the president of Ferrari, or the largest shareholder? The more he thinks about it, the more afraid the young man is. He can't afford it, he can't afford it. His face also turned pale. It is worthy of being the famous Thompson first class in the magic capital. He is really crouching. Tiger, hidden dragon. What kind of big shots are there? Even if he is not the president of Ferrari, or any major shareholder, he can own the Virtuosent Ferrari 1947 limited edition number 1. His identity and status is absolutely terrible. Sorry, really sorry. The young man quickly apologized and said humbly, "It was I who had no eyeballs and accidentally bumped into you, please forgive me." After apologizing, the young man fled the place at the fastest speed in his life. At this moment, he even regrets buying a house in Thompson-Epine. The big people here are too terrifying. Not bad. Chu Chen played with this Virtuosent Ferrari 1947 limited edition mobile phone and muttered, continuing to turn around in Thompson-Epine for a while. Chu Chen went back. Time flies. The next day, Mo Yuan was busy opening a branch office. And Chu Chen went to an international auto show in the magic capital. After all, he owns 25% of Ferrari's shares and is the second largest shareholder. Naturally, he has to support Ferrari. The 120 to 30 million luxury cars awarded by the system before were too eye-catching and too high-profile. Chu Chen likes to be low-key, so he doesn't plan to open it often. Don't drive it, then drive a nearly ordinary car. As a result, Ferrari became Chu Chen's first choice. Taking a taxi to the International Auto Show in Magic Capital, Chu Chen was walking in the auto show. There is no rush to choose a Ferrari. Chu Chen wants to take a look at the auto show. After all, it is an international auto show in the magic capital. And the types and quantities of luxury cars are all first class. Top luxury cars such as Koenigsegg, Rolls-Royce, Maybach, etc. have all appeared in the auto show. As for Lamborghini, Porsche, Maserati, and other common supercars, they are all here. Major luxury cars, especially supercars, have invited many famous and beautiful car models to attract attention. The auto show attracts a lot of people. Of course, only a small number of people are looking at cars, most of them are looking at people. Chu Chen was walking in the crowd, and a group of bodyguards in black suddenly rushed out from an entrance. Then, a middle-aged woman walked in. "Let it all go." The middle-aged woman commanded a group of bodyguards in black, pushing the crowd to both sides and making way. Chu Chen and some passers-by were stopped by these black-clothed bodyguards. Before everyone could react, at the entrance, 11 handsome young men walked in slowly. Although the appearance is good, at first glance, these 11 people seem to look exactly the same, as if they came from a hospital or a doctor. They are very similar to those fresh meat stars, and they are not like Chinese people. Around these 11 people, there are also a group of black-clothed bodyguards protecting them, for fear of what would happen. "Who are they, don't you know?" someone asked in confusion. "Which little fresh meat star is this?" "You don't know?" They are the famous men's group in OBA, the ACC Youth League. A lot of young girls in China are madly infatuated with them. At this time, someone recognized the combination. It turned out to be the ACC Youth League. What? It turned out to be a boy group from Oba, no wonder they look so similar. Hearing this, some passers-by spoke up. Isn't he a star, and he is not a big man. With so many bodyguards, I don't know him, and he will attack him. It's uncomfortable to make way for a star boy group in the Obama country. Being stopped by a group of black-clothed bodyguards, Chu Chen was also a little unhappy. Appa. Appa, we love you. Appa, Sarah, hey. Appa, we love you forever and forever. Following the idol boy group of the Oba country, there is a large group of fans. All of them are a group of young girls who are extremely crazy and enthusiastic. Under everyone's attention, the men's team of Appa country walked towards the auto show while chatting. When passing the road next to Chu Chen, a tall and thin man in the Uba boys said with a very contemptuous expression, I rely on. After hearing this, a chubby man next to him cursed. What's the matter, brother, do you understand Appa's Mandarin? Someone asked curiously. I studied in college. The chubby man nodded. What did the male star of Obama say? What that kid means is that Huaxia people are really stupid, a group of brainless people. If they have no money in the future, they will come to Huaxia to make money. Huaxia people's money is the best to earn. The chubby man said loudly. This is the current situation of the entertainment industry. Many male stars from the Oba country have poured in with bad intentions. Who makes the Huaxia entertainment industry easy to make money? These male stars of the Uba country, with their acquired super high looks, have attracted some crazy brain fans and made crazy money. Hey! It's so annoying. After listening to it, passers-by said with emotion, but with their identities there, they were ordinary people and had nothing to do. As the ACC Youth League left, passers-by also left. Chu Chen went straight to Ferrari's auto show location. Before coming to the Ferrari auto show, Chu Chen actually met the ECC Youth League again. However, this ECC youth group is not on Ferrari's auto show booth, but opposite Ferrari Lamborghini's auto show booth. It turned out that for publicity, the person in charge of Lamborghini spent a lot of money to invite this ECC youth group from the Obama country. With the arrival of the ACC Youth League, countless crazy fans gathered in front of the Lamborghini auto show booth. Lamborghini's booth has also become the most popular booth in the entire international auto show. In contrast, in front of Ferrari's car booth, the audience was pitiful. Originally, the arrival of the ECC Youth League only attracted those fans. But as the place became more and more lively, more and more girls appeared, and many passers-by were curious to join in the fun. Visitors from other booths laughed. Seeing that the Lamborghini booth opposite was so popular, the heads of several other luxury cars couldn't sit still and were extremely jealous. Chu Chen didn't have the slightest interest in these little fresh meat from the European country, and was even very disgusted, so he stayed away from them and came to the internal personnel area behind the Ferrari booth. Chu Chen found Chen Zhenyu of Ferrari. Chen Zhenyu, a manager of Ferrari Greater China, is in charge of the show. You are? After seeing Chu Chen, Chen Zhenyu asked. With the change of the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group, many employees of Ferrari Group only know that their second largest shareholder has become a mysterious Chinese rich man named Chu Chen. But I don't know what Chu Chen looks like. Without further ado, Chu Chen took out his virtuous cent Ferrari 1947 Limited Edition. After seeing the phone, Chen Zhenyu instantly understood. Hello, President Chu. Chen Zhenyu said very politely. I don't know. If Mr. Chu has any instructions? Chu Chen shook his head. Nothing, I just want to choose a car. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Chen Zhenyu personally brought Chu Chen to the auto show to help Chu Chen choose. Mr. Chu, look at this car. Chen Zhenyu introduced a new Ferrari model to Chu Chen. Manager Chen, are you busy? Suddenly, a contemptuous voice came. A man in an Armani suit came over. Manager Stone? After seeing this man, Chen Zhenyu frowned. Your auto show is so popular, you are not sitting at your auto show, what are you doing here with us? Chen Zhenyu felt Manager Shi's malicious intentions. Manager Shi, whose full name is Shi Shouyong, is the head of Lamborghini, who hired the ECC Youth League. Nothing, just come and see the poor man. All. The answer Shi Shouyong referred to. This time, we invited the stars of the Obama country, and they have already exploded, and they will definitely become popular on the internet. And at this auto show, our Lamborghini is definitely the #1 seller. I'm afraid I won't be able to sell even one of those other luxury cars. Shi Shouyong said proudly. This time, he came here to pretend and show off. Just now, at the Porsche auto show, he showed off to the person in charge of Porsche. Looking at the face of the head of Porsche, Shi Shouyong was extremely proud. Therefore, he decided to show off at all the luxury car booths, pretend to be forceful, and have a good time. Those other luxury cars are so pathetic. Shi Shouyong said strangely. Without waiting for Chen Zhenyu to refute, Shi Shouyong spoke again, but I believe that Ferrari is different from other luxury cars. As a famous supercar brand, Ferrari can definitely sell a car, absolutely. Manager Chen, I trust you. Shi Shouyong said sarcastically. After all. Shi Shouyong swaggered away and went to another luxury car booth. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, I miscalculated. Chen Zhenyu said. Very ashamedly. This auto show is the largest auto show in Magic Capital in the past year. Originally, they expected to increase a lot of sales. But looking at the current situation, that is almost impossible. Chen Zhenyu didn't expect that Shi Shouyong actually made a lot of money and invited the men's team from UBA to come. And Chen Zhenyu is the same as before, he is quite satisfactory, he just found some beautiful car models. Shi Shouyong was very angry, and the heads of several other auto shows came to the Ferrari auto show to discuss countermeasures. Everyone discussed it, but there was no result. Leave it to me, I also invited stars. Finally, the head of Maserati, who had been silent, spoke up. He invited a popular little actress. Originally, he thought that he would win this time and he would definitely be the first in sales at the entire auto show. But unexpectedly, Lamborghini also invited stars. Hearing this, the others were a little dumbfounded. Maserati actually invited stars too. For a while, Chen Zhenyu couldn't sit still, especially in front of Chu Chen, the second largest shareholder of Ferrari. Ferrari is so embarrassing. I can only count on you. I hope the stars you invite can surpass those of the Obamas. Several other luxury car leaders said helplessly. I have no choice, and I can only hope that the little Huadan invited by Maserati can win. The Oba men's team invited by Lamborghini. After all, this is China, and it is too unreasonable to be crushed by a group of European stars. Soon, the popular girl invited by Maserati arrived. She sang a song that did attract some passers-by, but the effect was surprisingly mediocre. Not to mention winning those Obama male stars, not even 1/10 of the audience. Being crushed by the Oppa country men's team. Now, it is still the ECC Youth League invited by Lamborghini, who was in the limelight. Seeing this, the leaders of these luxury cars were completely desperate. The last straw is gone. Hey, I'm not convinced by being crushed by the Oppa men's team. In China, one's own star can't compare to foreign stars, it's a shame. Although they have a general attitude towards stars, they would rather be crushed by the Chinese star invited by Maserati than by the male star from the Oppa country. So uncomfortable. Chen Jinyu also turned into an ant on a hot pan, at a loss. Let me do it. A faint voice came. Chu Chen took a microphone and boarded the Ferrari booth. Seeing Chu Chen come to power, Chen Jinyu was extremely excited. As expected of President Chu, this courage and bearing is too strong. The other heads of the luxury cars were just sniffing it, not believing that Chu Chen could beat the ACC Youth League on Lamborghini's side. They are the super boy groups that are popular all over the Oppa country and are popular in China. Even the popular little actresses invited by Maserati can't compare to others. You are an ordinary person, can you beat them? You're still on stage, it's just a pipe dream. Lamborghini's booth. Because the ACC Youth League has 11 people, and the booth space is limited, so they can't dance. Everyone can only hold a microphone and sing there. Oppa, you are so handsome. Oppa, you are the most handsome man I have ever seen, my only male god. Oppa, we only love you in our life. The song you sing is the best song in the world, Oppa. Seeing their idols, these crazy female fans roared and became extremely excited. Just then, another song came. Hearing this, these crazy female fans were instantly unhappy. Who is singing? Our idol is singing. Doesn't she have ears? How dare you disturb our idol singing, who is it? These crazy female fans turned their heads and looked around. However, when they saw the singer, they stopped talking and were extremely quiet. I go. How can there be such a handsome person in the world? Is this the beauty that humans can have? These female fans were dumbfounded. In their hearts, this kind of face value, I am afraid that only the exiled fairy in the myth, the elves can have it. It's simply impossible to appear in the real world. These crazy female fans all wiped their eyes subconsciously, afraid that they were wrong. After wiping their eyes, they were surprised to find out. Not only has this little brother not changed, but he is even more handsome and looks better. After seeing Chu Chen, some beauties gathered in front of Lamborghini and walked towards Ferrari's booth. They were not fans of the ECC Youth League originally, they just thought they were more handsome and came to join in the fun. Now, a more handsome little brother has appeared, and they will naturally choose Chu Chen. Even some male passers-by sighed when they saw Chu Chen's appearance. This is too handsome. Why are people so handsome and temperamental? With curiosity, many passers-by also walked over, watching batch after batch of people leave the Lamborghini booth and head towards the Ferrari booth. Those crazy female fans of ECC Youth League can't stand it anymore. I announce that I'm going to change idols. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. When they chase stars, they just look at their faces and the looks of their idols. As for the connotation, who can see it? Now, there are younger brothers who are more handsome than idols. So they abandoned the ACC Youth League without hesitation. Slowly, 99% of the female fans of the ACC Youth League came to the Ferrari platform and looked at Chu Chen in awe. "Little brother, we love you. Little brother, you are the most handsome, I love you forever and ever. Little brother, you are the best singer in the universe." These former female fans of the ACC Youth League shouted to Chu Chen frantically. It seems that they have always been the diehard fans of Chu Chen. They changed the one lifetime just now to eternal life and changed the best singing in the whole world to the best singing in the whole universe. As for the person who just said that he will be with Uba for a lifetime, he has already become a fan of Chu Chen at this moment. In front of Lamborghini, seeing that there were less than 10 spectators left, the 11 members of the ACC Youth League were dumbfounded. They are very dissatisfied. But looking at Chu Chen's appearance from a distance, they couldn't refute it. Indeed, many times more handsome than them. It seems that my rectification is not thorough enough. When I return to Uba, I must rectify it a few more times. Many members of the ACC Youth League thought the same thing. As for Shi Shouyong, the head of Lamborghini, he stomped his feet in anger and his face turned pale. The men's team of Uba, whom you worked hard and paid a lot of money for, couldn't compare to an ordinary Ferrari customer? Just now he went to the Ferrari booth and was stunned, and when he was showing off, he had seen Chu Chen. He regarded Chu Chen as an ordinary customer. What a shame! What a shame! The more he thought about it, the more angry Shi Shouyong became. It didn't take long for him to swear. So soon, he was slapped in the face. No, absolutely not. Lamborghini is the top seller at this international auto show. Since the method of making stars to attract customers is not good, then discount and price reduction. He couldn't believe it, he couldn't win Ferrari. At this moment, Shi Shouyong was on top, and his emotions slowly overcame his reason. On the other hand, although Chu Chen sang in general, because of his handsome appearance, he attracted more fans than Lamborghini's ACC Youth League just now. Standing here, Chu Chen is a dazzling scenery. No way, who made Chu Chen so handsome? After singing, Chu Chen said a few words to the audience, then stepped down and returned to the staff area. No, Mr. Chu, you are too powerful, Mr. Chu. After seeing Chu Chen coming back, Zhenyu said with great excitement. Because Chu Chen said before that he should keep a low profile, so he changed the title from President Chu to Mr. Chu. At this moment, Zhenyu fell to the ground with the 5 bodies that Chu Chen admired. President Chu is too arrogant. As soon as you make a move, directly crush the opponent. As for the people in charge of the luxury cars, looking at Chu Chen, they were also dumbfounded and shocked. He really won the ACC Youth League that was popular all over the country. And it's still crushing. Sure. Enough, looking handsome is amazing. It's not good, Manager Chen. Lamborghini has suddenly cut the price, and each car is 10% off. Suddenly, a staff member rushed over in a hurry and reported it. 10% off? Hearing this, the people in charge of these luxury cars were stunned. This is not a few $100s, a few $1,000s. Lamborghini. Ordinary models, the general price is 2 or 3 million, 10% off, it is 2 or 3 million cheaper? This discount is already great. Like their luxury cars, such discount activities, I am afraid not once in a few years. Some guests heard this and left and went to the Lamborghini booth. The staff continued to worry. Although the number of people who left was less than 1/20th of the number of people who came to Ferrari's booth, because of Chu Chen. But these people are the customers who are likely to buy a car. Otherwise, after hearing the discount on Lamborghini, they would not leave, but like those crazy female fans, they would continue to wait here for Chu Chen to appear. Once these real customers are drawn to Lamborghinis, it's dangerous. Chen Zhenyu looked at Chu Chen and asked for advice. If Chu Chen, the second largest shareholder, is not here, Chen Zhenyu still has the right to decide what happens next. But Chu Chen was here, and Chen Zhenyu naturally had to listen to Chu Chen. Since Shi Shouyong is in trouble, they, Ferrari, must definitely respond. 20% off. Chu Chen opened his mouth. There are very few people who have the strength to buy Ferrari or Lamborghini. Even if this is the largest international auto show in the Magic Capital for a year, the auto show with the largest number of people will not have a lot of transactions. After all, this is a luxury car that costs millions at every turn. Even if it's a discount, it won't cost you much. We also publicize it externally, with a 20% discount on Ferrari. Chen Zhenyu hurriedly arranged it. Soon, the news of Ferrari's 20% discount spread, and for a while, some customers were moved. The Lamborghini side was affected. What? Hearing this news, Shi Shouyong felt bad. If it weren't for the fact that there was no way out, Lamborghini would not be discounting 10%. Even the men's team that was popular in Europe and Pakistan that he had paid a lot of money for couldn't win against Ferrari, so Shi Shouyong could only do so. This is a very bold decision. Originally, he thought he could use this hand to overpower Ferrari. But he never imagined that Ferrari would be even more ruthless and would have to take a 20% discount, so he would probably lose money. Good, very good. Shi Shouyong was completely blown away. Come on, isn't it just a price war? I will accompany you to the end and announce to the public that today, Lamborghini is 30% off. Shi Shouyong said not to be outdone. Originally, if he was just the person in charge of an international auto show, he would not have that power. But Shi Shouyong is different. Shi Shouyong is the vice president of Lamborghini Greater China. Originally, the person in charge of the Magic Capital International Auto Show was not his, just because the person in charge was temporarily transferred to a foreign country. Lamborghini could not find the top management, so Shi Shouyong came to take charge. But now, Shi Shouyong is obviously on the top, and the 30% discount has clearly exceeded his power. Yes. I was extremely surprised, but the staff did not dare to refute, and immediately went to arrange it. As soon as this news came out, it immediately attracted countless attention. It even caused heated discussions on the internet and made it onto the hot search list. 50% off. On the Lamborghini side, Chu Chen spoke. Although a 50% discount on Ferrari would cost money, the money was nothing to Chu Chen. With Chu Chen's current assets, it took less than an hour to earn it back. Shi Shouyong stepped up, but Chu Chen didn't. He also had other intentions for this price war. While speaking to Chen Zhenyu, Chu Chen also contacted the top management of Weibo. Chu Chen was going to take the opportunity to hype it up to make Ferrari popular and attract more audiences. After that, you can engage in some small activities with a slight discount to keep the heat. Once you pay more attention, sales will definitely increase. Just lose money today, and it is limited. But taking the opportunity to hype a wave, the benefits to Ferrari will be huge. Isn't it popular to bring goods through live broadcasts now, and Ferrari has also made a wave. As soon as the news of Ferrari's 50% discount spread, it instantly caused a huge sensation. It even made it to the top 3 on the hot search list. Ferrari sales began to increase. On the other side, after hearing the 50% discount, Chu Chen gritted his teeth and accompanies him to the end, and the same 50% discount. Lamborghini sales have also started to increase. But within an hour, Chu Chen received a call from the president of Lamborghini Asia Pacific. This is his boss. On the phone, the president of Lamborghini Asia Pacific scolded Chu Chen. A 50% discount is no longer Chu Chen's right. The president told Chu Chen that Lamborghini's losses today will be borne by Chu Chen alone. Chu Chen's face was instantly pale with fright. It's only been an hour, and it has already lost tens of millions. He lost a lot. Immediately, Chu Chen ordered Lamborghini to stop discounting and restore the original price. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused countless scoldings. Lamborghini's reputation has plummeted. After Lamborghini backtracked, the eyes of all customers turned to Ferrari. Knowing that Ferrari still lives up to its promises, these people start praising Ferrari. Ferrari was well received. On Ferrari's side, the president of the Asia-Pacific region also called. But after knowing what Chu Chen meant, the president of Ferrari Asia-Pacific stopped talking and agreed to do so. That day, Ferrari lost nearly 100 million. But as Ferrari's reputation got better and better, so did the heat. Ferrari sales began to skyrocket across the country. On the 4th day, the profit made up for the 100 million loss. This month's Ferrari's national total sales soared, and profits increased by a full 800 million. In order to thank Chu Chen, after the decision of Ferrari headquarters, he took out half of the profit and rewarded Chu Chen. Inadvertently, Chu Chen's worth has increased by several hundred million. On the other side, Chu Chen received an invitation from Mo Yuan's father, Mo Chuchen, the president of Vientiane Group. Invite Chu Chen to his house for tea. That afternoon, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan went together. In the Huazhou Junting Villa area, Mo Chuchen was walking in the villa, admiring the villa he just bought. He just bought this villa and spent a lot of money. Huazhou Junting, a well-known villa area in Modu, is also one of the top 10 villa areas in Modu according to rumors. The average area of each villa in Huazhou Junting is 5 acres, and the area of a single building is between 1,300 to 1,400 square meters. There are a total of 21 single-family villas, each of which has a completely different architectural style, showing a classic, atmospheric, and graceful style. As early as 10 years ago, the price of each villa in Huazhou Junting had exceeded 150 million. Now nearly 10 years later, the price is even more terrible. Among the top 10 villa areas in Modu, Huazhou Junting ranks in the middle, although it is far less expensive than the legendary Tian Palace. But people who can live in Huazhou Junting are also rich or expensive, and they are definitely big figures in the magic capital. Inviting Chu Chen this time, Mo Chuchen just wanted to show off the mansion he just bought. Soon, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan arrived. Mr. Chu is good. Mo Chuchen greeted politely. This is the villa I just bought. Can President Chu give it to the staff? Mo Chuchen said politely. After taking Chu Chen around, he didn't see any surprised expression on Chu Chen's face, which made Mo Chuchen's face a little overwhelmed. Mr. Chu, Huazhou Junting's villa is more valuable than Thompson's first-class mansion. Mo Chuchen showed off while taking Chu Chen around. When they were Walking in the wreath of the villa, there was a sound of footsteps. A well-dressed young man walked in. "Uncle. Mo, I didn't expect you to move here too? What a coincidence." The young man greeted Mo Chuchen very politely. But vaguely, his eyes swirled around Mo Yuan's body, a hint of ill will. It turned out to be Xiaolin. After seeing the youth, Mo Chuchen said in surprise. Introduction: This is Lin Ziyi, the son of the president of Lamborghini Greater China. As the son of the president of Lamborghini Greater China, Lin Ziyi is naturally the top son of the magic capital, and has known Mo Chuchen for a long time. And Lin Ziyi is also one of Mo Yuan's suitors. Hello everyone. Looking at Chu Chen standing next to Mo Yuan, Lin Ziyi's voice carried a hint of hostility that could not be concealed. Where's Lao Lin? Mo Chuchen asked, curiously. Something happened to Lamborghini these days. My dad is very busy, so he has been in the company. Lin Ziyi replied. Chu Chen touched his nose, and that matter seemed to have something to do with him. Because of competing with Chu Chen's Ferrari at the International Auto Show, Lamborghini not only suffered huge losses, but its reputation also plummeted. Instead, Ferrari developed rapidly. Lamborghini must be in a mess. Uncle Mo is here, why don't you come to my house as a guest? There is a good tea that my dad treasures at home. Lin Ziyi took the initiative to invite. Lin Ziyi realized that something was wrong when Mo Yuan looked at Chu Chen with the indescribable admiration in his eyes. He has been pursuing Mo Yuan for many years, and Mo Yuan has always been cold to him. This made Lin Ziyi very doubtful whether there was something wrong with Mo Yuan's orientation. Even someone who is handsome and powerful like himself doesn't like it. But now, Mo Yuan actually took a fancy to a guy who was so much taller than him. No, he was a little taller, which made Lin Ziyi hit hard. Since it is impossible to start with Mo Yuan, then start with Mo Chuchen. After all, Mo Chuchen has a decisive say in who Mo Yuan will marry in the future. Ask them to visit their villa, show their strength, and scare the kid. It's best to leave Mo Yuan early, leave the magic capital, otherwise, since nephew Lin said so, let's take a look. Mo Chuchen nodded. After all, he is the son of the president of Lamborghini Greater China, so Mo Chuchen is not easy to refuse. What's more, he has a good relationship with Lin Ziyi's father, President Chu. The villa of the Xiaolin family is the second villa of Huazhou Junting. Mo Chuchen said to Chu Chen. His own villa could not shock Chu Chen, so Huazhou Junting's second-ranked villa should be fine. Is it? Chu Chen replied curiously. Since Huazhou Junting, the middle ranked among the top 10 villas in the magic capital, is like this. What will happen to the Tiangong Palace? After all, among the top 10 villa districts in Modu, Tian Palace ranks first. There is only one place in the entire Demon City that is more expensive than the Tian Palace Villa. And that is the famous Yan Family Garden. However, Yan Family Garden is not a villa area, but an old house with a long history. The reason why Yanjia Garden is more expensive than Tian Palace is not because it is more luxurious, but because of the historical value of Yanjia Garden. The owners of the Yan Family Garden are all famous figures in history, so the Yan Family Garden has only risen, and its value is the highest in the magic capital. But in terms of luxury, Yan's Garden is still not as good as Tian Palace. Under the leadership of Lin Ziyi, they came to Villa 2 of Huazhou Junting. Lin Ziyi and his family also moved in. Half a year ago, even Mo Chuchen had never been there. Our villa has a total construction area of about 3,000 square meters, with a basement of about 1,400 square meters, a gym, a luxury family theater, a family director's house, wine cellar, a cigar bar, and a sunken courtyard. Its architectural style comes from the Western royal family. The facade is made of more than 12,000 original imported stones. Each stone is hand-carved and polished by the master's pure and exquisite craftsmanship, and it is carefully crafted everywhere. While taking Chu Chen and others to visit, Lin Zi showed off. By the way, there is a 500 square meter sky courtyard at the top. As Huazhou Junting's second-ranked villa, both in terms of construction area and luxury, it surpasses Mo Aochuan's villa. As expected of the second villa of Huazhou Junting, even Mo Aochuan couldn't help but sigh. Hearing Mo Aochuan's words, a smug smile appeared on Lin Zi's face. However, when he looked at Chu Chen, his face turned green. I saw that Chu Chen still had a calm look. And he didn't look shocked at all. Instead, he was chatting with Mo Yuan. Even the Huazhou Junting villa, no. Too, which he is proud of, can't scare him. Cough cough. Lin Zi coughed dryly and said to Chu Chen. Looking at Mr. Chu's appearance, I have a very general impression of my villa. I don't know where Mr. Chu's villa is. If you are interested, take us to see it. Lin Zi was in trouble. What? Do you really want to take a look? Chu Chen asked. Yes, I'm curious about what Mr. Chu's mansion looks like. Lin Zi sneered, hadn't believe it anymore. Chu Chen's mansion was more luxurious than his Huazhou Junting villa number 2. Oh, President Chu has bought a villa in Modu again? Mo Aochuan also asked, curiously. I didn't buy it, but an old brother gave me a villa not long ago. Chu Chen replied. The villa sent? Hearing this, Lin Zi was even more disdainful. What could be good about the villa he gave? Who gives the real top villa to others? Mr. Chu, take me there. Lin Zi continued to speak. He wanted Chu Chen not to come to the stage. I'm also curious, Mr. Chu's new villa? Mo Aochuan said, even Huazhou Junting's villa couldn't surprise Chu Chen, so what exactly did Chu Chen's villa look like? All right. Under Lin Zi's strong suggestion, Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Chu Chen and Mo Yuan got on the Ferrari that Chu Chen just got and led the way. Lin Zi and Mo Aochuan followed closely behind. Especially after Lin Zi saw Chu Chen's Ferrari, he was extremely hostile. His father is the president of Lamborghini Greater China. Under various influences, Lin Zi is very hostile to Ferrari. I don't believe it. Where can you take us? Driving a Lamborghini, Lin Zi sneered in the car. 10 minutes later, looking at Chu Chen's parked car, both Lin Zi and Mo Aochuan were stunned. Here is? Looking at the magnificent building complex in front, Lin Zi and Mo Aochuan were dumbfounded. Especially when they found the word Tiangong. Lin Zi and Mo Aochuan were both frightened. Is this the Tian Palace known as the first luxury house in Shanghai? Chu Chen drove in front, and several people entered the Tian Palace. Eventually, they stopped in front of Villa 11 in Dangong. Lin Zi and Mo Aochuan got out of the car excitedly and looked at the huge villa, and their hearts were extremely shocked. This is the villa that old brother gave me. I don't care too much, it's my first time here today. I won't introduce it to you, let's see for yourself. Chu Chen opened his mouth. After that, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan walked in first. Mo Aochuan looked at the Tian Palace villa and was speechless for a long time. As a big boss in the magic capital, he knows the horror of Tiangong even more. This is the #1 villa area in the magic capital. There are only 18 villas in the entire villa area, and each villa has its own unique architectural style. Those who are qualified to live in Tian Palace are all the top bigwigs in the magic capital. Even he, the president of a listed company with a market value of 200 billion, is not qualified to live in. Not only him, I am afraid that even the richest man in the magic capital, who is more valuable than him, may not be eligible to live in. But now, his daughter's boyfriend actually has a villa in Tian Palace? Although Mo Yuan didn't say anything, Mo Chuchen had already seen Mo Yuan's feelings for Chu Chen. Who is Chu Chen, who actually gave him the villa of Tiangong? Mo Chuchen was shocked in his heart. He had no doubt that this villa belonged to Chu Chen. As the first luxury house in Shanghai, the security system of Tian Palace is also one of the best in the magic capital. Without identifying their identities, it is impossible for them to enter through the gate smoothly. Taking a deep breath, Mo Chuchen also nervously walked into the villa. He was very curious about what the first mansion in Shanghai looked like. Mo Chuchen went in, but Lin Zi was still there, staring at the villa in astonishment. Does anyone really give top-notch villas to others? And it's still a villa known as the first mansion in Shanghai? Lin Zi was completely stupid. He got it. What the hell? Killing him. He did not expect that Chu Chen's villa was actually the legendary Tian Palace. Originally, he thought that Chu Chen's mansion was the first product of Thompson, or the golf villas in the magic capital. I didn't expect that Chu Chen would bring them to Tian Palace. At this moment, Lin Zi collapsed. This is because he took the initiative to ask Chu Chen to bring them here. Isn't this lifting a rock and hitting yourself in the foot? Resisting the shock in his heart, Lin Zi walked into the villa. Looking at the palace-like Tian Palace villa, everyone was in shock. Mr. Chu, it's amazing. Mo Chuchen spoke, and at this moment he was convinced by Chu Chen. From now on, he will never object to Mo Yuan and Chu Chen being together again. He completely recognized the son-in-law of Chu Chen. It's really luxurious. Even Lin Zi couldn't help but sigh. After watching for a long time in Tiangong, several people left and returned to Huazhou Junting. Even after knowing that Chu Chen's mansion was in Tian Palace, Lin Zi still refused to give up. After all, that villa was only given to Chu Chen by others. Not Chu Chen bought it himself. Lin Zi was still very suspicious of Chu Chen's identity. What? They are coming to the magic capital? After returning to Huazhou Junting, Mo Chuchen suddenly received a call from the company's vice president. Explained that tomorrow, a partner of the company will bring his team to visit Mo Chuchen in Modu, and negotiate the next thing. Where to arrange it, let me think about it. Mo Chuchen opened his mouth. The vice president called just to ask Mo Chuchen where these people were arranged. If it is just arranged in an ordinary 5-star hotel, it would be disrespectful to others. You must know that this partner of Mo Chuchen is from the capital, and his worth is even higher than that of Mo Chuchen. The average hotel is definitely not worthy of others. It was so sudden that Mo Chuchen was caught off guard. If it is 1 or 2 people, the arrangement is naturally very simple. But his partner brought a group of high-level companies to come. What happened to Uncle Mo? Lin Zi asked. Mo Chuchen briefly explained the matter. It's easy to handle, Uncle Mo. I know the general Manager of Banyan Tree Hotel in Magic Capital. I can make arrangements easily with a phone call. Lindsay thought that the opportunity had come and took the initiative to say. Banyan Tree Hotel, a top 5-star hotel, is located on the banks of the Huangpu River on the Bund, and is also one of the most luxurious hotels in Modu. Even the cheapest room costs nearly 3,000 yuan a night. The most expensive rooms cost tens of thousands. I don't know how many people Uncle Mo has here. Taking out his mobile phone, Lindsay asked. There should be more than 20. After thinking for a while, Mo Chuchen replied. More than 20? Lindsay was extremely surprised. As a well-known hotel in Modu, Banyan Tree is also very popular. Most of the rooms are booked out early. If it is a few people, it can be easily arranged, but there are more than 20 people. Lindsay hesitated. Even the general manager of Banyan Tree Magic Capital would have a hard time finding so many rooms at once. What's the matter, Shaolin? Is there no way? Mo Chuchen asked. No problem, no problem. Lindsay quickly explained. The next second, the phone rang, and he told the general manager of the Banyan Tree Hotel. We don't have that many rooms? After checking, the general manager of Banyan Tree Hotel replied that even if he used his authority, he could only arrange a dozen people anymore, and there's really no room left. After all, he was just the general manager of a Banyan Tree Hotel, and he didn't have much power, let alone kick out the guests who had reserved the room because of Lindsay. All right. Hanging up the phone, Lindsay said a little embarrassedly. Uncle Mo, I can only arrange a dozen people to live in Banyan Tree. Otherwise, how about we arrange them to 2 hotels? After thinking for a while, Mo Chuchen shook his head. That's not good. Mo Chuchen was extremely confused. Yanjian should have a room. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Make up for yesterday's 2 updates, today's normal update. Should Yanjian have a room? Hearing this sentence, the eyes of several people all turned to Chu Chen. Lindsay laughed out loud first and asked Chu Chen, Are you kidding me? Does Yanjian have a room? Even the Banyan Tree Hotel in Modu doesn't have a room. Could Yanjian have a room? Banyan Tree Hotel is just one of the top hotels in Modu. And Yanjian, the most expensive hotel in Modu, how could it have so many rooms? Mo Chuchen also spoke. Mr. Chu, can you really get a room at Yanjian? In fact, in the Magic Capital, Mo Chuchen's first thought of arranging where the guests would live was Yanjian. It fits so well. However, just as Mo Chuchen thought about it, he abandoned the idea. He simply couldn't get that many rooms at Yanjian. Chu Chen didn't explain too much, just picked up the phone. Tomorrow night, a partner of one of my friends will come to the Magic City. You can arrange it. There will be about 20 people, Chu Chen said to the senior management of Yangyun Amon. Okay, President Chu, please rest assured, I will make arrangements. Yanjian's executives replied. After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen said, It has been arranged. Arranged? How is this possible? It was just a phone call, and more than 20 people were arranged in the most luxurious hotel in Modu, Yanjian? Just kidding. Lindsay and Mo Chuchen didn't quite believe it. Mr. Chu, is this true? Mo Chuchen asked excitedly. If it was true, then Chu Chen had done him a big favor. If a partner is arranged to a top domestic luxury hotel like Yangyun, the other party will be very surprised and satisfied. Of course, you can have Someone contact Amon Yangyun now to discuss the specific details. Chu Chen replied. Haha, I don't believe it. Lin Zi sneered. Who do you think you are? With just one phone call, you can arrange more than 20 people to. Amon Yangyun? Why? Lin Zi didn't believe it at all. Even Mo Chuchen, even his father couldn't do this. How could Chu Chen, a young man, do it? Why? Chu Chen replied calmly. Maybe because I'm the boss of Amanyangjian. Because I am the owner of Amanyangjian? As soon as these words came out, the entire villa fell into a dead silence. Is Chu Chen the boss of Amanyangjian? Mo Chuchen and Lin Zi were dumbfounded. They heard it. Right. That is Amanyangjian, which cost billions and took more than 10 years to complete. Is Chu Chen actually the boss there? Lin Zi still refused to believe it. President Mo, I have already contacted Amon Yangyun. At this moment, Mo Chuchen's subordinates called. Chu Chen really arranged it at Amon Yangyun. So, Chu Chen is really the boss of Amanyangjian? President Chu is really young and promising. Taking a deep breath, Mo Chuchen said with a sigh. He was ashamed. Chu Chen was actually the owner of the most luxurious hotel in Magic Capital, and Mo Chuchen was deeply shocked once again. At this moment, he admires his daughter's vision even more. He had to admit that his vision was too bad, but his daughter's vision was better. On the other side, Lin Zi also stared blankly at Chu Chen. Is he the boss of Amanyangjian? No way. That is the famous Yangyun Amon. At this moment, Lin Zi's heart was not as simple as shock, but horrified. Awesome. Lin Zi also obeyed. He couldn't afford to offend him. Just as Lin Zi was about to leave, there was a sound of footsteps. Lao Mo, I heard you. Moved here? A middle-aged man walked in. It was Lin Zi's father, Lin Xingyao, the president of Lamborghini Greater China. Lao Lin, long time no see. Welcome to move here. Seeing the old friend, Mo Chuchen greeted him. When Lin Xingyao came from the company, he heard from the servant that not long ago, his son brought Mo Chuchen and others to the house as guests. So Lin Xingyao came over. Come in quickly. Mo Chuchen invited Lin Xingyao in. Mo Chuchen began to introduce. This is President Chu. Oh. Lin Xingyao nodded casually, and didn't care too much about Chu Chen's Jr. Lin Xingyao and Mo Chuchen chatted, and the two of them talked about the juniors. Knowing that his son was interested in Mo Yuan, Lin Xingyao wanted to test Mo Chuchen's tone. However, to Lin Xingyao's surprise, Mo Chuchen refused directly and tactfully. Does this look down on their Lin family? Although the Lin family does not have their own company like the Mo family does, they are the president of the dignified Lamborghini Greater China region. Lamborghini is a world-class luxury car brand, but it is not comparable to the Vientiane group of the Mo family. Old Mo, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other after a while. Lin Xingyao pointedly said. Why? Mo Chuchen was puzzled. After a while, I may be going to the headquarters of Lamborghini Asia Pacific. Lin Xingyao replied. What? Going to work at Lamborghini Asia Pacific headquarters, have you been promoted? Mo Chuchen asked. I'm the vice president of Lamborghini Asia Pacific. Lin Xingyao said boastfully. Lamborghini's vice president of the Asia Pacific region, this position is not low. If nothing else, Lin Xingyao may even become the president of the Asia Pacific region. If he is, then Lin Xingyao will become a veritable core executive of Lamborghini. Congratulations. Mo Chuchen said. You're welcome. By the way, I heard from Shaolin that something happened to Lamborghini recently? Mo Chuchen asked. You're not implicated, are you? Hearing this, Lin Xingyao's expression changed, and he covered up, just a little problem. Ferrari used a bit of intrigue, and it cost us a little bit. Just as Lin Xingyao finished speaking, there was a voice of rebuttal. Ferrari used conspiracy and tricks. How did I hear that Lamborghini provoked it first? If Shouyong hadn't taken the initiative to pick things up, there wouldn't have been a series of events that followed. What did you say? Being dismantled on the spot, Lin Xingyao was furious and scolded Chu Chen. Little guy, I don't know, don't talk nonsense here. This incident greatly affected Lamborghini in China, and Lin Xingyao was also involved. If he hadn't used all his connections, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to keep his position as the president of the Greater China region. Who said I didn't know? Chu Chen replied to Lin Xingyao. Now he is the second largest shareholder of Ferrari, and part of Ferrari is his. Naturally, he will not let others black Ferrari at will. Seeing Chu Chen and Lin Xingyao confront each other, Mo Chuchen quickly persuaded him to stop. At this moment, Lin Xingyao's cell phone rang suddenly. I'm at Villa 8, come here. Lin Xingyao replied. An executive of Lamborghini asked Lin Xingyao for something. A minute later, the executive of Lamborghini came to Mo Chuchen's villa. This executive is the person in charge of the Lamborghini auto show. Shouyong. Shouyong was Lin Xingyao's confidant. He came to Lin Xingyao specially today to explain the matter. Especially after a while, Lin Xingyao is going to be promoted to the president of Lamborghini Asia Pacific, and he has to curry favor. Mr. Lin. After arriving at the villa, Shouyong first saw Lin Xingyao and said flatteringly, let me introduce you. This is the president of Vientiane Group, President Mo. After all, it was in someone else's villa, so Lin Xingyao naturally wanted to introduce the owner. It turned out to be President Mo, who has long admired his name. Sure. Shouyong hurriedly said hello. By the way, you came just in time. Lin Xingyao said, tell me about how Ferrari provokes us before, about our intrigues. Lin Xingyao gave Shouyong a look. Someone slandered our Lamborghini just now. While speaking, Lin Xingyao glanced at Chu Chen, who was standing not far away. What? Slandering our Lamborghini? Seeing Lin Xingyao's eyes as a confidant, Shouyong immediately understood what Lin Xingyao meant. Who is so shameless? It's really nasty. Sure. Shouyong was filled with righteous indignation, as if he was the victim. Hearing this, Chu Chen, who had been turning his back to Lin Xingyao and the others, looked at the golden arowana raised by Moao, and then slowly turned his head. What? It's you. After seeing Chu Chen's face, Shouyong shouted in surprise. What's wrong? Seeing Shouyong's violent reaction, Lin Xingyao, Mo Chuchen, and others were extremely surprised. At that time, why did you dare to do that? Why not be afraid of losing? Shouyong suddenly came to Chu Chen and asked. In the beginning, Shouyong regarded Chu Chen as an ordinary customer of Ferrari. But in the end, watching Chu Chen and Ferrari's person in charge leave together, Shouyong mistook Chu Chen for Ferrari's top management again. At the time, he and Ferrari were both 50% off. But within an hour, he received a call from Lamborghini's headquarters in Asia Pacific, berating him for stopping. On the contrary, Ferrari still continues to discount. Although the follow-up proved that Ferrari's insistence was right. However, Ferrari lost nearly 100 million that day. Why did they dare to persevere? Sure, Shuyong really couldn't figure it out. And why does Chu Chen have such great power? Who is he? Seeing Sure Shuyong so excited, Lin Xingyao asked again. Sure Shuyong told everything about the previous international auto show. After hearing this, Lin Xingyao and Mo Chuchen were also extremely curious. What did Chu Chen rely on to take such a big risk? Why do you have so much power? Sure Shuyong asked again. Why am I not afraid of losing? Why do I have so much power? Chu Chen answered naturally, it's very simple, because I'm Ferrari's second largest shareholder. A loss of 100 million is nothing to the current Chu Chen. And the follow-up things proved that he was right. He made the right bet. Not only did he not lose money, but he made hundreds of millions and brought good benefits to Ferrari. Because I am Ferrari's second largest shareholder? He is actually the second largest shareholder of Ferrari. Everyone present was stunned. Chu Chen actually still has such a heavy identity. Originally, they thought that Lin Xingyao's status as the vice president of Lamborghini Asia Pacific was already very high. But compared with the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group, Lin Xingyao's identity is nothing at all. You know, don't say that Lin Xingyao is just the vice president of Lamborghini Asia Pacific, even if he becomes the president. It is only barely squeezed into the core high-level circle of Lamborghini. I am afraid that even Lamborghini's top 10, no, top 20 people are not counted. But the identity of Chu Chen Ferrari Group's second largest shareholder is different. As the second largest shareholder, Chu Chen is also the number 2 person in the Ferrari Group, holding great power. It is far from what Lin Xingyao can compare to. Mr. Chu, every time I see you, you can shock me. Mo Chuchen opened his mouth and was very emotional. The second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group, this identity is too terrifying. As for Lin Xingyao and Sure Shuyong, they stood there like stone pillars, unable to speak for a long time. What the hell? Sure Shuyong looked at Chu Chen with only these 2 words in his mind. Only in this way can it make sense why Chu Chen has so much power and dares to do so. Lost in the hands of Ferrari Group's second largest shareholder, he was convinced that he lost. As for Lin Xingyao, he was even more ashamed. Just now he was still showing off his identity and scolding Chu Chen. As a result, now, the boy he didn't care about was actually the second largest shareholder of the dignified Ferrari Group. Lin Xingyao's whole person is not well. Why did things develop to this point? Manager Sure said. Just now, who is provoking? Chu Chen asked Lin Xingyao. Just now, Sure Shuyong has spoken out exactly what happened at the auto show. It's us. Lin Xingyao nodded ashamed. It's me who speaks out. Lin Xingyao sighed softly. Sorry. Lin Xingyao couldn't stand it any longer, so he hurriedly left with his son and Sure Shuyong. Today's incident accidentally spread to the interior of Lamborghini. Lamborghini's executives thought that Lin Xingyao had lost Lamborghini's face too much. Add to that previous Lamborghini losses. In the end, instead of being promoted, Lin Xingyao was demoted to the department manager of Lamborghini Greater China. The next day, under the introduction of Gao Xingqi, Chu Chen came to the studio of a business card designer. In the past, in those big gatherings and other places, after everyone met for the first time, they usually sent business cards first. And Chu Chen didn't have a business card, so it was a little troublesome. So at the suggestion of Gao Xingqi, Chu Chen was going to get a famous product of his own, so Gao Xingqi recommended the design master to Chu Chen. In terms of business card design, this is definitely the best in Magic City, and the designers are also the top. After asking Chu Chen to sit down, the business card designer began to ask Chu Chen's requirements. There are no requirements, just keep it simple. I like to be low-key. Chu Chen replied. Okay. Because many rich people in the magic capital have come here to invite him to design business cards, the designer has seen many bigwigs, so his attitude towards Chu Chen is relatively indifferent. What identity do you want to mark on your business card? The designer lowered his head and asked Chu Chen. I don't have much identity, just write a few. Chu Chen didn't want to be too high profile, that would be bad. The first is the boss of the International Financial Center. As soon as Chu Chen opened his mouth, the designer suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Chen in shock. Which International Financial Center are you talking about? The designer asked. Chu Chen nervously. If it's from another city, it's okay. If it's from the magic capital, it's terrifying. Hongqing's. Chu Chen replied. Hearing this, the business card designer breathed a sigh of relief. Hangzhou is not bad. Although Hangzhou is also very developed, there is only one international financial center in Hangzhou. Thinking about it, the designer picked up the water glass next to him, ready to take a sip of water to relax. By the way, I almost forgot, I just bought the International Financial Center of the Magic City. The next second, Chu Chen added. Cough. Cough, the designer who just took a sip of water and hadn't swallowed it almost choked to death. Not only in Hangzhou, but also in the International Financial Center of Magic Capital? The designer was taken aback. Okay, any more? The designer, who was originally indifferent, changed his attitude and said to Chu Chen with a smile. Boss of Amanyang Yun. Chu Chen continued. Boss of Amanyang Yun, are you the boss of Amanyang Yun? The designer was stunned. As a man from the capital city, especially a designer, he has naturally heard of the name Yang Yun Aman. Moreover, there is no second Amanyang Yun in China. When it was built, it gathered a large number of international design masters and caused a sensation in the entire design industry. After its completion, Amanyang Yun has become the most luxurious hotel in the magic capital, with terrible prices. The behind-the-scenes boss of Amanyang is even more mysterious, and few people know it. Unexpectedly, he was fortunate enough to see it. Please continue. The designer's attitude became respectful, and he continued to ask Chu Chen to speak. President and first shareholder of Prada. However, what Chu Chen said in the next second made the designer even more unable to sit still. Prada president and first shareholder? Make no mistake. My goodness. He turned out to be a world-class luxury brand, Prada's largest shareholder? No adjectives can describe the shock in the designer's heart. This gentleman is really awesome. If you have to find a word, there is only fuck it. Second shareholder of Ferrari Group. Chu Chen continued to add. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the designer no longer knew how to express his feelings. All I can say is bullshit. I won't say other identities. Just write this, keep a low profile. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Are these identities still low-key? The designer complained in his heart. Each of these identities is more terrifying than the other, especially the last two, which are even more terrifying to explode. If this business card is thrown out casually, those big bosses in the magic capital will kneel and lick this young man. The designer is ready to ask about the details of the business card. Suddenly, the studio door was opened. A domineering man with a superior temperament walked in. "Are you designer Lee?" As soon as the man came up, he asked. "I am, may I ask you?" Looking at the man with the breath of a superior, the designer asked nervously. "I'm here to ask you to design a business card." The man answered. After all, he swaggered over. "I'm short on time, hurry up." "Well, I'm sorry, this gentleman hasn't finished it yet, please wait a moment." The designer answers. "Oh?" The man was a little impatient. Coming to Chu Chen's side, the man patted Chu Chen's shoulder and said boastfully, "Little brother, I'm Lu Zhai's, chairman of Modu Haiguang Media Group. How about jumping in?" "Haiguang Media Group?" Chu Chen shook his head, "Never heard of that?" Hearing this, Lu Zhai's face turned blue. Haiguang Media Group, as a well-known media company in Modu, is enough to rank in the top 3, even if it is not the first in Modu. "You say you don't know?" Lu Zhai's was going to continue to pretend, and wanted Chu Chen to give way. At this time, the designer spoke up. He didn't say much, but just put the paper on which Chu Chen's identity was written in front of Lu Zhai's. "This is the identity of this gentleman I recorded just now. Are you sure you want to jump in?" the designer asked. "Identity, what identity?" Lu Zhai's looked disdainful. "What kind of identity can a young man in his 20s have? Can it be more powerful than his identity, kidding?" But the next moment, looking at the things recorded by the designer, Lu Zhai's was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide and looked horrified. "IFC boss? Amanyan Yun boss? Prada president and first shareholder? Ferrari's second largest shareholder? OMG. Don't mention so many terrifying identities, even if it is any of them, he can't afford it. This young man is too arrogant." "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, please continue." In an instant, the arrogant media boss was cowardly and apologized to Chu Chen again and again. Automatically retreated to the distance, waiting for Chu Chen to handle it first. Chu Chen and the designer continued to talk. "Tomorrow, I will send someone to deliver your business card to your house." The designer speaks. "If it is someone else who wants to design a business card, even if it is the boss of the magic capital, it will take more than 5 days. But in order to curry favor with Chu Chen, the designer was going to work overtime, not daring to be slighted. "Thanks for your hard work," Chu Chen replied, and then left. Call. It's scary. It was not until he watched Chu Chen leave respectfully that Lu Zhai's let out a long breath. After leaving the designer's studio and returning to his Ferrari, Chu Chen was ready to go back. "What? It's so close to Xingtang Auction House." Chu Chen navigated, and unexpectedly found that it was very close to the branch of his Xingtang Auction House in Modu. After all, he is the boss of Xingtang Auction House and owns 100% of Xingtang Auction House, so he should also inspect the work. Thinking about it, Chu Chen turned around and headed towards the Xingtang Auction House branch. In less than 10 minutes, Chu Chen arrived. Chu Chen did not reveal his identity, but only said that he was a customer who wanted to sell things. So under the leadership of the staff, Chu Chen came to an expert's office. At this Moment, in the office, the identification expert is communicating with an old man. No, this thing of yours is fake. Our auction house can't auction it for you. Expert on the elderly. After hearing this, the old man was very disappointed and got up to leave. Slow, if you need the money urgently, I can buy it personally. Suddenly, the appraisal expert changed the subject. Seeing that the old man was about to leave, the appraisal expert suddenly got up to hold him back. Although this is a modern imitation and has no historical value, it still has a certain artistic value. The expert explained. Antiques and works of art are very different in value. I personally prefer art, and to help you, I'm willing to buy it. As if he had finally made up his mind, the appraisal expert said to the old man. Really? The old man asked in surprise that something happened to his family, and he needed a lot of money. Urgently. Otherwise, he would not sell the heirloom. How much can you give? The old man asked. If it is genuine, a jade pendant of this quality is worth at least 500,000 yuan. Expert's answer. Hearing this, the old man was instantly excited. Can he sell so much? Even if he is an imitation, he can still sell it for some money. However, the next sentence of the appraisal expert made the old man feel disheartened. But this is a high imitation. Although it is a few years old, the price is much lower. Such imitations are generally only a few hundred yuan outside, but I don't think it's easy for you. Well, I bought it for 2,000 yuan. Appraisal experts look like justice. $2,000? The old man said helplessly. This is a family heirloom, how could it be fake? But experts say so. The old man can only believe. Can you add a little more? The old man asked, begging. Well, I'll give you 3,000, which is already the limit. As soon as the appraisal expert gritted his teeth, he added 1,000 yuan, as if seeing the old man's hard work and being considerate of the old man. Although the surface is like this, but the heart of the appraisal expert is happy. Today, he's going to make a lot of money. In fact, what he said was false. What imitations, fakes, he only said it for the sake of the old people's antiques. The old man's things are genuine treasures that have a history of hundreds of years. Moreover, this jade pendant is exquisitely carved and made of top-quality material. It was only qualified to wear by princes and generals in ancient times. Now, 500,000 is still a conservative price. Once it is put at the auction, if you meet someone who likes this jade pendant, it is not a problem to sell it for 1 or 2 million. It's all his tricks. Under normal circumstances, identification experts will not mess around. But when he sees the right target, he strikes. Just like this old man who came alone and was in a hurry to spend money, it was a good target. Identify yourself first, say it is fake, and then the seller will be very disappointed. Just when the seller was about to leave, he spoke again, trying to find a way to buy the genuine product with very little money. The average seller, when they know their item is a fake, thinks it's worthless. Even if their price is low, these sellers will consider it. Old man, think about it carefully. The appraisal expert spoke again and persuaded the old man, if you don't seize this opportunity, I'm afraid no one will buy such a fake, and 3,000 yuan is already a lot. The old man sighed, and it seemed that he was really short of money and was going to buy it. Looking at the old man's tangled appearance, a sly smile flashed on the expert's face. The fish is about to be hooked. If you really buy this thing worth 1 or 2 million for 3,000 yuan, you will make a lot of money. This handover is nearly 100 times the profit. It's just a small scam. In less than half an hour, several million are available. Who can make money faster and easier than him? As for asking his conscience, why are you taking the old man's money? He can only answer with a sneer, he just pits these old things, what's wrong? Even if it is discovered by accident, few people dare to offend him. Although he has no conscience, the appraisal level is still first class and has some status. It is good. With a long sigh, the old man said helplessly to the appraisal expert. Finally got it, and a bright smile appeared on the face of the appraisal expert. Slow. But before the old man could finish speaking, a voice suddenly came and stopped the old man. Old man, I don't think your jade pendant is fake. Sitting there and watching for a while, Chu Chen was not sure at first. But when he accidentally saw the sly smile of the appraisal expert, he was completely sure. This is a scam. What? I don't think it's fake either. The old man spoke. But experts say it's a fake. Old man, if the experts say it's a fake, does it have to be a fake? Chu Chen replied in a pointed way. Young man, what do you do? Seeing that the millions in hand were gone, the appraisal expert couldn't sit still, and suddenly got up and argued with Chu Chen. Guessed. Chu Chen replied. You're also an antique expert? Inquiries from experts. No. Chu Chen shook his head. Not an expert. What qualifications do you have to say that this jade pendant is not a fake? Appraisal experts do compelling. Little guy, when you speak in society, you have to be responsible. Otherwise, you will be taught a lesson. The appraisal expert secretly threatened Chu Chen. Very good. Chu Chen nodded slightly. Then I'll tell you, what right do I have to say that? After all, Chu Chen made a call. I'm in your number 3 appraisal room. I'll be here in a minute. After the call was connected, Chu Chen commanded. Without doubt. Oh? You're going to call someone, and don't ask where this place is. The appraisal expert scolded Chu Chen proudly. I'm not afraid of anyone you invite. Appraisal experts swore the opening. Before the voice of the appraisal expert could fall, the door of the appraisal room was suddenly pushed open. A man in his 50s walked in. After looking around, the man's eyes fell on Chu Chen. Sorry boss, I didn't expect you to come. The man quickly apologized. He is the general manager of the branch of the Xingtang auction house in the Magic Capital. After receiving a call from Chu Chen, he realized that something was wrong, so he didn't dare to hesitate, and hurried over. President Wei? After seeing the man, the identification expert greeted nervously. He was the general manager of the Xingtang auction house branch, and he couldn't afford to offend him. What did you call him just now? In response, the appraisal expert asked nervously. Boss? The branch general manager explained, you may not know that this is our new boss, Chu Chen, President Chu. Although Chu Chen had obtained the Xingtang auction house for a certain amount of time, the news of the company's change of boss was also sent out. But except for those high-level people, most people only know the boss's surname, Chu, and don't know other specifics. What? Is he the boss of Xingtang auction house? The words of the general manager of the branch sounded like a thunderbolt in the ears of the appraisal expert. The appraisal expert looked at Chu Chen stupidly, his body trembling uncontrollably, and cold sweat appeared behind him. Is he actually his mysterious boss? The identification expert was frightened. How could it be so coincidental? Especially when he thought of him secretly threatening Chu Chen just now. The appraisal expert's legs were even weaker. Wrong? Looking at the expressions of Chu Chen and the appraisal expert, the general manager of the branch immediately saw that something was wrong. You say, am I qualified to say that? Chu Chen smiled and asked the appraisal expert. Yes, yes, yes. The appraisal expert nodded quickly, with a look of sincerity and fear. Now, take a good look at it. Is this jade pendant real? Chu Chen said again. Real. This jade pendant is absolutely real, a genuine treasure. The identification expert quickly changed his mind. Real? Shocked by this sudden reversal, the old man did not understand for a while. Old man, put this jade pendant in our auction. I will arrange the auction as soon as possible. Chu Chen said to the old man. If you need the money urgently, you can also sell it to us, and we will definitely give you the right price. Chu Chen gave the old man two choices. In the end, the old man chose the latter, and found an appraisal expert. And the price was 1.5 million. The old man thanked Chu Chen again and again, saying that Chu Chen was a good person. The identification expert was also sent to the police station for investigation. For this kind of person who hacks other people's life-saving money, Chu Chen is going to be cruel. In less than half a day, all the black history of the appraisal expert was dug up, and all kinds of evidence were sent to the police station. From today, strictly investigate such experts. Chu Chen said to the general manager of the branch. I don't care about other places, but our Xingtang auction house must not have it. You didn't manage your employees well, and you were demoted to deputy general manager. Just when Chu Chen was about to leave, the general manager of the branch, now the deputy general manager, suddenly stopped Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, here is an invitation card for you. Do you want to go? He gave Chu Chen a luxurious invitation. There will be a banquet tomorrow, and the boss of Xingtang auction house will be invited. Tomorrow night, yes. Chu Chen thought about it for a while. There is nothing to do tomorrow night, so he can go. Taking the invitation, Chu Chen left. The next morning, the business card designer personally came to the door and delivered the designed and produced business card to Chu Chen. Not many business cards, just a box. But each one is extremely sophisticated. Looking at the business card, Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Similar to his request, the business card is not decorated too much, only his identity and contact information are very low-key. That night, Chu Chen drove the Ferrari and went straight to the banquet venue. After showing the invitation, Chu Chen came in smoothly. At this moment, there are already many rich people in the banquet hall, but Chu Chen didn't know them, so he just took a glass of wine and sat down. Sir, is it inconvenient for me to sit next to you? A 30-year-old man asked Chu Chen politely. In the entire banquet hall, except for Chu Chen, this man was young. He didn't seem to know anyone either, so he looked around and came to Chu Chen. Can. After getting a reply, the man sat down and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Bai Wenjing, the chairman of SAO Network Technology Company, Limited. SAO Network Technology Company, Limited is a new star that has only risen in Magic Capital in recent years. After several years, its market value has now reached several billions. Bai Wenjing can also be regarded as a young hero with a successful career in the Magic Capital. But this identity is nothing To these old-fashioned rich people at the banquet. Boss of Xingtang auction house, Chu Chen. Chu Chen replied. Although Xingtang auction house is well known in China, its market value is not high. It is also about several billions, less than 10 billion. After all, the auction industry is too small, and the two internationally renowned auction houses, Sotheby's and Christie's, occupy a large market, which limits the development of domestic auction houses. Slowly, there were more and more people at the banquet, and some people appeared on Chu Chen's side. President of Parks and Auction, Xiang Chuchen. A man who had just come and introduced himself. Oh, President of Parks and Auction, you and Chu are always together. Hearing this, Bai Wenjing said. In surprise. Chu always? Xiang Chuchen asked. Chu was always the boss of the Xingtang auction house. Xingtang auction house? A trace of disdain appeared on Xiang Chuchen's face. As an old-fashioned auction house in China, Parks and Auction House has a history of several decades, and it ranks third among the national auction houses, with a market value of nearly 20 billion. As a leader in this industry, Xiang Chuchen is qualified to look down on the Xingtang auction house. What's more, the peers are enemies. As a new auction house, Xingtang auction house has developed rapidly, and it has also been hostile to other established auction houses. When Xiang Chuchen greeted him, he deliberately left Chu Chen aside, obviously looking down on him. Hello, Mr. Song. Mr. Song's business is booming. After knowing Xiang Chuchen's identity, several guests next to him greeted each other and made good friends. The entire banquet hall was subconsciously divided into two large circles. One is the old-fashioned rich people in the magic capital. Most of these people are worth more than 40 to 50 billion yuan. They get together. The other is a circle of CEOs with a net worth of less than 30 billion. Chu Chen did not reveal all his identities, and was also in the second circle. With the appearance of a big boss in the magic capital, there was a commotion on the scene, and the veteran rich people in the magic capital came forward to say hello. And the bosses with relatively low worth can only watch from a distance and are not qualified to step forward. Hey, isn't that Uncle Chu? Looking at this big boss in the magic capital, Song Jiaxi said in surprise. President Song knows Mr. Chu? Of course I do. Song Jiaxi nodded proudly. That's a big guy worth more than 100 billion. I didn't expect President Song to know him. Mr. Song is amazing. We are ashamed of ourselves. Hearing Song Jiaxi's affirmative answer, the person beside him touted it. Song Jiaxi had a proud look on his face, and he was about to pretend to be coercive. I know Uncle Chu very well. Song Jiaxi said sternly, my dad and Uncle Chu are friends, so I have known Uncle Chu for a long time. Don't you know Uncle Chu? Song Jiaxi said with great surprise, as if it was a common thing to know such a super rich person. Worth more than 100 billion. In terms of acting skills, Song Jiaxi is definitely the best. If you don't have acting skills, how can you pretend to be good? Hey, President Song is joking, we are not President Song. Although those of us are also rich, but our worth is not comparable to others. Let alone know such a big man with a worth of more than 100 billion. We don't even know many of those rich people with a worth of tens of billions. Big men like Tian and President Chu are so high up, how could we possibly know each other? After Song Jiaxi finished speaking, several other guests shook their heads helplessly. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are billionaires, high-class people with endless wealth. But in the eyes of these old-fashioned rich and big people, they are not worth mentioning at all, and they are just a little better than upstarts. Like this? Song Jiashi acting skills are on the line, pretending to be suddenly realized. It's simple, how about I invite Uncle Chu to come over and let you know each other? Song Jiashi said proudly. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Song. Unexpectedly, we also have the opportunity to meet billionaires. Thank you so much, Mr. Song. They actually had the opportunity to meet such a big man as Tian. In an instant, these guests got excited and praised Song Jiashi without hesitation. The smile on Song Jiashi's face was even wider, and his heart was even more proud. It's cool all the time, and it's cool all the time. It seems that he has to work hard, keep pretending to be coercive, and evolve towards the coercion king. Glancing at Chu Chen, Song Jiashi left and went to invite Tian. Seeing this, Bai Wenjing, chairman of Sale Network Technology Company, Limited, felt something was wrong, and said to Chu Chen, who was tasting the food with relish, Mr. Chu, why don't you leave first? Maybe Mr. Song will do something in a while? Leave, why are you leaving? By the way, this dish tastes good, you should try it too. Pointing to a dish next to him, Chu Chen said calmly. What Tian and what Song Jiashi are not qualified to let him leave. Mr. Chu, Bai Wenjing, spoke again, trying to persuade Chu Chen. Although Song Jiashi's words were all over the place, Bai Wenjing still felt that Chu Chen was reliable and worth getting to know, so he persuaded Chu Chen kindly. It's okay. However, Chu Chen had no intention of leaving at all. Hey! Bai Wen sighed softly, he has done his best, and if something happened in a while, Chu Chen could only admit that he was unlucky. Soon, Song Jiashi came with Tian and President Chu. Uncle Chu, these are the friends I just met. Song Jiashi said to Tian. Good song. Hello Mr. Chu, I'm the chairman of Chong Group. It's been a long time since Xiang Chu's great name, I finally got to see you today. It's really a blessing for 3 lives. After several guests saw Tian, they got up one after another, and started to kneel and lick with a thick face. Hearing the words of these people, Tian just nodded coldly, obviously not taking them to heart. Only Chu Chen sat there calmly, tasting the food. Seeing this scene, Tian frowned, a little unhappy. Others are kneeling and licking themselves, but this kid is a little too rude. Xiao Song. Who is this? Tian was afraid that Chu Chen was a low-key big man, so he specifically asked Song Jiashi and Chu Chen's identity. He is the boss of Xingtang Auction House. Just a little guy. Song Jiashi explained. Xingtang Auction House? Isn't that a small company that doesn't even have tens of billions of assets? How dare the boss of a small company be so presumptuous in front of him? Chu Chen, still haven't said hello to Uncle Chu? Taking a step forward, Song Jiashi said to Chu Chen in a cold voice. However, Chu Chen was unmoved and still sat there eating by himself. Tian and Song Jiashi's faces darkened slightly. Song Jiashi was about to reprimand Chu Chen, but was stopped by Tian. Why do you know such a person in general? Tian arrogantly educates Song Jiashi. Xiao Song, when making friends in the future, be careful not to let any cats and dogs get in. Tian deliberately glanced at Chu Chen. After all, Tian was about to leave. Just as the host of the banquet was about to announce the start of the banquet door was pushed open again. An elegant middle-aged man walked in surrounded by several people. After seeing this elegant middle-aged man, the scene immediately became silent. If Tian was a big man just now, then this elegant middle-aged man is a big man among big men. Even if the two Chens add up, they can't compare to this elegant middle-aged man. Mr. Du, why is Mr. Du here? Lin has lost his way. The host of the banquet hurried forward and said respectfully to the elegant middle-aged man. Even Tian walked over quickly, changed from the coldness just now, and said to the elegant middle-aged man with a flattering face, "Hello, Mr. Du, I haven't seen Mr. Du for half a year." Mr. Du is still the same. As expected of a modest gentleman who is famous in the magic capital. I came a little abruptly. Mr. Du opened his mouth. This President Du is the chairman of the Du Group, Du Wendy. I came here today for inspection. I heard that Mr. Lin is holding a party here. Let's congratulate him. This hotel is owned by Du's Group. Today, Du Wendy came here to inspect the work, and I heard that there are rich people in the magic capital holding a banquet here. As the boss here, Du Wendy came to be polite and earn a good reputation. Mr. Du is too polite, what's abrupt or not? The host of the banquet responded quickly, I am very happy that Mr. Du can come. Tian also knelt down and licked, Mr. Du is too easygoing. After saying a few polite words to them, Du Wendy was about to leave. However, when he just turned around, Yu Guang suddenly saw Chu Chen sitting there. Huh? Du Wendy was a little surprised. How could President Chu appear at such a low-level banquet? Yesterday, because of Chu Chen, Du's real estate group just signed a big contract with Hilton. He was about to thank Chu Chen? I didn't expect to meet you here. The next second, leaving everyone behind, Du Wendy walked towards Chu Chen. Everyone else's faces showed puzzled eyes. What happened to Mr. Du? Who is this young man to make President Du like this? And Tian and Song Jiashi were stunned in their hearts. Could this Chu Chen provoke President Du? Thinking of this, the two hurried forward and followed Du Wendy. Mr. Du, this kid, just as Tian was about to speak, he was suppressed by Du Wendy's voice. President Chu. Du Wendy greeted Chu Chen and asked in surprise, why does President Chu come to such a low-level party? In the past few days, some things have been handled, the author's mentality has not been adjusted well, and there have been fewer updates. No nonsense, tomorrow at the 6th update, the author apologizes and repays everyone. How can you come to such a low-level party? Hearing Du Wendy's words, the entire banquet hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone was extremely embarrassed, especially the founder of the party, President Lin, and the billionaire Tian, whose faces became even more ugly. Although they were angry in their hearts, they dared not refute anything. If someone else said that, they would definitely be furious and attack. Any person here, who is worth less than billions, is generally more than tens of billions. In the magic capital, they are all people with extremely high status. But now, the total assets are 300 billion, the boss of Du's real estate group, how can they refute? It turned out to be President Du. Hearing someone calling him, Chu Chen looked in surprise, it turned out to be Du Wendy. I'm the boss of Xingtang Auction House. Someone invited me. I'm fine, so I'm here. Chu Chen explained. Oh, it turns out that President Chu is still the boss of the Xingtang Auction House. He really is young and promising. Do. Wendy said with a hint of ingratiating tone. Hearing Du Wendy's words, everyone in the banquet hall was dumbfounded. They heard right. Is this what Du Wendy said, the super rich man? The chairman of the dignified Du's real estate group, a tycoon in the real estate industry of Magic Capital, is actually courting a young man. Moreover, he is the boss of some Xingtang auction house. Although they are not sure how much Xingtang auction house is worth, it will definitely not exceed 10 billion. But now, Du Wendy is courting the boss of the prosperous Tang auction house, which can only explain one point. That is, the identity of this young man is definitely not that simple. He must be a low-key big man, or a wealthy young man from Yanjing or something. The sponsor of the banquet, Mr. Lin, stood there awkwardly. He did invite the boss of Xingtang auction house, and he had some cooperation with Xingtang auction house before. There were a lot of guests today, so President Lin threw aside Chu Chen, the boss of the prosperous Tang auction house, and did not entertain Chu Chen. He believed that Chu Chen's identity was at the bottom of all the guests, and it was not worthy of him to do so. But now, even Du Wendy wants to please Chu Chen. This, for a time, Mr. Lin regretted it very much. On the other side, looking at Chu Chen, Song Jiashi was stunned. To make Du Wendy so pleasing, Chu Chen's identity is definitely not as simple as the boss of the prosperous Tang auction house. He was still provoking him, pretending to be forceful in front of him, and showing off that he knew big people. Isn't this playing a big knife in front of Guangong? Thinking about it, cold sweat kept coming out of Song Jiashi's face, and his eyes were even darker. And Tian, the arrogant billionaire, shivered even more, his legs trembled. If he hadn't held the seat, I'm afraid he would have been paralyzed to the ground. Just now, he disdainfully satirized Chu Chen as a cat and a dog. But now, he was surprised to find that this cat and dog he despised was actually a big man he looked up to. Tian was stunned. As for the customers who touted Song Jiashi next to Chu Chen just now, they were equally stupid. It turned out that Chu Chen was the most low-key big man. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, just now I was blind. At this moment, he didn't care about his face anymore. Tian hurriedly came over, bowed and apologized to Chu Chen. Snapped. 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 After bowing, Tian slapped himself fiercely and apologized to Chu Chen. Seeing that Tian was like this, Song Jiashi didn't dare to stand aside, and came over to apologize to Chu Chen and slapped him. After eating almost, Chu Chen got up and left with Du Wendy. In place, only the respectful people were left. Back at Thompson Epine, Chu Chen, who had eaten too much, came out and took a walk on the Bund. At night, the Bund is brightly lit, and the scenery is charming. There are many tourists, and there are also some people who live nearby and walk on the Bund just like Chu Chen. After walking for a while, Chu Chen found a place with a good view and stopped to rest. What? Beside her, a rich woman in her 40s, dressed in gorgeous clothes, saw Chu Chen's profile and stopped immediately. Very handsome. Just the side face, the rich woman immediately moved. This beauty, this temperament, is unparalleled. Much handsomer than the little white face next to him. Go away and never let me see you again. The rich woman had a new goal, and immediately ruthlessly abandoned the little white face next to her. What? Sisterly, don't. With big dark circles under his eyes, his legs were weak, and his back was hurting badly. The little white face hurriedly acted like a spoiled child. Roll. Tired of it, the rich woman scolded Xiaobamian sharply. Startled by the rich woman, Xiaobai turned and left with an innocent look on his face. He knows the horror of this rich woman's identity, and if he wants to deal with him, maybe tomorrow he will disappear without a trace. But he was not reconciled and wanted to see why Sisterly abandoned him, so he could only walk away and watch quietly. Abandoning her little white face, the rich lady's sister came to Chu Chen. "Brother, alone?" Sisterly said with a smile, as if Chu Chen was already hers. Although he was used to being approached by beautiful women because of his amazing looks and temperament, it was the first time that Chu Chen heard the name brothers. Chu Chen turned his head to look, and happened to see Sisterly, who looked like a tank. Chu Chen didn't speak, and Sisterly spoke again. "Brother, you shouldn't want to work hard, right? I need a life assistant," the rich woman said while touching her millions of jewelry and showing off her amazing wealth to Chu Chen. "Excuse me." Chu Chen quickly shook his head and refused. "Such a tank cannot be offended. I'm a person who relies on my own hands and my own hard work. I don't need it." Chu Chen answered in a serious manner. "Rely on your own efforts?" The system gave Chu Chen a big white eye. Man, after that, Chu Chen was about to leave. Seeing this, the rich woman hurriedly said, "I can give you 50,000 yuan a month. How about $1 million Porsche for a year?" Chu Chen still shook his head. At this time, the rich woman suddenly remembered, so she took out the business card from her bag and forcibly stuffed it into Chu Chen. After that, the rich woman looked at Chu Chen proudly. "It seems to be saying, knowing my identity, you should not refuse it." The first update is presented, and there are 5 more. A series of identities on her business card, just take out one, can scare people. With so many identities written on it, it is impossible not to be shocked. This guy still wants to work hard with his own hands? Knowing his identity, it was impossible for him to continue to think so. You can save him a lifetime of struggle. The more she looked at Chu Chen, the more satisfied the rich woman became, hoping that this young man would not disappoint her. When Sisterly forced the business card over, Chu Chen picked it up and took a look. There is indeed a long list of identities on it, and ordinary people will definitely be scared when they see it. But these identities are several grades worse than those on their business cards. Many hard-boned young people will be tempted when they see these identities. After all, this is not about 20 years of less struggle, but less of a lifetime of struggle. But Chu Chen is not the vast majority, but a small part. He still hopes to rely on his own efforts and hands to eat. Of course, he also needs a little help from the system. "Young man, how are you thinking?" Sister Fu Pili proudly asked Chu Chen. She seemed to have seen the scene of Chu Chen bowing his head and agreeing to her. "Sorry, I still can't promise you." However, to the surprise of the rich lady, Chu Chen actually rejected her again. You heard it right. This young man actually rejected himself? Sister Fu Pili stood there incredulously. After a while, she regained her senses and rejected herself. The more she rejected her, the more she wanted to get it. Just when Sisterly was about to speak again, Chu Chen said, "Well, I also have a business card." With that said, Chu Chen took out his business card and handed it to Sisterly. It is not that Chu Chen is willing to give it, but that Chu Chen is afraid that if he does not reveal his identity, this rich woman will continue to pester him. Business card? What's so good about a young business card? Inexplicably, she took Chu Chen's business card, and Sister Lee lowered her head and looked over. The next second, Sister Lee was stunned. The owner of the Magic Capital International Financial Center, the owner of Aman Yangyun, the largest shareholder of Prada, looking at the identity on the business card, Sister Lee was dumbfounded. This when reading about Prada's largest shareholder, Sister Lee subconsciously covered up her Prada bag. How could he have so many terrifying identities? Just take out one of these identities, and you can crush all her identities. Especially the last two, the largest shareholder and president of Prada, and the second largest shareholder of Ferrari. This is horrible. Even some of the super rich in the Magic Capital can't compare to him. It turned out that this young man was a super boss. With so many terrifying identities, how could he be so low-key? Sister Lee dare not sigh in her heart. Sorry, I take back what I just said. Sister Lee hurriedly opened her mouth to take back what she just said. She also shows off her wealth and wants to support others? As a result, he was not even 1/10 of other people's worth, no, 1%. If he continued to entangle himself, wouldn't that be death? It would be nice to have a business card. Chu Chen sighed in his heart. That with the business card, he would not have to explain many things, saving a lot of trouble. It seems that designing business cards yourself is the right choice. This is also thanks to Gao Jingqi, Brother Gao's suggestion. Not wanting to be entangled with this rich woman, Chu Chen left. Going away, at first, I watched the rich woman take the initiative to chat up Chu Chen, the little white face before his face turned green. It turns out that Sister Lee has found a new target. How can you be worse than that kid? Isn't that kid's appearance and temperament so much higher than you? Dissatisfied. He is not satisfied. At first, he thought he didn't have to work hard in the future, but after only 3 or 4 months, Sister Lee got tired of it. Xiaobai face completely hated Chu Chen. In the end, I saw that Chu Chen actually left alone, and Sister Lee didn't chase after him. There was a look of joy on Xiaobai's face. This kid rejected Sister Lee, otherwise, he would have gone home with Sister Lee long ago. That is really good. If this kid agrees to Sister Lee, with the protection of Sister Lee, he will not dare to mess around. But now, he rejected Sister Lee. Without Sister Lee to support him, he would have a solution. Boy, I must teach you a lesson. Looking at Chu Chen, Xiaobai said with gritted teeth. After all, Xiao Beilian took out his mobile phone and made a call. Brother Leopard, do me a favor? Having been with Sister Rich Pulley for a few months, Xiaobai Mian has also met a few big people. This Brother Leopard is one of them. He runs a bar and has dozens of younger brothers. You don't need too many, 8 or 9 people are enough. Brother Leopard asked how many people Xiaobai wanted. Where are you? When will I send someone? Brother Leopard asked again. We're on the Bund, Brother Leopard, you can come over now. The little white face said. Okay, give me 15 minutes, and I'll take the brothers with me. Brother Leopard gave Xiaobai a reply. Thank you, Brother Leopard. Hanging up the phone, Xiaobai sent the location to Brother Leopard. A wild smile appeared on Xiaobai's face. Boy, I'll let you be complacent for a while, and it's time for you to cry. Xiaobai face followed Chu Chen from a distance. 10 minutes later, Brother Leopard called and said that he had brought someone there. Xiaobai sent the new positioning to Brother Leopard. Soon, Xiaobai joined Brother Leopard. and 8 or 9 of Brother Leopard's younger brothers. It's him, Brother Leopard. Pointing to Chu Chen in the distance. Xiao Bai said to Brother Leopard. It is good. We'll start when he walks to a place where there are few people. There are so many people here on the bund, and if I lend Brother Leopard 100 courage, he doesn't dare to do anything here. So Xiao Bai Mian and Brother Leopard quietly followed behind Chu Chen. After waiting for a long time, they were all tired with backaches, and finally saw Chu Chen walk into a residential area. And the opportunity came. Brother Leopard, let's do it. Xiao Bai said excitedly. Do it, touch Nima's hand. You take a good look, where is this place? Brother Leopard gave Xiao Bai a hard face and scolded angrily. Where? Just now, Xiaobalian had been focusing on Chu Chen, and didn't pay attention to anything else. Hearing what Brother Leopard said, Xiao Bai looked at it. In the next second, Xiaobalian's whole person is not well. It turned out to be the first product of Thompson. That kid actually lives in the top mansion in the magic capital, Thompson Epine. You know, even Sister Lee is not qualified to live here. Those who can live here are either rich or expensive. And their status is not simple. Could it be that this kid is a big man, so he rejected Sister Lee? Little thing, how dare you let me teach a lesson to a person who lives in the first grade of Thompson? Looking at the little white face, Brother Leopard said grimly. Can someone who lives in Thompson Epine be an ordinary person? To provoke the people who live here by yourself. Isn't that courting death? The more he thought about it, the more angry Brother Leopard became, and he looked at the little white face with a gloomy face. Looking at Brother Leopard's face, Xiao Bai's heart skipped a beat. Oh. No. The little white face quickly explained, Brother Leopard, I didn't expect him to live in the first grade of Thompson. Needless to say, our brothers can't come out for nothing. Not wanting to listen to Xiaobalian's explanation, Brother Leopard gave a few younger brothers a look. In an instant, the younger brothers understood, and took Xiaobalian to a place with few people, and beat him violently. In less than a few minutes, Xiao Bai's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was no longer human. At this moment, Xiao Bai's face regretted to the extreme. Isn't this just lifting a rock and hitting yourself in the foot? The next afternoon, Chu Chen waited for someone at an open-air cafe on the bund. A 26-7-year-old youth was sitting next to Chu Chen and seemed to be waiting for someone. When he was bored, the young man chatted with Chu Chen. Brother is waiting for someone? The young man asked. Chu Chen nodded. Looking at my brother seems to have some worries. It's not easy for adults. The young man opened his mouth and said with emotion. Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. He was indeed a little troubled recently. Just like me, this period of time is too tangled and too boring. The young man shook his head and sighed. It's really not easy being a man. Now, 2 beautiful beauties are chasing after me, not marrying me, saying that they only love me once in my life, and want me to marry them. And don't want a house, a car, or even a betrothal gift. Young people are very helpless. It's so hard to get rid of them. I don't want a car, I don't want a house, isn't this hitting me in the face? What about the suites in my house, a Porsche, and a BMW 7 Series? Looking at Chu Chen. The young man was eloquent and full of emotion. Chu Chen said, I'm also very troubled, why am I so handsome, and so many beauties keep surrounding me? Some are the heirs of wealthy families, some are the daughters of The 200 billion group, and there are some other beauties. I don't know who to choose. A wealthy heir? The daughter of the 200 billion group? Hearing Chu Chen's words, the young man who had just finished pretending was dumbfounded. Are you right? Originally, he thought that he was already a strong bragging, but he did not expect to meet an opponent. I'm in the first grade of Thompson, and Tian Palace has a house. I'm so tangled that I don't know where to live. To tell the truth, Chu Chen is really struggling. Thompson first product? Tian Palace? The young man was stunned. These are the top luxury houses in the magic capital, especially the Tian Palace, which is also known as the first luxury house in Shanghai. Brother, you have to have a limit for bragging, right? Still the first product of Thompson, what about Tiangong? Why don't you say you live in the Forbidden City? Some time ago, I was fired by my boss and became a homeless person. Not to be outdone, the young man spoke again. Then I applied for 2 large groups with a market value of tens of billions of dollars. Originally, I was just trying it out. It didn't matter if it was successful or not. In the end, I didn't expect that 2 large groups would hire me with an annual salary of several million. A thriving online new media company and an old-fashioned group with strong financial resources are all throwing olive branches to me. I am so entangled that I don't know which one to choose. The young man sighed and touched his forehead, as if he had a headache. Chu Chen said with emotion, there are too many companies in my name, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, and other assets. It's too troublesome to manage. Too much money is also a trouble. Hearing this, the young man was completely stupid. Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? Did he really meet a super boss? For a time, the young man wanted to cry without tears. After a long time, he slowed down. Yes, he couldn't completely believe what this kid said. What if this kid is bragging? Especially after seeing the mobile phone Chu Chen put on the table, the young man was even more sure. This kid must be bullshitting. You are so awesome. How can you use an old Nokia? Because there was a certain distance, he did not see the Ferrari logo on Chu Chen's mobile phone. Soon, a big wavy beauty, with a face value of about 80 came over. Xiang Chuchen. After seeing the beautiful woman, the young man beckoned, and this was one of his 2 suitors. Honey. The big wavy beauty sat across from the young man with a smile, and the 2 chatted. While talking, the young man chatted with Chu Chen. That boy, holding a Nokia, pretending to be there, saying that he has a house in the first class of Thompson? It really made me laugh. The young man took out his newly bought Apple 11 and showed off. The big wavy beauty looked a little surprised. In an instant, she was stunned. Nokia? This is Nokia, no kidding. This is obviously Riddle, the world's top and most expensive mobile phone, even if it is the most common, the price is 80,000 to 90,000, or even hundreds of thousands. As a high-end green tea watch, the big wave beauty has done a lot of homework on various luxury goods. This looks like a Rito Ferrari commemorative model, right? The big wavy beauty muttered in her heart. With this phone, there is a high probability that there is also a Ferrari. And it seems that he still lives in Thompson. This is definitely super rich and handsome. Compared with him, the fool in front of him is not rich. We don't matter anymore. In an instant, the big wavy beauty turned against the young man. It's all for the money anyway, why didn't she find someone more handsome and richer? After all, the big wave beauty walked to Chu Chen's side. You are so handsome, little brother, can you add a WeChat? The big wave beauty flirts with Chu Chen. Seeing this scene, the young man was dumbfounded. Why, Xin, didn't you say that you only love me in your life? Youth inquiries. When did I say, don't spit blood? The big wavy beauty instantly refuted. The young man was immediately stunned. He also showed off to Chu Chen just now that he had two beautiful suitors, and he didn't marry, or something. As a result, now, it has become like this. It was for his money. No, since he was chasing after him. For money, it must be because of money that he is leaving now. Could it be true what Chu Chen said just now? Is he a shareholder of a group of tens of billions, hundreds of billions? In Tian, Palace has a house. It seems that only this answer can explain why Xin, the green tea watch, abandoned itself. My goodness! The more he thought about it, the more shocked the young man became. He actually met a superhero. And still so young and so handsome. For a time, the young man was very envious, as if he had eaten a pound of lemons. Not wanting to be entangled by the green tea watch, Chu Chen left. But as soon as he walked out of the cafe, he met someone who was waiting for him. Boss, it's not good, something happened. This guest is none other than Cui Qingping, the general manager of Wangjiang Pavilion, a top restaurant in the magic capital under the name of Chu Chen. Today, Cui Qingping wanted to talk to Chu Chen about Wangjiang Pavilion, so he made an appointment here. Unexpectedly, something happened at Wangjiang Pavilion at noon today, and Cui Qingping was late. What happened? Chu Chen asked. It's like this, at noon today, a customer said that flies were eaten from our dishes. Cui Qingping explained. As one of the top restaurants in the magic capital, Wangjiang Pavilion's management is very strict, and the hygiene level of the back kitchen is completely comparable to the Michelin level. It is impossible to eat flies. And so on. Moreover, since the beginning of Wangjiang Pavilion, there has never been a food hygiene problem. We haven't had time to communicate with him, and a lot of media have come. I wanted to control it, but these media didn't listen to me at all. Cui Qingping said helplessly, some of his contacts didn't work anymore. People he knew in the media were vague and didn't want to help. This made Cui Qingping realize that something was wrong. Is that fly in the dish? Chu Chen asked. People's hearts are complicated now. Some people will deliberately put things into the dishes, and then frame the restaurant and extort them. I wasn't sure at first. Although I was sure that our kitchen was clean, I wasn't sure whether there would be any unexpected situations. Cui Qingping expressed his judgment to Chu Chen. So I came to the monitoring room and wanted to check the monitoring of the day. But when I got to the monitoring room for less than a minute, all the monitoring was completely paralyzed, and we couldn't investigate at all. All paralyzed? Chu Chen frowned and asked. Yes, all monitoring of Wangjiang Pavilion has been paralyzed. According to the analysis of technicians, our monitoring system has been attacked by top hackers. Cui Qingping explained. Only the top hackers in the magic capital have the strength to attack the Wangjiang Pavilion monitoring system. Have been hacked? Chu Chen muttered, things didn't seem so simple. Hackers don't attack early, they don't attack late, but when they most need surveillance video, they hack the entire surveillance system. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? There's definitely something tricky about this. Without surveillance testimony, the internet has fallen out. Having said that, Cui Qingping handed the mobile phone to Chu Chen. There were several media reports on it. Shocked, there is a huge problem with the food in Wanjiang Pavilion, a top restaurant in the magic capital. Horrible, luxury restaurants with thousands per capita, food hygiene has huge hidden dangers. If there is a problem with the food in Wanjiang Pavilion, the black-hearted boss must be punished. Haidian Wanjiang Pavilion must disappear. All kinds of news reports, the writing is extremely sharp. So many reports have attracted the attention of countless netizens. At this moment, Wanjiang Pavilion has become a rat crossing the street, and everyone is shouting and beating. How much time has passed since the incident happened? Chu Chen asked. In less than an hour, it's only 40 or 50 minutes. Cui Qingping made an estimate. In such a short period of time, overwhelming reports appeared, and the writing was sharp, as if preparations had been made long ago. Needless to say, this is definitely someone behind the scenes, trying to bring down Wanjiang Pavilion. Boss, the biggest competition with us is the Starry Night Kaiseki cuisine in Magic City. Cui Qingping said as if pointing. Starry Night Kaiseki is a top Japanese restaurant in the country. It is well known in Modu, and it is also located on the Bund, not far from Wanjiang Pavilion. Starry Night Kaiseki cuisine, with a per capita consumption of about 2,000 to 3,000, is headed by top chefs from Dongying, who has always been tit for tat with Wanjiang Pavilion. Once the Wanjiang Pavilion is destroyed, the one who gets the most benefit is the Starry Night Kaiseki cuisine. Media, hackers? Chu Chen has a solution. There are two most important things now. The first is to restore the monitoring system of Wanjiang Pavilion, and the second is to suppress the media. Once black and white are reversed, the reputation of Wanjiang Pavilion will be completely deteriorated. And Wanjiang Pavilion will be destroyed. Chu Chen sent a message to the top management of Weibo. Although the main battlefield of the media this time is not Weibo, but Weibo has a very high status in the media. The high-level people on Weibo have connections, and can temporarily suppress those public opinions. The matter of public opinion was settled. And Chu Chen made a call. Since it is the ghost of hackers, then use hackers to solve it. Starry Night Kaiseki, in the general manager's office, General Manager Lin Tiangong looked at the one-sided public opinion on the internet with a smug smile on his face. After so long of planning, it turned out to be very effective, and it was about to succeed. After accidentally knowing that Wanjiang Pavilion had changed its owner, Lin Tiangong reported to his superiors. After the approval of all the senior management of the Kaiseki restaurant group located in Dongying, Lin Tiangong started planning and finally started today. The media, hackers, etc., he was ready. Now, just waiting for Wanjiang Pavilion to be finished. The more he thought about it, the more Lin Tiangong floated. After fighting for so many years, it is really cool to finally kill the competitor. If you don't make fun of it now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in the future. Thinking about it, Lin Tiangong called the office of the general manager of Wanjiang Pavilion. Hello. In the office, Chu Chen picked up the phone. Chu Chen personally came to handle this matter. Aren't you Cui Qingping? Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Lin Tiangong asked in surprise. I'm the boss of Wanjiang Pavilion, Chu Chen. Oh. It turned out to be the boss of Wanjiang Pavilion. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Lin Tiangong said Yin and Yang strangely. Boss Chu, I'm Lin Tiangong, the general manager of Xingye Kaiseki. I heard that something happened there. Do you want me to help you with the monitoring problem? Hearing this, Chu Chen was completely certain that it was definitely the ghost of Xingye Kaiseki. Because there was a problem with the monitoring of Wangjiang Pavilion. It was top-secret information and had been blocked by Cui Qingping. Why do you have to be so pretentious? Chu Chen replied. Oh, you guessed it so quickly, it's not an idiot. Lin Tiangong sneered. 2 more later. It's a pity, you are such a smart person, you don't have any background? It's impossible to be the opponent of our Dongying Kaiseki restaurant group. Kaiseki Group has several branches in China, all of which are top restaurants. In Dongying, the Kaiseki Group is quite powerful. If it is converted into Huaxia coins, the total assets of the Kaiseki Group are more than 100 billion. With such a huge group behind him, Lin Tiangong was so confident. Behind the Wangjiang Pavilion was a large restaurant group, similar to the Kaiseki restaurant group. But now, the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion has changed. It was for this reason that Lin Tiangong dared to hand to His Excellency Wangjiang. He had investigated before that the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion was not the boss or shareholder of any catering group. If you are smart enough to sell Wangjiang Pavilion earlier, maybe you can make a little profit. Otherwise, when things ferment, your assets may become negative. Lin Tiangong said with a sneer. By the way, don't forget to contact us when you sell Wangjiang Pavilion. We won't treat you badly. Lin Tiangong smiled proudly, and in his words, it seemed that Wangjiang Pavilion was finished. Are you that confident? Chu Chen asked back. You can now take a look at the new news online. After all, Chu Chen hung up the phone. Things are done. New news online? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Lin Tiangong reopened several websites out of curiosity. Wangjiang Pavilion refutes rumors, surveillance video is released, flies are put in by customers themselves. The customer extorted Wangjiang Pavilion and has been sent to the police station. Wangjiang Pavilion publishes video materials and photos of the back kitchen, crushing all rumor mongers. When you click on a news item, the first thing that catches your eye is a video. Opening the video, you can clearly see that the customer sneaks something into the dish. How could it be? How could it be? Seeing this, Lin Tiangong was dumbfounded. How could Wangjiang Pavilion settle things so quickly? For the monitoring system of Wangjiang Pavilion, he hired the top hackers of the Magic Capital. Not only that, but most of the news he spent before has disappeared. Now on the internet, the voices for Wangjiang Pavilion and support for Wangjiang Pavilion are rising from wave to wave. Before he called, he read the news on the internet, and it had only been 2 or 3 minutes. Lin Tiangong's whole body is not well. His hard work was broken by Wangjiang Pavilion so quickly. Just when Lin Tiangong was about to make a phone call to ask how the hacker did it, the police suddenly appeared and took Lin Tiangong away directly. It turned out that the hacker who helped Lin Tiangong was arrested and directly confessed Lin Tiangong, the mastermind behind the scenes. Soon, the whole story was spread online. Starry Night Kaiseki has become an existence that everyone shouts and beats, and finally due to various reasons such as public opinion, Starry Night Kaiseki was closed. In China, several other branches of the Kaiseki Group have also been hit hard, and customers have shrunk by more than half. With the closure of Starry Night Kaiseki, Wangjiang Pavilion has become the most luxurious restaurant on the Bund. Also because of this incident, Wangjiang Pavilion became popular on the internet, and more people knew about Wangjiang Pavilion and the top level of hygiene in the back kitchen of Wangjiang Pavilion. Wangjiang Pavilion's customers began to grow exponentially, and the revenue soared. In the magic capital, Jiangnan Airlines Airport, Chu Chen was waiting in the Supreme Lounge. Chu Chen received the news that the beautiful senior sister Chu Chen was coming to the magic capital, and Chu Chen came to pick up the plane. After public confession and some follow-up things, the relationship between Chu Chen and Chu Chen has also become subtle. In the past month or two, Chu Chen had been to several cities due to system tasks. But he never returned to Jiangzhou. Chu Chen missed Chu Chen, and it happened that one of her best friends' boyfriends was also in the magic capital. Chu Chen booked a flight ticket with her best friend and came to the magic capital. Before coming, Chu Chen specially contacted Chu Chen. In the Supreme Lounge, Chu Chen glanced at the time. It was almost time. He left the lounge and went outside to wait for Chu Chen's arrival. A few minutes later, Chu Chen and her best friend came out. After discovering Chu Chen couldn't wait to run over. So handsome? After seeing Chu Chen's best friend, Gao Chen, said with great surprise. On the plane, she heard Chu Chen say how handsome Chu Chen is. But Gao Chen has always expressed doubts that her boyfriend is really handsome. How can there be a man more handsome than his boyfriend? But when she saw Chu Chen, Gao Chen finally understood what the peak of appearance was. Why did Chu Chen have to chase after her? How can there be such a handsome boy in the world? Introduction: This is my best friend, Gao Chen. Chu Chen explained. Hello. The two greeted and prepared to leave. You guys go out first, I forgot my phone in the lounge, I'll go get it. Suddenly, Chu Chen accidentally discovered that he had left his mobile phone in the Supreme Lounge and was going to go back to get it. Xiao, you go out first, and I will accompany Chu Chen. Chu Chen said to her best friend. Hearing this, Gao Chen gave Chu Chen a big white eye. Oh, woman. See astringent forgetfulness. Gao Chen didn't want to disturb Chu Chen's two-person world, so she nodded and walked out of the airport by herself. Chu Chen and Chu Chen went to the Supreme Lounge together. When Chu Chen was still some distance away from Jiangnan Airlines Supreme Lounge, he heard a quarrel. I'm about to become a noble American, and you don't let me in. A man shouted arrogantly. Hearing this, many passers-by turned ugly. It's really shameless. Such a person deserves to be called Muyang dog. Americans are Americans, and noble Americans. Chu Chen walked over with Chu Chen, and the quarrel happened in front of the door of the Supreme Lounge. The self-proclaimed noble American was a man in his 30s. At this moment, he is proudly confronting the staff of Jiangnan Airlines. It seemed that he wanted to enter Chu Chen's Supreme Lounge. Chapter 328 Is a person like him qualified to enter? Sixth shift, ask for a monthly ticket. Now, only Chu Chen is the supreme member of Jiangnan Airlines, and the Supreme Lounge is similar to Chu Chen's private lounge. Moreover, this supreme member was also proposed by the president of Jiangnan Airlines in order to please Chu Chen. After that, I am afraid it will be difficult to have. After all, it is difficult to have a godlike man like Chu Chen who owns 3 private jets. You know, even if they are rich, most of the rich people will only buy 1 private jet. In addition to the high price of private jets, the maintenance fees, and so on, parked in the airport are even more terrifying. Private jets are just for yourself or your family. One is enough. How can a local tyrant buy 3 in one go? After all, there are times when a private jet might not be used a few times a year. Private jets are completely the top luxury of the rich. I'm your gold member and a noble American. What's wrong with entering a lounge? The man in his 30s questioned the staff of Jiangnan Airlines. The VIP level of Jiangnan Airlines was originally the highest for Diamond members, followed by Gold members, but because of the Supreme membership, Gold members became the third. Sorry, you really can't come in. The staff of Jiangnan Airlines refused again. You have no respect for the noble Americans, believe it or not, I can sue you. In various places, enjoying the special treatment belonging to foreigners has made this man extremely arrogant. He believes that foreigners should overwhelm others. I am a gold member, and I have a noble American identity bonus, so the qualifications are enough. You are too much. A Muyang dog, dare to be presumptuous here. You still have no face. Seeing this, many onlookers scolded the man. I'm a senior executive of Hurricane Finance, how dare you talk to me like this? The Muyang dog man refuted the crowd and was extremely arrogant. Hurricane Finance is a financial company in the United States with good strength. It is also because of this identity that the man became a gold member of Jiangnan Airlines. Is he actually the top executive of Hurricane Finance? Knowing the identity of the man, these onlookers dared not speak. They can't be bothered. Otherwise, let him in. Even a male staff member spoke up. There are 2 staff members here, 1 male and 1 female. The female position is higher than the male one. He is a foreigner. Once things get bigger, it will be bad. The male staff persuaded the female staff with an attitude that it is better to do more than one thing less. The female staff stopped talking and fell into a deep tangle. No. In the end, when she gritted her teeth, the female staff was still determined. She has to stick to the principle. What's more, she hates this kind of Muyang dog who forgets her ancestors. Immigration is okay. That's your freedom. But you are so obsessed with foreigners that you feel that you are an American now, and you are still a noble American, so you have to be higher than others. Sorry, you are not welcome here. Hey, figure it out for yourself. If something goes wrong, you are responsible for it. Helplessly said to the female staff member. The male staff member turned around and left and went directly to the manager. At this time, Chu Chen came over. Mr. Chu. After seeing Chu Chen, the female staff member who had received Chu Chen before spoke politely and helped Chu Chen open the door of the Supreme Lounge. Why can this Chinese person enter? And I'm not good as a noble American. The Muyang dog man was instantly angry and scolded the female staff. Believe it or not, I'll sue your manager immediately and make you lose your job. Muyang dog man threatened. People like you don't deserve to be here. Chu Chen took out his mobile phone and snorted. This man's words made Chu Chen very uncomfortable. If they fire you, you go to work at Prada. Chu Chen said to the female staff. Such employees who adhere to the principles and abide by the bottom line, which company is not rushing to want. Okay, you wait. The man exploded with anger and said harsh words on the spot. At this moment, the male employee just now came with the manager of Jiangnan Airlines. Originally, the manager was here to persuade him, so he let the man in. You just let him in. The manager spoke to the female staff from a distance. Hearing this, those onlookers were anxious, but also very helpless. They don't have enough status to do anything. Before the manager's words were finished, he suddenly saw Chu Chen standing next to the female staff member, and he immediately shut up. Are people like him qualified to go in? Chu Chen asked the manager. The manager understood instantly. This gentleman is right. You can't go in. The next second, the manager changed his words. Xiao Zhao, go to the police. And say that someone here is disrupting the order off the airport. The manager turned his head and said to the male employee. What? The male employee was stunned. The manager didn't say that just now. The male employee didn't dare to refute, and hurriedly did it. From today, you are no longer a gold member of Jiangnan Airlines, and you have been blacklisted by Jiangnan Airlines. The manager angrily scolded the Muyang dog man. Watching the manager whose attitude changed drastically, the onlookers were dumbfounded. How did things become like this? What is the identity of this young man, too? Let the manager of Jiangnan Airlines be like this? But no matter what, they all admired Chu Chen. You wait. Without waiting for the man to splash, the security guards at the airport subdued him and gave him special care. They have long been unhappy with this Muyang dog. After that, Muyang dog was handed over to the police. Who came? In the end, things got worse. In order to get rid of the relationship, Hurricane Finance directly dismissed Muyang dog. After knowing that he was expelled, the Muyang dog man almost went crazy. After taking the mobile phone, Chu Chen and Chu Chuchen left and joined Gao Qiqin outside. Because of the three people this time, Chu Chen didn't drive his own supercar that cost over 100 million yuan, nor did he drive a Ferrari, but the previous Audi. When Gao Qiqin saw that Chu Chen's car was actually an Audi, she was very surprised. He's not as good as his boyfriend. Speaking of it, the sixth is more offered. Gao Qiqin has the appearance of not being able to eat grapes and saying that the grapes are sour. She can only say in her heart that Chu Chen is not as good as her boyfriend. Originally, in terms of appearance, her boyfriend was very handsome, comparable to a little fresh meat star. But compared to Chu Chen's appearance, her boyfriend can only be regarded as ordinary. Although they are good girlfriends, they can't help but compare in their hearts. Whose boyfriend is more handsome, whose boyfriend is more powerful? Now, Chu Chuchen seems to be about to catch up with Chu Chen, and her best friend has such a handsome boyfriend. Gao Qiqin's heart is inevitably a little sour. Since his boyfriend's appearance is not comparable to that of Chu Chen, he still surpasses Chu Chen in other aspects. Chu Chen only drives an Audi that costs hundreds of thousands, which shows that Chu Chen's family background is ordinary, and he has no money. My boyfriend is different. The family has strong assets and drives a McLaren 600 LT. With more than 3 million yuan. This is absolutely incomparable to Chu Chen. Gao Qiqin could only comfort herself like this in her heart. Chu Chuchen and Gao Qiqin had already booked a hotel before coming to Modu, so Chu Chen would not arrange them to Amanyangyun. Although Amanyangyun is the most extravagant hotel in the magic capital, Amanyangyun is a place of escape, which is more suitable for those big people or wealthy businessmen. They seek a quiet, elegant environment. It is not suitable for young people like Chu Chuchen and Gao Qiqin. After having a meal together, Chu Chen sent Chu Chuchen and the others to the hotel. They had been on the plane for a long time and then rested first, while Chu Chen returned to the first product of Thompson. The next day, after recovering and regaining energy, a woman's nature emerged from Xiang Chuchen and Xiang. Now that you are in the magic capital, no, bye, how can you do it? Jiangzhou is just a small place, there are many things that Jiangzhou can't buy at all, but the magic capital is different. Xiang called her boyfriend Xiao Kai, and the two agreed to meet at the mall. Xiang Chuchen also contacted Chu Chen, and Chu Chen agreed to come, but because there were some things to deal with, he had to come later. After Xiang Chuchen and Xiang packed up, they went straight to the shopping center. Half an hour later, the two came to the shopping center, and Xiang and her boyfriend Xiao met. Xiao Kai is indeed very handsome, comparable to a star. As soon as the two met, they showed their affection to Xiang Chuchen, which made Xiang Chuchen excited. By the way, I forgot to introduce. This is my best friend, Xiang Chuchen. Xiang introduced to her boyfriend that she and Xiao Kai had just been together not long ago, and Xiao Kai did not know Xiang Chuchen. Hello. Xiao Kai said hello. He didn't expect that Xiang actually had such a beautiful girlfriend. This is the top goddess. Several people walked into the shopping center and started shopping. Along the way, Xiang and her boyfriend showed their affection. She seemed to make up for what happened yesterday, making Xiang Chuchen envious of herself. Xiao Kai is even richer and has bought a lot of things for Xiang. He even wanted to buy it for Xiang Chuchen, but Xiang Chuchen refused. Xiang Chuchen's family has tens of billions of assets, not bad money. Chuchen, look at the Prada store. When passing the Prada store in the mall, Xiang suddenly stopped Xiang Chuchen. When they were in Jiangzhou, they saw a Prada limited edition bag. Because Jiangzhou is only a second and third tier city, specialty stores do not have this bag. Now that they have come to the magic capital, there should be a specialty store. What's the matter, Xiaoqing? Xiao Kai asked in surprise. Xiang told her boyfriend about it. So that's the case, isn't it a Prada limited edition bag? Leave it to me, petty. Xiao Kai said confidently. I don't dare to say it elsewhere, but the magic capital, that's my territory, don't worry, even if it's not here, I'll definitely buy it for you. Xiao just pretended to be forceful. Really? Xiang asked excitedly. Of course. Xiao Kai answered confidently. After showing a wave of affection in front of Xiang Chuchen again, several talents walked into the Prada store. As a result, when I asked at the counter, the limited edition bag was sold out. Crow's mouth. Hearing this, Xiang couldn't help but think of Xiao words just now. Xiao Kai was also extremely embarrassed at this moment. Leave it to me, you and your best friend go to see other bags first? Don't worry, I'll definitely get it for you. Helpless, Xiang could only walk with Xiang Chuchen in the Prada store. And Xiao Kai said to the Prada staff, since this store doesn't have it, then you can find another store and transfer your bags. I'll pay double the price. Xiao Kai looks like he doesn't care about money. Okay, let me check it out for you. The staff began to search, and 2 minutes later, the staff said apologetically. Sorry, there are no other stores in the country. Xiao face has turned green, and there is no more in China. By the way, if you can contact the executives of our Prada, maybe you can find a few from abroad or from The headquarters. The staff thought for a while and added. Know a Prada executive? Where did he meet? After looking around, and not finding a satisfactory bag, Gao Qiqin and Xiang Chuchen came over. Liang Kai, how's it going? Gao Qiqin asked nervously. No, this bag is sold out and can't be found anymore. Xiao Liang just opened his mouth and said that it was sold out. It's sold out, it's not his reason, and it's not his fault. How so? Gao Qiqin sighed. Xiang Chuchen was also very sorry. In our headquarters, or abroad, maybe there are a few more? The staff reminded kindly. Hearing this, Xiao Liangcai's face turned ashen. Isn't this demolishing his platform? How about I ask Chu Chen to see if he can do anything? Seeing that Xiao Liangcai had no choice, Xiang Chuchen asked. It has been a while since Chu Chen came to Modu, and his identity is detached, so there may be a way. Chu Chen, your boyfriend? Gao Qiqin was a little surprised and disgusted. No, Chu Chen. Gao Qiqin politely refused. How could a person who drives an Audi find a limited edition bag through a relationship? You know, even my terrifying boyfriend can't do anything about it. Even if you call your boyfriend, you will never get it. Xiao Liangcai said confidently again. I didn't get it myself. If Xiang Chuchen's boyfriend got it, wouldn't I lose face? And a kid who drives an Audi, can you know Prada's executives? Stop joking. Why don't we go to other stores and have a look? As long as there are, I can afford the most expensive bags. Xiao Liangcai spread his chest and said, very embarrassed. What's wrong? Suddenly, a suspicious voice came. Chu Chen came over, and after knowing what happened just now, Chu Chen said, casually, isn't it just a limited edition, trivial? Looking at Xiang Chuchen and Gao Qiqin's sad faces, Chu Chen thought that something big had happened. The result is just a limited edition bag. And it's Prada. It's too simple. Not to mention Prada headquarters, or individual stores abroad, may have them even if they don't. It is a matter of Chu Chen's words to make a new batch. Even if it is made again, it will not cost much. Isn't it just a limited edition bag, mean? Hearing Chu Chen's words, except for Xiang Chuchen, the other two were dumbfounded. They heard it right. If you buy a limited edition bag, it is naturally a small matter. Can you buy a limited edition bag that has been sold out in China? Is this still a small matter? And it is very likely that there is no foreign country. Even if there is, I am afraid that it is not possible to buy it with money. It requires a strong network of relationships. Chu Chen, you heard right. All the domestic specialty stores for this bag are gone. Afraid that Chu Chen didn't hear clearly, Gao Qiqin added. What Chu Chen said just now was too scary. Of course, leave this to me. Chu Chen said something and walked directly to the counter. Haha, let you pretend, you can't buy it, what do you do? Xiao Liangcai sneered. Originally, he thought that he had already pretended to be very powerful. I didn't expect to meet an opponent today. Do you care? So what's the big deal, buy the whole Prada? Ha. Ha. Xiao Liangcai didn't talk nonsense, just stood here and sneered, waiting quietly, watching Chu Chen's jokes for a while. He guessed that Chu Chen was about to come over in dismay soon, even more embarrassed than he was just now. Sure enough, Chu Chen came back soon. Seeing this scene, Xiao Liangcai was ridiculed, it was ridiculous. Gao Qiqin And Chu Chuchen also looked at Chu Chen, a little nervous. That limited edition bag is really pretty. What, did you fail? Staring at Chu Chen, Xiao Liang just wanted to be sarcastic. But before he spoke, Chu Chen spoke. You two come with me. Chu Chen looked at Su Chuchen and Gao Qiqin and said. Come with you? Gao Qiqin looked puzzled. Why? Follow me, go to the counter and leave the contact information and address, or wait for the bag to arrive. Where will it be sent? Chu Chen explained. What? Everyone was stunned. Otherwise, when the package arrives, where will it be sent? Isn't the subconscious of this sentence saying that the bag is ready, just wait for a while? Gao Qiqin was extremely shocked. Beside him, Xiao Liang Kai was also stunned. Su Chuchen and Gao Qiqin walked over and filled in the contact information and address. Two beautiful young ladies, Mr. Chu ordered you to get your bags within 3 days, said the front desk staff. Because of Chu Chen's suggestion, the front desk staff did not reveal Chu Chen's identity. It's just a mere Prada president, not a big man, so there's no need to make it known to the whole world. Chu Chen didn't want to reveal his identity. Of course, if one day he becomes the president of LV Group, then his identity will be advertised casually. If Chu Chen buys LV Group, then Chu Chen is very close to the richest man in the world, very close, maybe already. After all, the president of LV Group was once the richest man in the world. Thank you so much, Chu Chen. You are not only handsome, but also so good. Looking at Chu Chen, Gao Qiqin was extremely excited. At this moment, all the previous things were thrown away by Gao Qiqin. In Gao Qiqin's heart, Chu Chen suddenly became extremely tall. Compared with Chu Chen, his boyfriend is so weak, how can he compare? Not good looks, not good connections? Not far away, seeing his girlfriend's attitude towards Chu Chen changed drastically, Xiao Liang Kai, who was jealous that Chu Chen had found such a beautiful girlfriend as Su Chuchen, gritted his teeth even more. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Liang finally thought of a suitable explanation. It must be Chu Chen who bought the staff and was going to use a fake bag, pretending to be a real bag, and give it to Su Chuchen and Gao Qiqin. Otherwise, how do you explain that an Audi driver has such a strong network? Yes, it must be so. Xiao Liang just straightened up again. It's not far from my company, why don't you take a look? Xiao Liang Kai said to several people. Shopping is almost the same, the most important thing is that here, Xiao Liang can't think of a way to pretend. So just move places. His company, that is the big stage where he pretends to be forceful. Several people agreed and walked outside the mall. By the way, Chu Chen, I'm not used to riding in autos. I only like riding in supercars. So for a while, Xiaoqin and I will sit in my McLaren 600 LT. About to walk out of the mall, Xiao Liang just pretended to be forceful. Not only mocking Chu Chen's Audi as a garbage truck, but also pretending to be a jerk, Xiao Liang Kai showed a bright smile on his face. My car only has 2 seats, so naturally you want to take your car? Chu Chen shrugged. What is this, Xiao Liang thinking? Yesterday, because of 3 people, he drove an Audi, and today only he and Su Chuchen sat, so Chu Chen drove a normal Ferrari. 2 seats? Does Audi have a 2-seater model? Xiao Liang is not very clear. When he walked out of the mall, Xiao Liang proudly pointed to the McLaren 600 LT worth 3 million not far away. Showing off, my car is there. My car is there too. Chu Chen replied, and then walked there with Su. Chu Chen. Xiao Liang just looked around, and there happened to be an Audi 20 meters away from his car. Xiao. Liang Kai smiled disdainfully. However, in the next second, something that shocked Xiao Liang Kai happened. I saw that Chu Chen did not go to the Audi, but came to a brand new Ferrari and opened the door. Ferrari? Chu Chen's car. Is a Ferrari not an Audi? Xiao Liang was a little stunned. What about a Ferrari? My car is a McLaren? Xiao Liang was stubborn. With that said, Xiao Liang Kai and Gao Qin walked forward. However, when Xiao Liang saw Chu Chen's appearance clearly, his eyes widened. This car of yours is a 5 million plus Ferrari 812? Xiao Liang Kai asked. In surprise. Yeah, it's a Ferrari 812. Chu Chen nodded. This Ferrari 812 was selected by Chu Chen at the last International Auto Show. Although it's not a luxury car, it's still okay to drive it. More than 500. Ferrari 812? Seeing Chu Chen nodding, Xiao Liang was speechless. He suddenly felt hot on his face. How about pretending to show off your McLaren 600 LT? As a result, the next second, he knew that Chu Chen's Ferrari was more than 5 million. Add a little more, and you can buy 2 of his McLaren 600 LTS. Gao Qin was also extremely shocked. Yesterday, Chu Chen drove an Audi, but today, it has become a Ferrari 812 with more than 5 million yuan? Change one a day? Is it so inhumane? Billions, what's wrong? Aren't you going? Chu Chen asked Xiao Liang Kai. After being shouted by Chu Chen, Xiao Liang Kai recovered from the shock. It's not just a 5 million Ferrari, and it's not that he can't afford it. I'm leading the way. Xiao Liang Kai and Gao Qin got into the car and led the way. 10 minutes later, Xiao Liang stopped in front of a huge building complex. I rented an office building here. Looking at this huge building complex, Xiao Liang said triumphantly. Isn't this the international financial center of the magic capital? Gao Qin said in surprise. Yeah. It is the legendary international financial center, where an inch of land turns into gold, and the headquarters of many Fortune 500 companies in China are here. Xiao Liang Kai was stunned. The international financial center of the magic city. Chu Chen murmured, although he bought this place, Chu Chen only came here once and saw a small part of the place. Just happened to take this opportunity to browse here. Thinking about it, Chu Chen and Xiao Liang walked up to the 55th floor. When a few people walked in, they were all a little surprised. It's empty here. Where is the company? Cough, my company is still under construction, and I had a discussion with Manager Liu of the Magic Capital International Financial Center yesterday. I spent 12 million renting this place for a year. Xiao Liang just showed off. 12 million? Gao Qin took a deep breath, and even Chu Chen was stunned. Didn't expect the house prices in the magic capital to be so expensive? It really is like gold. Just rent 1 floor, and only rent 1 year, it will cost 12 million. In other cities, you might be able to buy a villa. Only Chu Chen didn't speak. If he read it correctly, this floor, among the several office buildings in Modu, is relatively small. Looking at Gao Qin's shocked expression, Xiao Liang Kai pretended to force again, hey, the family only gave me 200 million funds this time. If the company finally goes bankrupt, I can only go back and inherit tens of billions of property. Xiao Liangkai looked helpless. 200 million startup capital, is that too little? Once you go bankrupt, you must go back to inherit tens of billions of assets. Listen, are you speaking human words? Even Gao Qiqin never thought that Xiao Liangcai's family was so rich. The rent for one floor is 12 million. With so many floors, how much is the annual rent? Chu Chen muttered. Definitely a scary number. Gao Qiqin sighed very much. Not much. Chu Chen replied. All rents in the Magic Capital International Financial Center cost billions of dollars a year. But also exclude property costs, various repair costs, decoration costs, etc., which is also a huge expense. Not much, do you think you are the master here? Xiao Liangkai sneered and refuted Chu Chen. The rent here is at least 7 or 8 billion a year. This is almost comparable to all the assets of our family, which is not much. Xiao Liang had just finished speaking when his cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked up the phone, it turned out that it was Manager Liu who called. Today he wants to sign a contract with Manager Liu. Manager Liu, I'm on the 55th floor. Xiao Liangkai said. 55th floor, okay, I'm on the 62nd floor, I'll go directly. Manager Liu said. The contract is about to be signed, and for the next year, this layer belongs to me. Xiao Liang said. Proudly. Soon, the elevator door opened and Manager Liu came out. Mr. Xiao, let's sign the contract. The money can only be that amount, and it can't be discounted anymore. Holding the contract, Manager Liu spoke. However, when he noticed the person standing here, he was dumbfounded. Boss, why are you here? Manager Liu trotted to Chu Chen's side and said politely. I'll have a look with my friends. Mr. Xiao, I really didn't know the boss was your friend, otherwise, I'd be cheaper. Manager Liu said reproachfully. Boss? Chu Chen is the boss here? Isn't the boss here Xingji Property Group? Xiao Liangkai asked, horrified. Yes, but President Chu just bought this place from Xingji Property Group not long ago. Manager Liu replied. Chu Chen is actually the master here. Xiao Liangkai could not wait to slap himself. At this moment. What a crow's mouth you are. In Prada before, he said if there is no more, what will happen, and the result is really no more. Just now, I satirized that Chu Chen was not the master here. As a result, Chu Chen is really the master here. Xiao Liang just wanted to cry. Chu Chen and Gao Qiqin were even more shocked. It turns out that this is Chu Chen's. Chu Chen only collects rent a year, and there are billions. It seems that compared with him, even if it is unsuccessful, Xiao Liangkai, who goes back to inherit tens of billions of property, is nothing. Finally, under the supervision of Manager Liu, Xiao Liangkai signed the contract. Through Xiao Liangcai's words just now, Manager Liu realized that Xiao Liangkai was not the boss's friend, so he did not discount. Cough cough. Looking at Manager Liu who was leaving, Xiao Liang coughed dryly to ease the awkward atmosphere. Xiao Qin, I confessed on the internet before, and now you are in the Magic Capital. I'm going to give you a real confession ceremony. Xiao Liangkai deliberately changed the subject. You are my first love, and I only love you alone in my life. Xiao Liangkai looked sincere. Gao Qiqin was instantly excited. Chu Chen, on the other hand, slowly looked at Chu Chen with some resentment. I remember, where have I seen you? Without looking at Chu Chen suddenly spoke. Several people's eyes were placed on Chu Chen. The scenes of your confession are very classic. And they were posted on the confession wall by Wanjiang Pavilion. Chu Chen explained. In fact, when he first saw Xiao Kai, Chu Chen felt that he had seen him somewhere. Until now, he finally remembered. Wanjiang Pavilion is the top restaurant in the Magic City, and because of its beautiful environment and romance, it has become a famous confession holy place in the Magic City. For publicity, Wanjiang Pavilion took pictures of some classic confession scenes that happened in Wanjiang Pavilion and posted them on a large wall. Before, Chu Chen had seen Xiao Liancai's photos several times on that wall. Everyone else only has at once a photo. Xiao Liang has only had several times, and each time the heroine is different, so Chu Chen has some impressions. What? Hearing this, Gao Qiqin was furious and scolded Xiao Liangcai. Don't listen to his lies, Xiaoqin, you are really my first love. Xiao Liangcai hurriedly defended, and now, he was panicking in his heart. Damn Wanjiang Pavilion. Who asked you to post the photo? Your uncles. Xiao Liangcai hated Wanjiang Pavilion. It's a lie, no, I have pictures here. With that said, Chu Chen took out his mobile phone, opened the photo the Wanjiang Pavilion staff had just sent him, and handed it to Gao Qiqin. This is the photo that Chu Chen just asked the staff of Wanjiang Pavilion to take for himself next to the confession wall in Wanjiang Pavilion. There are a total of 3, the content is the same, they are all confessions, and the male protagonist is also the same. The difference is just the way of confession and the heroine. Needless to say, the male protagonist is naturally Xiao Liangcai, who is unsuccessful in starting a business and has to go home to inherit tens of billions of property. Looking at the 3 photos, Gao Qiqin's face became ashen. This is just a place to express in Wanjiang Pavilion, no other place. If you add other places, there are probably no less than 8 or 9 girls who have been confessed by Xiao Liangcai alone. Especially when she thought of Xiao Liancai's conviction that she was Xiao Liancai's first love, the love of her life, etc., Gao Qiqin was even more angry. Xiao Liangcai. Gao Qiqin roared, rushed towards Xiao Liangcai and started punching and kicking. Xiao Liancai's body has been hollowed out, and even Gao Qiqin can't beat him. It was dismantled like this, and Xiao Liangcai couldn't refute it. In the end, he had no choice but to run away and escape from here. Gao Qiqin didn't catch up. When she came back, she unexpectedly found that Xiao Liancai's mobile phone had not been taken away and was turned on. Soon, Gao Qiqin found several other girls who had a close relationship with Xiao Liangcai on Xiao Liancai's WeChat, and directly exposed all the black materials about Xiao Liangcai. Those girls who have been confessed by Xiao Liangcai, whether they have broken up now or not, are all furious. Several girls created a group and began to discuss how to retaliate against Xiao Liangcai. Their revenge is very strong. Because of Xiao Liancai's incident, Gao Qiqin was very depressed, so Chu Chen accompanied Gao Qiqin back to the hotel first. Chu Chen stayed behind. He has other things to deal with. Before, Chu Chen was going to set up an asset management company in Modu, in an office building in Modu International Financial Center. It's been a while now, and I don't know how Mo Yuan's arrangement is going. Chu Chen was very curious and was going to take a look. When Chu Chen just arrived, he heard Mo Yuan's angry voice. Director Su, your prices are a bit too high. Mo Yuan questioned the other party. President. Mo, Magic Capital is developing too fast now, everything is going up in price, so naturally we have to add a little more money. Opposite Mo Yuan, a young woman in her 30s said with a smile, but there was a hint of cunning in her smile that could not be concealed. Under normal circumstances, please publicize it. It only needs a few 100,000, and a maximum of 1 million. Mo Yuan retorted, it's okay for you to add a little bit, but if you add 3 times directly, it's too much to ask us more than 3 million. The company's various preparations are almost ready, and it is just a matter of recruiting and publicizing. In order to promote and recruit employees, Mo Yuan contacted a media company. The very famous Haiguang Media Group in Magic Capital. Mo Yuan talked with Haiguang Media Group for a few days, and everything was settled. Today, Mo Yuan was about to pay, but Haiguang Media Group suddenly opened up and asked for 3.27 million. This was almost 3 times higher than Mo Yuan's psychological expectations, obviously trying to kill someone. President Mo, more than 3 million yuan is a small amount of money for you. The young woman opened her mouth. You have to think clearly, in the entire Magic Capital. Our Haiguang Media Group is one of the best. Once you don't cooperate with us, I'm afraid other small companies will not be able to meet President Mo's various requirements. 3 million is very cheap. The young woman smiled and said to Mo Yuan, but there was a hint of threat in her tone. To put it bluntly, today, she will kill Mo Yuan. Who made Mo Yuan the only one, and she looked so deceitful at such a young age? The young woman's name is Su Chen, the director of Haiguang Media Group. They had negotiated with the company before, and they asked Mo Yuan for more than 1 million yuan. But just now, Su Chen felt that it was still too little, and directly asked Mo Yuan for more than 3 million yuan. Because Su Chen has a complicated relationship with the chairman of Haiguang Media Group, and she has great power in the group. Just as the two were arguing, Chu Chen walked in. Mo Yuan was stunned when she saw Chu Chen, but she didn't expect Chu Chen to come. Mo Yuan came to Chu Chen's side, and whispered the general situation to Chu Chen. Naturally, she was not going to give so much money to Haiguang Media Group. Leave this to me. Chu Chen waved his hand. No need to be so troublesome. Chu Chen sat down and looked directly at the young woman, Su Chen. You were seeing Chu Chen. Su Chen was also a little surprised. Why is she so handsome? This is the chairman of our company, President Chu. Introducing Mo Yuan. Chairman? Su Chen was even more surprised. She just wanted to talk to Chu Chen, but Chu Chen stopped her. Let your chairman come and talk to me. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Because he often deals with many bigwigs, Chu Chen also has a strong aura. Frightened by Chu Chen's aura, Su Chen had to step aside and make a video call to Chairman Lu Zhai's boss, Su Chen pitifully told the chairman Lu Zhai's what happened. Lu Zhai's also understood what Su Chen meant. You did the right thing. His mistress was wronged, no matter right or wrong. Lu Zhai's naturally wanted to comfort him first. It's 3 million, not even a penny less. Lu Zhai's was extremely tough. If they don't agree, then don't cooperate. What a broken company, we disdain to cooperate with them. Dare to offend us, let me say a word, I'm afraid no media company in Magic Capital would dare to cooperate with them. Lu Zhai's looks like a domineering president. Well, Chairman, You are so kind. After being comforted by Lu Zhai's, Su Lezhen had a smile on her face. Just when Su Lezhen was about to hang up the video call, Lu Zhai's suddenly stopped her. Wait a minute. Lu Zhai's spoke quickly. Just now he suddenly found a figure from the corner of the camera. You move the camera to the left. Lu Zhai said very nervously. What? Although Su Lezhen didn't understand what happened to Lu Zhai's, she didn't dare to go against Lu Zhai's words and moved her phone. Stop. After moving a short distance, Lu Zhai's finally saw the appearance of the man who appeared in the corner of the camera. It turned out to be him? Looking at Chu Chen, Lu Zhai's expression changed greatly. Who is this young man? Pointing at Chu Chen, Lu Zhai's asked Su Lezhen. Su Lezhen turned her head and glanced at it and replied, He is the chairman of this company. What? He's the chairman of this company? Hearing Su Lezhen's words, Lu Zhai was stunned. He almost got into trouble. Lu Zhai recognized Chu Chen. A few days ago, he went to find someone to design a business card, and in the designer's studio, he met a super boss. The behind-the-scenes boss of Amman Yangyun, the owner of the International Financial Center, the president of Prada, and the second largest shareholder of Ferrari. He still clearly remembers the identity of that super boss. These identities, any one of them, are not something he can afford. But he never imagined that he would meet him today. And he almost got into trouble. Haven't you been on the phone with your chairman yet? A faint voice came. Hearing this, Su Lezhen was about to refute when Lu Zhai spoke up. Take your phone and I'll talk to that gentleman. Talk about it? Su Lezhen was a little surprised. All right. Originally, Su Lezhen wanted to say something, but seeing Lu Zhai's serious expression, she did not dare to refute. Su Lezhen had no choice but to walk over with her mobile phone respectfully. Hello Mr. Chu, I am Lu Zhai, the chairman of Haiguang Media Group. Lu Zhai took the initiative to introduce. Mr. Lu, your prices are a bit too high. Chu Chen said something. Having seen too many big men, Chu Chen had no impression of Lu Zhai's excessive. Our prices are not exorbitant at all. Lu Zhai's hadn't spoken yet, but Su Lezhen directly refuted. Because Lu Zhai's confirmed her words just now, Su Lezhen was naturally not afraid of Chu Chen. Isn't that the president of a small company? If that's the case, we don't have to talk. Don't play it. Su Lezhen still wanted to speak, but was interrupted directly by Lu Zhai's. I think President Chu is right. Our prices are really exorbitant. Lu Zhai suddenly said loudly, with a look of pity on his face. What? Confused by Lu Zhai's 180-degree transformation, Su Lezhen looked at Lu Zhai in surprise. What are you doing? 80,000 should be enough. Chu Chen just listened to Mo Yuan's words. 800,000 is a relatively suitable price. 80,000, no, it's still too much. You can't use these. 80,000 is enough. Lu Zhai replied. In fact, he wanted to say that he didn't want money, but if that was the case, it would be too deliberate, so he asked for 80,000 symbolic. 80,000? Beside her, Su Lezhen was completely stunned. 80,000, not to mention making a profit, that is an absolute loss, and a lot of loss. Mr. Lu, are you right? Su Lezhen asked. Of course I'm not wrong. I think this gentleman is right. Lu Zhai's looked very natural. How could this be? Is This still the stingy, mercenary Lu Zhai she knew? Su Lezhen had 10,000 questions in her heart. Hurry up. And sign the contract. Lu Zhai urged. If he can sign this contract, he might be able to please a wave of this superstar. Mr. Chu is so handsome, time must be very tight, don't delay President Chu's precious time. Lu Zhai spoke again and knelt down and licked Chu Chen. In the end, Haiguang Media Group signed a contract with Chu Chen for 80,000 yuan. Under the supervision of Lu Zhai, Su Lezhen left in a hurry after signing the contract. Lu Zhai was afraid that this stupid woman Su Lezhen would offend Chu Chen again. After Su Lezhen left, Chu Chen suddenly said to Mo Yuan, after this company is established, you don't have to continue to be the general manager here. No need to continue to be the general manager here? Frightened by Chu Chen's sudden words, Mo Yuan was very puzzled. Did you do something wrong? After going through so many things, especially living together. During this time, Mo Yuan found that she had fallen in love with Chu Chen unconsciously. She was very concerned about Chu Chen's attitude. Now that Chu Chen said that, Mo Yuan felt a little aggrieved. Don't think about it. Discovering Mo Yuan's abnormality, Chu Chen quickly explained, you did nothing wrong. It's just that I feel that managing such a small company is a bit overkill. Needless to say, Mo Yuan's ability, both the previous asset company located in Hangzhou and the Junlin Group, are thriving and developing very well. If Mo Yuan continues to manage the small company, it will be a waste of Mo Yuan's strength. You go to manage the Prada Group. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Chu Chen naturally trusted Mo Yuan very much. And after such a long time, the relationship between Chu Chen and Mo Yuan also became subtle. Prada is now a company with great potential in Chu Chen's hands. Originally as a world-class luxury brand, Prada is extremely brilliant, and it is as famous as LV, Hermes, Dior, and Armani. But now, Prada is vaguely inferior to these brands. At its peak, Prada had a market value of 2 or 300 billion. However, due to internal infighting within the company and various complicated reasons, Prada's market value has fallen again and again, and now there are only 50 to 60 billion yuan left. At the lowest point. But after all, it is a world-class fashion brand, and Prada still has endless potential. If he can return to the peak, Chu Chen's worth will skyrocket. Although as the first shareholder and president of Prada, Chu Chen has to do various system tasks and has no energy to deal with Prada's problems. So Chu Chen wanted to send Mo Yuan to rectify Prada completely and bring Prada back to its peak. And Chu Chen's ambitions don't stop there. Chu Chen intends to use Prada as a starting point and eventually build a luxury goods empire that belongs to him. Once successful, Chu Chen will not be far from the richest man in the world. Go to Prada to be the general manager? Hearing this, Mo Yuan was very excited. She understood the deep meaning of Chu Chen, and also knew how much Chu Chen believed in herself. Okay, I will do my best to bring Prada back to the top, Mo Yuan assured Chu Chen. Because of her status, Mo Yuan also knew a lot about various luxury brands, so she naturally knew about Prada's embarrassing status. On the same day, Chu Chen took Mo Yuan to the Prada Greater China branch. Chu Chen announced that he intends to move the Prada headquarters in the west to the Magic Capital. Although some other shareholders had some opinions, but because of Chu Chen's status as the first shareholder, he finally agreed. Moving the headquarters is very troublesome and takes a long time. so Mo Yuan is temporarily working in the Prada branch in the Greater China area, handling various Prada matters. That night, Chu Chen accidentally received a call from Mo Yuan's father, Mo Chuchen. Mo Chuchen invited Chu Chen to his birthday party a few days later. After several previous incidents, Mo Chuchen had already recognized Chu Chen's son-in-law status, and he was no longer thinking about showing his strength, which shocked Chu Chen. He has been shocked by Chu Chen several times, deeply shocked by Chu Chen's strength. Even the Tian Palace Villa, the most luxurious mansion in the magic capital, was given to Chu Chen. How could he compare? In a few days, it was his birthday, and he was going to hold a small banquet, not inviting others, only family members and some relatives, for a family banquet. As the future son-in-law that Chu Chen recognized, Mo Chuchen naturally had to call first. Moreover, Mo Chuchen planned to take this opportunity to introduce Chu Chen to his relatives. Family birthday party. After listening to Mo Chuchen's words, Chu Chen nodded, can. This time, Mo Chuchen's family banquet was not in Huazhou Junting, but in a luxurious villa where Mo Chuchen's family lived before. Hanging up the phone, Chu Chen fell into thinking. After all, Mo Chuchen was Mo Yuan's father, so when Chu Chen went to the birthday party, he naturally had to prepare a suitable birthday present. After some research, Mo Yuan has already understood some of the situation of Prada's executives in the Asia-Pacific region. Since Chu Chen entrusted such an important company to her, he trusted himself so much. Naturally, Mo Yuan would not disappoint Chu Chen. As the so-called new official takes office, Mo Yuan has just become the general manager of Prada. She is going to do something to quickly establish her authority, so as to facilitate better work in the future. Prada, as a world-class fashion brand, Mo Yuan has heard about it. I also know that the biggest reason why Prada fell into a trough was because of infighting within the company. Prada was originally a family business, and all the equity was in the hands of the Prada family. Family businesses are often fraught with drawbacks. After 100 years of development, Prada's conflicts as a family business have become increasingly serious. With the passage of time, a part of Prada's shares also flowed from the Prada family to the hands of outsiders. But even so, most of Prada's equity is still in the hands of several important figures in the Prada family. These important figures of the Prada family all wanted to monopolize Prada, so a terrifying infighting occurred. And Prada's market value has dropped from 200 to 300 billion at its peak to tens of billions now. It was not until Chu Chen became Prada's largest shareholder that this situation was completely changed. After investigation, Mo Yuan is ready to attack Aldrich, the president of Prada's Asia-Pacific region. As the president of Prada Asia-Pacific, Aldrich is also one of Prada's executives. However, Aldrich's work is not serious. Sometimes, he won't go to the company for more than 10 days, and often uses the company's resources for his own personal gain. People like that would have been fired long ago. But because Aldrich is a direct confidant of an important figure in the Prada family, no one dared to touch Aldrich. But Mo Yuan wanted to attack Aldrich. The next day, Mo Yuan held a meeting, and Aldrich was late. As soon as he walked into the conference room, Aldrich was stopped by Mo Yuan. You don't need to have a meeting, you have been fired from the group. Mo Yuan ordered. My God, what did you say? Aldrich was dumbfounded. Living in Huaxia all year round, Aldrich understands Chinese. You have been fired. Mo Yuan spoke again. She was about to call the security guard. Fire me? You will regret it, you will definitely regret it. Aldridge said angrily. Before Aldridge could continue talking nonsense, Mo Yuan had already ordered him to be kicked out of the Prado group. After being driven out, Aldridge hurriedly contacted his backer, the important figure in the Prada family. Mo Yuan continued to carry out drastic reforms in Prada, and tried to solve various problems of Prada. Mo Yuan's stepmother, Huang Biyu, is discussing with the family members of the Huang family of the magic capital. Last time in Hangqing, Chu Chen and a group of Hangqing bigwigs teamed up to cheat, and the Huang family suffered a loss. Because of a series of influences, the total assets of the Huang family fell by nearly a quarter. Not even 150 billion now. Since they couldn't get Mo Yuan to give up the inheritance, their eyes were on Mo Qianqian. Mo Qianqian is the younger sister of Mo Yuan and the daughter of Mo Aochuan and Huang Biyu. Unlike Mo Yuan's personality, Mo Qianqian is a domineering young lady. The Huang family wants Mo Qianqian to win the favor of Mo Aochuan and inherit most of Mo Aochuan's property. What luxury house, luxury car is not important. The most important thing is that Mo Aochuan holds the shares of Vientiane Group. As long as these shares are taken, the Vientiane Group will almost take it. I have found a company for Qianqian through my relationship. Now Qianqian is the vice president of Fendi Greater China. The old man of the Huang family said. For this position, he spent a lot of money to clear the network. Vice President of Fendi Greater China? Huang Biyu looked excited. That's great, this way, Mo Yuan's little bitch will definitely be crushed. One is a top fashion brand and the other is a general manager of a small company. Can the two be compared? A few days later, at Mo Aochuan's family banquet, Qianqian's identity was announced and compared with Mo Yuan. It goes without saying who is better. Haha, what does that little bitch Mo Yuan do to compete with them? A sinister smile appeared on Huang Biyu's face. Chu Chen was walking on the bund, the phone rang, and Chu Chen picked up the phone. Not far away, a beautiful woman with a face value barely reaching 80 happened to pass by. Is this a Rito Ferrari limited edition? At a glance, she recognized the model of Chu Chen's mobile phone. As a top-quality gold-worshipping green tea and an internet celebrity fitness coach, she often contacts some small rich people, so she has a good understanding of all kinds of luxury goods. What a coincidence. The golden woman was very excited. Looking at the mineral water that had not been unscrewed in her hand, the gold worshipper's eyes lit up. She knew how to strike up a conversation. Little brother, can you help me unscrew it? Seeing that Chu Chen finished the phone call, the gold worshipper stepped forward and said pitifully, like a weak woman. Glancing at the gold-worshipping girl in fitness clothes, Chu Chen nodded. Yes, you can. With that said, Chu Chen brought the mineral water over. The gold-worshipping girl was excited, she was hooked, she was really hooked. However, in the next second, something that the gold worshipper never expected happened. I saw that after unscrewing the mineral water, Chu Chen did not hand the water to her, but drank it by himself. Just finished exercising, the very thirsty gold worshipper was instantly dumbfounded. After drinking, Chu Chen returned the empty water bottle to the gold worshipper and turned to leave. Looking at the empty water bottle, the gold-worshipping woman was in a bad mood. The gold worshipper was dumbfounded and at a loss. She just asked this handsome and rich little brother to twist the cap of the bottle, and didn't let him drink it. This is her way of approaching. Originally, when Chu Chen took over the mineral water bottle, the gold worshipper thought she was about to succeed. Did not expect it to become like this. This is the legendary straight man of steel, no, straight man of reinforced concrete? The gold-worshipping woman is completely overwhelmed. Especially seeing that Chu Chen had already walked a certain distance, the gold worshipper was even more helpless. She had just finished exercising and her mouth was dry and thirsty. As a result, the water disappeared. In the end, for the money of Chu Chen, the gold worshipper gritted her teeth and chased after him. What's wrong with a straight man of steel? She doesn't believe it anymore, with her technical level and experience in flirting with men, a straight man of steel can't handle it. The golden girl chased after him and continued to chat with Chu Chen. "Brother, my stomach hurts so much," said the golden woman. "Stomachache? That's easy." Chu Chen opened his mouth. "Have a play?" Hearing Chu Chen's answer, the golden girl's eyes lit up. "It hurts for a while and you'll get used to it." Chu Chen's words were astonishing. From the very beginning, Chu Chen clearly saw the essence of this money-worshipping woman. Wearing fitness clothes, it looks like a girl who often works out. How can you not even open a bottle cap? When he thought of taking out his mobile phone just now, Chu Chen suddenly realized. Get used to it? The gold worshipper was completely stunned by Chu Chen's answer. She said that she had a stomachache. Originally, she hoped that Chu Chen would take her home or send herself to the hospital, and she took the opportunity to spend more time with this little brother. As a result, what caught the gold-worshipping girl by surprise was that Chu Chen just returned to a habit. Get used to your uncle. Stomach hurts, is it okay to get used to this thing? Thankfully she wasn't really in pain, otherwise after all, Chu Chen continued to walk forward without a trace of pause. Brother, I'm so tired. The golden girl was unwilling to give up, and said to Chu Chen pitifully again. I don't have a car, can you take me home? No problem. In the next second, Chu Chen brought the gold-worshipping girl to the side of the road. Looking at several luxury cars parked by the roadside, the eyes of the gold worshipper were straight. BMW 5 Series? The most recent car was a BMW. And the gold digger got excited. However, when Chu Chen took her past the BMW, the gold worshipper was not only not disappointed, but even more excited. Because there is also a red Lamborghini in front, which is more expensive than the BMW 5 Series. Is this little brother's car not a BMW, but a Lamborghini? I really made a lot of money. Just when the golden woman was still imagining, Chu Chen had already opened the car door. Go in. The gold worshipper sat in subconsciously, but as soon as she entered, the gold worshipper realized that something was wrong. Is this a taxi? The gold-worshipping girl came to her senses. This is a Lamborghini, it's an ordinary taxi. Before waiting for the golden woman to speak, Chu Chen closed the car door. After whispering to the driver, Chu Chen retreated to the side of the road and waved to the money-loving woman in the taxi. In the next second, the taxi started and galloped away. The golden girl looked at Chu Chen, who was standing on the side of the road and waving her hand, and the whole person was stunned. On the other side, getting rid of the entanglement of the gold-worshipping woman, Chu Chen walked towards Thompson-Epine. In Thompson-Epine, a young man with Patek Philippe was chatting with two beauties. Little brother, did you really buy 3 houses? A long-haired beauty asked the young man in surprise. The two beauties are best friends, and they also live in Thompson-Epine, but they are just rented houses. After inadvertently talking to this little brother just now, to their surprise, this little brother actually bought 3 houses in Thompson-Epine. A house of Thompson-Epine costs tens of millions. Adding up the 3 houses, the guaranteed reserve price is more than 100 million. Certainly. The young man smiled lightly and began to pretend. However, before he could speak, the 2 beauties suddenly left. Chu Chen had just walked into the first product of Thompson, when the 2 beauties spotted Chu Chen and ran over immediately. "Little brother, long time no see. I haven't seen you for a few days, little brother, you are handsome again." The 2 beauties looked at Chu Chen and said with an idiotic expression. These 2 beauties also lived in Building B of Thompson-Epine, and Chu Chen had a few encounters with them. Because of Chu Chen's good looks, every time the 2 beauties saw Chu Chen, they took the initiative to approach him. They both lived here, and these 2 beauties were considered tenants of their own house, so it was difficult for Chu Chen to drive them away. "Hello." Chu Chen spoke politely. Not far away, seeing the 2 beauties abandoning themselves and turning around to flatter Chu Chen, the young man was a little furious. "Is it because your 3 houses are not fragrant enough? Why would you abandon him and go to strike up a conversation with that kid? Don't you just look a little worse than that kid? Just ignored?" The more the young man thinks about it, the more angry he gets, and he pretends not to pretend, but is so ignored by the 2 beauties. Humph. With a cold snort, the young man walked over and said actively, "Hello, I'm the new owner of Room 701, 702, and 703 in Building C, Yang Chong. From now on, everyone lives in the same community." Yang Chong deliberately mentioned his 3 houses, obviously pretending to be coercive. "Welcome." Chu Chen responded with a very calm tone. Knowing that he has 3 houses, but he is still so dull, did he meet an opponent? Yang Chong was a little dissatisfied. Next to them, the 2 beauties sneered after hearing Yang Chong's introduction. Although they didn't know Chu Chen's specific identity, they knew that Chu Chen lived on the top floor of Building B, one of the top 2 luxury houses of Thompson-Epine. Even if this house was not bought by Chu Chen, but rented, the annual rent can be used to buy a new house in Thompson-Epine. It's ridiculous that you still act like that. At this moment, Yang Chong's cell phone suddenly thought. Yang Chong took out his mobile phone and saw that the bank card had reached 40 million. "Hey, another 40 million? Yang Chong said with a look of disgust. "Every once in a while, 40 to 50 million in the account. Hey, I bear the wealth that I shouldn't bear at my age." Yang Chong pretended to force again. This time, the pretense was very successful, and the 2 beauties next to her were shocked. "Listen, did he speak human words? 40 to 50 million every once in a while? If you feel that you should not bear so much wealth at your age, we are willing to help you bear it. I'm okay." Chu Chen also said with emotion, "I just have to bear the beauty that I shouldn't bear at this age." Hearing Chu Chen's words, Yang Chong resisted the urge to vomit blood. "Big brother, don't mention any good looks, okay? Am I trying to coerce with money? The last thing I didn't want to mention was his appearance." When Chu Chen said that, Yang Chong's face changed. "Every once in a while, there are only 42. 50 million more, and I feel pressured, no way. Every once in a while, 4 or 5 billion more feels very easy," Chu Chen said helplessly. "What kind of pressure is this? If it is this kind of pressure, Chu Chen is willing to bear it every day. This Yang Chong is still too young. More tomorrow. Every once in a while, 4 or 5 billions feel very easy? Hearing Chu Chen's words, several people were a little confused. 4 or 5 billion? And every so often. They also want to make more money every once in a while. The two beauties looked at Chu Chen and couldn't calm down for a long time. They knew that Chu Chen was rich. But I never imagined that Chu Chen would be so rich. 4 or 5 billion. Every once in a while, this period is the longest and longest, almost a quarter. There are 4 quarters a year. 4 or 5 billion in a quarter, and 1 or 2 billion in a year. In 10 years, it will cost 1 or 200 billion. The two of them didn't dare to think about it. There was a lot of money. As for pretending to be coercive, Yang Gaochang, who said that he had endured unacceptable wealth at his age, was even more stunned. What the hell? You pretended to be forceful just now. You have come to this age and have suffered an amazing appearance that you shouldn't have, so just beat yourself up. After all, in terms of appearance, Yang Gaochang naturally has no advantages. But the next second, you actually said that? Directly multiplying your own 40 or 50 million by 100 times, turning it into 4 or 5 billion? You are awesome. Yang Gaochang is helpless. How can this be compared? Without continuing to chat, Chu Chen turned around and walked towards building B. Looking at Chu Chen, who was leaving, Yang Gaochang suddenly thought of something. No, if you say 4 or 5 billion more, then 4 or 5 billion more. Who can't brag? Yang Gaochang suddenly realized. Just now, his bank card did receive 40 to 50 million yuan, but this money does not appear every once in a while. He said that just to pretend. Now, Chu Chen said that every once in a while, 4 or 5 billion will be credited to his account? Is this outrageous? I was deeply frightened by this number just now, so I subconsciously believed it. But now, Yang Gaochang felt that Chu Chen was bragging. Hearing what Yang Gaochang said, the two beauties, who had not had time to leave, did not know who to believe for a while. After all, the number Chu Chen said was too outrageous. At this moment, a manager of Thomson Epine passed by. Hey, Deputy Director Liu? Yang Gaochang quickly stopped him. Oh, Mr. Yang? Because Yang Gaochang had just bought 3 houses from Thomson Epine, Deputy Director Liu also knew him. What's matter? Deputy Director Liu was a little puzzled. Oh, that's it, do you know that kid in front of you? Yang Gaochang asked. I just met Chu Chen, and I don't know the details of Chu Chen, but as the manager here, the identity of the owner, Deputy Director Liu should know. Looking in the direction Yang Gaochang pointed, Deputy Director Liu was taken aback for a moment, and immediately said seriously, Mr. Yang Gaochang, it's inappropriate for you to disrespect Mr. Chu behind your back. He was taken aback by the attitude of Deputy Director Liu. Nothing, I just want to ask who he is? Yang Gaochang quickly explained. If it's another owner, I don't necessarily know, but Mr. Chu, I just know a little. Mr. Chu, he is the rich man who bought the B building after a lot of trouble. Deputy Director Liu said with great respect. The rich man who bought building B? Several people present were completely stupid. Bought a building of Thomson Epine? Oh my God. Is this something humans can do? There are only 4 buildings in the first product of Thomson. You bought one. Directly, a quarter of the first product of Thomson? It's too inhumane. The two beauties finally believed in Chu Chen's terror and hurriedly went after them. Yang Gaochong stood there stupidly. It turned out that Chu Chen just said that every once in a while, 4 or 5 billion will be credited, which is true. This is too great. Hey. Yang Gaochong sighed lightly and said with emotion, I'm still too young, and I know too little. People are so rich and so low-key, but they only have tens of millions, but they keep pretending. Hey, that's the difference in style. No, from today onwards, Chu Chen is his idol, and he has to learn from his idol and keep a low profile. Time flies too fast. Mo Aochuan's birthday is coming. On the same day, Chu Chen was going to drive to Mo's house with Mo Yuan. Before Chu Chen started the car, Mo Yuan suddenly stopped Chu Chen. Can we go to the airport first? It turned out that Mo Yuan's aunt, Mo Hui, was also here today. She called Mo Yuan just now, hoping that Mo Yuan could pick her up. Mo Aochuan seemed to be very busy, but Mo Hui did not get through to Mo Aochuan, so she had to call Mo Yuan. No problem. Chu Chen changed the car to an Audi, and went to the airport with Mo Yuan first. When Chu Chen came to the airport, Mo Yuan's aunt Mo Hui had been waiting there for a while. Mo Yuan and Mo Hui had not seen each other for a long time, chatting excitedly. You are Yuan's boyfriend, hello. Mo Hui took the initiative to greet Chu Chen and was very enthusiastic. Although Mo Yuan hadn't said it yet, Mo Hui noticed that Mo Yuan looked at Chu Chen differently, and she understood in an instant. Mo Yuan and her aunt Mo Hui have a very good relationship. Hello Aunt Mo. Chu Chen responded. After getting in the car, a few people walked towards the Mo family. Xiaochen, I heard that the old man of the Huang family, Huang Fengmao, is also going. On the way, Mo Huirua pointedly said to Chu Chen. The Huang family is domineering and domineering. If they speak rudely for a while, you can take it easy. In the magic capital, the Huang family is still very powerful. Mo Hui didn't like the Huang family and Huang Biu very much either. Mo Aochuan just told her before that Yuan had a boyfriend, but did not explain Chu Chen's specific identity. Now, seeing that Chu Chen was driving Audi, Mo Hui thought that Chu Chen was an ordinary person with no background. Afraid that something would happen in a while, Chu Chen suffered a big loss and kindly reminded Chu Chen. After all, the Huang family is a wealthy family in the magic capital, and ordinary people can't afford it at all. Thank you Aunt Mo. Knowing that Mo Hui was well-meaning, Chu Chen nodded, but he didn't take the Huang family too seriously. The last time, I cheated the Huang family a lot. If the Huang family has no self-knowledge, then don't blame yourself for being cruel. After more than 20 minutes, Chu Chen and the others finally came to the Mo family. As soon as Chu Chen got out of the car, he saw a shrewd old man watching him. The old man looked in his 70s, with silver hair and a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. He is none other than the current head of the Huang family of the magic capital, Huang Fengmao. Seeing Chu Chen coming, Mo Aochuan came over enthusiastically. Hey, shall we, why are you in Nephew Chu's car? Mo Aochuan was a little surprised when he saw Mo Hui in Chu Chen's car. You're a busy person, and the phone can't get through. It was Xiaochen who picked me up from the airport. Mo Hui said with some complaints. My fault, my fault. Mo Aochuan apologized. It's hard work, Nephew Chu, please come in and have a rest. Mo Aochuan invited Chu Chen and others in. Father, Mo Yuan and Chu Chen actually attracted Mo Hui. Not far away, Huang Biyu came to Huang Fingmao sighed and whispered. It doesn't matter, no matter who this kid draws, as long as it's not Mo Chuchen. Everything else doesn't matter. Huang Fengmao was disdainful. Mo Yuan and Chu Chen still didn't understand that it was Mo Chuchen who had the decision-making power. The most important thing was to please Mo Chuchen and get Mo Chuchen to nod. Huang Fengmao and Huang Biyu thought of Chu Chen as someone who, like them, wanted to seize Mo Chuchen's future family property. However, they would not know that Chu Chen had no extra thoughts on the Vientiane group. Moreover, from the current Chu Chen's vision, it is even more impossible to have any intentions against the Vientiane group. Qian, come quickly? Huang Fengmao asked his daughter. Huang Biyu's face changed slightly, and she answered with some embarrassment, since last night, I haven't called Qian. My daughter often goes to bars and spends all night with her best friends. It is so early now that she must be sleeping soundly. Huang Biyu knew this, so yesterday morning, Huang Biyu specially told her daughter several times. What? Hearing Huang Biyu's words, Huang Fengmao was furious. How did you teach your daughter? Father's birthday, he is still fooling around outside, don't know when he will be back. Look at Mo Yuan, he came early. You, immediately, get me that bastard girl. Huang Fengmao scolded Huang Biyu, hating that iron is not steel. He tried his best to get Mo Qian the position of vice president of Fendi Group's Greater China region. Although Mo Qian's vice president has only a name and no rights, it is already very good. Okay, Dad, I'll look for it right away. Huang Biyu was frightened by Huang Fengmao, and hurriedly went to the contact to find Mo Qian. Huang Fengmao walked into the villa and stared at Chu Chen and Mo Yuan for Huang Biyu, afraid of what they would do. In the villa, seeing Huang Fengmao coming in, Mo Chuchen introduced to Chu Chen, this is the helm of the Huang family, Huang Fengmao, my old father-in-law. Chu Chen did not speak, and Huang Fengmao said. Firstly, if he pointed, I've admired the name for a long time, but I didn't expect to see President Chu today. Huang Fengmao sent 2 groups of people to Hangzhou, trying to bring down Chu Chen's asset management company. But in the end, not only did he not bring down Chu Chen, but he also made more than 10 billion. Does Huang Fengmao hate Chu Chen? There. Chu Chen naturally understood what Huang Fengmao meant and smiled lightly. Looking at the subtle changes between the two, Mo Chuchen noticed something was wrong. Chuchen, it's your birthday today, Dad didn't prepare any expensive gifts. Huang Fengmao was the first to speak. I prepared an ordinary car for you. If the usual father-in-law and son-in-law, the son-in-law's birthday, the father-in-law seldom prepares gifts for the son-in-law. But Huang Fengmao is different from Mo Chuchen. Now Mo Chuchen has a higher status than Huang Fengmao, and his status in the magic capital is also higher than Huang Fengmao. Huang Fengmao had to wait a little to please. Dad, you are too polite. Mo Chuchen answered plainly. By the way, Qian specially chose this gift for you. Huang Fengmao added. Really? Mo Chuchen was a little excited. After all, it was his daughter who chose it for him, and it was also chosen by the usually naughty little daughter. Huang Fengmao glanced at the time. The car should be here, let's go out and take a look? Mo Chuchen, Chu Chen and the others followed Huang Fengmao to the outside of the villa. At the moment, a brand new Rolls-Royce is parked there. This is? As a rich man, Mo Chuchen has Seen quite a few Rolls Royces, and he owns one, but this one, Mo Chuchen really didn't know what model it was. Seeing Mo Chuchen's doubtful eyes, Huang Fengmao smiled proudly and took the initiative to introduce. This is Rolls-Royce. Huiying. Mo Chuchen was surprised. This is the Rolls-Royce Huiying worth 90 million? Mo Chuchen had heard of this car. It features a unique, triangular panoramic sunroof with fastback and hatchback designs, and interior trim in premium ebony and walnut. The roof is covered with pure glass, making the entire starry sky roof a perfect panoramic canopy. Compared with it, the Rolls-Royce Phantom seems to be slowly getting an axe. And Rolls-Royce Huiying, there are only two in the country, one is in the hands of the son of a domestic super real estate tycoon in Guangdong. Exactly. Huang Fengmao nodded. For this car, Huang Fengmao had invested his blood. An ordinary car, it's nothing, Chuchen, just accept it. Huang Fengmao. Looks like he is rich and powerful, and seems to be showing off the amazing financial resources and connections of their Huang family. Thank you, father-in-law, then. Mo Chuchen was a little happy. With this car, he could show it off in front of those old friends. This is Chan's heart. Finally, Huang Fengmao deliberately added. After that, Huang Fengmao turned his head and pointed at Chu Chen. I don't know what President Chu has prepared. Chu Chen originally wanted to wait for a while to talk, but since Huang Fengmao asked, Chu Chen did not keep a low profile. I also have an ordinary gift for Uncle Mo. Ordinary gift? Huang Fengmao sneered, as far as bragging, you can. Chu Chen. Can your gift be compared to this $90 million Rolls-Royce Huiying? What about your ordinary gift? Huang Fengmao asked badly. Bring it here, let's take a look. I can't get my present. Chu Chen shook his head. Mo Chuchen and Huang Fengmao raised their brows, not understanding what Chu Chen said. It won't be a gift too. Ordinary, I'm sorry to take it out. Huang Fengmao is sarcastic. Of course not, it's just that my gift is too big to let go here. Chu Chen explained. Stop bragging. Can't let go, it's really funny. Mo Chuchen's villa is like a small manor, what can't you let go of? Huang Fengmao sneered again, beeping, he was almost certain that Chu Chen's gift was definitely not as good as his Rolls-Royce Huiying. Unfortunately, Chu Chen's next sentence left Huang Fengmao speechless. Since Mr. Huang said it's okay to let go, that's fine. Chu Chen looked at Huang Fengmao, smiled and said, since Mr. Huang's kindness is difficult to accept, that's fine, then. Please build an airport for me. As soon as the airport is built, I'll bring it for you to take a look at. After hearing what Chu Chen said, several people were extremely surprised. Chu Chen said, so, does he want to send a plane? First of all, the helicopter can be ruled out. The size of the helicopter is relatively small, the landing conditions are not harsh, and there is no need for an airport. The only thing that needs an airport is a private jet. I listened to Yuan's suggestion. Uncle Mo seems to be more interested in Bombardier's private jet. I gave Uncle Mo a Bombardier Global 7000 private jet. Chu Chen added. Since Huang Fengmao emphasized that Rolls-Royce was chosen by Mo Chuchen's youngest daughter, Chu Chen added this sentence. Anyway, I have 3 Bombardier Global 7000 private jets, so I don't need so many. Why not send Mo Chuchen a fight? Bombardier Global 7000 private jet? After knowing this gift from Chu Chen, both Mo Chuchen and Huang Fengmao were stunned. This is a private jet worth several hundred million, so send it as soon as you say it? Huang Fengmao was dumbfounded. He originally thought that he was reluctant to give away a Rolls-Royce Hueying of more than 90 million yuan, which was already a big deal. But now compared with the hundreds of millions of Bombardier Global 7000 private jets sent by Chu Chen, that is a younger brother. The two are simply not comparable. Moreover, Bombardier Global 7000 private jets only produce 10 or 20 jets in the world every year. It is very difficult to buy one. As for Mo Chuchen, he was very excited. He likes this Bombardier Global 7000 private jet very much. Otherwise, when he flew to Hangzhou, he would not be so shocked to see Chu Chen's 3 Bombardier private jets at the airport. Now, Chu Chen actually listened to Yuan's advice and gave him a Bombardier Global 7000 private jet. Mo Chuchen was extremely happy in his heart. This son-in-law, he recognized. Beside, hearing what Chu Chen said, Mo Yuan pulled Chu Chen's sleeve, feeling that this gift was too precious. It is said that the daughter is my father's little padded jacket. But unfortunately, now, this little padded jacket is draped over Chu Chen's body. Mo Yuan was more inclined towards Chu Chen. If Mo Chuchen gave Chu Chen such a gift, Mo Yuan would definitely not stop it. If Mo Chuchen knew what his daughter was thinking, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. The water poured out by the married daughter, but you are not married yet, so you want to cheat your father. It's okay. Chu Chen gave Mo Yuan a reassuring look. It was just a private jet, nothing. Xiaochen, is this too precious? Although he was excited, Mo Chuchen still declined. How many billions? Chu Chen waved his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. Some time ago, in Hangzhou, there was a stupid local tyrant who wanted to do something. In the end, I and a few friends joined forces to cheat more than 10 billion yuan and made a fortune. Chu Chen said specially. Cough cough. Cough. Silly local tyrant Huang Fengmao coughed, his heart aching. More than 10 billion. Because of his son's waste, their Huang family's more than 10 billion was trapped by Chu Chen like this, and Huang Fengmao's heart was bleeding. And this tens of billions is not the most important. The important thing is that this money is almost all the working capital of the Huang family. This sum of money was pitted by Chu Chen, and the Huang family immediately fell into trouble. Several companies could not flow funds, which eventually led to very serious consequences. After this incident, the Huang family lost a quarter of their assets, nearly 4 or 5 billion. Every time I think of this, Huang Fengmao can't sleep because of heartache. He always felt that one day, he would be pissed to death by these waste children. Now that Chu Chen said this again, especially seeing the smile on Chu Chen's face, Huang Fengmao felt even more heartbroken. Father-in-law, what's wrong with you? Mo Chuchen asked with concern. Nothing, nothing. Huang Fengmao waved his hand. He dared not let Mo Chuchen know about this matter. It's fine. After Mo Chuchen finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Chu Chen, and sighed with regret. Xiaochen, your luck is too good. You should cheat on a stupid local tyrant like this. Unfortunately, you have only cheated more than 10 billion, so you should cheat a little more. Puff. Mo Chuchen's words, like a sharp blade, stabbed into Huang Fengmao's heart. It hurts. Is it not enough to be cheated by more than 10 billion? How much is enough, 100 billion, or 1 trillion? I mean, even if you sell the entire Huang family, you won't be able to find 1 trillion. Huang Fengmao was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. I'm leaving for a while. Huang Fengmao couldn't stay any longer. He was afraid that if he continued here, he would be mad at Chu Chen and Mo Aochuan, one invisible knife after another. Chu Chen and Mo Ao were chatting. After half an hour, the sleepy Mo Qian was finally caught by Huang Biyu. Be awake, and write down everything I taught you. Huang Biyu reminded her daughter record. Mo Qian looked impatient. Huang Biyu first sent a message to Huang Fengmao, and then walked in with Mo Qian. Dad, happy birthday. After entering, Mo Qian said with a hint of reluctance when she was stabbed by Huang Biyu. You still know how to come back. Mo Aochuan was angry. He hadn't seen his little daughter for almost half a month, and he didn't know where to go. He took care of him countless times, but because of Huang Biyu's doting, Mo Qian still persisted, and in the end Mo Aochuan was helpless. After Mo Aochuan said this, Mo Qian became even more impatient. Aochuan, don't say that to Qian. Qian has been doing serious things for the past 6 months. Huang Biyu quickly rounded up the field. Now, what about Qian working in a big company? Qian, don't tell your father. A good story. After Huang Biyu said this, Mo Qian had to explain, Dad, I am now the vice president of the Greater China region of the Fendi Group. I have strength. Vice President of Fendi Group Greater China? Mo Aochuan stood up immediately, extremely surprised. What did you say? Dad, it's true, this is a work permit. With that said, Mo Qian took out the work permit that Huang Biyu had given her before. After taking the work permit, what Mo Qian said was true. Although a little surprised, Mo Aochuan was still very excited and praised Mo Qian. Qian, you did a good job. That is, can our daughter be bad? Huang Biyu looked proud. Next to him, Huang Fengmao, who just came out, saw the effect, and a smile appeared on his face. He did not have the strength of Baihua. Qian is our pride. She is the vice president of the Greater China region of Fendi Group. Unlike someone who is the general manager of a small broken company. Huang Biyu said yin and yang strangely. Oh, in your eyes, Prada Group is a small broken company? Chu Chen asked back. Prada Group is a small broken company? Hearing Chu Chen's words, everyone present was stunned. Prada, is that an international fashion brand? No matter Huang Biyu or Mo Qian, there are several Prada bags in their hands. And those rich women, Miss Tianjin, who doesn't have a Prada bag in their hands. How could such a group be a small broken company? What do you mean by that? Huang Biyu couldn't help but ask. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Chu Chen. You may not know it yet. Chu Chen introduced to several people. Now, Yuan is the general manager of the Prada Group. By the way, it's not a branch, but the head office. In an instant, the entire villa fell into absolute silence. The general manager of the Prada Group? Oh my God! How is this possible? Mo Qian looked at Mo Yuan in astonishment. Originally, she thought that her identity was already awesome, but she didn't expect Mo Yuan's identity to be even more awesome. Ever since she was a child, she was inferior to this so-called sister in almost every aspect, whether it was her studies, looks, or even her figure. Mo Qian was very jealous of Mo Yuan. Originally, she thought that this time, she could raise her eyebrows and crush Mo Yuan. Did not expect Mo Yuan to become the general manager of Prada Group? she was killed in seconds. Huang Fengmao looked at Chu Chen with the same shock. He spent a lot of energy, a lot of money, and almost all connections to get Mo Qianqian the identity of the vice president of Fendi Group's Greater China region. This identity, in the younger generation, is already very powerful. Huang Fengmao thought it was stable this time. But I never thought that Mo Yuan would suddenly become the general manager of the dignified product group. Isn't this a joke? Although the product group is now down, the status of the general manager of the product group completely overwhelms the status of the vice president of the Greater China region of the Fendi Group. And it's still overwhelming. Huang Fengmao sighed. Softly, he gave up, and the Huang family had paid a lot in order for Mo Qianqian to inherit most of Mo Aochuan's family property. But Mo Qianqian is still being crushed by Mo Yuan, and in every way. The Huang family can't afford to play. If this continues, I am afraid that within a few months, the Huang family will be completely bankrupt. General manager of the product group? Huang Biyu was also stunned and muttered. I and my father have worked so hard to arrange for so long, and everything is in vain. Huang Biyu can't accept this and is not willing to fail. She turned her head and looked at her father, hoping to get help from Huang Fengmao. However, when Huang Biyu saw her father shaking her head, Huang Biyu was completely desperate. Do not. She doesn't want to admit defeat. Yuan, have you really become the general manager of the product group? Even Mo Aochuan was shocked. Now his daughter's identity is almost the same as his, or even a little higher than him. This is too fast. He has struggled all his life, but his daughter is only a few months old. You know, although the market value of Prada Group is not as good as that of Vientiane Group. But Prada's international status and connections are far from what the Vientiane Group can compare to. And Prada's brand value far exceeds its market value. Yes. Hearing her father's question, Mo Yuan nodded. How did she become the general manager of the Prada Group? Huang Biyu asked with a look of disbelief. From the general manager of a small broken company to the top fashion brand in the world, the general manager of the Prada Group, this span is a bit too big. Why, it's very simple, because I'm the president of Prada. Chu Chen answered Huang Biyu's question. Chu Chen's words once again shocked the audience. It turns out that Chu Chen is the president of Prada Group? At this moment, they don't know how to describe their mood. Awesome. In the end, there are only two words to describe Chu Chen, that is awesome. Being so young, he is actually the president of the dignified Prada Group. Huang Fengmao finally understood why he failed and why those people in Hangqing didn't hesitate to offend their Huang family and help Chu Chen. The identity of Chu Chen is a little scary. Huang Fengmao was more certain that he was no longer involved in the affairs of the Mo family. As for Huang Biyu, she was even more desperate. How can she fight? The more Mo Aochuan looked at Chu Chen, the more satisfied he became, and the more he admired his daughter's vision. Mo Yuan looked at Chu Chen, her eyes were full of love, only Chu Chen was left in her heart. If it wasn't for Chu Chen, I'm afraid she would have been miserable, by Huang Biyu, her stepmother. Dang dang dang. At this moment, the sound of high heels came suddenly. A beautiful beauty walked in with a resentful look on her face, and at first glance, she was trapped by love. After seeing this beautiful woman who was trapped in love, everyone looked at Chu Chen subconsciously. Now, there are only 3 men here. One Huang Fengmao, one Mo Aochuan, and one Chu Chen. If someone is out to cause a debt of love, everyone will think of Chu Chen. At the first time. Not to mention his worth, just talking about Chu Chen's appearance will definitely attract countless right and wrong. It looks like I found it here. Thinking of this, Mo Chuen's expression changed slightly. Ha ha. Huang Bu sneered. Although she didn't dare to think about the inheritance rights of the Mo family, Huang Bu was very happy to be able to watch the play and watch Chu Chen lively. Hee hee, what do I think you should do? Just when Huang Bu was gloating at the misfortune, this resentful beauty stepped forward and came to Mo Chuan. Mr. Mo, I am not invited, please forgive me. The beauty begged Mo Chuan, today, please help us. Hearing this, Mo Chuan was embarrassed and looked at Chu Chen helplessly. Chu Chen shrugged. Mo Chuan opened his mouth and wanted to throw the pot to Chu Chen. I'm not okay with this either, however, before his words were finished, the resentful beauty spoke again, Xiang and I are true love, please help us. This sentence is like an earthquake, shaking the entire villa. Xiang? Mo Xiang? After hearing the words of this resentful beauty, everyone in the villa was dumbfounded. The degree of shock was not weaker than when he just learned that Mo Yuan was the general manager of Ferrari. You wait. Mo Chuan's expression changed instantly, and he questioned the resentful beauty. You say you and Mo Xiang are true love? Yes, uncle. The resentful beauty nodded, feeling very excited. Everyone was dumbfounded. They all thought that this resentful beauty was a love debt caused by Chu Chen outside, but now they came to her door. Especially Huang Bu, who was lucky just now and wanted to watch Chu Chen's good show. But after hearing the words of this resentful beauty, Huang Bu's whole person is not well. What? Is she really in love with her daughter? Huang Bu suddenly felt that her head was a little swollen, dizzy, and almost couldn't stand. Mo Chuan's face also turned ashen. Father, complete us. In the end, Mo Xiang also gritted her teeth. She never thought that her girlfriend would be so bold and find this place. I'm pissed off. Mo Chuan was furious. I want to sever the father-daughter relationship with you. From now on, I'm no longer your father, and you don't want to inherit a penny from me. After saying that, Mo Chuan turned around and walked into the study, and then slammed the door shut, bursting with anger. Seeing this scene, Huang Bu was even more dumbfounded. Sever the father-daughter relationship, and don't want to inherit a penny. From now on? Do not do this. She couldn't fight Chu Chen, she recognized it. But even if she didn't fight with Mo Yuan, Xiang was Mo Chuan's daughter after all, and she would definitely get an inheritance, at least tens of billions. But now, not giving a penny? Huang Bu was stunned. If you don't give it, you won't give it. Mo Xiang snorted coldly, what if she didn't give money? After all, she left with the resentful beauty to pursue true love, leaving only the stunned crowd. Mo Chuan's family banquet broke up unhappily. Mo Yuan didn't want to stay with Huang Bu and left with Chu Chen. Early the next morning, Chu Chen had just woken up when the sound of the system suddenly came. Ding, experience task release, experience driving life for 15 days, task. Reward, 100% ownership of Patek Philippe. After listening to the task of the system, Chu Chen sat up abruptly. It's normal to experience chauffeur life for 15 days. However, the reward later made Chu Chen stunned. Oh my god. This reward is too generous. Patek Philippe is 100% owned, 100%. It is not comparable to the previous shares of Hilton International Hotel Group and Ferrari Group. Whether it is Hilton or Ferrari, he is only a shareholder, and only part of the group belongs to him. But this time, the system rewards are different. This time it's 100% ownership. Once the experience task is completed, the entire Patek Philippe company will belong to Chu Chen alone. I go, this reward is too generous, too exciting. Founded in 1839, Patek Philippe ranks in the top 3, or even the first among the world's top 10 watches. Patek Philippe is also one of the only remaining true independent watchmakers, producing itself from start to finish, and it takes 10 years to train a Patek Philippe watchmaker. In 1999, a Patek Philippe pocket watch sold for $11 million at auction, making it the most expensive watch in the world at the time. You know, that was in 1999, $11 million. The current price is unimaginable. With an entry threshold of over $15,000, Patek Philippe is the most collectible watch brand in the world. As of the end of last year, Patek Philippe accounted for 9 of the 12 wristwatches/pockets with the highest auction prices in the world, and the remaining 3 were from Rolex. Patek Philippe is also among the top 10 famous watches in the world, one of the few brands that operate independently. Like Cartier, IWC, and Jaeger-LeCoultre are in the world's top 10 watches, they all belong to the Richemont Group, while Tag Heuer belongs to the world's largest luxury goods group, the LVMH Group. The market value of these two luxury groups has already exceeded $1 trillion. Once Chu Chen wins the Patek Philippe, it will be a big step forward for Chu Chen to establish his own luxury goods empire. A few years ago, LVMH Group, the world's largest luxury goods group, once offered $8 billion to acquire Patek Philippe, but was rejected. Now that a few years have passed, the value of Patek Philippe may have exceeded $10 billion, that is, about 60 to 70 billion. This is also because Patek Philippe stipulates limited production. The annual output of Patek Philippe is only 50,000. For more than a century and a half, the number of watches produced by Patek Philippe is extremely limited, only 600,000, which is inferior to the annual output of a fashion watch, and it is only sold in the world's top famous stores. If there is no limited production, Patek Philippe's total assets will probably be very high. Chu Chen doesn't care much about Patek Philippe's assets, because just like Prada, Patek Philippe's brand value far exceeds its market value. After all, Patek Philippe ranks among the top 10 watches in the world. The system has been really nice to me, Chu Chen said with emotion. This reward is too generous. Chu Chen still complained when he saw the 15-day driving experience. After all, now that he is already a super rich man, do you still want to go to contemporary driving? However, when Chu Chen saw the reward behind, he immediately retracted the slightest complaint. Compared with the 100% ownership of Patek Philippe, how about a little hard work? He likes to work hard and fight with his own hands. To fight with your own hands? The system gives Chu Chen a big white eye. After eating, Chu Chen was ready to start the first day of his life as a chauffeur. With the release of the task, the system has already registered everything for Chu Chen in the chauffeur company. Drivers are generally busy at night and have little work during the day. In the morning, Chu Chen only received one order. The system doesn't stipulate how many orders to accept, so I'm too happy. If there are no regulations, it means that Chu Chen can experience the driving life leisurely. In the afternoon, Chu Chen's second order came. Chu Chen came to a mid-range restaurant. At this time, a man and a woman were already waiting in front of the restaurant. The man is in his 30s and looks like a little manager or something. The women are very young and have a relatively high appearance. Like college students who have just joined the job. You finally came. The man said impatiently. Because the driver software used Chu Chen's photo, the man recognized Chu Chen at a glance. Give. After all, the man gave Chu Chen the key to a Mercedes-Benz. This chauffeur is so handsome. Looking at Chu Chen, the girl was a little excited. Chu Chen sat in the driver's seat, and the man took the boss seat in the back as he should have. The girl sat next to the co-pilot, Chu Chen. Later, seeing this scene, the man's face became a little ugly. Is he not as good as this kid? In fact, where did she sit? The girl struggled. To tell the truth, she didn't want to sit with manager Jean, and would rather sit next to this handsome chauffeur. Moreover, according to common sense, when the leader sits in the back, the subordinates should sit in the front passenger seat. Thinking of this, the girl came to the co-pilot. Shall do. I'm going to see a client soon. How are you going? Manager Jean asked in the back. It's okay to prepare. The girl, Du Yuanyao, replied. This morning, Manager Jean accompanied the client to dinner, drank wine, and had a meal before calling Du Yuanyao, preparing to go to another company to sign a contract in the afternoon. Originally Manager Jean wanted Du Yuanyao to drive, but unfortunately Du Yuanyao couldn't, but Manager Jean asked for the driver instead. It's okay to be prepared. Manager Jean deliberately found fault with Du Yuanyao and scolded coldly, everything is safe. This is your most important order. Whether you can turn it into a regular order depends on this time. Manager Kim was very serious to hide that he was doing it on purpose. It is very difficult to become a regular employee and become an employee of our company. In the Magic Capital, I don't know how many people crowded their heads and wanted to come in. After speaking, Manager Jean asked Chu Chen strangely, little brother, how much is your monthly salary as a driver? 1 month's salary, 100 million points. Chu Chen said modestly. This time, his experience task is only 15 days, and the reward is Patek Philippe's total, with assets of about 10 billion US dollars. It's less than $1 billion a day, a little bit. And Chu Chen couldn't do it for a month. And Chu Chen didn't know how much the monthly salary was. After listening to Chu Chen's words, Manager Jean had a clear sense of superiority and said to Du Yuanyao, did you hear that? Working hard to drive, the salary is only a little bit. And as long as you become a regular, your monthly salary will exceed 10,000. You must cherish this opportunity. Du Yuanyao nodded. If you work hard, you will come to my position, with an annual salary of 600,000 to 700,000, plus some other incentives, etc. The annual salary will reach 1 million. Manager Kim was triumphant. Our job has an infinite future. It's not like they drive on behalf of others and work hard, and only make so much money a month. Looking at Chu Chen, Manager Jean was sarcastic and full of superiority. In Manager Jin's subconscious mind, the salary a little that Chu Chen said was just a few thousand yuan. You are just lucky. You have met a capable boss like me, and today's contract is guaranteed. Manager Jean continued to pretend. Really? Du Yuanyao asked that this contract was really too important to her. Of course, I have a wide network of contacts, and I don't know any big people. Manager Jean pretended to be in a good mood. Soon, they came to a building. Chu Chen had just parked the car when several people came out from the opposite company. Mr. Li? Seeing a middle-aged man among the several people walking out from the car, Manager Jean immediately became nervous. Hurry up. Manager Jean said something to Du Yuan Yao and got out of the car quickly. Hello Mr. Li. Manager. Jean ran to President Li and said respectfully. Today, he is here to sign a contract with President Li. Goodbye. Little brother. After saying goodbye to Chu Chen, Du Yuan Yao also got out of the car and came to President Li. Oh, so it's Xiao Jean. Well, have you been drinking? President Li suddenly changed his face and asked. I ate with the client at noon and drank a little. Manager Jin's voice trembled a little, and he realized that something wasn't right. You go. Mr. Li said that what he hates most is talking about business with people who drink during the day. This is disrespectful to him. Moreover, Mr. Li is more optimistic about another company. What? Manager. Jean was stunned. Beside him, Du Yuan Yao was even more stunned. Are you going? So, Mr. Li will not sign the contract? Mr. Li, listen to my explanation. Manager Jean panicked. Just now, he was completely pretending to be coercive. He didn't have the confidence to be sure about this contract. Once this contract is blown, let alone Du Yuan Yao's return to normal, I am afraid that his working life will come to an end. Don't make me say it a second time. Mr. Li scolded him. He was hesitating at first, but now this manager, Jean, doesn't respect himself. So forget it. Do not. Manager Jean roared in his heart. Du Yuan Yao also felt that his eyes were dark and a little desperate. Your car keys. Manager Jean was in a hurry just now, and Chu Chen hadn't returned the car keys to him. So Chu Chen walked over. Manager Jean took the key abruptly and scolded very irritably. Come on. Mr. Chu? President Li looked at Chu Chen and was extremely surprised. Hello, Mr. Chu. The next second, President Li said to Chu Chen very politely. Oh, it's you? Chu Chen did not know this President Li. I'm a small person, and it's normal for you not to have an impression. I was fortunate enough to meet you once at Gao Jingqi, President Gao's banquet. Mr. Li explained with a smile. Hearing this, Manager Jean and Du Yuan Yao are both stupid? What's the situation? The dignified President Li is so polite to a driver who earns several thousand yuan a month? Mr. Chu, are you really? Mr. Li asked inexplicably. Modern driving. Contemporary driving? I understand, you must have experienced life. Mr. Li said flatteringly. You are too low-key. After chatting a few words with President Li, Chu Chen turned and left. When Chu Chen passed by Du Yuan Yao, Chu Chen nodded slightly, in response to Du Yuan Yao's goodbye. Just now. Standing there, watching Chu Chen leave respectfully, Mr. Li felt ashamed. Mr. Chu is so rich, yet so low-key, he can't compare to his experience of life. Come with me and talk to me about your contract? President Li said to Du Yuan Yao. What? Hearing this, Du Yuan Yao was overjoyed. In an instant, Du Yuan Yao understood that Mr. Li must have seen the mysterious chauffeur who just nodded to him. For a time, Du Yuan Yao was extremely grateful to Chu Chen. Go back, I will react with your chairman, you are not serious. Manager Jean just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was all right, when President Lee suddenly said something to him. Just now, Manager Jean. Didn't respect Mr. Chu. Do not. Manager Jean was stunned. If President Lee told the chairman, his career would be completely over. Do not do this. Chu Chen was walking on the road, waiting for the next order. When Chu Chen passed by a square, a mysterious man suddenly stopped Chu Chen. Brother, do you want to get rich? Overnight, worth tens of millions? Net worth tens of millions? Chu Chen shook his head and replied, I don't want to. The mysterious man was stunned. There are people who don't want to be worth tens of millions? What about a billionaire? The mysterious man asked again, very unwilling. Chu Chen is so handsome. As a talent scout, he just glanced at Chu Chen from a distance in the crowd, and he felt that Chu Chen was very star-like. This temperament, this beauty, it is a pity not to be a star. If Chu Chen agrees, he is almost certain that as long as Chu Chen debuts, even if he doesn't have acting skills and doesn't sing very well, with his looks and the hype of their company, he will definitely become popular and become super popular. Chu Chen is so handsome. So handsome that he dare not look directly at him. How can there be such a handsome person in the world? Foul, okay? Chu Chen stood there, not knowing how many little fresh meat he killed in seconds. Not interested. Chu Chen shook his head again, worth over 100 million, what is that? Chu Chen doesn't have to do anything now, and can earn billions every month just by collecting rent. What? Chu Chen's words surprised the scout. These days, there are still people who are not interested in money. Are you right? Ordinary people hear that they can be worth over 100 million, no, even if it is worth tens of millions, I am afraid they will not again. And again, are very excited, and immediately agree. But why is this brother indifferent? The scout was a little confused. What about $1 billion and millions of fans? The scout said again. 6 months ago, I was worth over $1 billion, and now I drive a Ferrari and live in Thompson-Epine. Chu Chen shook his head, not wanting to continue to be entangled by scouts, so he told the truth. Just after getting the system half a year ago, Chu Chen's worth has already exceeded 1 billion. This is what Chu Chen said in a low-key manner. In fact, at that time, after getting the Junlin Group, Chu Chen's worth has exceeded 10 billion. As for having tens of millions of fans, it was already a few months ago. Chu Chen estimates. With the influence of the current blackmail god, I am afraid that Chu Chen opened the Weibo certification, and within half a day, Weibo fans easily exceeded 10 million. Half a year ago, he was worth over 1 billion, drives a Ferrari, lives in Thompson-Epine, and has millions of fans? The scouts are a little confused. How is it possible? After watching Chu Chen carefully for a while, the scout shook his head with a sarcastic look. Little brother, it's okay if you don't agree, but it's not good to brag. If the former is worth more than 1 billion, drives a Ferrari, and lives in a Thompson first class, he still reluctantly believes it. But with over 10 million fans, as a scout, he really doesn't believe it. With over 10 million fans in the entertainment industry, he knew almost all of them, and he was sure that there was absolutely no Chu Chen among them. Therefore, the scout concluded that Chu Chen was bragging. Since fans over 10 million are fake, and the one in front is worth over 1 billion, driving a Ferrari, I am afraid it is also fake. Little brother, keep a low profile. The scout looked like he was educating Chu Chen. Don't think about bragging in front of a stranger, you can do whatever you want without proof. Sometimes bragging, but there is a price to pay. The scout looks like someone who has come over. When he was young, he also liked to brag, but as a result, he was taught a lesson by the society. Since then, he has kept a low profile and stopped pretending to be forceful. Pretending to be coercive may not be struck by lightning, but may be hit by others. Be humble. Chu Chen sighed and seriously reflected on himself. Yes. I did make a mistake just now. Hearing this, the scout nodded slightly, knowing that it is good to be low-key. I thought about it, I was too low-key just now. Let's be honest, I've already been worth hundreds of billions. Now I'm driving a Pagani HP Barchetta, and I have a villa in Tian Palace. After reflection, Chu Chen said meticulously. Cough, cough, cough. After listening, the scout couldn't help coughing violently. Was it too low-key just now? You are not low-key. You're bragging right now, and you're bragging too much. It was worth 1 billion just now. And now it has directly become 100 billion. Ferrari also became Pagani HP Barchetta. What is Pagani HP Barchetta? The world's top luxury car, the price is more than 100 million? Even the big bosses of their brokerage companies, the most powerful investors, can't imagine owning such a luxury car, let alone buying one. As for the last item, is it even more impossible to have a villa in Tian Palace? As a man in the capital, he knows the horror of the Tian Palace even more. Where can they live? All of them are the top figures in the capital. Are there any ordinary people? Little brother, you are bragging, you are blowing it to the sky, you are not too low-key, but too high, the scout sneered again. However, only halfway through his words, Chu Chen motioned for him to be quiet. When the call came, Chu Chen took out his mobile phone. Hello, yes, I am driving. Master Chu. Chu Chen received another order. Looking at Chu Chen, the scout was instantly stunned. This time it was not because of Chu Chen's words, but because of Chu Chen's mobile phone. Rito Ferrari Limited Edition. Most importantly, when he was holding the mobile phone in Chu Chen just now, the scout accidentally saw the serial number of the mobile phone 1. I am not wrong, right? This is serial number 1, a limited edition Rito Ferrari? The scout was horrified. If it is other luxury goods, whether it is clothes or bags, the possibility of fakes is very high, very large. Except for those professionals, it is difficult for ordinary people to distinguish whether it is genuine or not. But a limited edition phone like this Rito Ferrari joint production is unlikely to be a fake. The most terrifying thing is that the serial number of the mobile phone in this brother's hand is 1. This kind of limited edition mobile phone, serial number 1, is probably only in the hands of the super big man, the rich. I go. What this brother said just now is not false. Is he really worth hundreds of billions, drives a Pagani HP Barchetta, and lives in Tian Palace? As if struck by lightning, the scout stood there stiffly, his eyes widened in disbelief. This is too arrogant. And this brother is so young and handsome. It is said that God is fair, but people are very rich, and their appearance is a little low, just like many top rich second generation. But in Chu Chen's body, the scout suddenly felt that God was unfair. This brother not only has amazing wealth, but also has amazing looks. I still have something to do, I'll go first. After answering the phone, Chu Chen said something to the scout, turned around and prepared to leave, and went to work as a chauffeur. Please wait. Suddenly, the scout rushed over and stopped Chu Chen. I'm sorry, what happened just now was my fault. I apologize to you. The scout said with great respect. I wonder if you are interested in investing in a movie. Our company is just getting ready to make a movie with unlimited potential. The scout promoted Chu Chen that if he could turn a super rich man like Chu Chen into an investor, the movie would definitely be popular. Oh, what movie? Chu Chen asked, curiously. The overbearing president has good physical strength, which girls like. In recent years, idol dramas of various domineering presidents have emerged one after another. Their company is also going to make a fortune. As long as the male lead is handsome and the female lead is beautiful, it doesn't matter. By the way, if you want, you can also play the male lead yourself. The scout said. If other investors want to play the male lead, their company may have to think about it. But if it was Chu Chen, the company's top management would agree. Chu Chen's appearance is too high, crushing all the little fresh meat. Also, as long as you invest, no matter which female star in the entertainment industry, as long as you like it, we will definitely find a way to invite you. The scout said again. As long as Chu Chen pays, everything is not a problem. Be the hero? Hearing this, Chu Chen had a trace of interest. Let's talk about it later. Now Chu Chen is busy experiencing the life of a chauffeur, ready to win Patek Philippe. There is no such time at all. If after that Chu Chen is bored, he can act and play casually. Finally, at the strong request of the scout, Chu Chen left him a contact information. Soon, Chu Chen rushed to the place the guest said, an ordinary restaurant. Chu Chen went in, because it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and in the entire store, there was only one young man drinking suffocating wine. Brother, you are the driver, you sit first. After seeing Chu Chen, the young man said. At this moment, there is already a row of beer bottles on the table. Did something happen? The two chatted without saying a word. Break up today. We've been together for 3 years. How affectionate we were at the beginning, but she just took me as a spare tire. The youth is caught in the memory. Originally, I thought that I had a car worth more than 100,000 yuan and a house of nearly 100 square meters. Although I got a loan, it is still acceptable in the magic capital. So I proposed to her, but I was severely humiliated. With such a little money, you still want to marry her, and the toad wants to eat swan meat? For so long, I'm just a spare tire. Young people laugh at themselves. He is an ordinary office worker. He has been working for several years since graduating from university. He made money day and night, and finally saved a little money, bought a car, and took out a loan to buy a house. Originally, he thought this condition was okay, but he didn't expect that in the eyes of girlfriend, he was just a spare tire. Being attacked one after another, the young man was drinking suffocatingly here. Drink too much, complain a few words, don't mind. After finishing speaking, the young man said apologetically. It's okay. Chu Chen waved his hand and said in agreement. Men, it's normal to have troubles, and I'm also troubled. Oh? Hearing this, the young man asked. In surprise, brother, what's wrong with you? My face is too high. I was chased by many girls. I was helpless at the time. Why didn't anyone appreciate my inner self? Chu Chen sighed. I just didn't expect that many beauties are chasing me because of their inner self, and I'm still unhappy. Why am I so attractive? Puff. Chu Chen's words were like a knife, stabbed into the young man's heart. Listen, are you talking about people? Not to Mention that there are many beautiful women chasing after him, even if there is a beautiful woman chasing after him. He can wake up laughing from a dream. Life's temporary ups and downs, it doesn't matter. Chu Chen comforted the young man. After all, that's what life is like, sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low, 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 low. Hearing this, the young man almost cried. No matter how low, I'm afraid you won't be able to find him. After abruptly finishing the wine, the young man spoke. Let's go. He really didn't want to chat with Chu Chen, let alone let Chu Chen continue to comfort him. It was too shocking. He really regretted it. Why didn't he finish the drink earlier? The younger brother came on his behalf, and left immediately. Just when Chu Chen got up, the sound of the system sounded. Ding, temporary task release, helping youth regain confidence, time limit, 6 hours, task reward, 1 piece. Of Patek Philippe Xingyue Tourbillon, note, Patek Philippe 6002G Xingyue Tourbillon, only 5 pieces in the world, Patek Philippe 6002G. Star Moon Tourbillon? After receiving the experience task of driving on behalf of others, Chu Chen checked some information about Patek Philippe. I have seen several of the most expensive watches of Patek Philippe. Among them, the Patek Philippe 6002G. Xingyue Tourbillon sells for about 18 million. Although among Patek Philippe, there are more expensive ones. But those watches are all models of the last century, with decades of history. Because of rarity and historical reasons, the prices vary. Expensive. As for the level of luxury and technical level, it is not comparable to this Star Moon Tourbillon. The Patek Philippe 6002G Xingyue Tourbillon is called the Modern Watch King, and there are only 5 pieces in the world, which have been collected by several super-rich. Help him regain his confidence? Chu Chen muttered, and instantly had a solution. Do you want that woman to regret leaving you? Chu Chen asked the young man. Think. Without thinking, the youth responded subconsciously. That's good, you invite her out today. Chu Chen returned to Thompson Epine, took a few things, and then came back. Give. Chu Chen handed 2 things to the young man. 10 minutes later, the girl with heavy makeup came. As soon as she came, she sat arrogantly opposite the young man and asked, with a sneer, What are you looking for from me? I told you, you're just my spare tire, don't be delusional. The young man did not speak, but just took out an Audi car key and a real estate license. Oh? Hee, these things. Just want me to regret? You're almost there. Dressed woman mocks, want me to regret it, unless you have a plane, do you? The woman in dark clothes spoke amazingly. Do you have a plane? In an instant, the young man was stunned. Originally, he thought that Chu Chen had lent him these 2 things, which could make this woman regret it, but she didn't expect that she would ask if there was a plane. Have. Beside him, Chu Chen smiled harmlessly, and took out the ownership certificate of his private jet. Seeing the certificate, the woman in dark clothes was completely stunned. Have? Are there really planes? Just now, she was obviously talking all over the sky, deliberately scaring her ex-boyfriend to hide her guilty conscience. She is sure that most people cannot have private jets. But in the end, she didn't expect to be killed. What about the yacht, do you have one? The thick-dressed woman was stubborn. But she still refused to bow her head. She didn't believe it anymore. Are there planes and yachts? Yes. Chu Chen took out the yacht's ownership certificate again. Seeing this scene, the heavy makeup woman was completely stupid. Even yachts? Honey, let's get back together. In an instant, the woman's attitude changed drastically, and she knelt down and licked. Sorry, it's late. After all, the youth left with Chu Chen. Happy. After leaving, the young man sighed and was extremely grateful to Chu Chen. Thank you, brother. At the same time, the sound of the system sounded. System task completed. Congratulations on getting a Patek Philippe 6002G Xingyue tourbillon, which is now stored in Thompson Epin's home. The sound of the system came, and the task was completed. This Patek Philippe, known as the modern watch king, has been placed in Chu Chen's first-class mansion of Thompson. Not bad. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction, but he just did it smoothly, and actually obtained such a precious Patek Philippe. The system is really good. You're welcome, Chu Chen replied to the youth. The young man returned the car keys and real estate certificate to Chu Chen, and then left after repeatedly thanking him. It's getting late to put things in your own Audi. Chu Chen found a place to have dinner. Up to now, the system has not indicated the end of the first day's experience task, and Chu Chen guessed that the experience might take a while, so he didn't rush back to Thompson Epin to look at his watch. After eating, Chu Chen received a new order at the boxing gym not far from here. When Chu Chen arrived, the guests were already waiting there. Hello, I'm driving Master Chu Chen introduced. Hello, I had a drink just now. Send us to Yaoyang KTV, said the guest. Chu Chen took a look. Standing here, there are a total of 6 burly men, each with a sturdy back. At first glance, it is the kind of muscles that have been trained in actual combat. If Chu Chen guessed correctly, these people should be the boxing coaches here. But these 6 people, including him, make a total of 7, and 1 car doesn't seem to be enough. Seeing Chu Chen's doubts, the man explained, I have a Land Rover Discovery with 7 seats, no problem. With that said, the man handed the car key to Chu Chen. Okay. Chu Chen nodded. Chu Chen and a few others got into the car one by one, the navigation was turned on, and Chu Chen went straight to Yaoyang KTV. At an intersection, Chu Chen was waiting for a red light. However, when the green light came on, the Porsche blocking Chu Chen still did not start. Chu Chen waited for a while, but the Porsche was still parked there. During the evening rush hour, there are many cars, and it is impossible for Chu Chen to avoid it. Brother. In front, drive. Chu Chen reminded. Did you urge your uncle? Chu Chen's words instantly annoyed the Porsche owner. The Porsche owner yelled and still refused to drive. Chu Chen honked the horn to remind. The Porsche owner was so angry that he opened the door and walked down with an iron rod. The Porsche owner came towards Chu Chen angrily, with obvious road rage. Little thing, you come down for Lao Tzu. Holding the iron rod, the Porsche owner scolded Chu Chen angrily. Helpless, Chu Chen got out of the car and replied plainly, it's not good for you. Not too good? The road rage driver sneered. That's how I am, what kind of thing are you, dare to control me? I drive a Porsche of more than 1 million yuan, and your broken Land Rover is only 60 or 700,000. You have the ability to drive over from Lousy's car? The road rage car owner looks unreasonable, and has an attitude of what can you do with me? This is what you said. Chu Chen shrugged. He had never heard such a request. Having said that, Chu Chen is ready to fulfill him. Boy, what are you looking for? Holding a stick, the road rage car owner relied on the weapon, and he was tall, ready to bully the unarmed boy Chu Chen. Thinking about it, the road rage car owner walked towards Chu Chen. Just then, the Land Rover door opened and a boxing trainer walked down. What are you going to do? Boxing coach confronts road rage car owner. Seeing this, the road rage car owner was taken aback, but he didn't expect that. There were two of them. Isn't it just two people? Do you think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, the road rage car owner clenched the iron rod in his hand to strengthen himself. You think too much. The boxing coach sneered and said something to the car. Brothers, come down. The next second, the other 5 boxing coaches came out. A total of 6 boxing coaches, plus Chu Chen, looked at the road rage car owner with a smile. Gudong. The iron rod in the hands of the road rage driver fell to the ground in an instant. 7 people. There are actually 7 of them. And 6 of them look like the kind of people who can really fight. Road rage car owners are stunned. Usually, he drives a Porsche by himself, is tall and has weapons, and bullies others on the road. But now, no matter how powerful he is, facing so many people, he will only be beaten. The next second, the road rage driver fell to his knees, shivering. Brother, I was wrong. The owner of the road rage car hesitated in seconds and kept begging. Just treat me like a fart. And let me go. Apologize to this brother. A boxing coach pointed at Chu Chen and said to the road rage car owner. Yes, yes, yes. Turning around and kneeling in front of Chu Chen, the road rage car owner slapped himself a few times and kept begging for mercy. Brother, it's my mouth that stinks, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Get out. If the road rage car owner was granted amnesty, he got up quickly, got back into the car, and drove away. Chu Chen and the others also returned to the car. Chu Chen believed that, after this time, the Porsche owner's road rage would never happen again. This experience will definitely make him unforgettable for a lifetime, and he will be woken up from his dreams. After arriving at the place, the order is completed. Chu Chen still didn't hear the system's reminder, so he had to take another order. This order is to go to a famous bar in Modu. When Chu Chen came, a beautiful beauty was waiting drunk with a few girlfriends, standing in front of the bar. Xin, my boyfriend will come soon and let's send you back. The beauty's best friend suggested. Your Ferrari is parked here. Yes, Xin, we are not worried about you alone. Another girlfriend also spoke up. There were boyfriends who were there to pick them up. Only this beautiful woman with the highest appearance had no boyfriend and was single. It's okay, I called a chauffeur. The beauty shook her head and explained. But you're drunk and you're called a chauffeur by yourself. We're not worried. The girlfriend said worriedly. You Bai Fume, you are the focus wherever you go, it's not safe. Who knows if that driver is a good guy? Just came over, Chu Chen happened to hear this. Beauty, a driver like me shouldn't be a bad person. Chu Chen coughed dryly. After hearing the sound, several people quickly turned to look at Chu Chen. After seeing Chen's face clearly, several of the beauty's best friends were dumbfounded. Such a handsome little brother. How can he be so handsome? Even if he has a boyfriend, he is still moved. No. Of course you're not a bad person anymore. A few of them answered Chu Chen. And several people guessed that Chu Chen was definitely not the driver that Xin said. This little brother must be Xin's crush. Xiang didn't want them to know, so she said she was driving on her behalf. Otherwise, how could there be such a handsome, and good-looking chauffeur? This kind of young brother with the peak value, does he still rely on his hands to make money? I have been relying on my face to eat. For a long time. Even if I am not a little white face, I can become an internet celebrity and a star, and I can get rich by virtue of my looks. Even the beautiful Yao Xinxin was very surprised. She just called a chauffeur and met such a handsome little brother? Is it a legendary fate? Xinxin, if we have something to do, we want to leave. Yes, Xinxin, let's go. Goodbye, Xinxin. Several girlfriends said goodbye to Xinxin. Although they were very reluctant to leave Chu Chen in their hearts, they endured it for the sake of their best friend. Who makes girlfriends finally have a hard object? Because Yao Xinxin's own conditions are very good, so her vision is also very high. Up to now, she has just graduated from college, she is still single, and she has never talked about her boyfriend. Now, Xinxin finally has a crush, and it is not easy for them to fight with Xinxin. A few of them made up their minds, guessing that Xinxin should be drinking strong cowardice, wanting to continue drinking, and took the opportunity to confess to this handsome little brother that they are not good here. A few girlfriends walked into the distance, but did not leave. Instead, he found a hidden corner, took out his mobile phone, and quietly took a video. They want to take a look. Xinxin, who is easily shy, will look like this video after sobering up tomorrow. This is what a good girlfriend should do. Hello, Xinxin said. To Chu Chen nervously, her heartbeat could not help speeding up. Give it to me. Chu Chen stretched out his hand. Seeing this scene, Xinxin was a little shy, just met, so it's not good. Even though she thought so. She still raised her hand honestly, ready to put it on Chu Chen's. Seeing this scene, I quietly watched a few girlfriends here from a distance, and suddenly screamed in a low voice. We're not mistaken. Sure enough, this Xinxin. That's right, I have a sweetheart, and I haven't told us that I'm not enough friends. Several girlfriends widened their eyes and complained. What are you thinking? I'm talking about the car keys. Chu Chen opened his mouth. If you don't give me the car keys, how can I drive? Now Chu Chen is very curious when the experience task stipulated by the system will end at night. Chu Chen wanted to test it out, took this order, whether today's experience task would be completed, so he didn't pay attention to Xinxin, who was blushing. What? Hearing this, Xinxin was stunned and hurriedly looked for the car keys. When he got the car key, Chu Chen was a little surprised. It was also a Ferrari, so was it a Baifume? Soon, Chu Chen found a pink Ferrari and sat on it. Yao Xinxin also sat in the co-pilot. Chu Chen drove away in a Ferrari. I go. It's over. Too soon, isn't it? I thought there would be a grand confession ceremony. Watching the pink Ferrari leave, Yao Xinxin's girlfriend said regretfully. It seems that they agreed, and now they are going to their two worlds. On the Ferrari, Chu Chen went straight to a famous villa area in the magic capital. Yao Xinxin's cell phone rang suddenly. When I took it out, it turned out to be my mother's video phone. Yao Xinxin suddenly became angry. Originally, she was a good girl from a wealthy family, and because of her strict family education, she had never been to a bar. Some time ago, she had just graduated from university, but her parents told her that it would take her another 4 years to study abroad. In a foreign country, she is alone, with no relatives and no friends. Yao Xinxin objected. Xiang argued with her parents that she did not want to go abroad. But her parents said that foreign education was better than domestic education, and further study was beneficial to her, so she ignored Xiang's objection and handled everything for Xiang. This noon, because of this incident, Xiang had a big fight with her parents again, and Xiang ran away from home in a huff. After running away from home, Xiang wanted to fight against her parents, thinking that she had never been to a bar and her parents would not allow it. Xiang asked a few girlfriends to come here together. I just didn't expect that her alcohol intake was not good enough. After only one drink, she was drunk. Several of her best friends were fine, but they left the bar when they saw that Xiang was drunk. Xiang answered the video call from her mother. Xiang, where are you? Why don't you go home now? As soon as the video call was connected, Xiang's parents' angry voices came from the opposite side. Hearing this, Xiang, who was already puffed up, instantly refuted. Where do I go? You don't care. Inadvertently, Xiang noticed Chu Chen next to her, so she moved her phone and took a picture of Chu Chen. Mom, let me tell you the truth. I eloped with my chauffeur brother. Xiang was deliberately angry with her parents, so she said this. Hearing this, let alone Xiang's parents, even Chu Chen was dumbfounded. Elopement? If it was someone else, they would definitely be ecstatic when they knew that Bai Fume was going to run away with him. But Chu Chen is different. He doesn't want to run away. He still has so many assets and so many companies. And for the sake of a white rich beauty, giving up Mo Yuan, Su Chu Qing, Yan Luo Shui, and others is not worth it. Cough, this is not important, he is not that kind of person. He just felt that if he eloped, it would be bad for Bai Fume's parents and family, so he didn't want to. Yes, because of this. On the other hand, Xiang's parents were instantly angry after listening to their daughter's words. Girl, what did you say? It's the other way around, you're going to elope, Xiang, I order you to come back quickly. Xiang's father scolded, and the aura of the superior was instantly revealed. I won't. Xiang pouted and looked arrogant. But she didn't dare to look directly at her father, and was about to hang up the video call immediately. Goodbye, Mom and Dad, I eloped with my little brother, and we've been to the two-person world. In order to anger her parents, Xiang said something deliberately. After all, Xiang turned off the phone. Little brother, don't go to the villa anymore. After hanging up the phone, Xiang said to Chu Chen. You can do whatever you want. Just open? Chu Chen really didn't know where to go for a while. After thinking about it for a while, he had no choice but to turn and head towards his Thompson. Halfway along the way, Xiang's drinking strength came up. Chu Chen hurriedly stopped. Xiang vomited outside for a while. Xiang returned to the car and fell asleep dizzy. I don't have enough alcohol to drink so much, Chu Chen said helplessly. Fortunately, you have met an honest person like me. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Chu Chen sighed that he was going to send Xiang to a nearby hospital to have a look. According to the navigation, Chu Chen went straight to the hospital. At this time, Xiang's cell phone rang again.